or if you want, I can read your stuff to the audience so they know what we're talking about.
Just admit it, you made it up. No, I like honestly on my life, like it'd be such a weird thing to make up. This is why you I would understand your skepticism. Like, of course, I understand your skepticism. So just
Just go find it or one like it.
I will do this next time. This Thursday.
Okay, cool.
This Thursday, I'm going to be
all
there.
right. And so if you
physically there in North
okay,
Greenwich. Yeah.
All right, great. Thanks.
Like guarantee 100%. Like what probably be Friday, but next time I come in here, it'll be with it'll be with the Meridian laser footage, the Holy Grail.
That can be repeated all over the place with every other laser, not just this one.
What's something special about the Meridian laser? Like it's got a special gemstone on it or something?
Yeah, nothing. See, the thing is, this should happen when we repeat it with all lasers. Does it? You'd been able to find one by now, wouldn't you? It wouldn't just be an appeal to this one.
Like you're implying the Meridian laser is like...
No, I'm implying that this should happen all the time with lasers, dude. I'm implying that you should be able to find this anywhere because it should be the common occurrence when shooting lasers at targets. This should be the easiest thing to find.
What, atmospheric refraction, mate? I mean, usually lasers, I think, in their day-to-day use are...
Dude, it's weird. Yes, atmospheric refraction in the way that you claim. Yeah.
They're less than a foot.
You need to get a better microphone, dude.
Like, I think most lasers... Yeah, but I'm just saying, I think most lasers that are used are, like, actually less than a foot in length, like in millimeters. So you wouldn't just encounter this every time you
use what should happen?
The YouTube videos.
Yeah, hey, Taurus. So if you don't bring us back a repeatable laser test showing this occurrence, what do you think? How do you think we should deal with you? What's it worth to you? You said you were 100% sure that you will find it. So what if you don't? What are you willing to? What are you willing to bet? Are you willing to? How long of a ban do you want?
Said I'm worried about the Twilight Zone twist, where I just show up and it's like a straight line now.
Oh, so you're not 100%. You're not 100% certain that you can bring it to us, right?
Well, no, I'm just ready for the Twilight Zone twist in case I am like in the Twilight Zone. But
okay,
that's more of a joke. I am pretty much like 100% sure. Like,
okay, we'll see. We'll put something on the line for this, and we'll see. Looking forward to seeing you on Thursday.
You want to bet money on it with me?
Oh, I don't put money on it. Just like a ban, probably.
We don't do any bets on our streams, buddy.
Yeah, we don't bet money. Okay. No. We'll just see how sure you really are.
I wasn't saying like a large sum of money, just like a $5.
No, I don't bet. So cool. Well, bring it back, and we'll see what you have.
Betting money is against TOS of the Hey, bro. Betting money is against the TOS of the platforms we operate on. So we're not betting any money.
So what is on the line then? Like,
I don't know. Maybe just make you stay in the text chat for a while until you can I think put it up.
Integrity's on the line.
I'll be real.
Yeah.
I'll be real. You don't need to put anything on the line because the shame and humiliation will be enough.
Well, that doesn't stop anyone else who comes in here. So,
and I mean,
all right. Well, I hope you do find something. So, looking forward to it. And you're starting to robot, so it's hard to hear you.
Seriously.
Is he just going to robot into the night now?
Which makes it sound
Yes.
Disingenuous. Let's see. We still because it's just.
Did McDonald's Wi-Fi just go down?
I think so, mate. Yeah.
Tourist, if you can hear us, reconnect, bro. You're breaking up.
Hi. My Wi-Fi.
I'd leave and rejoin, dude. We can't hear you. Every time you come back is 7 sentences later. Go away, but then come back.
My Wi-Fi. There he goes. Good lad.
Yeah, is my Wi-Fi bugging out, or is just like no one talking?
No, we can hear you now, but you were roboting really badly for quite a while.
Yeah, no. I'm in the middle of nowhere right now, so yeah. Look, I'm a dip, but if I come back and I don't have footage of the Meridian laser curving, then that's an evil clone of me. That's not me.
Okay, curving how? Let's be specific, right? How did you claim it was curving? You said like a rainbow.
Yeah, give me a sec. I'll just draw
because I don't want you coming back and you saying, "Oh, look, it looks a little curved there," and that's what I claimed, right? Let's be specific.
Let me sketch this out real quick. Let me sketch out what I saw.
Okay.
All right, this right here, right? Obviously, the laser's green. I'm just using a panoramic photo here, right? And I'm using a panoramic photo because the way this works is that like none of this is within your complete field of vision, right? So this is like a full left, middle, and right turn of the head, or like left, center, and right. You know. So like around the middle is where you'd have to turn your head either left or right, if that makes sense. That's why it's like a panoramic photo. So this thing was like cresting in the sky and then going downwards back over the horizon, right? And it was green, not red, but this is what this is like at least a vague simulacra.
Isn't it supposed to be following the curvature of the Earth?
What curvature?
But look, this is a doodle. Remember that, right? It's just Fences said, like, can we see, like what are you trying to describe here? So,
okay, fair enough.
You know, I used to be in this chat a lot. That's why I joined this server, was like because somebody from this chat invited me from another server. And I've been a flat earther for like 12 plus years now. And I actually hit a point where I was like frustrated where, like but you don't know. You know that what you're being told are lies, but you don't know 100%. Like the shape, which personally I still don't know the shape of the Earth, but I do know that the area that I live on, being the area that we all live on, is a flat area. It's a flat area from one direction to another, regardless of where you're going. So I bought a sailboat and I moved onto the ocean for a while, and there's no curvature. Like even certain people who are of science will agree water has no curve to it because it's self-leveling, and that there's probably something with that. But like, how could you still think it's a globe if water's self-leveling? What is it, just like all the oceans are flat? They're all connected, how does that work?
did you not navigate out on the seas?
Oh, I navigated. No. That was a rhetorical question at the end there, but it's flat. It's flat. It doesn't matter if you're a pilot or a captain, whatever navigation you're using to go long distances, it's flat. There's no other thing that's what proved it to me. I just went and did it. There's nothing that could prove it to the individual besides experiencing it like yourself.
Could you get Pythagorean on this? I feel like some other guy was trying to argue this and he wasn't doing a very good job, so I know I wouldn't. But is there not, like, could you not say that if it was flat, you could do the a squared plus c squared equals c squared thing on a triangle, and then you could go that distance on the third length, and if it's it would imply sphere. But if it's exact, if you're like out on the ocean and you get the exact measurement, then it would imply flat.
No, I think without even having to get to that point, the issue is that like you can literally see further than you should. Like that's the simplest. That's the
what does that mean?
Basic. What?
You can see further than you should. What? Like it's outside render distance.
You can see. Oh, here, let me rephrase. You can see the horizon and objects on the horizon further than you should, going off of the given equation for the curvature of the Earth.
I have a question for
accurate. Even geological surveyors, like people who do that as a job, who do long distance measuring and use lasers, do not take curvature into effect.
Okay, hey DOSman, what is the radius of the Earth off the top of your head right now?
I don't know. Like what I'm told that the radius of the globe is.
Yeah.
I don't have it memorized. I've honestly, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I know isn't it like 27 something?
You're not a flat earther, bud.
Are you a flat earther?
Yep.
Okay,
Bro.
so am I.
Bro, we don't do witch trial inquests around here, brother. His reasoning was sound, right? Maybe he didn't go down the path, but if you understand water's flat and level and it covers 70% of the Earth, regardless of the size of the Earth, if it covers 70%, it can't be a globe, right?
That's what I'm saying. I believe that the area that we live on is a flat plane. I do not believe that the shape of the entirety of the Earth is known, and I definitely don't believe it's floating through space.
Yeah, I was just calling
I don't believe in space, like I simply just, those are things. I believe in celestial bodies, but not in the way that they're taught. Obviously they're there, we can see them, but that doesn't mean that they're as far away as they say they are. That doesn't mean that they're the shapes that they say they are. That doesn't mean what they are is what they say they are, what we're taught they are.
Do you guys ever worry that the things that you say are going to be like men with guns are going to come and put you in prison like in 5 or 10 years?
I mean, I'm not really worried about that if they want to.
You guys are so far. You guys are so far beyond the existing control mechanism that they're going to come for you. You guys ever worry about that?
They let us flourish. What are you talking about?
Who's they?
They. The people, the geocentrics or whatever, the heliocentrics. It doesn't matter.
Who are making?
We ain't worried about it, bro.
Hold on, the people who are making.
You're not worried, are you? And they're going to come.
So
I'm not a coward, dude. So who cares?
Well,
obviously, the people who are making
nothing, bro,
are trying to hide the truth.
Oh, I thought there was no
and believe the truth themselves. Do they not?
Yeah, but I mean, people want you controlled, and you guys are speaking openly. You ever worry about that?
No,
never. If someone wants to prosecute me for what I believe in, I'm willing to die a martyr death for it.
Okay. Well, I just want you guys to consider that.
Oh, how kind of you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for your consideration.
It's something to think about. If you guys are on the cutting edge.
Hey, brother, do you know who they kill? Hey, check this out, brother. Check this out. Do you know who they kill in a revolution first?
The flat earthers.
Not flat earthers.
No. Just think about it. Think about in history. Like they had all these different revolutions. They killed the people that they. No, they kill the people that they use to get themselves into the thing, dude. They kill their own people.
Yeah, you guys are listen. I don't know everything there is to know, but I just thought about this because this room is so heavily populated. Mm-hmm. And if you guys are really pushing against the existing system, then you guys are in danger.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past somebody who feels strongly about a false dichotomy, but I'm not gonna stand in fear for what I believe in. I would rather stand proud for what I believe in and talk about it and be open about it. And if somebody has an issue with that, so be it. If I need to defend myself, so be it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean,
I'm a patriot. I believe in the Constitution. I believe that every human, regardless of country, place, origin, believes, and I believe and agree that they all should be given human rights. Doesn't matter who you are.
I'm not talking about
I'm American.
politics.
Even if my own country went against another country out of pure anger and attacking, and those people were of innocence and couldn't defend themselves, that doesn't mean I'm going to agree with my country and fight on my country's side. If it came down to it, I would fight on the side.
Yeah, but isn't that just called a skill issue?
Oh man.
I mean, sure, but I think that what matters most is the human life.
Well, listen,
the quantity or the quality of it.
That's downstream. What I'm saying is, if you're shaking up the existing worldview.
Doctrine.
Yeah, they're gonna track you across the globe. I mean,
they're gonna come for you.
So who here is the globe cuck?
But does it okay. Do you think that some of the people that are within the certain lobbies of, let's say, truth knowing, like let's say that information is lawfully given to them, meaning that the ones who are creating the doctrine allow them to know the truth, do you think that they're in danger?
Well, no, they're part of the system. You're not part of the system.
I don't think
that's what I'm warning you about.
I don't think, I mean, regardless of if I am or if I'm not, what would the difference be of somebody who just believes the truth saying the truth versus somebody who knows the truth saying the truth? Because at that point, anybody who doesn't believe in that truth is not going to believe either person.
Hey,
regardless.
hold on. If you threaten the existing cosmological order of the power elite, they will come for you, and that's all I'm trying to say.
But how does that relate to flat Earth? How does the elite relate?
There's
to
a
flat
problem semantically with what you said, and that is if you believe in the truth, you can't say that truth.
Let me put it this way: whoever just asked, like, restate your question, AI Overlord.
So how does the elites have anything to do with flat Earth? How does that?
Okay, okay. So because of the doctrine that's pushed, that's widespread pushed globally, they control the doctrine. So that's how they tie into it. So they want you to believe X, Y, and Z.
No. You're a conspiracy theorist. The Earth is flat, and the people that are there's no one covering it up. They're just wrong. They're just doing wrong science.
No. No, it's not. Okay, there has to be a.
They're using violence to cover it up.
No, hold on. There must be a what's the right word? You must have a reason to want to distort the truth and to make people believe something.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So
Yeah.
Most people say the reason is control, but like, what is that control? Because at that point, you're controlling information, sure, but why are you distracting people from the truth? What is it about the truth that's so dangerous to you that you don't want people to understand?
I actually agree with you. I do actually agree with you. I was mocking a lot of flat earthers in here that will think like kind of what I just said of they think there's no sort of other thing pertaining to the topic. They think it just ends at flat earth. And it's like I just make fun of people.
It's definitely very deep. It's a very deep.
No, I've had arguments where there's this many people. There's this many people in the chat, and no one stands up for me. And I'm talking about how there's obviously a fucking conspiracy. Like there's obviously lying about something when they put things. They say they have satellites in the sky and this and that. Obviously lying about something at some point. There's obviously coordinated. Like, no, they're just foolish, and they're too stupid to realize that we're the smart. I've had it in this chat, and it pisses me off. I'm sorry. I'm just like an autistic nerd, though. You guys are talking about legit shit. I'm just.
I don't know how many people have come. Like, you guys know how many times
I'm ranting. I'm sorry.
I'm like, conspiracy theorist about this. All this. And when you look back at like what was a conspiracy theory in 2005, 2010, 2015, and you look at them now, literally majority of them they're now open truth. It's not conspiracy.
Hey, but do you understand why, like, so now you seem almost going to the other side. Do you understand why flat earth is a conspiracy theory?
I do understand why flat Earth is a conspiracy theory because
that's the way the power elite treat it that way, and that's the reason why.
No, because it literally is a conspiracy of people coordinating to hide it. That's what a conspiracy is.
How much money does it take to keep the world in the shadows each day? It takes about like I don't know what 25 or 70.
Well, that's the reason why flat earthers are. Ostracized. That's the reason why they're banned. That's the reason why ultimately I'm warning you guys. You guys are going to be in prison.
You don't own
You're going to be put in prison.
You don't represent the C word with pride.
What's the C word? Christ?
Conspiracy.
Every single day, a flat Earth YouTube channel is shut down by the power elite. The people that
Let them try to do it. There's enough
controlling the narrative, controlling cosmology, controlling the
word and how it's used.
Understanding.
But you do understand that the people that are controlling that same information are using it for their benefit, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do understand that?
Well, of course they are. That's why you guys are running and hiding. That's why you guys are in here right now. Is because nobody else is going to pay it.
I feel like I'm not running and hiding. I feel like you said earlier, I'm putting myself in danger to have these open beliefs that I have. How am I?
Dude, hey, bros.
Running and hiding?
This dude, high exclamation point, be coping. That's what he be in here doing.
Coping?
Yeah, coping that the Earth's flat, and he's upset about it. So he has to tell us that we should be scared for our lives, that we're hiding like cowards, that nobody cares about what we have to say.
If we were hiding like cowards, we wouldn't be having this open discussion in a public context. I have this discussion in person with people. Like, if someone's willing to fight me over this, I'm willing to fight them back to defend myself.
Dude, I get
fight, bro.
And if
I get inquiries. Hold on, Dossman. Hold on, brother. Dossman, let me help. Hold on, I gotta change my mic.
Let's fight. I'm down.
I'm 25 years old. I've believed in the flat earth as my main ideology, or whatever you want to put it, since I was about 7. And that's because my father, his father, my mom's parents, not my mom, because she's a schizo paranoid person that believes the government's trying to anyway. Everyone in my family, everyone knows. Like, there's more groups and there's more people. As you talk to more people, like, just in public and who you don't know, there's more and more people that they might not truly believe in the truth, but they don't believe in the main doctrine. They know something's wrong. They're just not comfortable saying what it is.
Hey, brother, check this out. There was a...
Yeah, we can call that conspiracy theory, buddy.
Yeah, check this out, Holmes. There was a survey done, and I think it was ages like 18 to 25. Like 40% of them said they don't believe in the standard heliocentric paradigm. So that means they believe in some alternative cosmology.
I think it's fine because, like I'm saying,
that's not true. By the way,
I believe that the space that we live in is a flat plane.
Oh, it's not true?
No. I don't claim.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
And I don't think anybody.
Prove it's not true. Hey, Dossman, hold on. I got to smack this fool. Dossman, chill. Hey, Dossman, let me help you out, brother. Pay attention to the verbal cues, bro. Okay? All right, who said it's not true?
Unmute that guy right now, buddy, before I seriously get mad.
All right, prove it's not true.
You prove it's true, buddy, boy.
Too late. You already said it's not true, so you made a counterclaim, so now prove your counterclaim.
You already said it's true, so go ahead and prove it, buddy.
No, don't have to. So you just can go on mute until you get the evidence that it's not true. All right, Dossman, back to you. Yeah, don't make counterclaims, fools. Just demand people validate their claims first. All right, go ahead, bro.
I'm sorry. I can't prove that it's true that the Earth is flat, but I can prove that it's not a globe. I'll just put it that way. Ask me something. What do you want to know? Be specific. I'll give you my personal belief. You don't want to?
Dude, I was smacking that other guy, not you.
Oh no, not you. I'm talking to the guy that you were smacking. Did he leave?
Of course he left.
Oh, god damn it!
The dude was coping because he can't stand the fact that people don't believe in his religion, bro.
I had a 3-year point where I was like very just angry with my parents because I wanted to prove them wrong, and like I went atheist, even though you like truly know deep down, like, you know. Anyway, I started going to college and I took physics and biology, specifically kind of focused on aquatic biology. I feel like some of you have heard this story. I know I've talked to Bat before. I've talked to I don't know, a few other people in here. I don't know if their names have changed and such, but I don't know. After like 3 years in there, like you realize that, I don't know, I had a really good professor, I feel like, and he told us on our first year, sometime within like near the beginning of our first year, just shut the fuck up and disregard everything you've learned in high school. We're not teaching you theory here. We're teaching you fact. The theories don't matter, and you can run off on whatever theory you want to, but we're studying fact and what's provable and testable. And when you look at the breakdown of the different scales and the different powers that form and hold those scales together, like the nuclear scale, the atomic scale, the molecular scale, and looking past that at what would be a theory of the celestial scale, and you look at the powers that take dominance on those scales, like the nuclear scale, nuclear powers hold those together. It's nuclear forces that hold the parts of an atom together. And then on the atomic scale, there are slight influences of nuclear forces, with the majority of them being affected by the electrical forces. And then on the molecular scale, it's literally like, okay, it's a consistent ramp up of from the nuclear scale to the atomic scale. Nuclear forces have 10 to the 36 times. I don't know, you could fact check me on this if you want. I'm just speaking off of memory, but nuclear forces have 10 to the 36 times 10 to the 36 power times more power than electrical forces have on the nuclear scale. When you go to the atomic scale, it's electrical forces have 10 to the 36 on the atomic scale and the molecular scale, electrical forces have 10 to the 36 power more force over gravitational forces, which is not a truly testable force. If you know what a gravimeter is, it's what they use to test gravitational force or gravitational acceleration in a certain area. But what it actually does is it takes the electrostatic forces within the ether around it, within the atmos, if you would. I don't believe in the atmosphere, I believe in the atmos. It's a layer. And it does a bunch of calculations and spits out there's X amount of gravitational force. It's not true gravitational force, it's electrical force translated into what the theory of gravity states to be an accelerating force, like a force you feel from acceleration. And if that were the case, there'd be like a 27 to 36 degree angle of the Earth at all times from it spinning that would literally have too much centrifugal force against the gravitational forces that section of the Earth would always be flying off. The things that are loose and not compressed hard enough towards the center would just be leaving, like it would get shattered apart. The math does not math because it's just a theory. It's a taught theory. It's taught as if it's fact, and so many people believe it and just run with it because we're taught at such a young age and pushed through the doctrine. Like, you guys know that, like, this is jumping more into conspiracy theories now. But if you wanted to search, just look into who provides all of the curriculum and standards for the American public schooling system. And then also look at how many private schools also use the same exact curriculum, but just charge more for it because they're private schools that are usually like have a religious stance and blah, blah, blah. There's Coulomb's law literally disregards gravity and does not implement it. Like, we are electrical beings. We may be made of organic material, but our muscles, our brains, every part of us works off of electricity. Every single part. The ground is neutral, right? We know it as -0. You ground all electricity to the ground with conductive rods. Not only that, us humans are semi-polarized, which means that, like a magnet, you have polarity. It has a north and a south. North attracts south. North also rejects north. they're polarized. You can change the polarity with temperature and with fabrication, but you cannot, once that has been changed, it's not superfluous. It's set.
Hey, Dotsman, that was a cool rant, but there's one thing I'd rather you talk about because it's like none of this you can prove. Can you explain what -0 is?
It's just neutral because it fluctuates, so it's not constantly -0, but it is negative in comparison to. Okay, so yeah, it's just.
How do you make 0 negative?
You don't. It's just simply what's used when you're. It's the symbol that is used when you're talking about a neutral grounding.
Can you provide a source for that?
I could. If someone else wants to start talking, I'll go look at pulling up a source for that.
I think maybe we just might need a little bit of a break.
But you also need to understand there's a test.
But are you talking about electrical notations?
Yes, yeah, but also it's just the fact that positives attract negatives is the basis of what I'm trying to get to, because the area the literal field that we live within, the air that we breathe, the gaseous field that we live in, is an electrical field, and it's known as write this down, okay, if you want, an incoherent electrostatic accelerating downward vector. That is the full name.
Oh, incoherent dielectric random acceleration? No. Yeah, we know all about it.
Incoherent accelerating downward vector.
Right. So it's incoherent, right? So that means it doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, but no, do you know what the incoherence is?
Incoherence means it doesn't make sense.
No.
Right?
Incoherent is describing the way that the electricity acts. So you have like us, we're organic bodies. We are semi-polarized, which means that we are technically incoherent. The polarity depends on our positioning to the positive and the negative. When you're touching the ground and when you're standing on the ground, the charge gets less and less as the charge gets more and more positive as you are closer to the ground. Whatever body, but you could be doing a handstand, it doesn't matter. You could flip your body around. The polarity stays in its same position in space, if you would, but your body is moving because you're non-polarized. You can't flip upside down and have your positive deflect the negative and start hovering magically. That's not how it works. Electrical forces, but you could do that with a magnet, especially if you get a magnet extra cold. You can have it hold its place and not just deflect, but deflect and hold its place in space. So there's. I would just recommend everybody. I would recommend, if you're curious on this, to just study physics 801 and up. Like, start at physics 8.01 and go up from there, and you'll learn a lot. Whether you want to watch it on YouTube videos, whether you want to actually buy the books and sit there and read it and like get a full understanding. This specific stuff I'm talking about starts in college physics 801. And it continues through 802, 803, 804. It goes over so many. All I can say is research it for yourself if you're that curious. I've given a good amount of information pertaining to it.
I'm still waiting for the documentation that proves -0 is a thing. Hey, I know you're working. Is it okay if I mute high exclamation mark or unmute them?
Yeah.
Only if he stops talking about dread and fear.
Okay. Deal. You're unmuted, high.
Thank you.
So it's considered -0 because it's being approached from the negative side. Because it's negative compared to its surroundings. So it's being approached from the negative side versus if you're looking at a dead battery that would be normally from the positive side, you would see it as a +0 if it was completely, utterly dead. Because it should be in the positive.
I don't see any documentation, man. Can you at least provide a document?
I'm going to send it in.
By the way, AI, I put 2 of those videos. No, I'm sorry. I put 2 websites supporting your argument for 40%. Slightly just under, but basically 1/3 of millennials, or 18 to 24 is what they said.
Yeah, so he was actually right. He should have held me to task and made me prove it, and then I would have had to eat my crow on 40% because less than 40. so he should have stayed. But see, what I factored in that a lot of people who took that survey, even though it was anonymous, were too much of a bitch to actually say what they really felt, and they kind of just lied. So I'm including an extra percentage for those types of people who actually don't believe in the standard model, but they just didn't have the courage to do it on an anonymous survey.
Yeah. Quantum, that was my bad when I said millennials. My bad. It's not my fault though. Like literally in my mind, when I look back over all the years that I've been alive, like an entire decade is like missing. Like I know my age, I'm over 40, right? But for some reason, from 2001 to 2010, it just doesn't exist. I can't name one thing that came out of those years.
Did you have children during those years?
What's that?
Did you have kids during those years?
No, I didn't have kids. I didn't have.
There's the answer. It's called the lost decade. It's well known. Basically, is you didn't have kids when you're supposed to, and so your brain is coping with the trauma.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna send 2 sources in chat.
Yeah, brother.
The first one is Wikipedia, but it references another one that I'm also sending in chat.
Is Wikipedia a viable source?
No, that's why I'm just saying the Wikipedia link doesn't actually. It just mentions the IEEE, which explains. And then
that's a computer code. That's not a physical thing, right?
What's not a physical thing?
It's not physical. It has to do with computer coding, right?
Not entirely. Like it's
not entirely.
No, because it's a there is okay.
IEEE 754 is a floating point representation, like float or double in C++, Java, or Python.
No, but that's for computing. This is for This is for electrostatic grounding.
Okay.
This is pertaining to electricity.
Hey, listen up, brother. Listen up. What do you call a farmer, redneck, who's really into electrical statistics? An electrostat hick. All right, that's about enough of that.
I'd say that's probably the worst joke I've ever heard, man.
Oh, wait a minute, dude. Are you saying it gets a rating of -0?
Hey, you know what? There's always a first for everything.
If the value's low enough and coming from the negative already, you never know.
Well, it started negative and then approached 0. I guess you're right. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So would you say that it's the lost decade? Is that what you called it? You're supposed to have kids when at a certain point, and because you didn't, that decade's missing in your memory?
Dude, your 3 biological imperatives are to defend yourself, eat, and procreate, right? And if you screw up on one of those, so bad things happen to your system, right?
Not the first one. The first one is literally the wrong, like what I'm not talking about. The second one would be more what I'm talking about with lack of specificity, because it's more of talking about like atmospheric electric charges with major voltage differences. But when talking about grounding, if something is it's referred to as a -0. I wouldn't say like specifically you can call it 0 or -0, but it's usually known as -0 because negatives attract positives, and that's what's being experienced. I gotta piss. I'll be back.
Yep. So the lost decade of childbearing refers to the period between roughly ages 25 and 35, once considered the prime reproductive years, when a growing number of people are delaying or skipping parenthood, often leading to deep, complex feelings of regret, grief, or longing. I don't know if I have regret of not having.
Oh, dude, you don't get it, bro. The reason why you don't regret it is because you're blocking it out. That's why you don't remember it. It's traumatic. It's like PTSD, but you're blocking it out, bro.
I mean, those were some fun years, man. I don't know. It's like
listen, you know that they've been. Listen, here's the fact. Biologically, you know they would have been better if you procreated and actually raised a family instead of having that fun. And so, to cope with that fact, you have to block it out.
It's funny. I feel like I'm being shrunk by Sigmund Freud. You're blocking it out because you're having.
Well, yeah. Think about it. Think about it. How much do you have to abuse a mammal? How much do you have to abuse a mammal to get it to not procreate?
I mean, that just wasn't like for me. I just wasn't ready. I wanted to do other things. But I get what you're saying though, because like most people want to, like when they look back on their youth, right? They're like, "Oh, I should have worked my ass off from the age of 18 to 25." And then by the time I was like 28, 29, I could have been married, had making a mortgage payment, doing all these things that I should have been doing when I was younger, and now I'm doing these things when I'm older.
Yeah, that's when you're supposed to be doing it when you're younger. Your body knows it. All your hormones, everything that's going on in your body is telling you that. You have to override it intentionally for other reasons. So you literally have to offline your biological imperative. It'd be the same as if you weren't eating. Like, how much trauma would you get if you just decided to stop eating when you're hungry? See, but this is the problem. A lot of people, they don't stop when they have this urge. They go out and they gratify it with sexual encounters that don't result in progeny. And so they have this, whether they realize it or not, their body knows. And the effects are what's it called? It's not psychosomatic. It's like subconscious. There you go. It's subconscious manifestation of those issues. It's the same with like the cat ladies.
Can I give a little bit of advice I got when I was younger? Maybe twisted, reworded a little bit, I guess, by me. I'm asking. If no one wants advice, I gotta go anyway. But I'm willing to say something before I go.
Man, just do it, man.
So, higher knowledge, when being approached without your corresponding development to your character, humility, or your inner discipline, doesn't liberate you. It unbalances your soul. I don't know if any of you believe in the soul or not, but it unbalances you. I'll put it that way. It doesn't mean that the truth is too dark for you. It means that you're not ready to carry the truth and the darkness of the knowledge at the same time. Your awareness will rise, but your true capacity doesn't. And what is real before you have built your inner strength, you see in your reality, but you dismantle your own worldview before you've built a self that's strong enough to withstand it. And seeing is one thing and being is another. So although you may hold information to you until you can hold that information in your hand, it's very frustrating to retain. And it can have the effect of making other humans seem like they're NPCs, or like that's just a broad term I would use to describe it, because you all know what I'm talking about. But makes it easier for you to like classify them into categories, types of people, and prejudge them before you actually know them. And it's hard to see the world for the world, and all you see are the lies, the indoctrination, and the social training that's going on around you. So it's hard to find the love for the person that's standing right in front of you, no matter who they are, when that happens. And you can't be too awake, but you can be awake without being rooted. And that's what's important. When your mind wakes up before your heart and your intellect outruns your embodiment and your insight surpasses your emotional capacity, you see everything clearly, but you can't carry what you see truly. And that's why awakening, I'll put it as awakening, feels like it's a poison at first. And it kind of really makes you have that feeling that ignorance is or was bliss, But it's not that you're learning the wrong things or too much. It's just that your brain is learning them too early for you to have control, without dismantling your worldview completely and crashing, So don't take, and I don't want anybody to take the words as judgment. I just want you to, it's what I wish I was told when I was much younger than when I was told it, because there was a long time where I was in this limbo of psychosis, I'll say, and maybe it's different for other people, but that's just me. So anyway, I hope you all have a great night, and don't know if anyone needed to hear that stuff.
It's just a process of the ego.
I sent you a friend request. I'd like to talk to you more about this. In fact, I need you to talk to me more about this.
Yeah,
Will you do that for me?
I mean, that's why I kind of said it, because it's based off of stuff that you were saying, and then someone else mentioning like the fear of, because anyway, yeah, I'll add you back.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be back on in a few hours, if not tomorrow.
I hope you are.
Let me make sure I added the right person. Okay. All right. Anyway, y'all have a wonderful night. God bless. Speak with y'all later.
I would have come into this room more if I heard truth tellers like that.
I don't know any truths, so I cannot collaborate with the experience of your emotions.
No, this is the intellect, my friend.
Yeah, I'm just here for the ride, sir.
Well, you can ride all you want, but the intellect was stoked. You recognize the truth. You recognize how dangerous that truth is.
Yeah, so I stepped back a few notches and I just...
Nobody's talking about the heart. Nobody's talking about the heart. We're talking about the big T truth that is denied.
Our responses. Who's denying our responses? Are you denying our responses? Excuse me, sir. We're having a conversation.
You've been talking about for the last 2 minutes. What the fuck's going on?
We're having a conversation and you're denying our responses, and I don't appreciate that.
Okay, or is anybody talking about the Earth? Or are you just lost in the woo-woo?
It's called the Rock. Yeah. It's called the Rock. It's not called the Earth.
Right, dude. Can you at least fucking talk about it? Because I'm getting bored of this bullshit.
Hey, bro, it's called Yeet. Holy moly.
See, Quantum Mechanic has joined us again. That's always fun.
I'm trying to put up sheetrock, Jedi. I can't afford to be constantly muting these fools. Oh, by the way, sheetrock is flat panels, and I'm putting them up vertical, and I'm putting them up horizontal. Deal with it, Globies.
No, it's not really flat.
Hey, Jedi, do you have Wonka Vision on your phone?
Do I have what?
Wonka Vision.
I really took that the wrong way. No, dude.
Oh, dang, because I was going to ask you to hold this end of the sheetrock for me.
Okay, cool, I got you. Oh, is that like the TV thing where you can project yourself into the TV? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but it's also a cool physics problem. Do you want to hear the physics problem?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so you're where you're at, right? And you got the Wonka Vision, and I'm where I'm at, and I need you to hold the sheetrock.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you stick your hand through my phone, right, you're on the ground. Your feet are on the ground.
Yeah.
But your hand is through my phone. So if you're holding up the sheetrock, is it your feet that are supporting your hand, or is it the phone that's supporting your hand? And is your arm going to get cut off?
That's a really good question. Could I
know, right?
hold up your sheetrock while skydiving out of an airplane? Well, I'll post that one to the brains in the jar for later.
Because when you think about it, like if it works the one way, then I can just take my phone, because your arm is through the phone and the top of the phone will hit your arm and not go any further down. So I can just take the phone and move it wherever I need you to hold. So I could just pick, and my phone would just float there because it's being supported by your arm, because your arm's being supported by your feet. But if you take the other view, then as soon as I let go of the phone will fall to the ground with your arm in it. And it technically wouldn't hurt you. And then the third view is that it'd chop your arm in half.
I like it. Needs some work, but I like it.
Well, I just was going to talk in some hypotheticals to make the Globers feel, kind of comfortable to come and talk about their hypothetical religion.
Wormholes next. I get it.
Yeah.
They're working against us. All of my family has been seduced. And then the United States government runs this operation that they went around the moon a month ago. It's already, I've had a social capital collapse over the years. And now the military industrial complex is totally dedicated to this narrative. And when I speak out, I'm worried. I'm worried that my own family will report me. I've had professional collapse. People ask me, I will no longer tell lies. I will only tell the truth. I don't understand. How do you guys deal with this?
It's about balance. Not everybody's going to, take in what you say, right? Bible says don't throw your pearls before swine. Not to say that family is swine, but like some people just aren't ready to take the information in that you give them, and they may never be ready to take the information in that you give them. You'll have to just live with it, and you'll have to make a decision between the happiness of you and your family or, the conviction of truth, right? And honestly, I hope you pick your family over the truth, because I think family is far more important than anything else. Because the longer you spend time with somebody, the more likely they will be to receive information. But if you burn that bridge now, you may never get a chance to share that information. So you got to play the long game, not the short game. Everybody I work with knows I'm a flat earther. If they want to ask questions, they will. If they don't, then that's up to them. I'm not going to make it all about that. My wife is not a flat earther, but she knows that I'm a flat earther, right? She thinks it's silly and she thinks it's a joke. She gets mad at me when I have conversations with my friends about it. But it is what it is. You just got to find balance, right? I'm not always going to talk about flat earth all the time. Because what's more important? Going out and spending time with your family and creating memories and showing the never-ending love that you have for you and your family? Or bombarding them with truth so much that they despise you for it?
I have a hard time reveling in the fact that they're going to. Listen, man, I don't want to be crucified. I want to fight. They hate God. They hate Jesus Christ, and they hate the cosmology described through the Bible. They hate it. They want me dead, my family dead, and my people dead. Listen, I mean, they want my family dead. What am I supposed to do about that?
Who does?
You're not fooling anyone, bro.
Shut the fuck up, Jew.
No.
Oh, shit.
Looks like it's time for the yeet.
Get it out hour today for some reason.
Guys, I'm a flat earther. I'm paranoid. I'm scared. I'm crazy. I'm doing drugs all day. My family, they're being hunted by assassins. Oh my goodness. What am I supposed to do about it?
Yeah, I know what you could do. Go to Will Duffy's church and be a Glober again. Problem solved. You need it, brother. Now, on a lighter note, if he was serious, man, what you need to do is just, trust in God. God will take care of it, bro. No worries. Man, I had my phone plugged in this whole time, like for a couple hours, but I didn't have it fully plugged in. So it wasn't even charging. What a chip, man.
Did I miss all the action? Dang it.
If you mean crazy people, yeah, you missed all the crazy people. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, maybe that was good then.
There's still some in the side chat if you want to go play with them.
Okay, let me see who the characters are. Oh, 99 plus. I missed a lot. All right.
Why did the blacksmith guy get banned? What? He was a flat earther.
So? That doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, but like, why? What did he Like, I was listening to him there, and like, I'm surprised. I'm like, what did he even say that was off kilter?
I can't remember, but I will say this: whether you're a flat earther or not, that doesn't mean that you're not going to get banned.
Yeah, I know. I'm asking why.
Yeah. I said that right at the beginning. I said I don't know why, and then I went on to say what.
Hey, Taurus, you want to know what the word of the day is?
Why?
Yeet. There you go, tourist. You want to talk about something that's not about people that got banned? You're welcome to be unmuted. If you want to talk about people that get banned, you can join their ranks. Choose. All right, I'm going to assume you chose wisely.
I think Drace AI answered the question in the side chat if you want an answer.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Seriously, that other bastard. Like, that's a low move, because now if that actually does happen to one of us, nobody's going to believe us.
What?
The dude with the story about, paranoid dude thinking he's getting followed.
Yeah. I get you.
I thought it was two guys, because I thought the first guy was saying.
I'm going to remind you about AI's warning.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You been doing any more beats, Tourist? Any more lyrics?
Nah, nothing like Flat Earth related. You know, I am writing this short story kind of about Flat Earth, but not a beat.
Give us a synopsis.
It's like this guy who's like obsessed with getting over the ice wall, and then when he eventually does, it's like just miles and miles of ice, like ice desert, and it goes on for so long, and then he eventually leaves that desert and enters like just a sand desert. And as he's making the journey, he just realizes that even if there is civilization beyond, the distance is just so far that he's never going to be able to make it. And then he encounters someone coming the other way. So like a traveler from another one of the lands trying to get to our land, to Earth, and they meet each other in the middle, and they both sort of realize that they're going to die out here in the desert, and that meeting each other is sort of like the reason they went on this journey. And that's all they're going to get, like as a glimpse of each other's civilizations and societies and worlds.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And then you give the other guy the flash to find out if he's the thing. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, isn't there a Jewish midrash about Enoch where he goes to the...
Okay. Oh, sorry, my bad. I said I was getting a check, but you're talking about something else.
I think there's this story about Enoch where he goes to this land and he just keeps walking through more ice and more snow and more ice and more snow and just never ends.
Yeah, I think, is that in Enoch or is it in Jubilees or Jasher? One other book, some book, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the map I was basing it off. I just thought the idea of like the fact that it's not an endless desert, but it might as well be. Like it just might as well be. It's so massive that you'll just never be able to traverse it. But there is something on the other side. It's just so, such a gripping idea.
But dude, that's kind of the same idea in the heliocentric religion. They think that they can make it to other worlds, but when you actually do the math on the distances and on the energy needed, it's impossible. So even if there were life on other worlds in their worldview, you'd never reach it. The only way to reach it is literally with magic.
It's true. It is actually like a very similar like situation, like two different equations, same result. It's like, yes, there might be something out there, but the distance is simply like intraversable.
To be fair, I'm not against concepts of, let's just call it, for lack of a better term, a procedurally generated Earth, where it just keeps going and going and going and never stops. And since it's been doing it, you're never going to reach the end, because when you reach what was the end before, there's now the end removed. Now, interestingly enough, that's the same claim in the heliocentric model, that the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, and the parts of the universe that have already gone beyond the light horizon can never be reached. Not only can they never be reached, they can never be seen. And for all we know, and we don't know, but for all we know, in their worldview, this is coming from their point of view, that just goes on for who knows how long. Because remember, all their ideas about the universe are from the observable universe, which means they don't even have the full sample size, because they don't even have samples of what has been going faster than the speed of light and gone beyond the light horizon. So they're working with a limited data set within their own religion. It's a whole bunch of fantasy nonsense, brother. Speaking of that, though, in regards to flat Earth and stuff, with the alleged alien disclosure, keep in mind some of the senators in the U.S. who said they're going to disclose the aliens, some of the other ones said, no, it's not aliens, it's interdimensional beings or demonic entities.
And the Navy's saying that they come from the ocean.
So,
where they came from before that, who knows? But they reckon they're coming out of the ocean. So you got three different perspectives from government officials. That's crazy.
Well, Jacques Cousteau, you remember Jacques Cousteau?
Does he have something to do with Project Blue Book?
No, he's the famous oceanographer that does all the videos out in the ocean, goes down deep, looks at all kinds of fishies.
Oh, all right, yeah, go on.
He went on a diving expedition once. I can't remember where it was. I don't know if it was Bermuda Triangle or who knows. But anyway, what he said is that when he was down low, he just heard what he could best describe as screaming. Humans just screaming and screaming and screaming. So I mean, who knows? Maybe the pit's down there. Like it's described in a lot of ancient lore.
Freaky.
Mm-hmm. Man, dude, if I was down in the ocean, heard that, I'd be like one of them squids that shoot ink out, only it wouldn't be ink. I'd be like, I'm out of here.
Yes,
I ain't getting eaten by Cthulhu.
Reminds me of that movie Abyss.
Yeah, but Abyss, the thing was kind of nice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a little freaky at first, but it was kind of a nice. I'm pretty sure it was nice.
Yeah, they opened up a little airway in the water so he could breathe.
And then its later counterpart, Sphere. Remember that? Dustin Hoffman?
The scary one is Deep Star 6. That's the scary one from back then. Kind of like Abyss, only there's a giant, like, shrimp-looking freakazoid that just starts killing everybody. Then the one guy tries to escape because he got super scared, so he tries to escape in the escape pod, and of course he just gets the bends and dies because he rushes away too fast. Yeah, that was one of the classic. See, the underwater movies, man. All these NASA stupid movies with what's that stupid movie that came out? Let me think. What's that stupid movie with the wormhole and the stupid space library that only a retard would believe was real? Oh yeah, that retardation. See, instead of having that schmucktard of a movie, we could have had this cool movie about underwater adventures, and not like Aquaman, but like something grounded. Like maybe we go into that ocean under the ocean, supposedly, or something, and we find other creatures that we've never seen before, and then they have to fight for their lives against these super dense eel monsters or something. Who knows? But instead, we got Interstellar with the retarded space library.
Yeah. But what you're talking about was a bit like Jason Statham movie with the shark, the mega shark. Was it called Mega Shark? I can't remember what it was called. Jason Statham.
Megalodon.
Meg. The movie.
Oh yeah, the Meg.
Meg.
Yeah,
dude, I thought it was called Megalodon, but you're right. It's just called the Meg.
Yeah, it was about the Megalodon, though. Yep. It's pretty good.
That came from the lower density region that you're talking about. I mean, higher density, higher density region.
Man, oh, never mind. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought that guy in the submarine that hit that dense layer of water below the water, was anything going in there? I mean, I thought the submarine bounced out of it, and I couldn't tell if there were creatures or something, or was something bubbling out of it.
He reported that there were creatures down there that he saw.
Oh,
yeah, he said it lapped at the edges like waves on a beach.
Like shore. Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
And there's SpongeBob, justified.
It's pretty amazing.
Folks, since it's kind of quiet here, I'm gonna head over to the home server if anybody feels like heading over there and discussing anything. I'd love to have you.
Okay, that might sound fun. Once a mechanic, have you got a link to our server? If you want one, just give us a DM.
Hello?
Hi.
I believe it's just slash flat earth, right? For the main one?
Yeah, you've got. Yeah. We're going to head over there. You're welcome to join us, dude. Too.
Earth's still around?
There's links in the profiles of the bots at the top, anyway.
Yeah.
So the thing I brought up is in the chat. If you haven't read it, I think UTEMP banned me for a couple days, but we don't need to dwell on it because the past is the past. We all believe in second chances.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I just invited you onto the home server because we're moving.
Okay, yeah. I'll DM somebody at some point.
Yeah, come follow. Yeah, no worries.
Looks like all the cool kids are going. All right, I'm going to head over there too then.
if you want to send it my way as well, because I'm coming across new information also. And even though I agree with you, the whole Aramaic thing, you're right, absolutely right. The whole thing was written in practically Greek.
It's how do I put this? When we look at the Old Testament and the New Testament, the one that is more verifiable is the New Testament, because it was written in Greek, like 2,000 whatever years ago you want to think that was, but it was written in Greek. The language that was spoken, and we still have that today. When we look at the Old Testament, what we've got is later texts, up to and including the Dead Sea Scrolls. We do not have anything in Paleo-Hebrew. So when we look at the validity in which one is more accurate, that would be the New Testament. Now, I'm not saying that the New Testament in any way, shape or form hasn't been corrupted. It definitely has. But when you're looking at the more verifiable Testament, it's the new one. It's the one that's written in Greek. That's why this is kind of really easy to figure out. Jesus' name was Jesus. It's not Yeshua. And this goes into things like the Dead Sea Scrolls and that type of manipulation upon the world, because it's when they found these scrolls, it's, hey, look, we found corroboration between our text and what was written thousands of years before, blah blah blah. Even though that language wasn't developed like for 800 years as a written form and was written on the wrong type of paper, because they used papyrus back 2,000 years ago. They didn't use animal hides, right? But the Dead Sea Scrolls are written on animal skin, not papyrus. That didn't develop them for a few hundred years after that anyway. So it's the wrong language on the wrong fucking paper. But that's held up as a true standard of, what confirms the Jewish way of saying things. The Masoretic texts, not the Septuagint. Now, this is information that's like been drip-fed to me by like certain people around in the Flat Earth community and me going my own direction. But understanding this little piece of information shows you directly that the manipulation with the timeline from Adam to Jesus is something that definitely took place. 1,000 years was taken out from the Bible by the Jews. It's pointed out in the Greek writing. Literally do a side-by-side comparison. It's right there in front of you. Anyway, I will bore everybody, so if anybody else wants to talk about anything else, please feel free to do so. But, Sheepdog, I will pass you that video, dude, for sure. Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I sent you a DM, man. I've come across from a different point of view the whole Greek thing, and so I just want to compare it from what I've heard from this other person saying, who wouldn't be so favorable to many people here, very crass and different from what we have come to understand on things. So I just want to see what this says compared to what he's saying. Well, Floundering was opening his microphone initially when me and Overfences were in here, and then everybody jumped in and Floundering got pushed to the bottom. So what's up, Floundering?
I have nothing to contribute.
Nothing? I mean, normally the conversation's flat earth, so we don't have to be religious. Right?
Other than to say Jesus is God, I have nothing to contribute.
Well, there you go. What's your opinion on whether or not the earth has a shape?
I'm a roundy.
And what makes you choose the roundy?
What makes me choose the round earth?
Yeah, like why are you clung to it?
It's axiomatic to my worldview.
Okay, so it's the base understanding from your worldview ever since you can remember?
It's presuppositional. It's axiomatic. It's given.
It's given. Why is it given? What's the evidence? If the earth is observed, measured, and practically used in everyday engineering as flat, what's axiomatic about it being curved?
Well, that axioms don't deal with evidence. Axioms aren't claims. My worldview presupposes that the Earth is round.
Right, but that's not where you started. I mean, all of our studies show that children believe the Earth is flat until they start being indoctrinated around age 4. And that's because they haven't been introduced to an idea that contradicts their natural experience. So it's not axiomatic at all.
No, I'm saying it's axiomatic to my worldview. I didn't say it was axiomatic to the human experience. I'm saying my worldview presupposes that the Earth is round.
No, you were introduced to this. You didn't come up with this on your own. It wasn't something you came to innately and naturally.
But that's not what that means. I'm not saying that means that if no one naturally. I could have been convinced to change my worldview.
If no one has introduced you to this, if no one has introduced you to this, if no one had ever introduced you to this,
they have.
How would you come up with it?
I didn't say I came up with it.
Well, it's axiomatic. So what would be the evidence for it being the basis?
Axioms and presuppositions don't deal with evidence. They're not claims. They are the givens for any worldview. So it's presuppositional to my worldview that the Earth is
starting premise.
What's the definition of an axiom?
It's a premise or a presupposition. I mean, I could grab a definition for you.
Base.
Yeah, give me a definition.
Yeah, a statement, principle, or proposition that is self-evident, obviously true, and requires no proof. It implies something so universally accepted or fundamental that it's taken for granted as the starting point for an argument. So
right, like flat Earth and flat water.
It's assumed. A premise regarded as self-evidently true, as in requires no evidence, self-evident, given, taken for granted, or a priori.
Right. We don't need to read it again. We know what it means.
I didn't read it again.
The Earth presents itself as flat, and water presents itself as flat at rest. We observe the sun and the moon and the stars and the wandering stars moving in the sky. Those are the base axioms. So you can't say that the spherical Earth is axiomatic because it isn't.
No, it most certainly is axiomatic.
Okay, so where do you observe curvature, or where do you observe curvature anywhere and experience it?
I didn't claim that I did.
You just said, listen, we're not going to play these games, right?
It's not a game.
So what's axiomatic
you claim
about
that the spherical Earth is axiomatic, yet you have no evidence to prove that claim, because obviously the spherical Earth is not axiomatic, because for centuries, for all of history until fairly recently, everyone accepted the Earth as flat. So it's not axiomatic.
Okay. Do you know what a presupposition is, over fences?
Yes. What's your point?
Okay. If you and I have worldviews and I presuppose something, could it also be the case that my presupposition is axiomatic to my worldview? Could it be true that it is both presupposed and axiomatic? As in,
just because you presuppose something doesn't mean it's axiomatic.
For example.
No, I find those two things at odds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear why.
Well, because a presupposition is assuming something before the evidence is presented.
Okay.
So an axiom is the evidence in front of you without without anything to justify it, right? It just presents itself in front of you naturally.
Okay.
So those two things are at odds. What you have is a globe belief that you want to complicate with a bunch of little stories.
No, I'm not complicating it. I actually think
you definitely are, because you want to make it sound more intellectual than it actually is.
No, I don't need it to be.
You don't have any evidence for your beliefs, so therefore you're going to claim that the globe is axiomatic when that's just patently false, and I can't imagine anyone would agree with you anywhere, regardless of their viewpoint. It's one of the more ridiculous things I've heard, to be frank.
I want to interject something real quick, Foundering. I went ahead and DC verified you because you showed control of your microphone So I appreciate it. Just make sure you read the welcome at the top of the server. So that way
I read the rules, yeah.
Okay, cool. We do have a live stream room right above this VC. You now have access to that as well. So people will provide evidence in that room for you.
I don't think it's going to be long before I make an Australian very upset and get banned anyway. So, but I do appreciate it.
Sounds like a presupposition.
You're right about that.
So is that Australian? Is his name Jedi?
There are. I don't think there's any flat Earth Australian that comes in here that actually enjoys me or would hold back on muting me or banning me.
T-Dub will hold back. He ain't gonna ban you unless you do something to be bannable.
No, T-Dub definitely doesn't like me.
Yeah, Jedi
doesn't mean he won't ban you. But anyway, just because you make a presupposition doesn't mean it's true. I could presuppose that unicorn parts are the reason why we stay glued to the Earth, right? Doesn't mean it's right.
So, bro, what's self-evident about the place you live in that makes you think it's a globe? What's the axiom?
Why is me living on a sphere an axiom of my worldview?
No. I said, what is self-evident about the place you live that makes you think it's a globe? What is the axiom?
That's why it's presupposed, because I'm not making a truth claim.
Well, you said it was an axiom.
You're right. It is an axiom. It's the third axiom of my worldview, which is
what is self-evident about?
You know what? I'll agree with it in this aspect. He would have to presuppose the Earth to be a globe to believe it. So if that's the first thing he's going to do and make that his axiom just to presuppose it, I mean, I guess you got to go with it, right? He wants to believe the Earth is a globe. He doesn't have any reason not.
Well, presuppositions are axiomatic by definition, but the entire point of having axioms to begin with.
That's not true. That's not true. No, it isn't. Okay, so anyway, we know you have a lot of sophistry, and you like to belabor everything with anything but actual evidence.
But do you have any definition that agrees with you? Like, do you have
anyway, you know what? I really don't care about your games. They're really not very interesting or novel. So we're just going to move on to what the subject matter is here, which is the flat and stationary Earth. So if you wish to engage on that topic, I welcome that, but we're not here to talk about your feelings. So if we could move along, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, we'd like to talk about like physical evidence that we can demonstrate. So if you got evidence to prove, your case on that the Earth is a ball, right?
You and I do not agree on what evidence even is.
Well, evidence is repeatable and verifiable.
It's been the case, at least. I'm assuming that. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming that because every single time I've come in here, my definition of evidence and a flat earther's definition of evidence are very different. And so,
is that really the name you chose, floundering? Because that's literally what you're doing.
It's a funny word. I like the word. It's a funny word.
It suits you, man.
I've done a lot of fishing in my time. I like flounder. Flounders are funny.
So let's see if we can agree on something, dude. Let's see how honest you are. Can you admit that the globe only exists in your imagination?
There is a globe that exists in my imagination, yes. I'll agree to that.
It only exists in your imagination?
No, that's
not true. He has to presuppose it.
That's not true.
You can't be honest with yourself?
It could exist. It could exist in someone else's imagination.
Oh, I see.
I'm not just going to.
So I'm
not just going to assume other people aren't thinking.
He can't be honest with us. It's no use talking to this guy, really.
Well,
yeah, it really isn't. It's a waste of time because
you didn't like my answer. That doesn't mean I'm not being honest.
No, you're not being honest with yourself.
Yeah, you just want to be contrarian.
I'm not being contrarian. I agreed with you. Yes, there is a sphere in my mind.
This is tedious.
But
why do you have a sphere in your mind, Floundering? Where did that come from?
I'm pissed off.
I presuppose it.
We got a pissed off Australian?
Yeah, we need a pissed off Australian.
I know Matrix is listening on YouTube. Where you at, buddy?
T-Dub, you got to be quiet right now, or you going to fill in for Matrix?
Oh, yes, he can.
So anyway, this is just cyclical reasoning and waste of time because he's not able to be intellectually honest. He wants to do whatever whatever gives him voice to himself talk about nothing.
How could I be dishonest if you're asking me what my mental state is about?
Well, I think we already can I have a presupposition about your mental state that seems axiomatic.
Okay. Your incredulity about what I'm saying
you're shoveling honesty.
Do you know that?
You're shoveling honesty off to the side.
Like you're saying, no. What Fences is saying is that I'm being emotional. But the problem is that this is about your incredulity, not mine. You are incredulous about my position, but you've been questioning me. So this is about my worldview. How can I be dishonest about what my worldview? That doesn't make any sense.
You're being dishonest about reality.
You're saying I'm being intellectually dishonest, but what you really mean to say is that I'm being bad faith. But I'm not. This is actually my worldview. I really believe what I really believe.
We get it. You believe you're telling the truth, right?
Yeah, I'm not lying to you. This is actually what I really believe. I'm not being intellectually dishonest.
I understand. There's a lot of people like you, dude. I get it, man.
I mean, Fences can be as incredulous as she wants, but it doesn't matter.
It's not incredulous at all. I mean, we see people like you all the time. It's not incredulity that I'm expressing.
Oh, there's
it's amusement and it's amusement and derision, if we want to be frank.
Do you think that we were never on that side, Floundering, that we didn't believe in the globe? Is that why you're saying that we're being incredulous because we've never believed it?
No. I'm sure you guys have been on all sides of questioning your beliefs, and you've either been on one side or the other, or you've ridden a fence for a while. But what matters is that if you're going to question me about my worldview, and then I tell you what my worldview is flat out, and then you say, well, he's just being intellectually dishonest. It's like, okay, well, then that would make you a mind reader, now wouldn't it?
I didn't say you were dishonest about your worldview, dude. I said you were dishonest.
No, Fences said I was being intellectually dishonest. I did not answer any of your questions in a dishonest way.
I guess, right?
Well, yes, when you said the globe was axiomatic, that is dishonest, and you know it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, he's presupposing. His axiom is a presupposition.
An axiom is a facet of a worldview. How could it be dishonest to say it's axiomatic? That doesn't make any sense.
He's presupposing. That's his axiom.
And then you said that presuppositions and axioms are not the same thing. A presupposition can be an axiom. They can be the same thing. They are not always,
make it valid.
But they can be. In this case, they are.
Make it valid. Doesn't make it valid.
It makes it internally consistent.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Only in your imagination it does.
A schizophrenic may find something internally consistent. It doesn't mean it's logical or can be applied in the world.
Now we're getting to
what you sound like. And that's kind of what you said.
No, I agree.
It's the oldest argument in the book. We've been hearing this for years. Listen, how do you know the Earth's a globe? Well, we already know the Earth's a globe. Therefore.
No, right? I didn't say that I know that it's a globe. I didn't say that.
I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying we've heard that.
Knowledge is justified true belief. I'm saying I can presuppose it. Which is a premise. It's not a knowledge claim, it's a premise.
Well, good for you, man. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
My bad, y'all. What's up, Spliff? Wild Bill? Have we messaged the room, the lobby?
Oh, I'll go do that.
Okay, thank you. So ad infinitum.
Excuse me to interrupt. One, Johnny, are you still there, dude? Hopefully you are. You can answer a question for me. If not, it's not a problem. Okay, so I passed Johnny a video yesterday. I've tried to pass that to Sheepdog. I've gone. Are you still there, Johnny?
Buddy?
Oh, what's up, man? That video that I passed you yesterday. Can you do me a favour? Can you see if you can find it and watch it again for me, please?
Okay.
Just very quickly. You don't have to. Just like 2 seconds. Just want to know if it's still there because I can't find it.
Yeah. Let me go here. Hold on.
Thank you, dude. Surely some people must have something to talk about. Come on, guys. Johnny's going to solve a problem for me in a second. And when he gives me that answer, I'll have a short announcement, depending on what that answer is.
Yeah, I'm still looking for it here. My kids go on YouTube here, so I'm trying to search my history here to get it. So give me a little bit.
You're fine. You remember the channel name was Ben Born Again. See if you can find the channel. Well, you'll probably find the channel, but see if you can find the playlists. See if you can find that video on there. If you can't find it in your watch history. I can't find it in my watch history. In fact, I can't find anything that I've watched from his channel in my watch history, but his channel's still up. But it appears some of his videos are gone. To me, that's why I'm asking you to see if you've got it, because I'm 50 almost, so could just be a mental block. But if it is the case, I'm not going to be speaking so much on live stream.
I went there and I only see one video on his account.
Yeah, I know.
Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah. He's got a list of shorts, but and if you go deeper into training, you can find a playlist, but it's not the playlists that I'm talking about. It's not the video that I passed to Johnny yet. You can't find that on there, and that is very specific information.
On his home, it has one video showing, but it says he has 12 videos.
They've gone.
Oh, they're gone.
Yeah, what the hell? I can't find it, Jedi. It's not in my history, and it's not on his channel or nothing.
Okay.
I don't know where the hell it went.
I'll say this then. I've got someone's channel shut down, kind of. And I'm saying this because I was talking about this on the live stream yesterday, and the channel's for a while, and I've said this, and now the information's gone. I won't be talking about open things on the open YouTube channel. That was my fault. I feel quite bad about it, because that's information that people should have. But I won't be talking about things on the live stream because possibly I might be pulling things out my arse. But if I had 2 and 2 together, that's a coincidence. And so I'm not going to be talking about things that I've been speaking about on an open like YouTube. Sorry.
There's a few Satanists that watch our live stream religious.
We have other channels like Chill Chat and Philosophy and stuff, so we can talk about things in there, I guess, if it's not YouTube. But yeah, wow, sorry.
Honestly, though, Jedi, just by looking at the guy and seeing how he wrote everything, he probably wants his message to get out there, so he's probably not going to take any fault if that was the reason.
Yeah, just
Yeah, I found a mirror site for it, and everything's been taken down from there too, except for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I have everything else. Like, I got all the stuff Yoder sent me, and that video's gone. I can't find it. I tried to go to his channel too. Yeah, that's crazy.
I've gone through all my DMs that I've sent it to. I've sent it to other people as well. Can't hit the links on there. It's all dead. I sent it to you, Sheepdog. It was dead. So yeah, it's dead.
What was the name of the particular video that you're referencing?
Fuck. Jesus never called God the Tetragrammaton, Yod He Vahe.
Yeah, it was
Jesus
why
never called God that.
Yeah, it was YIVH or something like that.
Yeah, the Tetragrammaton. Yeah, Yod He Vahe. Yeah, Jesus never called God Yod He Vahe or Jehovah or whatever. Okay, I feel so weird about this. Yeah, I might disappear down to another chat or something. If anybody wants to talk about this, I'll go and talk about it down there. If you don't, I'll be back in 5 minutes and we'll be talking about Flat Earth, but I don't even want to talk about it here. Sorry.
Yeah, I think there's probably a case to be made for not having the bot in every single time we gather. Oh, you found it? Oh, good.
Yep, I got it. I'm gonna copy it here. I'll hold on.
Put it. Well, if you want to send it to me in DM, go ahead. I wanted to watch it.
It's a very interesting topic. I want to watch it too. Where are you posting it, Johnny? The link?
Not in the server.
Yeah, I got it. I got it on my clipboard here. You want me to throw it in the chat or what?
Probably just DM him.
What Jedi said.
Yeah, you can DM. You can DM me. That's fine.
Dude, it ain't that big a secret. Just post it.
Yeah, it's. I mean,
hold on.
We don't want to talk about it on the live stream, but you can post it. That's fine.
Yeah, hold on.
Did someone find it?
Yeah, I found it, Jedi.
Cool.
There it is. Cool. Okay.
Can you? Yeah, awesome. Fun.
You can take it down if you guys are worried about it, but I have it now. 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Could listen to this on a road trip or something.
It was in a playlist and it was broken down into like 10, 15-minute sections for like each chapter and so on.
Okay.
Well, the funny thing is I took it, Jedi.
Yeah, sorry.
I took it and I put it in a folder. And I didn't realize I put it in a folder, and I went in that folder and I looked and it was there. So
you legend, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
There will be songs sung about you, sir.
Well, the funny thing is, if you know what my real name is, there are actual songs about me. So.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of songs with names in it that I can guess.
Sweet Caroline?
It's biblical.
I said, sweet Caroline.
My name is biblical, so I could tell you my first name. I don't care. It's Ezekiel.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, that's a cool name.
That was going to be the name of my next cat. The last one was Elijah.
Yeah, all my kids are biblical too.
That's good. Tell them to keep it going.
Yeah, that's the plan, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna check this out, Jedi. I don't think you sent this one to me, or if you did, I'm skimmed over it, so it looks interesting.
Yeah, it's hella interesting. I'm gonna have to watch it again before something happens to it. That's for sure.
Yeah, his voice is kind of hard to follow at first, but it grows on you.
I don't like the music that plays like at the end or beginning of each chapter, because generally I listen to these things I don't watch, and I'm kind of like away with my thoughts, and then all of a sudden this music comes in and it kind of disturbs me out of my my thoughts. But yeah, you get used to it. Nothing's ever perfect, but you struggle.
No, seriously though, thank you. It was one of the better videos that I've watched in the last couple of weeks. So it actually, it's one of those videos that opens your eyes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I guess we have to be prepared to rethink our positions, right? Especially when confronted.
If you've seen the video, you've seen the whole playlist, right? That you said it was broken down into segments, so you've seen the whole video?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the greater takeaway, I guess? What's the subliminal greater takeaway here that is, other than the argument that he's providing it direct evidence for, is the idea that the Talmud and the Kabbalah are attempts to get us to change the way that we speak in a sort of like, if we change how we speak, then we change how we think, sort of thing.
Yeah, kind of. It's like being inducted into a religion that you don't know about, like a false religion. You start using like bits and pieces that don't quite fit. You say the wrong words in the wrong places. You do the wrong. Yeah. When we look at like what this is like mysticism. However you kind of take that, spell casting, some people could say, or whatever. But I think the biggest takeaway out of, okay, there's been a manipulation in what people would say they would call Jesus. I think the biggest takeaway is to understand that the whole thing is a manipulation. As in, how do I put this really simply? The biggest takeaway from this is understanding that very simple evidence points to the fact that we've been lied to about the way that we should look at the historical value to, let's say, Jesus' life within the Bible, and how that is
sort of like how the changing of the names.
How that's kind of manifested in like today's society and church, and the way we speak about like spirituality and religion and what we think it is.
Okay.
Hey guys, I don't know if you're interested, but Neil has pulled a Glober from the depths of the sewers of TikTok and is willing to bring him in if you guys would like to have a debate. Is anyone interested in that?
That sounds lovely, thank you.
Of course.
Okay. Neil, you there?
Yeah, give me a second. 1 sec. I'll bring him in.
Okay, cool.
It's called 24/7 Flat Earth, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know why it's check. Yeah, it is.
All right, you're up. Want to introduce yourself?
They're just going to talk about the Black Swan all day.
Yeah, your audio is crap, brother.
It's terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Mic check. 1 sec.
Wait, hold on, Neil.
Mic check. Mic check.
Hold on, Neil. 1 sec. Stop, talk to me real quick. What's up?
How's that? Is that better?
Yeah,
that's all I need. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, just state your claim. You want to know why the Earth is flat?
I want to see evidence of a flat Earth.
It's still pretty hard to hear.
The Earth is flat with evidence. No globe it now, though.
I'm having some technical difficulties on my end. You'll have to
imagine that.
I don't understand it.
Yeah, we can't understand it.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, something's up with my audio. Something's going on. And I don't think that lobby would work. There's like two guys just incessantly interrupting, and they don't even want to have the conversation. So, I'll try another lobby.
Well, they've obviously never looked at water because they want evidence of a flat Earth. So, there's that.
No, it's funny because the guy that was up there, he brought up evidence of, he took a picture and there's a boat like behind the supposed curve, and he's like, that's the curve right there. Oh, I know what's going on. Okay, let me disconnect from my the Bluetooth speaker on my phone.
Seance time.
Ew.
Mic check. Is that better?
Are the flat earthers in the room with us right now?
Yeah, that's much better, Neil.
Okay. We got the mic. We got the mic situated. All right. Feel free to.
Oh, good. Cool. Show me any evidence that the Earth is flat without using any globe amount. No, they can't because they can't share their stories because they're panties.
Are there two or one, Neil? And are they just talking amongst themselves, or are they going to actually talk to us? We probably need one at a time.
Lady?
Well, the gentleman's asking for evidence, and the other one's saying, well, you won't be able to show it. I could speak about the evidence, but then you'd have to see it.
Do you want us to? Can we speak about it? Is that cool or what?
Yeah, I mean, speak away. Yeah, provide evidence.
Okay, no worries. Well, I'll give it to you in a logical syllogism, and we can go from there. Understanding that a logical syllogism is like a maths problem. We're going to add some things together that are true and reach a true conclusion based on the true statements. So the first true statement is 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, like the Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean, for example. And we're given that number. So 70% plus of the surface of the Earth is water. Water is observed to be horizontal upon the surface. Water is also measured to be horizontal upon the surface. Water is also used as a horizontal leveling tool. So if we add those things together, the surface of the water taking up the most part of the surface of the Earth, and that water being observed measured, and practically used as a horizontal reference datum, for example, for depth and altitude, then we can conclude that the Earth is not a sphere. Now, do you have a problem with either of those four? Do you have a problem with either of those four premises?
You said a couple of things that is actually wrong. Earth has never been horizontal. No. And it doesn't matter horizontal. It actually measures with curvature.
Sorry.
15
I do apologize.
1 degree for every 96 miles, something like that. 69 miles.
1 degree every 69 miles.
Yeah, exactly.
So you don't seem to be listening. I gave you four premises. If you have a problem with my syllogism, can you talk about the premises, please? I can't do this now, sorry. It's like talking to a man in a tin can.
So Neil, can you ask your buddy? So he's saying that water finds its level.
Yeah.
Hello, come in, Neil. Yeah, water finds its level.
Yes.
Level to
I don't think I said that. I didn't say that. I said water is observed to be horizontal. I said it is measured to be horizontal. And I said it is practically used as a horizontal reference datum.
No, it's not.
Sorry, it's not. Okay, so you have a problem with the premises. Okay, can you point me to an observation where water, a large body of water, not a water droplet, a large body of water appears to be curved and not horizontal?
No, this is just fucking hilarious. These people can't get their own fucking accounts and interact on their own.
Sorry, you have a problem with the premises. I would assume that would be the observation of water being horizontal. You then need to provide an argument or an observation of water not being horizontal. But please don't give me a water droplet. You must understand, my friend, please don't interrupt me. It's hard for everybody to listen. You must understand that I'm talking about a large body. Right. Sorry, Neil, I can't do this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, they kicked me, and yeah, those guys are idiots. My bad. I thought they were had something good to say, but
they were exceptionally stupid.
Very, very emotional.
It was about to get somewhere when he said, "No, it's not," but then people interrupted him because they're all being silly. TikTok is not really conducive for a good one-on-one. Everybody's got to butt in. Unless you have good moderators.
Yeah, you just gotta find a good host. But that guy literally just was letting his lackeys ruin his own channel. I might have another guy. Let's see. We've met him before, but we'll see if he gets another one of his globies to take over for him.
What's up, Neil?
What's going on, bro? You're a Glober?
What's a Glober?
Or do you think the Earth is a globe or a sphere?
Yeah, it's an oblate spheroid.
Okay. I'm a flat earther. How long
have you been a flat earther for?
Quite a while, around 5-6 years.
5-6 years? Some dedication. So in that 5 or 6 years, what would be your strongest piece of evidence for this Earth being flat?
Just like water, right? The ocean.
Can you explain what you mean?
Yeah, no, like water, right? Reaches its benchmark for level, right? And over long distances, right? There's supposed to be a ball. There would be curvature, right?
Yeah.
Well, we don't observe that in reality.
We don't make measurements for curvature in reality, you're saying?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, you said it better than me.
Okay. So how much expertise do you have in land surveying?
Not much. If you could, explain, that'd be great.
Well, so I'm a music producer. That's not my expertise, but I do know land surveyors here on TikTok, and this is what they do. They've been doing it for 20-some years, maybe. And they will agree that when they measure the Earth and do their job, they're accounting for curvature, and that is in their equations. A lot of times they're in my chat, so they possibly might pop in. But why?
No, they don't. They don't measure the Earth as curving. That's not correct. They measure the Earth as flat, and then they apply it to a reference geoid. And actually, in actual practical use, no one ever accounts for curvature in any kind of surveying or civil engineering, etc.
I'm live here with Caleb, and we were I'm not sure if you know Caleb Buffy.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
We looked up bridges and the blueprints of the bridges, and there was 100% account for curvature.
No, the bridges are curved because that is the strongest structural way to develop them. You have to have curved bridges. That doesn't mean the water over which they cross is curved as well. Right? A bridge is curved because that's strong structurally. Do you understand? It needs to account for differences in temperature and potentially earthquakes and the motion of things traveling over them, etc. They're not accounting for curvature, and when you see pictures of bridges that are curved, you can see the water underneath them is level and horizontal.
Hey, but why is it that we observe other curvature, let's say on a larger scale, such as the sunrise and the sunset? And
how is seeing a light in the sky observing surface curvature?
Because what's obstructing that light for it to become nighttime?
Well, when things move away from you, you can't see them any longer. Okay, Jedi, all yours.
Yeah, but when things move away, they also change in angular size, what we perceive, at least. That doesn't happen with the sun.
It does for a solar filter.
No, when you have the solar filter, you actually observe it not changing in angular size.
Okay, so I appreciate what you say. It's hard for me to give you the evidence, though, being as you're not on the same social media platform as me. But I do have evidence that shows that the sun is changing size for a solar filter. Not by much, I'll grant you, but there is a reduction in its angular size.
Okay, but let's say that there is a very, very small amount in change.
Yeah.
That would cause it to become dark.
Probably the amount of air that the light is having to travel through. Can I give you an example? Would that be okay? So, for example, it's daytime, midday, and you're at the beach, and you go swimming into the water, and you dive down, and you notice it gets darker and darker and darker the further you go down into the water. Why is that?
Of the medium, the water.
Yeah.
And coming through the water.
Now, it gets dark relatively quickly, within a few hundred meters, for example, right? Now, I'm using water because that's quite easily understood. The air acts as the same type of medium, but we're dealing with hundreds and hundreds and thousands of miles. So a greater distance. We understand the reason why we can look at the sun on the horizon is because the way that the light is attenuating through the air. All of the wavelengths have been passed out until we're left with the red one, so it looks orangey red. So this is how we understand that the light waves are being moved through the medium of air until eventually they're probably not going to get to your eyes, illuminate the portion of the earth that you're on. So the reason really why we have a day and night cycle is 1, because the sun is moving across the earth, and 2, because the light can't permeate the entire surface through the air, because the air acts as a blocking medium, as the water did.
So that would be great, and that would be a good argument and everything, except for when we see half of the sun get obstructed, and only half of the sun.
Yeah. So from this point, why do you say that I can't see the bottom of the sun? Do you say that I can't see the bottom of the sun because the curvature of the earth is in the way?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Cool. Now, I had the same assumption, right? No problem at all with that. But what I do understand now is that horizon that is physically blocking the sun isn't physical. Now, the horizon moves around. Right? I can change the distance to the horizon just by changing the optic that I'm using. And even if I keep the same optic, like a high-powered zoom camera, the distance to the horizon will change because of the meteorological conditions. I, for example, can stand on a beach and observe a horizon about 3 to 5 miles away, just with my naked eye. But if I get a high-powered zoom camera out, I can start observing a horizon 10, 15, 20, 30 miles away. Now, when I'm 6 foot standing at the beach, and I have a radius value of the Earth, just a little bit of mathematics will tell me that the curvature of the Earth, the horizon that the sun is hiding behind, if I'm 6 foot, is approximately 3 miles away, no further, because it's physical. So what we've discovered, because we've got optics and cameras, is the horizon is optical. It only forms in the human eye or optics because of the way that the light enters through the aperture. So it's a reduction of angle across the surface is the reason why we can't see the surface anymore, because we see everything in angles. Put your hand in front of your face, it occupies a large angle. Move it away, a smaller angle. Same thing with the surface you're standing on. As you look further across that surface, the angles become smaller and smaller and smaller until your eye can't resolve them. Until eventually you won't be able to perceive the surface, and it will look like the surface ends and it meets the sky. And this can be demonstrated also when you get a high-powered zoom camera out. Because the optic has changed, it can now open up those angles that the human eye can't see, and you can perceive more of the surface. So the sun isn't hiding behind the curvature of the earth. The sun is quite simply moving away, lowering due to perspective, and the sun isn't able to illuminate the portion of the earth that you're standing on because the amount of air that light is having to travel through. I hope that's clear and concise, sir.
Yeah, so again, fairly good argument, but we still have the fact that this sun, not only is the illumination from the sun being affected by the curvature of the earth, but the actual sun as we can see it through a solar filter is obstructed. So it's not just the light coming off of it, it's the actual sun that is becoming obstructed. So it's not just optics. That would be fine if it was just light becoming obstructed, but that does not explain why the actual sun is only half seen and half not seen.
Because it's converging with the thicker layer of atmosphere that is closer to the surface. This is why sometimes when the sun lowers into the horizon, it looks like a lemon. The top half is being reflected to the bottom half, so it's squishing into that denser medium. So the light is going away because it's travelling through a denser medium. And I understand your point, but the problem being is the claim is the curvature of the Earth is in the way. And even with a solar filter, you're still not going to be able to perceive the angles anymore. That's going to require a higher optic with a larger aperture. So when we make the observations of the horizon, where, for example, it should be at 3 miles away and it's at 20 miles away, we understand that the horizon isn't physical to cause that type of blockage in the first place. We can replicate the observation of lights disappearing into thicker mediums and that thicker medium obstructing that light on a flat surface. That's not a problem.
We have people on the ISS that witness this with their own eyes out of the window.
Okay. So I'll try and still man this position for you, right?
That's 24/7.
Okay, I'll try and still man this position. You say that there are people in the International Space Station with anecdotal stories that when they look out the window, they perceive the curvature of the Earth. And I will also grant you that they can take pictures of the surface of the Earth being curved. Is that okay? So, just because of these anecdotal stories and the photographs, that means that just by sheer coincidence, I will measure the curvature of the Earth with tools like the pictures and the stories are told, right?
Okay.
If they say that the surface of the Earth is curved, I will measure that curvature, won't I?
You will be able to measure Earth's curvature.
Yeah, or no, sorry, I can't hear you clear enough. I want to hear you clearly before I carry on.
You said yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I understand. Right, good. So obviously, I will measure that curvature if people say that the surface is curved and I got pictures of a curved surface. This is the problem, though. So this is the reason why I and other flat earthers exist, is because we understand that when we try to measure the curvature that the people talk about and are depicted in the pictures, we don't measure the surface of water to be curved with lasers, for example, or other measuring devices like theodolites. What we do measure is the surface of water to be horizontal over distances, according to the math, that should show curvature. Do you understand how the verification process takes place? Someone says the surface is curved, so then I will measure it. When I try to measure it, I should measure that curvature that's claimed. What actually happens is I measure the surface to be horizontal, not curved. You understand?
You prove your measurements are flat? Could you show that?
Yes. So we've got hundreds of long-distance observations and laser propagation tests. For example, a line-of-sight propagation of a laser to a target. That target should not be hit because of the curvature of the Earth, but we hit the target every single time, demonstrating that the laser is parallel to the water or Earth surface below. I don't quite know how to get that information to you, being as you're not on the same social media platform, but I think Neil might be able to provide you with some of those.
I could get a link or some document showing that. That'd be great.
Well, if someone wants to post a video in the side chat, I can turn my camera on and then put the video onto the laptop.
And make sure you tell them about our server, since we have so much information here.
Yeah, show us how.
I already cooked a few people on your server. I think it was a few days ago.
I highly doubt it. So why don't you come in here and then we can give you all the information that you didn't read while you were here.
No, I read everything that was messaged.
We have links to laser tests here. If you were here, you had access to that, I assume. What name are you under when you came in?
Pink hair.
Not familiar.
It was for a few hours.
Cool. Well, glad you're here.
You having me?
Awesome. So, Jedi.
Did he just say that he cooked a few people in here?
Yeah, what did you cook us on? I'm kind of curious. I missed that.
I just want to know. I just want to know why you lying, bro.
Yeah, I don't even recognize his name, so I'm not. I think he's thinking of someplace else.
Nah, well, what? Shit. Now you guys are gonna make me go get. Okay, hold on. Give me a second.
That's okay.
I posted a couple in the side chat for you, Neil. But I mean, if he's already got an account here, he should just come in. Especially since he's like obviously totally dominated us.
I mean, yeah, I missed it. I'm kind of. I mean, I hope we get part 2 tonight. I hope he. Well, I don't hope he dominates us. Pause. But yeah, see if he can put up a fight. He's been putting up a good fight. I like the questions he's been asking. He's been a respectable opponent.
24/7 flatearth.org or something like that.
Yeah.
We're in Discord.
Flat Earth Discord.
You said .org, and you say yeah, .org?
This isn't .org. This is Discord, right?
.org. That's the website I sent him. And that it links us to all 3 of the channels.
I got 24/7 flatearth.org, and then that took me to you guys' Discord.
So who'd you talk to?
Let me go.
Weren't you on TikTok and speaking through someone else's? You were in TikTok,
yeah,
weren't
he is. Yeah, Neil's doing that.
This is the guy. This is the guy that was saying that he didn't want to address the evidence. He didn't want to.
Oh, I know who this is. I thought he sounded familiar.
How do you
so he hasn't
cook
actually been
anyone
in
if you
here.
didn't even look at the evidence, dude?
Yeah, he hasn't actually been in here. He went to
I remember that. I was here for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were channeling his spirit from.
Too funny. I think I yelled at you earlier. My bad.
It's funny. No, it's all good. Yeah, definitely. Appreciate you guys having me in the Discord. Are you guys like new in the TikTok flat Earth community?
Yeah, exactly. So we're seeing a lot of dumb TikTok flat earthers. So we're trying to steer the boat, a more intellectual route.
Definitely.
There are some good ones though. We've seen a couple good ones, but I mean, yeah, there's a lot of like ice wallers and esoteric ones and Bible thumper ones. I mean, which is like to their own. I'm down with it.
What are your claims as a flat earther? Because I know flat earthers always very.
He's a psychoanalyst. He's here for the psychology. He's not here for the evidence. He's here for the people in here, not for the evidence.
That's nice.
That's what he did last time, and he cooked people. He said. Go ahead, Neil. Since you're gonna tell him about your opinions, go ahead.
My life, I don't know. I think as a flat earther, I wake up and I don't eat till 2 p.m. and I'm a faster, because we're smart, we're critical thinkers as flat earthers, so we fast, not all of us, but some of us, and then I get off of work and then I'm just a flat earther. I'm just thinking about it constantly. Like, oh my god, the Earth is flat. It's so great. No, like seriously, what are we doing here?
Someone said they had evidence of with laser test. If anyone could just point me in the direction just publicly to find that information. I'm not going to join the Discord at this moment. So if you guys can just drop the name of whatever test or whatever YouTube video, I would love to.
Yeah, no, Taboo Conspiracy. On YouTube?
Is that the name of the channel?
Yeah.
Well, I put some links, Neil, in the text chat.
Yeah, I'm not joining the.
I could turn my camera on, and then we can watch one if you pull me up on the big screen.
Well, no, I just like to look over it.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Instead of just trying to watch it through someone.
It's okay. All right. Well, I guess we're done here. I appreciate you produced, and maybe if you want to hear the evidence, we're always here. 24/7 Flyer Discord shouts out. So everyone in the chat, come join us, and yeah, appreciate it, y'all. All right. See, on TikTok, I gotta be nice. I didn't know. I yelled at the guy earlier. I felt,
He totally deserved it, though.
Hey, I want to add my 2 cents. That guy was cooking. You guys got cooked.
I know, he did a really good job. I thought, as a Glober, he did an excellent job as a Glober. I'll give him that.
He asked some poignant questions.
The sun going over the horizon was a good argument.
I think so.
Really?
Yeah, well, I'll just not say what I think then.
So this is the observation, though, right? You're at the beach with your own eyes, and you see the sun setting on the horizon, and then you get a camera out, zoom in, and the separation you couldn't perceive between the sun and the thick layer opens up again, right? The horizon in this instance is moving around. It's not the physical, top of a hill, right? Like when the sun goes behind it, you see the hill silhouette on the sun type of thing. This is different. The hill doesn't change its distance when you zoom into it. The back of it doesn't flatten out, so there's a new peak produced at the back end of that flattened outness. The claim is that the physical Earth is physically blocking the physical sun. So I would physically see that when I zoom into the physical thing that's blocking it, right? But the claim of the horizon being physical is completely blown out the window as soon as I fucking pick up a camera. And before you asked, I dropped my phone because I'm so fucking cool, not because of gravity.
Welcome to the room. If you have a question or comment, feel free to open up your mic. Oh, Reductio is here. Okay. Oh, it's ad infinitum. Yep. Well, we should be a lively evening, folks.
I'm going to hold you slack. It's 4 minutes past 5 in the morning for me. If I go and make a cup of coffee and this goes fucking dead, I'm blaming you.
Not me, right?
Are these guys all-stars or something that you're talking about? I mean, you gotta hype them up. Unmute yourself. Come on. She just, give you an alley-oop. I guess they're shy right now. That's okay. Or they're loading up their mics or their globe evidence. I don't know.
Yeah, I have ad infinitum blocked, and I don't block almost anyone. So take that as you will.
Why'd you block him? Unless, If that is derailing in here, we don't have to talk about
it. Because he won so many times, that's why.
I mean,
yeah, it was just incontrovertible glow.
He
wrecked us. That's why he wrecked us.
He totally did. Yeah.
He has an IQ of 175 and he drives a Mustang GT.
He's got an IQ of 6'7".
I've never taken an IQ test. Let me Google one.
No, you can't Google them. They're administered in person.
Yeah, it requires just as good of a proctor as it does an actual exam.
In the UK, it's called Mensa. Do you have Mensa in America?
We do. Yeah, we have Mensa, but
I don't know. I'm Canadian.
I've never joined that place. A bunch of weirdos.
Mm-hmm.
I used to play pool with this lady. She had redheaded stepmother energy. She was the tallest woman I've ever met, and she was a fabulous pool 8-ball player. And she was in Mensa. She claims, at least, she has a certificate that says that she has an accredited IQ of 193. So she's a super genius. I mean, all I can verify is that she was a hell of a pool player, but she was like 6'9", incredibly tall woman, and she was a redheaded stepmother. She was hot.
Sounds like Nephilim to me.
But anyway, it was like, well, IQ of 193, that's really good.
How many fingers did she have?
5 on each hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she gave me a hug, so I did see her fingers.
Yeah, this is getting weird, floundering.
Well, I don't see her anymore. I'm just saying it was a nice friendship. We had a very nice brief friendship, and we played some pool. That's all I'm saying. You meet some interesting people playing 8-ball. You really do.
Other people have joined the server, right? There are new people here.
Yeah, Ad Infinitum is afraid to open his mic, so I guess he's just going to sit there. We have a few other people.
Nah, I'm just not falling for the bait.
Then why'd you come in? You just missed us so much?
Oh, it's me. I'm new. I haven't heard you before. I want to hear you.
Falling for the bait. I like it.
She hyped you up so much. I'm like, you're the only person blocked. Like, I'm new. No, I'm not new, but I haven't heard you.
I'm assuming Ad Infinitum's a Glober, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm Ad Infinitum.
Is Ad Infinitum a roundy? Is he a roundy? Glober?
Usually if I've banned them, it's because they're a total degenerate or, just a head case, usually something like that. So you guys get to see. He came in here to spend time with us, but he's not willing to open his mic.
I think he's a changed man. I believe that anyone can change, and we're gonna see a changed person today. All right, he's gonna do 360. He's gonna prove the globe, and we're all gonna be Globers. All right, Ad Infinitum, you're up. Welcome.
Well, Infinitum, Mr. Infinitum, can I call you that? I'm a round earther. I'm a Glober, so I'm just breaking the ice with that. I haven't fallen for any of this flurf nonsense. So you're
okay, but you can just be quiet and let him talk. All right.
I'm breaking the ice. He's in good company.
Get a room.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess those two have snuck off together. Is there anybody else?
I love my ball-shaped planet. I'm gonna hug
weird,
my when I go outside.
Yeah, he's really, really freaking weird. But that's why they don't want to provide any evidence. So
When I go outside and play with my dog in the grass, I'm going to hug my ball-shaped planet.
Yeah, we get it. You love balls.
Yeah. You think it's going to trigger us or something? Like, I don't know.
Like, we know. We, you know, not our first time talking to Globers. Hey, Bill.
Howdy.
You there? How you doing?
Yep. Doing good.
Good. Your
Just
mic
listen-
sounds pretty good. Got a good connection tonight.
Nice.
For a change.
Nice. Yeah, exactly. I've been listening a little bit. I'm still shocked that people don't look at the drop over distance issue and think we live on a ball.
Is it really an issue, though?
The fact that there's no curvature? Yeah.
It's not really an issue.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So there's no curve to a ball.
No, balls have curves. That's true.
Yeah. So if you can't find any curvature, what would that tell about being a ball?
It could be a cube, couldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess that ends that debate.
For it to be a debate, you'd have to present evidence, and you didn't, so that's not a debate. I mean, water is flat at rest, and you can't complicate your way out of that reality, you know.
But you do understand that the evidence that the Earth is flat, like the laser tests and anything involving water, your syllogism, even all of it, could be demonstrating a cuboid Earth.
Still flat. What's your point?
A cube is not flat.
It is on its surfaces. Yes, it is.
Whatever.
We don't make a claim about the entire Earth, so just, can you stop being such a tool? This is boring.
No, I didn't know that. You don't make a claim about the entirety of the Earth?
No, of course not.
So what's the rest of it?
Dude?
Like, where's the...
How do we know?
If some of it is flat and level, what's the rest of it? That's a
well, we know it can't be a sphere. It can't be a sphere of the size claimed.
Tonight. I'm learning something.
Can't be well, that's a first. So it can't be a sphere of the size claimed because we measure it flat. And 72% of the known Earth is flat. So can't be a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Why would we make a claim to know the entire shape of the Earth when no one can do that?
No, it's just really interesting to me that you're limiting the scope of your claim on purpose.
Yeah, to things we can prove. Imagine that.
Yeah, it's called being dishonest. They don't have a model. That's the whole point.
Oh, so not claiming a model is dishonest. Really? So I'm just supposed to lie and make it up for you, and that would be honest?
This is starting to bug me over recent. This has started to bug me over recent time when people ask us for a model. I'm starting to get the urge to point out to them that this model that they think that they've got, they didn't fucking make it. They probably couldn't make any type of model like that, even if they bloody tried. They wouldn't know where to start. And they turn around to us and say, well, you haven't made a fucking model. You didn't make the model that you're claiming to fucking believe in, dude. Let's be fair. You wouldn't know where to start. To be fair, I don't. I just measure the surface of the Earth as it is. From that point onwards, fucking hell, who needs bloody models? The measurement is.
I just I'll drop it, but I just want to be perfectly clear. I want to ask one more question, and then we can move on from this topic. Is it possible that the Earth is a cube in your worldview?
Why do people always come up with these perfect plutonic solids? Like cubes and pyramids and all of these types.
They're not going to answer that question. You know that, right?
I'm getting there. Do you know what? I'm fucking getting there. But I will give you. I'll skip to it. I'll give you that a cube has at least got flat surfaces, so the potential is there. Fuck.
Thank you. We can move on. I just want to be perfectly clear, because you're not making a totality of the Earth claim here. Like Overfence has said, right? There is no claim about the totality of the Earth. I won't say planet, because you guys don't believe in a planet, but the totality of the Earth as we see it. It's just that what we observe and what we measure is flat and level. Perfect. Cool. Okay. But it is possible that the Earth is a cube.
But to make that claim, you'd have to have some kind of evidence of your other edges and surfaces, and there's none of a cube. That's why it's so ridiculous. We're working with a surface description of horizontal and stationary and level, flat, so to speak. There's no evidence of the edges of a cube to even bring that up. It's ridiculous.
Well, I've heard some people on this Discord and the politics Discord in the 24/7 Flat Earth make the claim that there is an edge, and I've heard some other people make the claim that no one claims an edge.
Who from our team said that? Who?
I don't know.
No, you don't know, because that's not something we say.
It was me, right?
Okay.
It was me.
Well, some of them have used the word boundary.
Who's them? I want to hear.
We don't
I want to hear
claim
who.
edge.
No.
I guess edge has more of a edge has more assumptions than the word boundary does. So I guess boundary.
Don't straw man us,
dude. What do you think? We think that.
I'm saying I've had these arguments before. Some of you claim a boundary, and some don't.
Like what do you think it is? What do you think the flat Earth looks like? Just be honest, man. This is not a trick question.
Well, from the arguments I've had with you guys, you don't believe that space is real, so it's not a flat object in space. I know that. So, if I were to try and steel man your guys' worldview, I won't say model because you guys don't use models, but your worldview, it's that one, either the boundary of the flatness has yet to be discovered, or that there isn't one. It has to be one or the other, right? Because if it had been discovered and we had evidence of it, then you would show that. Because it would be consistent with your worldview to show that. So I'm not.
Yeah, we don't know.
Right. Okay. Perfect. We don't know. Okay. So you don't claim a boundary. You guys don't claim a boundary. But
we don't claim a boundary because we don't.
You also don't claim a totality.
Experience one.
You just claim flatness. So if
we don't claim what we can't prove, floundering.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I were to, I know you guys believe that east to west is a circle, right? So
that's not a belief. That's how you navigate around the Earth. Do you understand? North is at the center. It's magnetic north, and it's a circle. Yes, that's not a belief, floundering.
Oh, okay. Well, knowledge is partially belief, so it is a belief. But,
just stop. You're just so frustrating to talk to.
The name's fitting for sure, eh?
Yeah, he does flounder, doesn't he?
If I travel opposite the North Pole.
What do you mean travel opposite?
Directly away from the North Pole in any direction.
You mean south?
180 degrees away from north. Okay.
Yeah, but you guys don't believe in a single point south. So.
Oh, stop. I do.
You do?
Yeah, let's have a conversation about south.
Yeah, let's talk about south.
What is south, and how do I know when I've got there?
South is the opposite of north. Let's start there.
Okay, so what is north, and how do I know when I've got there?
I know that I'm heading north when I'm heading in a northward direction. And if I turn around, I'd be heading south.
How do you know you're heading in a northward direction, dude? Please answer the question before I get frustrated.
There's evidence of that. There's magnetic evidence of that. There's
okay, good. Thank you.
Evidence of that.
So let's clear these things up. We're not going to be talking about magnetic north and south.
Okay.
Not these things. Let's move those things away.
Sure.
So let's try again. What is north and how do I know when I've got there?
There's a few different evidences for north. For one, there's temperature. Temperature decreases as you go northward.
Not always. Sometimes it's warm. Isn't
not always? Average temperature does not decrease as you head northward?
Sorry, I just pointed out that in Scotland, sometimes it can be warmer than in the south of England. So, in your fucking idea, I would be travelling south to be north. Dude, please answer. Do you want me to answer the question for you? That'd be all right.
I'm pointing out there's different evidences we can use to determine that we're heading northwards.
I'll tell you what. Let's use... North is underneath a celestial rotation point in the sky. I know when I've got there because I'm standing underneath it. Right? Like the North Pole Star. The North Pole Star is a northern circumpolar star. It rotates around an unseen point. When I stand under that, I'm at the north. Would you agree?
Sure.
Cool. And you said this is the same when we go to the south. And I will agree, when I go to the south, I'll be standing under an unseen rotation point in the sky. Good. So that's what north is, and that's what south is so far.
If we could just clear one little thing up. I don't know what you meant by unseen when you said an unseen.
We don't see it because what we see is stars and the rest of the sky is black. Sure. Right? Cool. Okay. So when we look at Polaris, it's rotating around a bit of blackness that we can't see. So unseen point in the sky that other luminaries rotate around.
Okay.
Cool. Awesome. Now you may continue. You were at the north and you wanted to go somewhere?
Right. What point is that on the Earth? What point is that?
What do you mean, what point is that?
Well, we know that there's a northward point. What point is south?
I think that's in Antarctica. But you were at the north. This is why.
Yeah.
You were going away from north. Do you remember? Sure. Cool. Do you want to pick up your conversation from there? Why were you going away from north?
My question, yes. My question ultimately was getting at, if you continue heading south, and you continue heading south, and you continue heading south on... I was about to say model. I won't say model. In the Flat Earth worldview, right, is there an infinite southward?
Right.
Or is there a boundary? Is there is there something we can point to and say, this is what, I
hope you're going to listen, because I tried having a conversation with a gentleman last night and he was an absolute cunt and I had to leave.
I'm listening.
So, remembering this, when I'm at the north, I'm standing underneath northern celestial point in the sky. I stick a stick in the ground. I call this stick the North Pole. I go to the south, I stand underneath the southern celestial pole. I stick a stick in the ground. I call it the South Pole. Okay. I got 2 sticks in the ground on the floor. You understand this, right?
I sure do. Are those sticks parallel?
Yeah, on a flat surface.
On a flat, they're parallel?
Yeah, dude, you're asking from a flat Earth point of view. Right, the surface is obviously flat, and we've gone to 2 locations, and we've stuck sticks in the floor.
I would just love to see, even on MS Paint,
but you know what? I think I'm actually wasting my fucking time.
I would love to see even the crudest drawing of the...
You said you were going to listen, Floundering. Floundering, you said you were going to listen. No, you're just talking right over him.
I'm asking a clarifying question. Now you're
not.
I'm asking Jedi a clarifying question. Are the sticks parallel?
He already answered that. So why are you still talking? Why are you still talking?
Why are you talking? This wasn't even involving you.
Because you're irritating all of us. Please try to be quiet and respectful.
It's not your conversation.
Well, this is my server, buddy.
I want a demonstration. That's fine. It's your server. All I want is a helpful visualization that they are parallel.
You can't understand how two. You can't understand how two sticks
you'd
on
rather
a
be
flat surface
condescending than
could be
just let me
parallel.
talk to Jedi to clarify. You'd rather be condescending. That's fine.
Because it's a stupid question. You don't
No,
understand
it's
why
not.
two
I'm asking
sticks
for
would
a
be
visual
parallel.
aid to help
I'll give
me
you a
understand
visualization.
that those two
This
sticks.
has got to be
I'll give
sea
you a
lion.
visualization. All right. Me and you are in your back fucking garden. I've got a stick and you've got a stick. We're at opposite ends of the garden. You've got a really big garden. Not ends. We're still within the bounds of the garden. You put a stick in the floor. I put a floor. My question is this. How many straight lines of traversal are there between the two sticks?
I don't know.
One.
Okay.
Cool. So you can only travel in one direction from one pole to the other. If poles are defined as actual locations on the floor represented by the poles, right?
I agree with that. Yes.
Good, cool, awesome, thank you. That's all I'm looking for is agreement so I can continue. You are standing at the stick that we've decided. You can travel in any direction away from that stick. What is the name of that direction?
Which one? Are we talking about the south stick or the north stick?
No, dude, please follow along. We're at the north stick. You're at the north stick. Okay? You can travel in any direction away from that stick in a straight line. What do you call that direction?
South.
Cool. Is every single direction away from that north stick going to end you up in the south, hitting that stick?
Yes.
No. There's only one straight line between both sticks. If you're standing at one stick and you can in any direction as you turn around 300 stick, then not every direction away from that stick is going to end you at that stick in the floor. Right?
No.
But you would describe that direction of travel as south, wouldn't you?
Would you ask that one more time? I'm sorry.
You would describe your direction of travel away from north in a straight line as south.
Yeah, we agreed to that.
Yeah, cool. This is what I'm pointing out. Not every 180 degree line away from north is actually going to end you up in south. Though you can call it south if you want, for ease of conversation. But understanding this, you must understand that this is where a magic trick happens, because of the convolution of terms of what south is. I will put it to you. Can you show me a straight line traversal following one line of longitude, starting at, let's say, the north, straight line to the south, straight line from the south to the north again? Because that wouldn't be possible in our back garden with our two sticks in the floor, would it?
You mean, can I demonstrate a straight line from north to south and then a different straight line from south to north again?
No, there's continuous straight line.
Oh, continuous.
Because obviously on a sphere, if I was at the north, I followed one line of longitude and continued following that straight line of longitude from the south back to north again, I'd end up at north again, wouldn't I? But we only understand, we understand that in the back garden with the two sticks in the floor, there's only one straight line between the two poles. If I was to travel 180 degrees away from that south, being at north, there is no fucking way that I'm going to end up at south again, is there? Because I'm traveling away from it like I'm traveling away from north, sorry.
Okay, perfect. Now, what I would like is any sort of visual aid that you can give me that of this single straight line from north to south. That they're a line and a direction. That's all I need. You know, where's the continents on the planet? I'm sorry, not planet. Where's the continents on Earth?
I don't know. This is also something that I'm trying to figure in the background, but I can't give you an answer. The only thing I need you to do at this instance is understand.
Like, where is that line? If there is only one, then it has a location.
Yeah, I don't know. Good question.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. I mean, this is where I wanted to eventually end up, but apparently asking clarifying questions is, like, if you claim that the two poles are parallel, I want to know, are they okay, if they are both parallel, from a different perspective, they could just be the same line. So all I'm saying is that if the claim is that they're parallel, a visual aid would be wonderful and would help move along this conversation. But now we've gotten to the point where we agree that they're parallel. We agree that they're parallel, but I'll concede all of it, and I'll say, cool, everything you've just said, I'll agree to it. Okay, where is the line from north to south that cannot then, in that same continuous line, go from south to north again? Because that's a claim, isn't it? That there's a single north to south straight line. That's a claim.
Yeah, if we use the concept of the poles, yes. I understand that we've.
So this is just within this hypothetical concept.
I understand we've embedded in the observation there's a claim. If we take that hypothetical as true. Now, let me point this out to you, right? I don't know if I can, or if anybody actually ever has, stood underneath the northern celestial pole and stuck a stick in the floor. I don't know if somebody else has done that with the south and where this line would be, if there was one. But I'm just using the hypothetical of defining what north and south are if we were to use the same north one as the south one. And the northern one is standing underneath a point in the sky, and the south one is 2. But we must understand that to travel away from either one in any straight line direction, then consequently, there's only one straight line of traversal between these two sticks. Now, I don't know where that is, dude. I couldn't even make a claim. But at the moment, I'm personally just stuck in my head with that logical conclusion.
Okay, that's wonderful. Would you accept something like, let me come up with a hypothetical and the evidence that I believe may support it. Now, would you accept that there could be some, let's say, an oral tradition, an oral history of Inuit tribes that have lived on the North Pole for a very long time? So we know this isn't just some modern BS from NASA or whatever. Some Inuit oral tradition or history that they describe that you can head away in one point and head away in another point and see different stars or other celestial bodies or other, let's just say, phenomenon like on the surface, like mountains. Would that be evidence that you could head in 2 different directions that reveal different information from the North Pole? Is that evidence of that position, I should say?
Yeah, sorry, dude, I stopped tracking you about 30 seconds.
Because that, to me, that sounds like evidence for my position.
Yeah, I don't necessarily how far the Eskimos are getting outside the Arctic Circle, dude.
Okay.
They're only going to perceive the northern stars. They might start to see the tropical stars, but when you're inside the Arctic Circle, if you're an Inuit, which the majority of them are, and you're saying that you can go either side on the North Pole, you're still inside the Arctic Circle. So you're not really going to be perceiving what I think you're suggesting they do.
No, I'm just trying to suggest that you and I agreed that we can only head in this in your worldview, we can only head south in one direction. Now, if that is the no.
Truly, from one absolute point to another absolute point, calling them north and south respectively, yes.
Okay,
but understanding, this is why I asked you the question of like standing off, because when you move away from it in any direction to describe that to me, you're still going to call it south. But understanding that not every single one of those souths should logically end you up at that stick.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with all of that. I just wanted to know.
But I will say this also. This is just me saying this. I wouldn't hold this to any other flat earther unless you wanted to have a conversation about it. This is like what I'm saying, dude. This is not what
it's very interesting to me. I just wanted to reach a point of where we can say, okay, for sake of argument, we agree with everything. Now let's falsify it and let's talk about hypothetical evidence that may exist, that actually likely does exist. Because I've learned, I've actually, in order to talk about the days of endless sun or the days of no sun in the North Pole and in the South Pole, you really do have to go over some evidence of Eskimo oral tradition and oral history, because a lot of flat earthers don't like talking about evidence that NASA provides or that governments provide, because again, this is a position of skepticism against government bodies that are trying to tell us the Earth is global. So it's a globe.
We've definitely got flat earthers that live inside the Arctic Circle.
Sure.
Definitely flat earthers will definitely emit to a 24-hour sun in the Arctic North. That's for sure. They definitely will. I get really annoyed with them, the ones that don't, except the one in the South, because we have Australians, for example, flat earthers, who point to the same thing that we would point to in the North but happening in the South. For example, the way that the stars work. And obviously the way that the seasons work as well. And others say marine observations from ships at sea that are sailing around the southern regions and using the sun and the stars. They measure these things to rotate around a central point, including the sun in the summer. Including in the summer. So the observation is kind of clear. 24-hour sun up to approximately 5.5 months in both summers, north and south. I agree to that. And the only thing that I can conclude is quite obviously the sun's moved.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that.
This is why I know, or say why I say no. And again, I'm not speaking for every flat earther, just for myself. But logically, if we were to say the Earth was like depicted with Antarctica around the world, like the circle disk Earth that's proclaimed by some, then logically, if you were to stand on the outside circumference of that circle, with the sun circling within that circle, then you can't observe the sun circling around you. You're not standing in that central point of radius. The only place that you can observe the sun circling around you is in the centre of that map, like the North in that AE Azimuth 1. Now, the observation can't happen like that in the South on that idea, but the observation happens. So what do? Well, we throw the map away. That's all.
Well, that's at least honest. I appreciate that. It's that, that particular map would not allow that to happen with the sun, so clearly it's not a good, it's clearly not a good model if it doesn't have any utility.
The globe projection. The AE map is a globe projection.
Yeah, it has loads of utility. Learn how to use it correctly, which is, again, how we know that isn't a one-for-one representation of the Earth.
But just not about comparing the North and South directly.
Because of this argument. Flight times. How do flight times work on this map? Let's say I draw a straight line between South America and Australia with my ruler. Now, that distance that I measure with my ruler, when I compare it to the North hemisphere, north of the equator, is longer. But the flight times are actually more similar to the ones in the North, so would be shorter. Well, this is how we know that map isn't real. Not because of the distances, because people don't understand how to use the fucking map. If you want to figure out your distance between South America and Sydney, you don't draw a straight line between the two. You draw a line between South America and the North Pole, and then from the North Pole to Sydney. And then you do a little bit of mathematical calculations on the back of the map, and then you figure out your distance. Because it's azimuth and equidistant from the centre of the fucking map. Anybody who would turn the bloody map over would know this. So how can this be a one-for-one representation of the Earth? It's a globe projection.
What if the cartographer has a very limited amount of information?
It's a globe projection.
I'm just asking the question. What if the The cartographer has a very limited amount of information, and they only have the distance between South America and Australia.
Did you listen to what I said? I don't feel like you did.
Yeah, I did.
I'm literally just held up the AE map for you and told you in explicit terms how it can't be the flat Earth.
You understand a map is a model.
What does that mean, Don?
Like, we can agree on that, at least, right? That a map is a model? That a map is not actually real?
Yeah. And this is why you shouldn't reify maps. The map is not the terrain, for example. Probably.
I mean, we both like trains, right?
Of misplaced concretism.
You said you like trains earlier. I like trains. We don't have to get into that. As long as we agree that a map is a model. I'm just waiting to see a flat Earth map. Just one.
Did you make the globe map?
No, I want to see a flat Earth map.
Yeah, but did you make the globe map?
No.
Okay. How would you make a map?
I've made maps before.
How did you do that?
I made a map of my neighborhood when I was a kid.
I think I did something similar at primary school, to be fair.
Yeah, you go around, you gather evidence. You know what landmarks are there. You measure some distances. You use some estimates based on known information.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And to be really accurate.
To be really accurate, you take really accurate measurements.
I guess, yeah. What type of measurements do you take? Let's say you want to figure out.
You can use a camera and a sextant to make a measurement from you to your horizon. You can make a distance measurement to the horizon using a sextant. And well, you need a watch too, don't you? You need a camera, a watch, and a sextant. I forget exactly. I don't know that exact method of I'm not a surveyor, so I wouldn't know. But
you're kind of hitting on it every time you keep saying sextant. We use like angle measurements. We can use them with theodolites, which are different angle measuring devices, sextants, which also measure angles. Mm-hmm. We can use, for example, right-angled triangles when wanting to figure out our distance to a mountain that we know the height of, or if we know the height of the mountain, we can figure out our distance from. When we say, for example, map a coastline from a vessel at sea, we will continually measure our distance from that coast in angles, both elevation angles and horizontal angles across that surface. So when we measure the surface of the Earth and then later navigate it, we will be using angles to do so from a horizontal surface, that being the Earth. If you want to use this methodology to do so, then that's some flat Earth methodology.
Cool. Has it generated a map?
Probably, dude. But they all get converted to longitude and latitude, which is the preferred coordinate now for things like aircrafts and shipping and so on, communications and whatnot. That's a spherical coordinate system. That's just by choice. That's why most people now think the Earth is a sphere, because of that choice.
Well, I've heard the argument before that that latitude and longitude work in a flat Earth worldview.
But they're gained from a flat Earth. Again, with that elevation angle measurement, things like Polaris and.
Again, I'll concede all of this. I just want to see the map.
I know. We all do, dude. I guess this is what I was trying to point out in the beginning. It's kind of hard to do so. I haven't got the time or the resources and so on. And like I pointed out at the beginning, you didn't make the globe map. And most people kind of come here and say, well, I want a model, that they don't really understand how they would even go about one. And they think that we did this, and they've got no fucking part of it. I wouldn't really know where to begin to make a model, dude.
But it doesn't matter where the model comes from. It either has utility and accurately maps reality, or it doesn't.
Anyway.
That's just the genetic fallacy. That's just a fallacious argument.
Hello.
What's up?
Yeah, all these people in here and nobody's talking about nothing.
Yeah, annoying, isn't
it? I mean, I see my homie Bear in here and a couple other people. I'm like, anything? Y'all just hanging out?
Yeah, man, we were talking about 10 minutes ago, but it went dead.
Oh, okay. Maybe I can try and spice things up. I don't know which way to go with it, though. There's 100 different things I could say. But this is what stream am I on? Oh, this is 24/7 Platter. Okay. Yeah, so what's going on the plane today, these days, that are most concerning to you on this stationary plane that we live upon? What concerns you? Because whether it's rotating or spinning or whatever it is, it's a sphere, it's a plane, whatever it is. It doesn't really affect your day-to-day life. We can debate that all day long. I'm kind of bored with that because I've spent hours and hours and thousands of hours on this topic, so I kind of really don't want to talk about that. But in your day-to-day life, like what's concerning you about what you're going through on this plane? This video game of life. Really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 people ain't got nothing to say. Jesus ain't got nothing to say. No, Jesus left. I called Jesus out and Jesus left. That was funny. Oh, he's back. No, I'm sorry. My bad, Jesus. I thought you were the one that left, but I guess you're still here, so my bad. You resurrected. Or maybe you didn't leave in the first place. I thought you did. So I'm wrong. I apologize. Seriously though, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 people. Like normally people are over talking each other and want to argue and talk over each other. Now 16 people ain't got nothing to say. You're all in here and have nothing. It could be about your personal life. It could be about synchronicity. It could be about something weird that happened today, or your gas prices just went down $1. Like anything. Seriously? 17 people? Nobody? Just me, huh? We got Jesus. We got Goyim in here. We got flat earthers in here. We got paraplegic. He's normally talkative. Just in here chilling, rolling around. Somebody left. Nobody, okay.
What are we talking about?
I'm trying to figure that out. Yeah, I'm trying to talk to anybody. Nobody's bringing up anything. 17 people in here. I'm like, what's going on?
I got a good one. I forget who shared it the other day. Was it Matrix or Rayleigh's Criterion? You guys will remember. But so I got my Flat Earth meeting tomorrow at my local community center, and I've got a dandy piece of information to share with them tomorrow. I got from someone here, you guys will remember, but the William Hyde Wollaston comment quote on bringing line of sight near the surface of the water. Boats and other small objects are found to completely be hidden by an apparent horizon, which, oops, I lost my place, which in so short a distance cannot be owing to any real curvature of water and can arise solely from bending of the rays by, he says refraction, but it's actually diffraction. This is stellar material, and I forget what was the year. I have to look it up again. Oh wait, published in 1800. Beautiful material. I can't wait to share it tomorrow.
So wait, you said you have some meeting you're going to that is talking about flat Earth and stuff like that? Sorry.
Yeah, I put on a monthly flat Earth meeting at my local community center and share new stuff that I've learned, stuff I'm studying, stuff I'm excited about. If I got new people coming that are I might do some flat Earth basics, observations at distance over the water.
Sorry to cut you off. Hell yeah, bro, that's super cool. I didn't know, that's cool. You're doing like community thing and just planting seeds in people's minds, even if they're like, that's batshit crazy. You're like, people show up and you're planting seeds in their mind to question the mainstream narrative of the realm we're living on. And so that's cool, man. Like, we don't have anything like that where I'm at. I'm in Indiana. So where are you from?
I'm in Idaho.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we didn't have anything like it either. I started it. It was actually me and another local business owner that is also a flat earther, and we started the meeting at her business place, but due to basically she closed her business. But anyway, so I moved to a community center that I rent, and put on these prezzies and share material that I'm working on with my other flat Earth friends. And then we have some Globers show up once in a while that want to just see what it's about, ask some questions. I encourage them to show up and
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah,
no, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm just saying that's super cool. Like, but like, how many people like show up, and like how many people are Globers that are showing up that are like curious? I mean, the fact that they would even show up at all means they're a little bit open-minded, right? The fact they would show, even if they're arguing their own worldview, no pun intended, means they're slightly open-minded or whatever. But like, what would you say the ratio is? If it's just, are you preaching to the choir, or they're actually like people actually showing up to like learn things?
Well, they're all showing up to learn things. So it's mostly flat earthers. My average attendance is about 10 to 12. I've had as many as 22, 23, it might have been, just over 20. Proportion, yeah, well, it's mostly flat earthers. The occasional Glober will show up.
Right.
Yeah, that doesn't happen very often, but it does happen, and I get people to bring their friends or people that are just curious. Yeah, so I guess...
Yeah, like to educate their friend. They're like, hey, let me bring you to this meeting. You're on the fence, kind of. Because even like the people who are even guests that show up, they got to be on the fence a little bit to just be open-minded enough to even go to something like that, right? So they kind of got to be like kind of on the fence. So people are bringing their friends saying, hey, we're going to this town meeting with people who know more information and facts and can debate this issue better than we can. So instead of me telling it to you, let me bring you to this group and they will explain it to you. And then hopefully, at the very least, it will plant a seed in their mind to at least question. I mean, they've already questioned it if they would even come and show up, right?
Well, I don't know that they're questioning the globe, but
they just want to hear the argument.
No, not really. I mean, sometimes they try, but not really. But no, they're just curious. They're just curious, like why anyone's talking about flat Earth. They're kind of dumbfounded, and then when they get there, we just start showing them some evidence and why the discussion exists, and
the good points that we have.
I've had a handful. Yeah, right. I've had a handful that are converts and they're flat earthers now. That's rare, but
I mean, isn't that how we all started? We like Flat Earth Dave and like people like that, or even me myself, telling on myself. But the reason I got into it was I was like, there's no way this is true. So I tried to disprove it, and the more I tried to disprove it, the more I got converted and was like, hold up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I was never at that point trying to disprove it, but I was shocked. I was shocked. Yeah. I
mean, that's how I started out, because like the very first time I heard it, I was like, I've gone like I was into conspiracies and shit like that before, but then when I heard about this, I was like, okay, this is bullshit. And then I was like, I did heard Dubai and whatever, and I heard a few things, and I tried to like Google a few things, and like, oh well, obviously we can disprove this, and then the more I tried to disprove it, the more I was like, no, I can't. So that's the way I got into it, is trying to disprove it. Maybe you didn't get into it that way, but that's the way I got into it. I was like, oh, I can easily disprove. Let me Google the Earth spinning in space. Oh, there's no video footage or anything, any videos of the Earth actually spinning or turning or whatever, or anything like that. And then the more I went into it, I was like, wait a minute. And then I've literally spent 5,000 hours on this topic, so I'm pretty well versed at this point. Probably spent way too much time on it, but that's how I got into it. Was I was like, this is bullshit. Let me disprove it. But I was bored because I went through all the other rabbit hole conspiracies or whatever. So I was like, well, this one's dumb. Kind of the same thing with Flat Earth Dave. The same thing with him is he said, like, I'd been through everything else, and anybody who brought it up, I was like, you're retarded, da da da. And then someone he respected brought it up to him and said, look into this. And then he actually looked into it, and then now that's all he does, you know. So, but that's cool that you're doing, you know, educating or at least planting seeds with your local people.
Yeah, sharing. But yeah, I got some good stuff this month. I'm really excited. The Wollaston thing from 1800, that's just wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big deal. I just found out about it a day or two ago. Do you guys remember who shared that the other day? Was it Matrix or Jedi? I can't remember who shared that. Might have been you, really, or Dub.
I don't know. I'm not here that often. I'm normally in worldwide debates.
Oh, right.
With Briggs and stuff. So, but I'm muted on their Discord server, so that's why I came over here. It's because, and Bear's normally over there too with what's it called? Worldwide debates. But I'm muted over there, so that's why I came over here. But I'm not normally over here, so I don't know who the hell you're talking about. But I used to be here all the time back in the day, but I just got so bored with it. Same thing with Nathan Oakley. They just keep talking about the same. Like, I'm like, all right, bro, you got it. Like, it's just the same thing over and over and over and over again. So I just kind of took a break from it.
Yeah, I know. There's exciting new material coming out. So I always share 2 topics at my meetings. So one is going to be this Wollaston thing. I'm going to give some videos, observations that demonstrate, you know, what he's talking about. And then second part, I'm covering what Alan Shane and Piezo have been working on over at Ether Cosmology Space Audits on the Galilean occlusion timing of Jupiter's moons and in relationship to the speed of light and the proposed distance of Jupiter, you know, and the fact that it's just been blown completely out of the water. It's wild stuff. It's yeah.
I mean, yeah, to go way out there, like, you have to go into other stuff to be like, yeah, this is bullshit. But it's like, those are the outer skirts of things. Like, just keep it here. Like, are we spinning? Is it a sphere? Can we, you know, see, you know, is there a curve? And if you use the mathematics, you know, if we use a telescope or the whatever, can we see over the curve? And is it spinning? Are the stars turning, or are we turning? Like, but when you go out into like Jupiter and the moons of Jupiter and shit like that, it's like, can't really prove anything like that, because that's all speculatory too, like astrophysics and all that stuff. It's really, like, I don't believe none of that shit, like light years and black holes and stuff. It's I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, maybe I can't wrap my head around it, but it's like, just keep it simple. Just keep it simple to right here, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, the exciting part is that the claims that heliocentrism makes and the foundations that they have laid are unraveling, and this is one of them. And in some respects, it gives relationship to how we find longitude and or establish longitude, and these claims that they're making about magic flying spaceballs. Their foundation is, it's got holes riddled all through it like Swiss cheese, and when you expose them, it's just
I totally get what you're saying about there's all kinds of holes in it, but I'm just saying, like, just focus on, like, closer to here, like, what's here. Like, focus on the holes that are here, like gravity or, the spin or the curve. Like, just keep it here. Because it's like those things out there, like, we can speculate on that all day, but we can't prove none of that. But we can prove things here on Earth about the curvature, the spin, things here on Earth. So I would just keep it closer to this plane is what I'm saying. Like, in these arguments, if you're trying to convince somebody, just like keep it right here. Like, keep it as close to Earth as possible and just break it down from the simple things like, do you feel like you're moving at 1,000 miles an hour? Like, have you ever experienced that? Like, if a helicopter goes up in the air and the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, can it just hover in one spot and then in an hour it'll be 1,000 miles away? No. Can you see over a curvature? Like, just keep it to like that, like the simple stuff. Like, to me, that's the simple stuff. So I wouldn't even bring anything in outer space up in any of your meetings. Like, it's good that you're having your meetings, but I wouldn't bring any of the outer space stuff. Just like keep it here, like the local, like the stuff that people can relate to, like the spinning and the curvature and how far you can see and stuff like that. That's just my 2 cents.
Well, it's kind of all related. I mean, there's many different aspects to look at, and the claims they make about debunking the claims they make about the cosmos, they might call it, just show how fake it is. So that's a lot of fun. Just like cool.
Yeah.
The bloopers, just like NASA fraud, just like all of it, put it all together and it paints a picture.
Yeah, I get all that. I'm just saying, like, start at the base and then work towards that, but don't like be the thing. Don't talk about space as a thing that's supposed to like convince somebody that we're not on a spinning water ball. Like, don't use that as a thing. Like, start out here and then work our way up. Like, a good, I forget what the term is for it. But like, yeah, if I'm talking to anybody and I say, hey, do you think we've been to the moon? And they say, yeah, then I'm just not going to talk to them about anything else. If they say no, then I'm like, okay, they're open-minded enough to maybe go into these other topics. That's what I'm saying. It's like, keep it at a base level on the simple stuff here, and then work your way up into space, like literally from the ground up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Who said I don't do that?
Oh, maybe you do. I don't know. You just said you were talking about Jupiter and fucking Jupiter moons and shit like that. I'm just saying, like,
yeah. Well, that's a new development, so it's kind of exciting to talk about it.
Okay, so yeah, so you're like next level shit. So it's like you're like the graduation. You're like the Yale, like people that already know the basics, and then now you're getting into the astrophysics of.
Yeah, I'm not gonna present that to a group that are
like a brand new person that's never heard of it. You're not gonna talk about somebody who's
no. This as far as I know, everybody's showing up tomorrow been there, coming there for 3 years. So, they're
okay. So, like you said, like most of the people that are coming are already like pretty much flat earthers. They're just learning more about why it's not a spinning water bolt. So they're like 3 years into it. So it's like going from high school to college. So you're more of like a college group than a high school group, is what you're saying, right?
My signal cut out. Yeah, no. So the people that are coming tomorrow, as far as I know, everybody's coming. Been coming for years. Yeah, if I had a group of new people that were curious, yeah, I would not be showing that material. But
okay, cool. Okay.
I'm sharing this with my community, the group that comes regular. It's something new that I'm looking into and excited about, and so I'm going to share it with them.
I'm picking up what you're laying down. Like I said, I've spent over, like, literally, I'm not exaggerating, like, I calculated like 5,000 hours of listening to this topic and every argument from all different stuff. So yeah, no, so I get it. So your group is like, people just want to learn more, and they're like third year, they're getting their doctorate, they're getting their PhD in flat Earth. Basically, you're not talking to newbies. If you were talking to newbies, you would talk about the basic stuff, right? Is what you're saying. So like your group is like,
oh yeah. When the newbies show up, it's always looking for drop over distance, observations over water. It's integral to the to the discussion. Yeah.
Okay, I get it now. I get it. No problem. I got you, bro.
Yeah.
I was just asking. Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah. So you're more of a graduate program than like a newbie program or whatever. And that's what I was saying, because I thought if you had like newbies coming in, you would want to start at the base level. Like, they just come out of high school and you're going straight into college, and you start with the basics and then work your way up to PhD or doctorate. But the people you're dealing with are already like PhD level.
Well, I mean, yeah, they've been in it for years, and I share new material.
Yeah, not somebody brand new. Like if you had brand new people, I mean, that's what I would actually focus more on. Is I mean, would you like that, like to bring more newbies in instead of like preaching to the choir?
Well, yeah, no, not necessarily. I mean, people have wanted me to advertise and like put flyers out and stuff, and I don't do that. It's word of mouth, and it's for the people that I know that are interested, and we have a good group, and we have lots of discussion after the meetings or after the presentation, which is about an hour, 2 parts, half hour each. But we just have a discussion. It's a good group, but we don't need to.
Well, it kind of sounds like Flat Earth Church, where you go, and everybody is like on the same page, and you're just learning new things. But it's like Flat Earth Church, instead of like trying to convert, agnostic or atheist people into becoming Christian or whatever religion. It sounds like it's more like just Flat Earth Church that you're going to, like being around, like there's something cool about being around a lot of people that are on the same page and have something in common. Like we're all in this club together that, we know that everything's a lie, blah, blah, and we've been lied to, and that the heliocentric model is fucking fake. So it kind of sounds like Flat Earth Church to me, rather than like something that you're doing to convert agnostic or atheist people into flat earth, like to teach the newbies. I would think, I mean, I understand the appeal of having people that get you and to talk about it. So that's what I mean, like Flat Earth Church. So I get it. I mean, if you want to do Flat Earth Church, that's cool. But to me, I would rather like awaken other people more than go to church with people who are already in the same faith as I am. You know what I'm saying? Like going to church. Flat Earth Church is basically what you're having.
Well, go rent a community center and put up rent the local billboard going down your highway and get those newbies in there.
Touche, yeah, no, I'm not judging you, man. If you wanna, if you wanna do that or whatever, and you got a community and you're having fun and you guys are on the same page, that's cool. I'm not judging you for it or saying you should do this or should do that, but I'm just saying, like, I would like to teach other people about it, and maybe I will rent out a center and teach newbies the basics of flat Earth.
Yeah, whatever you think you can do to make a difference.
Maybe you inspired me to do that. Maybe I'll do that.
Yeah. Library. They usually have office space available for meetings and for cheap, and if they even charge. I did think about putting up a Flat Earth billboard. We have a billboard in town, or I guess that's what you call it. What are those big signs on the side of the highway? That's a billboard, right?
That's a billboard.
Yeah,
that's a billboard.
Yeah. So I talked to him about renting it, and I've never done it yet. But I wanted to do a Flat Earth thing on the billboard because everybody in my town would know who did that. Of course, it would be awesome.
But you want to do the billboard to attract the newbies, right? Not the ones that have been into it for 3 years.
No,
you want the new guys.
No, I wouldn't be advertising. I wouldn't be advertising my meetings. I would just be doing like a Flat Earth, research Flat Earth or something, or.
Yeah, but I'm saying you would be trying to attract people that haven't been into it for 3 years. You would be trying to attract people that are kind of curious and that are like newbies and want to learn more. Right? I mean, that would be the point of the billboard, right? Is to attract newbies, not people that are 3-year veterans.
Yeah,
or
right.
You just want to. It's like, do you want to build your church, or are you trying to convert people? If we relate it to like religion, like, do you want somebody that's already a Christian, or do you want to say that Jesus is king and you want to bring him into your religion? You want a newbie and you want to convince him that this is the way to go. You want to bring
if I did a billboard, it would just be to draw people's attention, not to my meetings. I wouldn't do that. I don't want that kind of.
But to the subject, they don't have to come to your meetings, but at least plant a seed for them to like look into it.
To the subject, yeah. So I do like a billboard with. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to come up with some idea and have a picture, meme, or something. Oh, the one I want to do for the billboard, actually. That one that's like the sheep looking at a TV, and it has the globe on there, and it says "Ballers be like proof." That would be so awesome. But I want to have then down below,
just have like a bunch of sheep in a field, like looking at a globe.
Well, yeah, somewhere where they can go and research it. Like, not everybody likes it, but Dave Weiss's app, or maybe 24/7 FE Discord on YouTube, or somewhere where they can
Dave Weiss. Dave Weiss's app is fucking epic. Yeah, like just put his fucking app on there and promote for him. I mean, I know it's not your app, but it's his app and it's fucking epic. Yeah, like put that on there, or just anything in his app gives you access to so many videos that if you're interested, you can watch it. So you don't have to. I'm not going to force you to watch it, but if you're interested, here it is. And then look into it like the same way me and you got into it. Probably is like I said. I was like, oh, this is bullshit. And then I started looking into it. And the more I looked into it, I was like, wait a minute. So all it takes is that seed or that spark to get people interested enough to click on a link or to watch a video. It's so hard nowadays because people don't even like to watch a fucking 30-second TikTok video, let alone an hour documentary or a video breaking down all the stuff. It's so hard to get somebody to watch something that's an hour long. Like, even my best friend, I can tell him, hey, watch this video. He's like, he's not going to watch it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it sucks. But I guess it's just because I'm older, so I'm not the TikTok generation. I'm in my 40s. What age are you, if you don't mind me asking?
What?
I said, what age are you, if you don't mind me asking?
52.
Oh, shit. You sound young as shit. Yeah, I'm 45. And, bro, you sound young as shit. You're 52? Goddamn. Good job, bro.
Young at heart.
Well, actually, I'm young at heart, too. I can't, like, when I say 45, I'm like, what the fuck? It doesn't sound... I say I'm 24. I'm 25 with 45 years experience.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
52? Are you shitting me?
Nope.
You're 52 years old.
Yep.
Well, good job. Because you sound really young. I mean, not young is like in a bad way. In a good way.
No, I appreciate it. I take it as a compliment.
Okay, yeah. I just meant to say I meant it in a good way, not a bad way. Because I don't feel 45. I mean, my body feels 45 sometimes, but in my head, like I said, I'm 25 with 45 years experience. But
I think that, I don't know. Everybody's different, but the worst thing for me is I still do all the same stuff I've always done, but I just have a lot less ambition to go do stuff. I don't want to. My get up and go got up and went. I do not. I don't strive very hard anymore, but I still get a lot of stuff. I get a lot of stuff done.
Are you saying you're a hermit like me?
No, I'm pretty social, but
I'm a hermit. I only go to the grocery store. I go to work and come home. That's about it. I go to the convenience store to buy a pack of cigarettes, and I go to the grocery store to buy some food, and go to work. Go to work and come home. That's about it. That's all I do is go to work and come home. So I'm pretty much a hermit. I don't go out to the club anymore. I was a club DJ for 20 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I had my time in the club. I met everybody from DMX, rest in peace, to Snoop Dogg, to Twister, to Yin Yang Twins, all kinds of people. Like, so that was in like 2001 to 2005, and so I had my time in the club. You know, I started DJing when I was 19 years old. So
nice.
So I had my fun in the club, but now it's not really my vibe because I don't really like this new music, this new hip hop. I sound like an old man, you know.
All I listen to.
Like how they used to talk about hip hop back in the day. They were like, "This is not real music," blah blah blah, and then I love hip hop, and then now I'm like, this new music they're coming out with is like I'm not feeling
it. I like it all, man. I listen to classical, old Western cowboy songs and country music, and when I'm driving, pretty much the only station I have on my satellite radio on the pickup is EDM. All I listen to is EDM in the pickup.
Do you know what my two favorite groups are?
What?
Do you know what my two favorite groups are?
I do not.
Wu-Tang Clan and CCR.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's pretty diverse, huh? That's pretty diverse. But the reason I like CCR is because I listened to my mom's vinyl collection when I was a kid, and that's what she had. And so I used to listen to all her vinyl records when I was a kid in the 80s. So Wu-Tang and Clarence Clearwater Revival are like my two favorite groups. I like the Doors.
Oh, CCR. Oh, I thought you said C-Star. Okay.
Oh no, CCR.
Oh, hell
Clarence
yeah.
Clearwater Revival. Yeah, Wu-Tang and CCR. Very different.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's awesome. CCR is good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's what I grew up. Like I said, my mom had the records in her vinyl collection when I was, a kid in the 80s, 90s. And I used to listen to all her records. And so that was one of the records she had. So that's probably why I like it so much. But I like hip hop mostly. But like I said, just to display my musical taste, my diversity is. I always use that as an example of Wu-Tang and CCR. And like I love this and I love this the most.
Oh heck yeah.
So I'm sure you can relate. You're in your 50s. We're what, 7 years apart, so
right.
So you get it.
Yeah.
It was good talking to you, man. I mean, at least somebody piped up and said something.
Yeah, I was kind of half asleep, and I heard you talking, trying to rouse up a convo. So I re-energized.
I appreciate it. I'm sure we entertained a few folks, the other 15 people that are in here, if they're listening.
Yeah, I wonder where everybody's at.
I don't know. They're just probably in here asleep. I mean, it is like almost 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's about midnight for me. I better start tuning out. Good chatting with you.
Yeah, thanks for talking with you, man. I appreciate you, bro, and that's cool that you're doing that with your community. Try and get them newbies, though.
Oh yeah, if they show interest, I let them know they're welcome. But I don't try and push to get people to the meetings. It's just for the folks that know about it and want to come.
Yeah, no, I've come to that realization that I'm like, yeah, like I said, I always use the whole moon landing thing to like gauge whether it's worth talking about or not. And I understand just having a community, having your own community of people to talk to and people that are on the same page as you. So that's cool too. Like I said, I don't judge you or whatever. Like, I know it's hard to like, if newbies come, they come. If they don't, they don't. And then it's kind of cool to just hang around people that are like the same shit you do. Like we sit around and watch the Super Bowl or something like that. Like let's hang out and drink beer and watch the Super Bowl. Let's hang out and talk about how the Earth isn't curved. So, all right, good talk. I'll let you go, man, if you gotta go. It's almost 2 a.m. where I am, but
I lost sound there for a minute, but yeah, I think I'm gonna turn in.
All right, bro. Good talk, man. Thanks for talking with me.
Yeah, same here.
Oh, hold on before you leave. Oh shit, I'm on the wrong thing. Where am I at? Earth 24/7. What was your name again?
Wild Bill.
Oh, Bill. I got you. All right. I'm gonna add you as a friend, okay? So just add me if you want to. Because you're pretty cool to talk. Cool to talk to. Ill Bill.
Hey, thank you.
All right, cool, man. Take it easy, man. Hey, you live on a farm?
Ranch. Yep.
Yeah, you're in Idaho. I assume that's your horse or pony or.
Yep, one of them.
What's his name?
Rosie.
Rosie. All right. Well, give Rosie a pat for me, okay?
You bet. I'll do it.
All right. Thanks. That's it.
Have a good night.
All right. You too, bro. Anybody else? I guess there's 12 people in here just asleep with their phone on. Probably. They just came in Discord and fell asleep because it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning, but they got work in the morning and shit. Like 14 people just in here chilling. There's gotta be somebody that's awake. And I'm about to go warm up some ribs. Anybody like ribs? Everybody's vegan in here. I'm about to heat up ribs and a baked potato and some asparagus. I cuss, you cuss, we all cuss for asparagus. Who likes ribs? Just 12 people all on Discord asleep. Just on Discord for no reason. Just I got on Discord and forgot to hit end before I went to sleep. You gotta go to work in the morning. If you get on Discord and you gotta go work in the morning, just hit end. I guess your phone is on the charger, so it doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter if we're jumping over fences or the best guy or the best goyim. Doesn't matter if we have a Flat podcast to promote. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter if you're Jesus. Jesus has to sleep sometime. Doesn't matter if you're D'd up or teed up. Seriously. Alright then, guys. We'll catch you later. Since y'all just want to be in here and the fucking Bob Evans fucking... who we got? Oh no, they're leaving. Yeah, that's right. Fucking sausage fest. It's okay if you're a guy, but like at least have something to say if you're in here. Like, why are you in here if you have nothing to say? If you have nothing to talk about. Usually people are talking over each other. And then I come in here and nobody's saying anything. You know, I just took too many bong rips or something. Bro, I'm in the Flat Earth debate, but I'm fucking high as shit. You're the worst guy. The worst guy in the world doesn't say shit. In a Discord server for no reason, not talking about a goddamn thing. Alright, boys. Have fun.
I have a question though. For the people who are actually hosting this debate, aren't you guys afraid that you might be targeted or hacked, or something bad might happen to you?
No.
For trying to reveal the truth?
No.
No, that's like the people who are afraid of that. They're the ones who have the ability to challenge power. Voltaire said it best. It's very dangerous to be right when the systems of power and control are wrong. They've already done the controlled demolition of flat Earth. They think they've won. And their hubris has given us a blind spot. They're not looking this way right now. They're looking at other minority groups. So for right now, we're pretty safe. And really, they're more worried about maintaining their own illusion, like this Artemis program and the billions of dollars and decade of overruns. They're trying to keep the house of cards up. So they're not really that worried about this minority group who thinks the Earth is flat.
They've been wildly successful in doing that too. I feel like this is kind of pointless.
Why would you feel that way?
Well, you see, most of the people are just so fucked. I mean, I'm talking about the people around me in real life, the people I meet. They're just so. They have their eyes open, but everything else is closed. They don't question. They never think. It's like I'm living among zombies.
Yeah, they call it the fluoride stare. They're more concerned about.
They're like goldfish.
Like, when's the next episode of the Kardashians on? Just reality TV.
You know, I see my dad, I see my mom on Facebook. They have memory like a goldfish. Alzheimer's, I feel like it's induced. And the fucking hospitals, man.
Yeah, try to watch the
fucking
language.
Hospitals.
Yeah, homie.
I'm kind of emotional.
Yeah, I know. It's not that big of a deal. I'm not going to mute you or kick you out or anything. I humbly request that you watch the language. That's it. But you can swear if you want to.
Sure.
If you're going to do it anyway, then do it. But if you would, thank you.
No, it's just my father was in the hospital and we were charged like a lot of money. That was, that financially crippled us. And to find out that it was all for nothing, that makes you swear. I mean, people don't even question like COVID-19. That's ridiculous. 5 years imprisonment, people putting like foreign substances in your body.
Yeah, brother, we're not going to talk about that particular topic. It's kind of off limits. So we try to keep it on the flat Earth. I appreciate it.
Because what's going on
think
here?
It's related.
Yeah, I'll tell you how it's related. Because we were promised a bill of sale. They said, here we go. We do this. We go to the moon. It's going to be a giant leap forward for all mankind. It's going to be a new renaissance. Brian Cox wanted to reframe the calendar. Kind of like you had before Christ and after Christ. Before Apollo and after Apollo. That this was going to be a fundamental paradigm shift. A coming together of the whole world. But it wasn't. It was all about money, weapons, geopolitical positioning, and nothing changed at all. Still to this day, some 60 years later, ain't shit changed around here. So the space age abruptly dies in 1972. The information age replaces the space age, which is marked by disinformation. Government-controlled disinformation. Meanwhile, they tell you they can go back to the moon again, but this time get it right. And there's going to be a joint endeavor. Some 80-something countries have signed the Artemis Accords. But you know what's going to happen? Nothing. No change, no effect. No one's going to even care about it. Things will just keep moving. The committee who meets every year, nuclear scientists, they meet every year, and they talk about this doomsday clock, how close humanity is to extinction level, man-caused extinction level event. They moved it up a couple more seconds to midnight. The year they were supposed to go around the moon again. So it just kind of tells you, like, hey, why? What can you do with it now? Can you be pissed? Can you talk about how these systems of power and control screw you over, screw families over, drive you deeper into debt? Well, you can, but what you could do is find like-minded people, discuss a topic you enjoy, in the meanwhile, document the downfall. So I frame it this way. Find some things you enjoy doing with some people you can tolerate, and when you're not doing that, you can document the downfall. Try to enjoy life as best you got. That's how you win. You win by living a life well lived, despite everything they're doing to you, despite all these systems constantly with the boot on your neck, telling you 2 + 2 is 5 because they said so. Persist and survive. Or you could do like what your family does. They put a bag over their head and they just cope. They doom scroll through social media.
Yes, sir, I agree with you. Hello there, is anyone? Can you speak? Or...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, actually I am new here and I don't know how to use this app. And but I like your words when you was talking about social media, about the systems, about this impact on our life. Can you continue and tell me more?
Yeah, what else do you want to know?
Okay, I can actually hear.
I don't know if you missed the first part. The guy asked me, why does it matter? Why does this conversation matter at all? So that's why it matters. You rage against a dying of the light. You'll just like turn over and just, go tits up.
You said tits.
Or belly up. What about that? Don't go belly up.
Hey, is that the same security that I spoke to a few days ago, and your husband came on, and then you just disappeared?
Oh my God!
When we asked him about the curvature.
That was a while ago. That was like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Wow, time flies. Because remember, your husband was like, "No, that's not the curve," and then we showed him the formulas, and then you just disappeared. What happened? Was he mad at the curvature?
Honestly, I don't really remember. I kind of feel bad because I misled you guys, but I was trying to really. Huh?
You can't mislead us. We're flat earthers. We've overcome the misleading. Don't worry about that.
Oh, duh! You know the truth.
We know the truth. So what were you about for? You got questions? Comments? You still falling for the globe?
I'm still falling for the. Damn it! I almost said Globers. I'm falling for the flat earthers.
Oh, right.
Honestly, though, You know, I was supposed to prepare a question. Now I just sound stupid.
Yeah, you got to come with something to the chat.
Honestly, I feel like I just get up here to flirt with the dudes sometimes. I'm pretty naughty, but
How does your
I
husband
do.
feel about that? Must be raging.
Well, it's okay. It's okay to him because I'm never gonna meet his theory. I'm never gonna meet anybody on the internet. So, and that's true. I wouldn't do that. I'm
All
not
right, safe. Safe.
a bad person or anything. Like I wouldn't really like do anything.
All right, well that's fine. So you don't have anything about the Earth you want to talk about?
Yeah. What would you say is the most surprising thing that well, actually I do have a different question. How long ago did you realize that the earth was flat?
What, 7-8 years ago or something now? I don't know. Lose track. Time's flying, you know.
What turned you on to it? Like
I saw someone saying that the curvature of the Earth has never been measured, and that people are doing long distance observations and finding that they're seeing further than the globe would allow. And I thought,
Okay.
that's interesting. I've never thought about that. And then I bought a high powered camera and started testing it myself and found out, oh yeah, there's no curve. Interesting.
But do you ever think that
Also,
maybe it's because we can't see that far, like through our eyes? Is that, or do you?
Nah,
That's
because
what I'm.
with like cameras and binoculars and stuff, you can see further than the globe says you should be able to see because of the curvature. There's no curve. Like where the globe says, oh, you'll only be able to see X amount of miles because the curvature, we see further than that. We see flat surface way beyond that point.
I have a good one. So every photo that is on the internet of the Earth is just VFX. Because
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
not
obviously, all the
OLED
Globe
steroids.
cartoons, are just cartoons. NASA's faking all that shit. So, yeah, that's obvious.
What do they have to gain? What is the gain to fool the masses?
Control,
everything.
power, money.
Well, if they really believed that it was flat like you guys, do you think that would resolve any like other cultural issues?
I don't know. It would just stop people being such gullible statist cucks, hopefully.
Well,
what about the science fiction? That's a huge market.
Yeah, people would start
Space
living
stuff.
in reality again, because at the moment people are just living in a complete fantasy land given to them by the US government, essentially.
Have you
So,
heard
of
of
course,
Mount
people are
Meru?
out to lunch. What's that?
Have you heard of Mount Meru?
Yes.
Okay. So you know about the Lokas and that part of the Hindu whatever is pretty interesting. How
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
like layers of
Well, loads of cultures, I mean, you look into it, all the cultures in the past were flat earthers. They all had slightly different ideas about how it was laid out. In Hindu cosmology, you've got Mount Meru. In Norse cosmology, you've got Yggdrasil, the world tree. They all had something at the center, like something, either a mountain or a tree. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. All these different cultures and societies had basically the same understanding that we're in a flat, motionless, contained system, and there's something at the center of it. I mean, that's interesting because a lot of these groups had no contact with each other, but yet they all kind of had a similar idea about what the world was. But
exactly.
how you figure all that out and know whether it's true or not, I mean, you can't really, because conveniently we're restricted from traveling to those kind of places on Earth.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting looking at what old cultures said about the Earth. Probably more truth to that than what we're getting nowadays.
Well, yeah, I remember being in school and they showed us what they claimed to have been the old map, what ancient people viewed the Earth, and it was like the flat Earth. Like that's
Yeah, they were all flat earthers. I mean, this is like the history that school's not teaching us. They basically they act like everyone knew it was a globe because some Greek guy 2,000 years ago said so. But no, everyone, even the Greeks, knew it was flat.
So history was written in a way to suit a narrative.
Yeah, all our history, the modern history that we've got now is totally globed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
So would you say that you only believe what your eyes can see? Is that another reason you believe that
Well, no,
Earth is
belief
flat?
belief is a different thing. You got
Okay.
belief and you got knowledge. So if you're talking about knowledge, then yeah, that's what we can experience and test, observe, measure, detect. That's knowledge. Belief is a different thing. No, that's not necessarily what you can test and observe, but I would say you should try and arrive at it at least through logical reasoning.
Yeah.
So no, I don't only have thoughts about things that I can see and experience, but if I'm going to make a claim to knowledge, then yeah, that should be something that you can experience and prove to yourself for sure. And if you can't, you need to just be happy to say I don't know, which too many people are not happy to say.
Yeah, like I don't know what happens after death, you know?
Yeah, that's the great adventure, the great mystery, isn't it? This world is full of mysteries, but nowadays that's another way they've dumbed people down, is by making people think that they do have knowledge that they don't have. Like, oh, I know how far away the sun is. I know what the sun is made of. No, you don't. You don't know shit.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah, very true.
So you believe in science to a point, not all science, but certain things that
Well, science isn't really a matter of belief. Again, they don't teach science well at school. So many people we speak to don't know what science is. Science is a method which involves observing a natural phenomena and then creating an experiment to try and test what causes that phenomena. It's not about belief. It's testable. That's science. If it's not testable and conductible in an experiment in reality, it's just not science. So I don't believe in science. I appreciate science and I like science. Belief is a different thing. But what they're giving us about the globe, that's all pseudoscience. That's not science.
I don't know how to beat that. Like I don't
You don't need to beat it. Why are you trying to beat it? Join it.
Accept it.
But the truth is I'm not knowledgeable enough in science or anything to make a really informed.
Like none of us were. You have to teach yourself. I mean, this is another thing that comes out of this, recognizing that we've all been given a shit education. It's not even an education, it's an indoctrination. And if you want to know, you need to teach yourself. You need to do the work.
Yeah.
I'll send you some resources in 2 secs.
Okay.
We've got Discord, GG.
That guy got muted.
I joined that server, and we've got a bunch of resources there.
Oh, the Flat Earth server?
Yep.
Yeah.
You seen the resource? You seen the resource section there? So when you're in it, all right, go on to the server. Tell me when you're on it.
Oh, it's in the chat. Oh,
well, I just sent it to you.
Stop it, Molly.
And then when you're in that server, if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down the channel list, you'll see an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. Got channels so if you scroll down, you'll see them. It's like Antarctica, astronauts, Big Bang, eclipses, science, right? So when you've got a question like, what about the moon? There's a channel on the moon. What about motion of the Earth? There's a channel on motion of the Earth. And these are just like...
Can I get an invite?
Sounds like resources so that you can kind of research in your own time. Just the other side of what we've been taught, basically. And it's all good, like loads of academic resources, science, all kinds of stuff.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I haven't looked at it yet, so now I see.
Yeah, I mean, you can always
Yeah, this
come
looks
here and ask questions and talk to us, but if you're the type that likes to just kind of sit on your own and do some crunching, get in the lab, then that's a good place to research independently. But yeah, if you wanna learn anything, you're like, oh, I don't know science and that. Yeah, most of us didn't. I didn't. Loads of people don't. You have to teach yourself. And it's very you can teach yourself.
Yeah, I know that much. I've done that with religions, like teaching myself different religions, so I'm sure I can figure this out.
Yeah, you can figure it out. Yeah, you figure it out. You're smart enough. So what's making you still believe Earth is a spinning ball?
I just thought, like, growing up, it always made the explanations made sense. I don't know if I was just blinded or.
Yeah, but I mean, the explanation is gonna you like force yourself to accept that it makes sense because your teacher's telling you, hey, if you don't put this on the test, you're gonna fail. So
Yeah.
if you're going in saying none of this makes sense, but I have to put it in on the test, you're gonna go mad. So as a kid, you just accept it. You're like, well, everyone else is accepting it. My teacher's telling me it. My parents are telling me it. Of course, it has to make sense. But that's like it's just like a psychological thing going on. It doesn't actually make sense. Like a ball of water spinning around in a vacuum, that doesn't make any sense. Water boils in a vacuum. Gas does not form a spherical shape at all, let alone in a vacuum. Like none of it makes sense. You've never been given the right opportunity to question it. And most people don't carve out the time for themselves to question it. And then they feel like society's like bullying them into accepting it and they just accept it because it's easy. It's easier to just accept it, but it's bullshit. So if you really care about the truth, then that's going to annoy you. And that's the common thread with flat earthers. They don't like being lied to.
Well, no, I don't like being lied to. What I was gonna ask. Well, if I want to ask you this in
But
terms of the surface.
I mean, what
Is there something on the
when you go
atmosphere there?
outside and you don't experience the ground to be a spinning ball, do you?
Well, no.
So when you think about it, it doesn't make sense. I mean, the word sense refers to your senses.
Yeah. Um. Well, what about the atmosphere? Is there something on the atmosphere in the server? Like that's bullshit too. Hold on a minute. Need to look something up.
Well, you have to think about it, right? So if you think of the idea of a sphere, that would be kind of a ball shape. And that means that atmo is air. So atmo ball, air ball. Have you ever seen air take a shape of a ball ever, or does it always fill the available volume or the shape of the container that it's in?
It fills the complete thing.
Right. So in this case, the volume would have to be the ever expanding vacuum of the universe, right? So there should never be any ball shaped pockets of air or whatever. It should always try to fill the available volume, which is the ever expanding universe. There should never be an air sphere.
Yeah, sorry,
Doesn't that make sense?
my Discord picked me out there, but yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. Like you're saying it makes sense, but when you think about it, it doesn't make sense. The globe does not comport with your senses. You don't sense motion of the ground. You don't detect curvature, spherical curvature. You just see a motionless topographical plane, and you see the sun, moon, and stars moving around you. That's what you sense. That's what would make sense.
So you don't believe in invisible forces such as like gravity and what you would call fake science, like
Well,
invisible
gravity.
that are just
That's
words thrown around to explain something that's rather inexplainable.
yeah, no, the globe gravity story, that's just the story they had to tell us so that we would believe we're on the outside of a big spinning ball. Because naturally people were like, how could you be on the outside of a giant spinning ball? You'd go flying off. So of course they have to come up with a story about why no, you're being stuck to the ball by some magical force called gravity. And then you say, well, what's the proof? And they say, well, drop a pen. But that's not proof of that. Yeah?
No, it's not.
So you need to really think about these things critically. They've just tried to bamboozle us as children, and we accept it because our education systems compel us to. We have to accept it. We have to physically write it down in tests to succeed.
Yeah.
So it's not that any of it makes sense. It's that we're essentially indoctrinated and forced into accepting it as children, knowing
Well,
that the
yeah.
majority of people as adults won't bother to really go back and check.
Yeah, I always grew up challenging like my parents. Like I paid the price for that. Like I always stood up for what was right, no matter if I would be homeless. Like so truth is very important to me too. So.
Well, there you go. If truth is important to you and you start pulling this thread, you're going to end up a flat earther. So good for you.
I'll try. This is what I'll do. I'll do this because it's my day off. I'll go ahead and look at some of that stuff on the server and see if it starts to click for me. I'm sure it'll take me
Well,
a
here,
little while.
I've just sent you 2 good introduction videos because on the server, it's terabytes of information. You might not know where to start. There's also a channel called FE Introduction Videos, so it's like intro stuff, because you're going to need intro stuff if you're totally new to this. So I've just sent you a couple of ones.
Okay.
And yeah, if you've got questions, you can ask. Yeah?
I appreciate it. I'm going to try to take this a little bit more serious. I've been
You
putting it
should,
off.
because this is the most serious conversation you've ever had, whether you realize it or not. This is the most important conversation going on today. No matter what they're trying to bamboozle you with in the news. Oh, Trump is doing this. He's going to take Greenland. He's going to do this and that. That's all bullshit. This is the most important thing that's being spoken about and discussed right now. It's the reason they censor it so hard. It's arguably the reason that everything has ramped up to the level of insanity that it has in the last few years, coincidentally, as people are starting to question this. So they're trying to distract you with everything under the sun so that you don't look into this topic.
They call flat earthers retards all the time.
Yeah, of course they do. Of course they do. They have to. But do you know what they don't do? They don't debate us. They don't come and provide globe proof. They just call us names. And is that a good argument? No, it's not. I actually love it. I love that they're just calling us names. You couldn't give us more of an obvious concession that we're right. Everyone that comes in here.
That makes sense. It would be like the equivalent of somebody calling me a whore just because I said the truth, but they just call me a whore as like just to put me down.
They're demean you. Yeah, exactly. They're just trying to dismiss you as a person instead of addressing the content of your position. That's exactly what it is. And they're trying to do it in such a way that other people see it and they say, well, I don't want to be called a retard. I don't want to be called a whore. So even though I'm curious, I'm just going to be quiet. They want to bully you. They're banking on you being scared. Don't be scared.
Yeah.
Can I want to point something out real quick.
Oh, what's up, Indio?
What's up? Not only do they call you stupid and you're retarded if you think the earth is flat, on the flip side is you can't understand it unless you're really smart and you're a scientist. So tell me how you square that circle of contradiction.
Oh, I don't. What was your question?
India's paradox of borrowed intelligence.
Yep. The paradox.
Yeah, they try and
paradox.
They try and make the globe almost impenetrable to the average person. So they'll dress it up with fancy mathematics so that most people look at it and they go, well, how could I question it? I don't understand the maths. But it's a false garb, you know. They're fronting. They're hiding behind theoretical math in the hopes that people don't challenge it. But you can challenge the initial assumptions in that math and say, well, where did you get a radius from? Where did you get a curved ball Earth to begin with? And they fall apart. We get PhD astronomers, physicists, all kinds of people through here, and they just fall apart when you ask them the most fundamental questions. Prove the curvature. Prove that a lake is bending. They can't do it.
Yeah. Maybe because it's so big, they don't. Maybe the reason
Nah, because
Globers
they
believe.
give us the size. They give us the size so we can do the
I
math.
was just going to bring that up too. Like if you ask one of them how much curb is in 10 miles, they won't know. But
Yeah,
it's
they don't
66
know.
but it's 66 feet, right? That's a lot. But they'll just say, well, the earth's just too big. Well, okay, how big is it? I'll tell you how
Yeah.
big it is.
Yeah.
66 feet of curb in 10 miles. Really simple. And then it increases exponentially. So, it's not as big as people think it is.
Yeah, and 90%, 99% of the people who believe in the globe don't know that number. They don't know the claimed size of it. They don't know how much it's supposed to curve. It's the flat earthers that know that, which is insane. So
Well, they'll throw satellites at you too. They'll say,
yeah, they'll just beg the
well,
question. But they've
well,
got
I forgot
little
what that
robots in
was.
space.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you say, okay, well, where did you see a satellite? Oh, I see it moving through the sky. What do you see? A little light. Okay, how do you know what that is? I saw it on TV. They've got no idea what it is. They've got no idea what it's made of, how big it is, how far away it is. That could be any number of things. But it has to be, in their mind, this little floating metal box going around a ball, because that's the only story they've been given for it. And then we say, well, how do you know it's that? And then they say, well, what else could it be? As if that means it is what they believe. When of course it does. It could be a million other things. So yeah, they've got high altitude communications technologies and stuff like that, but it's not little floating metal boxes flying around a ball Earth. Most of these things are on balloons.
Yeah, like the damn Chinese balloons.
Yeah, the Chinese one, right? That was a little tell. The flat Earth community was laughing at that because most people were like, "Whoa, China's got their satellites on balloons!" Ha 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 ha. It's like, yeah, that's how all of them are doing it. What do you think Roswell was about?
The car in space, remember that?
Yeah, the car in space, exactly. The propaganda is laughable. You go back and look at it and you're like, holy shit, how did anyone fall for this? Absolutely insane.
You know how impossible that idea is? Musk said it was just a regular car, that they didn't do anything to it. Man, do you know what would have happened when it got into the vacuum? First of all, the seats are interiors are styrofoam. Styrofoam is just like a polymer with a bunch of bubbles blown into it. Every single one of those bubbles would have freaking exploded. The seats would have exploded as soon as like the cowling came off and it got exposed to the vacuum. Like every piece of plastic in there would have exploded because the plastic has dissolved bubbles inside of it, and all those bubbles would have expanded because of the vacuum, and it would have been a mess. Like that's just one thing. Never mind the tires and
remember
the fluids and all those things that would have boiled off.
And remember what he said afterwards at the press conference? He said, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. He's trolling people.
Yeah.
These people are just trolling.
Like the celebrities were trolling when they went into space or whatever they called it, and then they came back down and the door opened by itself.
Yeah. It's all just a giant propaganda troll. These people are laughing at the people who believe it.
Well, it's a big moneymaker.
As a glober, you're the butt of the joke.
The whole space industry, fiction and nonfiction, you suppose a nonfiction, it's a big moneymaker. I think Star Wars itself has made over $1 trillion in its lifetime. Now think about that. Just Star Wars.
Yeah.
We're talking about everything, right? The franchise, the action figures, the movies, all the stuff associated with Star Wars, the T-shirts, the posters, $1 trillion over its lifetime.
Look into Warhammer and how much those action figures cost, and people buy that shit so that they can play D&D in massive quantity of figures. It's insane how much money space is worth.
There is good money in the globe, for sure.
I mean, even I have invested money in space sci-fi films, TV shows,
Yeah, most of us here previously were into sci-fi and that kind of shit. And you still can be. You just have to
I
realize
still
that
am.
the whole
I still dig
exactly.
that.
I mean
It's like
exactly.
Lord of the Rings now, though. It's like there's no possibility
Exactly.
that it's real.
If anything, it's even better because you don't have to deal with the horror side of being in an infinite, ever expanding killer vacuum. You just know it's all fantasy.
I always was terrified of space because it did seem like such a big
That's the point.
impossibility.
That's the point. I mean, like, think about it. The entire cosmology that they've told us is a horror show, right? So it's a low level form of like trauma based mind control.
Yeah,
Our
and astrology
whole
is bullshit.
story, the whole story they tell us with the dinosaurs, they were like, at some point, some giant rock just came and smashed into us, killed everything, and that could happen at any point unless you keep giving us, NASA, the government, loads of money. Think about that. So they've
Yeah.
got a low level, everyone who believes in it has this low level idea. They don't think about it day to day, but if you press them, they would say, yeah, it's very possible that a giant rogue rock will just come and wipe us all out. And the only
Yeah.
defense we might have to that is an organization like NASA.
Yeah, and NASA would take over if there was a fake alien invasion too. Like,
Yeah.
I'm always afraid they're gonna pull that crap.
Yeah.
They're gonna
Oh, I
pull
can't wait for it. I can't wait for it. The Globies are going to be losing their minds. The aliens are here. Oh my God. We're going to be
Well, how about
sitting here
the
on
three
Discord
eye? The
laughing
three
at
eye,
it.
the three eye divided by Atlas, the thing that they were talking about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it shut.
That was detected by a system that they took bids on to bid on a system to detect rogue asteroids that might hit the Earth. This is one of the objects that they detected with this system, right?
Money well
But the whole
spent.
thing, yeah, money well spent on a fantasy show. And then
So
you
would
got
you?
a Harvard professor saying, "Oh, we detected we detected that like 4 million years ago or some nonsense." Did you hear the latest thing? That some astronomers went over photographs of the sky that were taken between 1941 and 1947. And they detected satellites. Yeah, before satellites. They detected in photographs satellites that were before satellites.
Oh yeah, that's bullcrap. I saw that in Google Maps before. I was like, how?
No, satellites weren't launched yet. You understand? But they looked
Yeah.
at old astronomy photographs and
Well,
saw satellites in them.
why does the government? Would you say that the government pays so much money into it and they know about the Earth really being flat, or that they're just as ignorant and they're falling
Nah,
for
they're
that?
just taking the money and they're spending it on hookers and blow. Come on.
Ew, like Hunter Biden did.
Yeah. This is what they're doing. They've been busted. The execs have literally been busted spending NASA money on prostitutes. I mean, this has been in the news, right? So where that money's going, it's essentially just like a weapons program with good PR. What, they just funnel it into black projects and missile development, and then they put out a little fireworks show for the masses every few years and say, hey, we're maybe going to go to the moon again. And then everyone's like, wait, we're going to the moon.
Yeah, I'm waiting on
Regardless.
TikTok.
So yeah, it's all just a big scam, taking the money, spending it on weapons so that they can improve how many poor brown countries they can bomb, whatever the hell else they're doing.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at that, but yeah, brown countries.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. I mean, NASA was the ones who supposedly provided the intelligence, the satellite imagery to justify invading Iraq. They said, look, this is the place that they're making weapons of mass destruction. We've got the NASA images. Colin Powell took it in front of the UN Security Council and got agreement to go and invade Iraq. NASA were directly involved in that. So this is just military war shit they're doing, as usual.
So it's just the oligarchs.
Yeah. It's just the usual corrupt people trying to rule the masses in a very fucked up way. By lying to us about where we are. They construct our entire reality They say, hey, you don't have access to reality. You can't see the globe, but we can. That's where you live. We're going to tell you all about it. If there's something that's going to come and fuck us up like a meteor, we'll be the first to know, and we'll let you know. And everyone's just like, okay, guess we better just trust these guys then with our entire cosmology and reality. I mean, that's the most insane amount of power that you can ever imagine.
Yeah.
It'd be like if you woke up in a room in a building and you were never allowed out of the room, and there was just one guy who told you everything about where you were and what was going on outside. You'd be like, why would that guy lie to me? He's telling you everything you know.
Yeah, it's way beyond that, right? Now within that paradigm fits evolution, right? And then they go, oh, you're doing this and you're doing that because of you evolved to do that. You evolved to be a degenerate.
Yeah,
it's not your fault.
That's your monkey brain kicking in.
Ooh, that's me.
These guys think they're monkey people. No wonder they're fucked up.
Sorry. Oh my god.
But yeah, I mean, we could go all day, but
come on, Cyclone. It's apes. Get it right, not monkeys.
Yeah, they hate it when I call them monkey people. They're like, it's an ape. Damn it. Damn dirty apes.
Like that makes it better somehow.
Yeah, apologies, ape people.
Come from an ape or a monkey. That would make me happy.
Yeah.
Well, apes are kind of worse because, like, I don't think monkeys throw their own poo at each other.
Well, we throw poo at each other, but verbally.
Yeah, in India, physically.
Yeah, that's why I'm never going to go there, but I do love Hinduism and Eastern philosophies.
Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, if you got other questions or whatever, feel free. I mean, we could ramble all day about this shit. And we do 24/7, 365 days a year. It's a good time.
I like the passion. You guys keep it up. I'm going to go and look at that before my husband gets home.
All
What are
right.
you guys saying? What are you guys saying? We came from monkeys. I came from a Homo sapien.
You do your research, security.
There's Jimsy.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Hi
and bye. Before your husband gets here. Gets you.
It's so funny. It's like cheating on your husband, but you're just talking to flat earthers. He's caught me.
I've had a flat earth
My wife's
affair.
talking to flat earthers. No. All right, good stuff, security. Thank you for coming by again. And check out, I sent you some videos, so check those out.
Hey, thanks for your time. Y'all have a good one.
Just because you watch something fall down doesn't mean that the Earth is a ball.
Well, it does when you apply what amount of mass will do what, and then you take the size of the Earth and realize, hang on.
You had to assume it. That's the first rung of the cosmic ladder, is that the Earth has to be a ball. And then from there, you start making all these other calculations, but you have to assume the Earth is a ball for everything else to math out.
And the calculations turn out right.
We know it's a ball.
Okay, then how do you know it's a ball? Can't use gravity because gravity.
Neptune.
God damn it!
Yeah.
Okay, I give up. Triangles, you can have them.
You give up. Okay, one down.
Yeah, one down. Yeah, I think you bored him to death.
I can tell that I'm just going to make you sound dumber and dumber, Richter, because you're not going to make any sense whatsoever. That's why I bowed out. I understand everything you're saying because I used to believe it for 39 years. But nobody ever measured the curve of the Earth, so therefore, all those extra stories don't work. It's something else. Whatever it is, it's something else.
Yeah, well, stories that no one ever measured the curve of the Earth, which is just plain wrong. That makes you sound pretty stupid. So geodetic survey is
Who measured the Earth
on the
curve?
daily. On the daily.
Who measured the Earth curve?
He said
geodetic surveys measure it daily.
Really?
No, that's planar surveying. They're measuring in planes of triangles in a plane.
No, that's not planar surveying. Planar surveying is planar surveying. Geodetic surveying is different to planar surveying.
No, you need a planar survey before you do anything, so you have a reference.
What?
Whoa!
Explain the planar reference to do geodetic surveying.
Yeah, well, look up how you do it.
Oh, so you can't. You're going to leave it to me. You make a claim and then say, I need to go find it out. Okay, well, I don't believe what you're saying, so why would I do that?
You just got to think about it for a second.
Okay.
If you have three theodolites, right, in a triangle, is that a plane? Is the lines of sight between those three theodolites a planar triangle? The three lines of sight. We have A, B, C. We have lines of sight between each.
Why do you triangulate and stuff instead of just talking
That's what surveying does. That's what surveying does.
Geodetic surveying uses three, does it?
Yeah, it's called a triangulation network. Yeah.
That's how that's how you shoot straight lines, dude.
That's how you shoot straight lines, dude. No, you don't need three theodolites to do.
No, I'm just saying if you have three theodolites, you could have two rods and one theodolite. You could do it that way.
Yeah, so you just twisted the argument from what we're talking about. It's still
a planar triangle
and triangulation. Oh, so you just shifted it.
It's still a planar triangle. It's still, bro. Stop spurging. It's still a planar triangle. Still.
Yeah, and we're not doing planar surveying, so what are you talking about?
Okay. This is how you survey in any type of surveying. You have a theodolite, which is your optical instrument, and you have rods. And if you make a little triangle with the rods, or two rods, or one rod, and move the rod to a third location, that's a planar triangle. Because you're not on the surface of the Earth, you're above it. So what they do is they take those planar triangles, and they wrap it around something called a reference ellipsoid, which don't actually exist. It's a concept. The WGS84, the Clark ellipsoid, the bezel spheroid. Pick one. They take their measurements and they stick them on this other surface. That's what geodetic surveyors do. So no, they don't measure the curvature of the Earth. They take a bunch of planar triangles and wrap it around mathematically an imaginary surface.
Yeah, sure they do. Again, just
yeah, they do.
To make it something that you think your listeners don't totally understand, and you make yourself sound like you understand it.
I do understand it. No, don't let your bias creep into this, dude. Don't let your bias creep into this. You think we're flat earthers, so we're dumb, and you have a bias. No, we're not dumb. We investigated the globe, and we found out that it doesn't actually exist. You have just believed that somebody who you have no idea who it is has said, hey, yeah, Earth's the globe. And you're like, yeah, sure, I believe you. Well, we said, we don't believe you. We're going to check. We checked. It's not a globe. You should go check too.
You have a bias that you think, I just, never looked into anything at all. I just went, the scientists say it's a globe.
Yeah.
I've never done anything.
I heard you say
made
gravity.
That assumption that I couldn't possibly know what I'm talking about, but I'm supposed to trust that you have looked into stuff. That is impossible, but I know but I trust that you know what you're talking about.
I know you don't know what you're talking about because of what you're saying.
Yeah. If you were wrong, then you'd be wrong about me not knowing what I'm saying.
But I'm not. You don't know what you're talking about. You said that geodetic surveyors measure curvature every day. That's bullshit.
Yeah, they do. It's not bullshit.
How?
Go look it up. That's all I got.
I have, and I just told you how they do it. I have looked it up because I've heard this before. I have looked it up. You haven't.
No, you tried to involve planar surveying, right, and triangles, right, with looking through a theodolite and seeing drop over distance. You tried to confuse the situation.
They don't see drop over distance. They don't even measure a long enough distance
They
to even measure
absolutely do see drop over distance.
Oh, no, they don't, dude. Okay, because there's something you don't.
They absolutely do. Stop talking
Okay,
nonsense.
No, they don't. Want me to publish a paper? Want me to post a published paper right now?
Who's it from, and what biased calculations are in there, and misinterpreted results?
He already doesn't want to see it.
He wouldn't understand it anyway. That's the problem. He doesn't want to see it because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't even understand what we're talking about.
I absolutely understand what you're talking about. I
want to know who his reference for geodetic surveying is. Who's your reference for geodetic surveying, Richter?
So did you say who or what?
Yeah, who's your reference?
Oh, wouldn't know. Countless people looked up heaps of geodetic surveying and their results, and didn't note any of it down. Very convincing stuff to me, though. But I can go and relook it up if you want me to show you the kind of evidence that I use to come to my conclusions. I can do that when I get home. No problem.
Well, the ones that measure drop over distance. Who are you using as a reference?
Honestly, couldn't tell you their names. They're at the top of
Is it like an anti-flat earther, like Maine Surveyor or Jesse Kozlowski or Baron Rutledge, one of these three that are known anti-flat earth clowns?
Oh, they don't know what triangles are, though. They failed.
I know they don't.
Failed the triangle test on me.
They didn't even know. They didn't even know what deflection of the vertical was in surveying, which is hilarious.
So they're making videos on Earth curve, and he doesn't even know what a triangle is, and yet he can say that this is bigger than a triangle, a spherical triangle, but doesn't know what a triangle is. That's weird.
I got no idea what you're talking about. With he doesn't know what a triangle is. I wasn't privy to that conversation that you had, and I
don't worry, it's recorded. So it's part of my triangle test I give everybody. He failed it.
So I posted in the chat. It's called Updated Atmospheric Modeling of Refracted Zenith Angles Using Vertical Temperature Gradient for Refraction Coefficient, Journal of Geosciences, 2023.
Yeah, right. Okay. So you're saying that gravity doesn't necessarily pull directly down. Is that the upside of it?
Well, it's not me saying it, it's them saying it.
Right. Anyway, everyone listening, has anyone ever held a plumb bob and it didn't hang straight down?
No, I haven't. I don't believe it does
do
what they say. But it's needed for geodetic surveying to work.
Oh man,
it's called a geoid model, right? It's called EGM 97 geoid model.
There goes
so it's lumpy gravity. So you have tilted. According to what you believe in, geodetic surveying, you have to believe that plumb lines are curved.
Right.
Yeah, you do, because in geodetic surveying, they have curved plumb lines, dude.
They don't have curved plumb lines. So I assume what you're doing is you're adding you're adding the geoid, because the Earth isn't completely smooth. Right? There's also different densities of matter underneath the Earth.
No, the geoid is the equipotential. Bro. The geoid is not the surface of the Earth. It's the equipotential surface of gravity.
What I was trying to say was, when you add them all together, you get quite a strange picture of what the Earth could be, right? And that's where you get these claims of, gravity doesn't. No, none of it adds up to flat. None.
Okay, so you're driving, but I'm posting in the chat from Platter also posted it from Geodetic Surveying, curved plumb lines. In fact, they have publications called Curvature of the Plumb Line.
They say that they could be able to hang a plumb line and it not hang directly towards the Earth.
Instead, what they think is if they hang a long enough plumb line, it would be a curved line and not hanging straight down. And it definitely isn't going to hang. It definitely isn't going to point to the center of the Earth on an oblate ellipsoid. Dude, you're in the major leagues now, dude. This isn't fucking TikTok.
Not understanding science as a whole.
Understanding science. You don't know what even science is.
The world championship of misinterpretation and misunderstanding.
Yeah, but you can't say what I misinterpreted or what I misunderstood. Weird how that is.
Just about every
all you can do is like a backdoor ad hom. You're just doing a backdoor ad hominem. That's all you're doing.
Man, you're doing one right now.
No, no, not at all. I'm pointing out what you're doing. I didn't say anything about you. You said, I don't understand something as a rebuttal to my argument. That's just an ad hom, dude. Yeah. Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. And you're saying that what I'm saying isn't true, and so
you're wrong.
It's an insult.
You're factually wrong, though. But you were factually wrong. Yeah. And I posted in the chat the fact that you're wrong.
If you're taking him saying that you're wrong as an insult, then you got problems, man.
And it actually isn't me that says you're wrong. It's the entire field.
You guys cannot
it's not me saying you're wrong. It's the entire field of geodetic surveying that says you're wrong.
Yeah, right. So I say the same thing to you, and you say that's an ad hom. I say, no, you're misunderstanding it. You're wrong, right? And that's an ad hom. But when you tell me I'm wrong, no, that's factual, dude. You don't understand it. Give me a break,
you
man.
said I don't understand it. You said I don't understand science. You said me, okay? I said you were in error, and I told you what the error was and who the source of my claim of your error. It's not me. They say you're in error. Your own worldview says you are in error.
No, not correct.
Okay, so it's not correct. The things I posted in the chat that are right out of geodetic surveying manuals that say curvature of the plumb line. You guys always do this when I bring up the plumb line's curve in your model. You think that it's flat earth or made up bullshit. No, it's your made up bullshit. Yours. You're not going to voice it onto us. It's yours.
It doesn't have an effect on a plumb line. Right? Just like the Earth is not shaped like that freaking, like, what is it, a heat map looking kind of thing. That is the
worldview, it does.
The Earth doesn't look like that, and now you're talking over me.
Dude, you're just denying what is written down. It's written down in the surveying books.
You've seen that picture of the Earth, right? That's not a picture. It looks like, how can I show it? Like a heat map. Right, which is the geoid. Earth looks nothing like that, but that's a map that they use for the actual shape of the Earth, or the gravitational density. But the Earth looks nothing like that.
Okay, I never said the Earth.
Is that picture
you don't understand the point.
Is that picture bullshit? Is that picture bullshit?
Okay. I never said the Earth looks like the geoid. I said the geoid was the equipotential surface of gravity. That's what I said.
I'm pointing out.
Why is that important?
Your misunderstanding.
Why is that important?
Because I'm pointing out. I'm trying to answer your question. I'm pointing out where you've misunderstood the extent to which this non-vertical gravity goes. That geoid looks nothing like that.
Yeah, bro.
So the Earth looks nothing like that geoid.
Kruger is off the chart. No one said the Earth looks like the geoid. What you're not understanding is when you take your theodolite and shut up. When you take the theodolite and you go to level the instrument, the vertical, the plumb is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. So if you go out and then you try to measure a dip, assuming that your horizontal is 90 degrees from the surface of the Earth or parallel to the surface of the Earth, you'd be wrong. You don't understand how surveying works. You don't understand what they're doing. You don't understand why the geode's important. Okay, what's the first thing you do when you set up a theodolite?
How much is this not vertical?
What's the first?
How much is this not? I asked you that a minute ago.
In Australia?
Talking over me, so just answer it.
Well, in Australia,
how much is it that
in Australia, 0.71 seconds, dude. Seconds of arc. Seconds of arc, dude. You don't even know what that is, do you? It's degrees, minutes, seconds.
Maybe at home, dude. Like you know.
You have no idea, dude. You're drowning, bro. You're drowning, bro.
I'm drowning.
You picked the wrong topic because you don't know anything about this. Because you don't know anything about this, dude. Sorry.
How's 7.1 seconds at home?
What would if I was hanging up?
In fact, Australia, because of this
a 1 meter string. Why are you interrupting me? What are you scared of?
And no one's scared of you, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm just like a cat playing with a mouse right now.
You're just talking yourself up. If I was holding a 1 meter string with a plumb bomb at the end of it, right, 0.71 arc seconds, how much is that not going to be?
I didn't say arc seconds. I didn't say arc seconds.
I thought that's what you said, 0.71 arc seconds.
No, it's degrees, bro. Degrees of the units. Not arc
degrees
seconds.
Of units.
Degrees are the units.
What? Degrees are the units. Okay, sorry, misunderstood. Yeah. Audibly misunderstood you.
That's fine.
So if I hung up a 1 meter string with a plumb bob at the end of it, right? That deviation, how far not centered to my hand holding it is that plumb bob going to be?
Yeah. Well,
how many centimeters away from being vertical? How many centimeters away from being vertical is it going to be?
I don't know. That's not the point. The point is you're using that vertical as your horizontal. Listen, you're using the vertical as a horizontal reference. So if I shoot 3 miles and my deviation from the vertical is 0.02 degrees, that's 6 feet and 3 miles. That's the drop according to that's the horizon dip for the globe is 0.02 degrees.
Right. So if I see several hundred feet or several thousand feet of drop, what's the excuse for that?
Because it's based upon distance. Okay, so 0.02 degrees, you want me to double it? And 30 miles, it's freaking 60 feet. That's the deviation. That's the error, dude. It's 60 feet of error on a 0.02 degree deflection of the vertical. That's why they only shoot short distances, and they leapfrog and shoot a whole bunch of them. Because when you do long distances...
0.02
degrees. To 1/100th of a degree.
Okay, the numbers are changing.
This is just one I know off the top of my head. I know that in 3 miles, a divergence from the angular difference, right? The absolute difference in size. Like, say I take a laser and shoot it level, and then I dip it down 0.02 degrees and shoot it below where I originally shot it, it would be 6 feet lower. That's supposed to be the horizon dip at 3 miles on the globe. It's supposed to be 6 feet.
So in 3 miles, in 3 miles, 0.02 degrees ends up being
6 feet of drop. It's 6 feet of drop, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to go to a job, and I'm nowhere I can validate. I'm sitting in the car. I can't validate or verify anything you said. So I'll come back when I can. You going to be hanging around for a while?
Yeah, maybe. I'm probably like 30 minutes, maybe. Don't rush. There's other people here, dude. It's just I might not be here, but other people will be here.
I just don't want to be accused of running. That's all. But I'll see you another time.
No,
for sure.
Dude, we're not bitches here, dude. We're not babies, dude. We don't do that shit. Girls do that shit.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for talking. Yeah. Thanks for talking to us.
Right. Take care. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Another McToon acolyte goes down in flames.
Bro, when after a while listening to him talk, I was like, God, that's Jesse Patholight. Sure.
You think that's Jesse Patholight? Is that what you said?
Yeah, no I think like everybody's sticking in the Jesse Patholite's argument to that whole celestial theodolite thing. Like they're just like still so stuck on.
He brought it up. He brought up the celestial theodolite. Really?
No, he didn't bring up the celestial theodolite. He just brought up theodolites. But I know from talking to people over in Ether Cause, like they are like deep into like the imagination of what theodolites can do over long distances. The celestial theodolite isn't even using a theodolite.
Yeah, I know. It's
just a timestamp.
Yeah, I know. I know. Like, but I brought up theodolites because he talked about surveying. So if you're going to talk about surveying, you got to talk about what they're actually doing. He said they measure horizon, they measure curvature every day in geodetic surveying. Well, the instrument they use is theodolite, and they only measure angles with that. That's the only thing that theodolite measures. It measures an angle. And then you have to translate that angle into like a size, right? So in 3 miles, so say I take a theodolite, right? And it's supposed to be 90 degrees to the surface of the earth, and I turn it down 0.02 degrees. Now I should be looking at a spot 3 miles away, 6 feet lower than where I originally looked at. But that's not how it works in practice. That's how it should be in their freaking messed up vacuum world, right?
Yeah, no, I know from life experiences, everything that I've ever done with science, what they taught in the classroom, as soon as I got out into the field, yeah, forget everything you were taught. This is the real world.
Yeah, man. The lab is the lab. And that's all that. Like, what happens in the lab? You know, look, I mean, just seriously, like, yeah, I'm sure they can do amazing things with the internal combustion engine in the lab. But then when they take it and they put it in a car, it don't go so well.
Yeah, no, like when I heard him say like they what did they say? With the autolites they measure
curvature, he said. I said they measure curvature.
Like dip. I think he said they measure
dip. He measures the drop. He said they measure the drop. He actually didn't say dip, but the dip, I just skipped instead of arguing about what that means to measure the drop. It's actually a dip angle. That's what they would measure. Right. They'd set up the theodolite. They'd make it so that it was like 90 degrees from vertical. Right.
Right. And then they measure the angle
they'd put the crosshair on the theodolite or on the horizon and then go, okay, the horizon's dipping down or dipping up. Right. From the horizontal. Right. But this is the thing I'm getting at, is that horizontal is determined by vertical. Because to find the horizontal, you have to find the vertical first. So you level the instrument. And the leveling of the instrument is with either a prism that hangs like from a string inside there and it shines a light through it. And when the prism is perfectly level, it'll reflect back, and then that's how the thing reads level. Or it'll have bubbles, like a little bubble levels, and you look through it with nearly a microscope, and you level the instrument that way. Either way, both of those work by the downward vector. So that's the first thing you're doing, is you're finding the downward vector. And then wherever the downward vector is, horizontal is 90 degrees from that. But according to the globe, that downward vector is not perpendicular to the surface of the earth. It's that it can be tilted because of Long B gravity. So now think about it. You have a tilted vertical. That means now you have a tilted horizontal. And then they're taking the theodolite and aiming at something and going, there's a horizon dip. Well, your instrument wasn't horizontal relative to the earth in the first place. You didn't have a vertical orientation. That's why this horizon dip stuff is nonsense. And did you see what I published? What I posted?
I've seen what you posted before. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is new. This is new shit.
Oh, this is new?
Yeah. So this is Sheepdog. It's so funny, man. Like you said yesterday, I always come back with new shit.
I've seen this image before. You talking about the one at 11 after?
No. Further up.
Oh, that was Platters.
Further up, the updated modeling of refracted. Okay, so these guys, they measured a concave Earth dip angle. That means the dip angle was up. Okay.
Yeah.
Instead of a dipped horizon, the horizon was too high.
Right.
No, is there a concave Earth now? Did they prove a concave Earth because they measured these freaking this negative dip angle? Of course not.
No, it just made a correction back to the fucking globe.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, because they're using spherical coordinates, this means they measure the flat Earth. But That's neither here nor there. The point is that you can't draw conclusions about the surface of the Earth because your initial reference is the direction of the downward vector. And according to those guys, it isn't straight down. But they want it to be straight down when they're like, oh, a dip angle. And then you tell them, well, it's not straight down. You guys have curved plumb lines. And they run away from that as fast as humanly possible because, think about it, your idea has curved plumb lines. They know that that is poison to any normal person that hears it. That go, what? What do you mean? What do you mean the globe model has curved plumb lines? That's ridiculous. Meaning that if you take a weight and hang it from a string, that string is curved. It's not hanging straight down. That gravity is making that thing curve. Well, now if it's a 6-foot string, it's in such an infinitesimal amount you can't see it. But if it was like a 1,000-foot string or a 10,000-foot string hanging in a hole, right? You'd actually be able to see this string be curved. This is what they think in their worldview. And if you said this to, like, if a normal person hears this, they're going to be like, the globe is some bullshit. That's why they want to get off curved plumb lines as fast as humanly possible. They don't want to talk anything about that. Why are you interrupting me? Did you hear me talking?
I just want to know who's dumb.
Globers.
Anybody that thinks plumb lines curve.
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
What?
Do you know what a plumb line is?
No.
So you build the building, right? And you want the wall to be straight. So you hang a string with a weight. And then you build, it's called a plumb line. You hang a weight, you have a weight at the end of a string. And you hang it.
Okay.
That line's straight, right? The string?
Yeah, I'm straight. And the line is straight too, yeah?
Okay. Yes. Well, not in the globe Earth. In the globe Earth model, that string is not straight.
What?
Yeah. Scroll up, look in the chat. Scroll up. Exactly. This is anybody that believes that is dumb. That's why globe Earthers don't want to talk about it because it makes them look crazy. Look in the chat. So if you look in the chat and you look at a couple images, I'll post another one. I'll post it again.
Fucking dumb, I think.
Yeah, it is dumb. So look.
Yeah, I am dumb too, I think.
Yeah, you're not that dumb. Yeah. You know that if you hang a weight on the string, that string is straight. Okay, like you're not so stupid that you think it's curving.
Okay.
So look at the diagram. See.
Yeah, I'm curving.
So look at the diagram in the text chat. Look.
Where?
In a text chat. Text chat that's attached to this channel. Do you know how to use Discord?
Absolutely not. I'm dumb. I'm just dumb.
So you just came in here to interrupt?
No, absolutely not. I just want to know. Know better.
Okay, Earth is flat. That's all you need to know.
Okay.
It's not a ball.
Not a ball?
No, not a ball. Not. Negative. No ball.
No ball. Okay. Ball is not straight.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Can I ask you, Indio? Can you give me a concise reason on why geodetic surveying is important for, I guess it would be map making?
Actually, important.
Yeah, is it more purposeful to use geodetic surveying, or is it more purposeful to use planar surveying? I mean, I get it, different tools for different things. But I'm just trying to figure out the purpose.
The only geodetic surveying is useful in the sense that because at long distances, like say I'm making a road, right? Say we're making a road that crosses America,
Yeah.
and I start in Kansas.
You,
And I start building the road. And now I've gone 100 miles.
you are
And now
American.
I can't do.
You are American.
Yeah, I'm American. Go on mute, bro. Go to a beginner channel. So say I'm in Kansas, and then and I'm using planar surveying to make the road, right? And I go 100 miles. Now I'm not exactly sure what my orientation is relative to where I started because I can't see over there anymore. It's 100 miles away, right? So how do I like make a unified spatial reference? Okay, we use the stars, right? Because all that geodetic surveying, it's really astrogeodetic surveying. They call it geodetic surveying, but it's really
now I gotcha. Now it makes sense.
Because they're just trying to map it to the latitude and longitude system, which is in the sky. So, thing I've talked about this with, it's called in the 1927 they made what's called the North American Datum. So they surveyed east-west across America, and they did some north-south, but we're only going to talk about east-west. They didn't use like a what do you call it? Like the reference ellipsoid that we use now. What they did is that they went to a place in Kansas. It's called Fort Meade or something, and they took astrogeodetic survey data, right, to figure out their exact position in the celestial sphere, right, their exact latitude and longitude. For 6 months they did this, right? So all night, every night for 6 freaking months, at least when you could see the sky, they're trying to fix their position, like like celestial navigation does. They're trying to get what their GP is, right?
Like every hour they were taking a timestamp of the star.
Yeah. So once they decided, hey, this is our latitude and longitude, then they surveyed out from there, and all the geodetic surveying points were referenced relative to that initial starting point. So that was their origin, right? Fort Meade in Kansas was their origin. And they surveyed out, yeah. So that's the zero, right? So you have, like, just imagine you have graph paper, right? You got the zero, you got your x-axis and your y-axis. That was their zero, okay? So they surveyed out from there to the coasts. So years pass, and you're like, let's do it again. So we're going to make the North American Datum 1983. But we're not going to start at Fort Meade Ranch, whatever they call it. We're going to use this other thing called the WGS84 reference ellipsoid, which is purely conceptual, and we made it up in our mind. Then they did the survey, and then they looked and they said, holy shit, these two things don't match. That's exactly what happened. See, want to know what they did? Because there's already survey markers stamped into the ground. They just changed the numbers instead of putting a new survey marker, which is what they should do, right? When they actually find a coordinate, right? They go, oh shit, this is like 45. This is like 45 north, and there's no marker here. We should put a marker, the 45 north marker here, and go pull up the other one. Nope, they just went to the other one and said, well, we'll survey over here. Like, okay, this is 4532. Just stamp a new number on it. Yeah, that's what they did. They just stamped new numbers on the shit. When they found they were in the wrong.
Makes sense now that you say it like that, because it goes back to when we were talking about how they made longitude and they used the celestial sphere. And I was like, basically, they just plastered the Earth to the inside of the celestial sphere. You're like, yeah, basically, like all that just makes sense now. Completely.
Yeah. And like, yeah, so at long distances, you need the sky as a reference so that you know, like, kind of like your orientation relative to something else, right? Because you can't tell from just looking at the ground. You have to use the sky. That's the point. That's really the purpose of it. You know, we have a good idea. If you're in Los Angeles, the stars in the celestial sphere, when they're going to be over your head, time and time again, within a pretty good at it. Make that good prediction. What's going to be over your head, and that's like a certain location within the celestial sphere. And we're going to call that latitude and longitude. We know when the sun's going to be there. We know when these stars are going to be there. And when like there's a coincidence of the sun and the stars at a certain date, then we go, hey, you this is your coordinate. That's what people don't understand is like the latitude and longitude systems it's a mixture of space and time because of the star's motion, right? You have to assign time to it because you can't say, hey, I'm under this star. There's no one on Earth where you can go, hey, I'm under a star. You'll be under a star for a couple minutes, but it's not for long, right? So that spatial reference to the sky, it has to be linked to a timepiece, right? It has to be linked to some time. And the longitude is the time. But we don't call it a time, we call it a place. But it's really a time. So the latitude is the place, depending on how high the sun goes above the horizon, and longitude is the other place, depending on when the sun goes over your head. Or it reaches its highest point, I should say, which would be solar noon. So think about that. There's a point in the sky where the sun will be its highest above the horizon, right? And at a particular time of year, those two things that, like, there's a coincidence. Hey, it's December 21st. I looked, the sun was freaking, 1 degree above the horizon at its highest point. Okay? There's not too many places on Earth that are like that. And then we assign that place where you make that observation a coordinate. But they think that coordinate is actually a freaking place, dude. Like a place. Like okay, I don't know how to describe it, dude. Like, 125th West 33rd Street, you know what I mean? In New York City. Like there's an apartment building there. No, it's just a coincidence of time. You could just change the clock, you'd have a different coordinate. Change the freaking units, or change the origin of how you measure latitude and longitude, how you measure latitude, and that'll also change. Will change your position. But to answer your question, the purpose of geodetic surveying is to kind of deduce stuff and match up with the celestial sphere to places on the ground.
Makes sense. Like, what is it? Planar surveying could be very useful even for like building neighborhoods and stuff like that. But geodetic surveying would be like connecting those neighborhoods to a main road that leads to another neighborhood.
Yeah, and it's important because, planar surveying is great, but you could planar survey and make a road from frickin', New York to San Francisco if you wanted to. It could work. But the thing is, we have something called the interstate highway system, and we have multiple states. Each of those states has their own frickin' plane survey system. So we need something uniform. We need some uniformity between systems, and they chose geodetic surveying.
But yeah, that deflection of the vertical is killer.
Say the federal government's like, okay, we're going to make a road across the United States. Each state's going to make their own road, right? And we're going to connect them all somewhere at the borders of each state. That wouldn't work.
Right.
But I should also say this: these datums that everybody like, the datum we use, the North American datum, it's just one. I mean, there's something like 110 datums, and each of these datums has its own unique scaling factor. So if you took one datum and tried to be like, okay, here's my, so there's something called Ordnance Datum Newland, which is like the UK datum, and I tried to just apply that metric to North America, everything would be wrong. I would have to convert it into the North American datum using a scaling factor, because the scales aren't the same. And you go, hold on, how can the scales not be the same? They're all just using latitude and longitude. How's the latitude and longitude scaling? Yeah, well, it's a good question. How is it scaling? How is latitude and longitude being scaled depending on where you use it? Meaning shrunk or expanded.
Right.
Yeah, the space between the lines, right, the latitude and longitude lines, either shrinks or grows depending on the datum you're using, which it shouldn't be doing if it was some uniform global spatial reference system that was actually universal, right? It means it's not universe. It means people are taking measurements all over the world and they're shoehorning them into latitude and longitude. And when they don't fit, they just change the scale until they do fit.
Yep. No, I get that, man. Like, oh, that formula didn't work. Here's another formula.
I mean, we got AI has talked about this, the military grid system, that mapping system. You're familiar with it. Now, we know the military grid system's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I take out my road atlas, will the military grid system map onto that? Or will it map onto the geodetic surveying information?
No.
Will those all match up? Or will it be different? What if I take some USGS topographical maps and then use them? And it could, because there's topo data on the military grid. So are those going to match up? None of this stuff is going to match up. And then the ballers goes, "Where's your map? Where's your map? Show me a map and I'll show you something that's wrong." I mean, it's literally that simple. Show me a map and I'll show you something that's wrong.
Have you seen the map that I always give Glovers when they ask for a flat Earth map? Oh, have you?
I had Hapro today yesterday, denying the apparent sun and denying there's an apparent horizon. Just like,
can you hear me, or is my microphone bad?
No, I hear you. I hear you good.
I know you don't like hearing a flat Earth map. Have you seen my flat Earth map?
No, I said no, man. I want to see it.
Oh, I didn't hear you. It cut out.
Oh.
So I was like, wait, I guess you didn't hear me. Gotten buried since I've gotten new stuff. I know I'm close when I get down to where my. Oh, here we go, right here. This is my flat Earth map. Every time a Glover says, "Where's your flat Earth map?" There it goes.
It's so funny. That's awesome. Oh my God. That's great, man. That is so great.
You know what they always ask?
I'm sorry, dude. I'm stealing that, man. I'm stealing it. Sorry.
Yeah, dude. Their first response always is, "Where are the continents?" I'm like, underneath this.
For real? They say where are the continents?
Yeah, I swear to God, that's the first thing most of them say.
You say they're underneath it. Oh man, it's underneath. Underneath what? Underneath that map. That's where the continents are. They're underneath the map. Well, show me the other side. Well, turn around. Wow. That's genius.
Thank you.
Yeah, bro, that's genius. Because that is the map. That is actually the world map, is the stars. It's not the ground, it's the stars.
When you helped me realize that, like, all maps are basically, they just took the celestial sphere and they pressed the Earth up against the celestial sphere. I'm like, oh, so the map is the sky.
That's right. It's easy to prove too, and they bug out when you ask it. When you you can prove it with one question. Tell me your coordinates using nothing but the ground. Can't use anything in the sky. You can't use the sun, the stars, the moon. It's completely cloudy. You can't see anything. How do you find your coordinates? Want to know what they say? Use GPS.
Yeah. You're right.
And I'm like, no, man, no, because GPS uses the same coordinate system. Like, okay, fine, just find.
That's what they don't understand either. Like, oh, GPS. Like, that's exactly what GPS does. They basically took all the math and put it into a computer simulation. That's all they did.
Simple. They can't do it. It's not possible. Not in latitude and longitude coordinates, that's for sure. They can't find it. So the map is the sky. It's that simple. And the odd thing is, it's like they fight against that the map is the sky when all they want to do is talk about the sky every other time.
That's so true.
Yeah, sure. I was gonna like just overall. I'm blanking, but like I remember there is some trigonometry about sun and like overall just I am curious about stuff because there are many different displays of flat Earth.
Yeah,
I guess that's the word because I have seen like the what's the thing where people think that there's like a bowl-like thingy. I'm forgetting the word for it because I'm sort of tired. But and they think that there's like Farlands, like kind of like that model as well. Yeah. Thank you, whoever that Fence. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Fence because it sounds fun. Yeah.
So there are many different conceptions about what the Earth might look like since it's measurably flat. And so some people have done some really silly things. They've taken a globe, and the globe is actually a polar coordinate reference system where they measure the celestial sphere, which is the concept of the stars being spheres around the Earth, which would in this case would be a flat plane. And the celestial sphere is an official thing. It's used for navigation and the ephemeris. They've been around forever, but these are just concepts. Well, they took all the points that they measure on the surface of the flat Earth, and then they turn it into a coordinate system called a polar coordinate system or a polar projection. That's the globe. That's actually not the map of the Earth. That's a celestial sphere kind of turned inside out. So the inside out celestial sphere then got splayed out into what's called the azimuthal equidistant projection. And that's the one that most flat earthers seem to like, and I don't know why, because it's very easy debunkable, like you can disprove it really simply, because it's a projection of a globe. The only point of it is really that the latitude lines are accurate, the longitude lines are accurate. And they give you the correct positions of the sun over their regions, for the most part. That's what that's for. For no other reason, that's just trying to help you know where the sun is at in relation to the land masses. Okay. Now, the idea of there being, we call the people who think there are more lands beyond the ice wall on the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is just silly. We call those people outer ponders, where they think there is more water and more land beyond Antarctica or whatever. Also really silly because there's really no evidence for that and there's no way to prove it. So that's a bad idea. There's also the cartoons and the propaganda that's been shoved in everybody's faces for I don't know how many centuries about a disk Earth kind of floating out in space. Nobody here believes that. Or, like a snow globe floating out in space. Nobody here believes anything like that. It's all kind of absurd. So there is no real model or we'll say visual aid to help you understand what the Earth ultimately looks like. All we can tell you is that measurably it is flat. What the sky is doing and how it does it, we don't actually really know. It's all kind of a mystery. What the limits are to this realm, I have no idea, and I don't know where to go to find those limits. So it's a very interesting thing. But what I can tell you is that everybody measures the Earth flat.
Yeah, and this all sounds like cool and all. I'm sort of always forgetting the points because, flat Earth is kind of like a thing that I've just been skimming. Is that the right word to use? Like skim, like take in, slowly in small bits,
Yeah. That's the right word.
Yeah. But it's always fun because, I've been getting onto this, I guess, from the Globey side. If
sure.
I use that nickname, it sounds silly to use it vocally, but aside, back to the point, I've watched all the mainstream stuff like Simon Dan and Kevin Dubé and all those guys who are just basically just going like, no, you're wrong, no, you're wrong, and just
we're kind of an exception because we tend to focus mainly on the geometry aspects and try not to entertain too much
I know.
the speculative regions of the whole thing.
Yeah. So the Simon Dans and the Professor Daves, those types, the Dave McKeegans, these are people who are really attacking all the silly flat earthers, but they don't really deal with the stuff that we're talking about. Navigation, measurements, those are the things that we discuss here. They're taking care of some of the more conspiracy-oriented, esoteric whack jobs. Those are the guys that they're debating with. They don't come over here. They don't talk to us. They don't like us. It goes really bad for them really quickly. So we want them to come over. It would be highly entertaining. But no, they don't really talk to us too much.
Well, yeah, and that as well. And, they're the loudest. So that's who you see, I guess. Because
sure.
Loud. Or like quote unquote loud. They're the I'm forgetting the word for it. Like what was my original thing I said about like trigonometry and the sun? Like
right.
What are the given distances of because again I come from the silly arguing channels, but I have never done this speaking thing before because kind of never found a place, but they meant fun.
No, you sound pretty good. If you haven't spoke a lot, your English is pretty good. Now you're asking about trigonometry. I didn't want to get off the trigonometry. What specifically were you talking about in regards to that?
Yeah, I guess like overall, when again, I am not fully incorporated into like what kind of flat Earth we are doing in here, but like the main thing I've been seeing argued is like, oh, why can't you see this building from here, or like the sun's position and all that? Like, is it called the equinox? Like when it's nearest to the equator, like people measuring that as well,
Yeah, I think the vernal equinox is the one that we decide true east and true west, right? So when the sun rises and the sun sets, at that time of year, when the sun is between what we call the tropics, the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, middle of the year, right? As far as we can tell with the stars and the sun, that's what we call the vernal equinox. So yeah. Now the angular relationship to the sun that the Earth has, and how we measure it, and even how we use it to navigate, that all is using a flat Earth to do that. You're using the baseline of the triangle as the surface of the Earth, and you are measuring a distance, an angular distance. And I know that's kind of hard to, maybe that's not the best way to describe it, but the angular height or the elevation, yeah. So the angular height, the elevation angle, angular length, yeah, is using the Earth as the right, using the Earth as the flat baseline for that, and the GP or the ground position of the sun is at 90 degrees to that baseline. So you get an elevation angle that could be, fairly shallow or fairly acute, where let's say it's 20 degrees. Well, that 20 degrees might end up making the GP of the sun, the ground position of the sun along that baseline, a few hundred, a couple thousand miles away. Because you're multiplying, you have to subtract the 20 from the 90, and then you multiply that times 60 nautical miles. Well, that's 70 times 60, right? So that's, what is that? 6,300?
Did you say 20 times 60?
Oh, yeah, 20 times 60, excuse me, not 20 times 60. So 1,200, excuse me, 1,200 miles.
Yeah, 1,200.
Right?
Yeah.
1,200. I don't know why I got confused. I was multiplying 70. Yeah, 20 times 60, that's 1,200 miles. So that's 1,000 miles of flat Earth that they just measured. They know that they are 1,200 miles from the GP of that star across the surface of the Earth. That's a flat horizontal distance. So then, if they're doing this, they also create circles of equal altitude. So you take that 1,200, that would be the radius of that circle, and so 360 degrees, right? You can pi r square that and get your area, and that's dozens of thousands, I think, tens of thousands of well, it might be more than that. I'll have to do the math. Of flat Earth, that big circle that you just created under the GP of that star, it's huge. It's a huge area of flat Earth. And that's how they get their position, because they will measure multiple stars, and then they will get their ultimate distance based on that angle to their location, and they'll kind of triangulate themselves in between those GP positions of the stars that they're measuring. You can use the sun, and I think there's somewhere around 60 other navigational stars that they use, so they can always kind of get a good idea of where they're at, especially at night, right? Because you can use the stars at night, can't do that during the day. So that's how they figure out their position, and that's all flat Earth, and that's all measuring the Earth flat.
Yes, that sounds like making sense. But like, also way I have seen people like implement trigonometry during the equinoxes. Like, during the equinox, the sun is expected to be between what was the word? I forget.
The tropics.
The two tropics.
The tropic of, yeah.
Yeah, so on the equator, it would be about 90 degrees up would be the sun, yes?
Yeah, so on that day, at what we call the equator, right in between the tropics, because those are the 2 points on the Earth where the sun is at its highest in the south and highest in the north, so right in the middle, that's what we would call the equator as well. That kind of follows that path.
Yeah.
Although, if you look at a globe, the analemma, if I'm not mistaken, does not cross. If you know what the analemma is on a globe, it does not cross the equator.
No.
Yeah. So our equator ultimately is a big elevation angle to Polaris, because Polaris is the only star in the sky that doesn't move. So that's what we call north, the North Star, Polaris. And the elevation angle to Polaris at 0 degrees, essentially, where you get your equator. There's a lot of interesting things about the equinox and the equator, that are a little bit off, a little bit goofy, which doesn't help the globe out any either. These are just measurements that we take. But yeah, it's very interesting if you start to break down all the claims about the globe and how it's supposed to work. And there's a good bit of it that doesn't quite add up. Some things are very egregious, some things are small. The biggest thing is that the Earth is not curving.
Was that all? Like, yeah. I'm gonna go back to I get these angles. Yeah, but like, that explained like a lot of like what I don't know about flat Earth, I guess, but like, and like the words that I'm using because I'm not a native, so yeah.
It's fine.
But like, I remember the measurements, like trigonometry is a very simple math, but I just don't remember it all the time because you have your sine, you have your cosine, you have your tangent. Yeah. So basically, with just 2 angles and a flat-ish measured distance between the equator and a city directly up north or down south from that decided upon a position, that gives you 1 side and 2 angles of a triangle, yes? If you want to measure to the sun. Oh, I'm
no. Are you talking on a sphere?
No, I think it would do that on a flat Earth as well, yes?
Well, yeah, if you're measuring angles to the sun, they have to all be straight lines, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Earth is going to be flat when you measure an angle to the sun.
Well, I guess there would probably be math that I don't remember to make it work on a globe as well, but like on a flat Earth, the math would be easier.
Well, if you're not going to beg the question, do you know what begging the question is? It's assuming the premise is true within your argument. Okay, so if you say I'm going to measure to a tangent point, well, a tangent point is a point where a straight line meets a sphere. So when I say tangent point, I'm already assuming that there's a sphere or a ball involved, right? So instead of begging the question or calling what I'm measuring a tangent point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure an angle between the Earth and the sun and myself, right? So all 3 legs of those, all 3 legs of that triangle, all of those angles are straight lines. That's the only way you're going to get an angle to an object in the sky if you're using the Earth as the baseline for your angle. Otherwise, I don't know how you're going to get an angle necessarily to the object in the sky if the Earth is a sphere, if you're drawing to a tangent point, because then it makes things a lot more complicated.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't remember what the sin, cosine, and tan mean. I just remember that you can use them in trigonometry, so that's on me, I guess.
Right. So, what is your ultimate point? Are you talking about the?
Well, yeah. I guess my ultimate point is just like, would the I guess just the position of the sun, I guess, is my ultimate point, and like. Yeah.
You mean the height of it?
Yeah, the height of it compared to the Earth. Yeah.
All right. So the actual height of the sun is completely unknown. We have attempted, right, to use trigonometry to figure this out. And the number is somewhere in the ballpark of like 3,100 miles high, 3,100 miles high. That's one of the numbers that I've heard. But that is not accurate, and that's not correct. Because when we take elevation angles from the surface of the Earth, no matter what height we're at, we always get the same angles, which means that it's a nonlinear relationship, and that what we're seeing as the sun might not even be a physical point, or a point in what we call, some people call it free space, a point in free space that can actually be measured too. So it would appear as if the sun is in an apparent location, meaning, well, I can see it. It looks like it's this amount of degrees high up off the surface of the Earth, but I cannot do the rest of the formula to get its actual location. The sun is doing kind of weird things when we try to measure it. Same with the moon. The moon also does a lot of weird things when we try to measure its actual height. And we're starting to think, or at least this is my opinion, you don't have to think of this as anybody else's opinion other than mine. But I don't think that the sun and the moon, at least where we see them at, are physical objects. That's just me.
Also, they're like from mirror or refraction. Yeah, I have heard that as a speaking point.
Right.
So there's my browser. There's my search engine. I'm fixing it. Yeah, I'm looking for a map because I can't remember how it. Like, what I think, like, can't you just, like, I'm not trying to beg the question because I'm just legitimately not too smart, but like, if you have 90 degrees at the equator to the, like, approximately directly under the apparent sun, and then you have a distance from that point to a city or just any spot directly south or north, that gives you a side, yes, and then you go to whatever place you have chosen as long as it is direct and it doesn't stray west or east. Yeah, those are the directions. So wouldn't that then, if you go to that position and you look at the sun, like, I guess you would have to lay down, like, let's not think about that. Like, then wouldn't you have a second angle? So you could use trigonometry on both flat Earth and a globe, but on a globe I can't remember how it would work. But I do remember, like, I don't remember then even in my own language, because I mostly study this, or quote unquote study this in English, but like refraction is one of the words that I remember, and like, all that fun stuff, which is apparently messing with the measurements you're getting. I'm gonna let you speak because I have been speaking way too long.
No, it's fine. So here's the thing with your hypothetical scenario, right? So let's just say that the sun is at 90 degrees above you on the equator. Okay, great. So you have a 90. You have a vertical or a zenith. In celestial navigation, they call it the zenith, but it's a 90-degree perpendicular relationship with the Earth. Now, if you say you want to go to a distant city in the south, well, the first thing you're going to have to figure out is how do you get that distance? So I would ask you, how do you find the distance between the equator and the city? How would you do that?
Well, you could either, I guess, if like I do trust the like measurements that I'm given, but I guess you could do it manually, which would be a pain in your butt. But like,
Yeah.
you know, I haven't done that, so I'm not gonna ask you to do that.
Right. That's kind of my question. So somebody gave you a distance. How do you think they got that distance?
Well, somebody must have mapped it, but then again, most maps do probably assume, as you have said, assume globe.
Well, actually, it turns out that all maps that we have are globe projections. So the celestial sphere that I was telling you about earlier, and the way that they turned that inside out and then wrapped that around a sphere and called it the Earth, that is not the Earth. That is the celestial sphere. Oh boy. Anyway, we have trolls that come through all the time because they see that we're live streaming, so we'll have that every once in a while. Yeah. But anyways, so the distances, even on the globe, are not 100% accurate. The distances between points are not as accurate as you would think because even the globe itself, I don't think has a linear scale for distances on it. So accurate distances are pretty tough. The Mercator is a little bit better. That is a projection of a globe where they basically take all the points and kind of plot them on a cylinder, and then they open that cylinder up, and that's how you get the Mercator projection. But the actual distances between points, especially long distances, are kind of best guesses for our practical purposes. The actual distances are not known. And the only way they really get those distances is elevation angles, and that's with a flat Earth.
Yeah. Oh, that's
what I'm trying to say is all of the distances that you're going to get on a globe or any kind of map are usually using elevation angles between points. So they're always measuring the Earth and the distances from point to point on a flat on a flat plane. That's how it works. And then they reify that into the celestial sphere. Oh boy. Who's got a hot mic? Who's deciding to just be rude for no good reason?
Yeah, but that's actually very well messing with me. Because like it's basically your point that all the numbers that we have are made by, untrustworthy people. So like we don't know the actual like distance from the equator to Cairo or equator to Helsinki or equator to London or.
No, the true distance I would tell you is probably not known. I think we're close, but because all of the maps are projections and they all come from the celestial sphere, that these distances are best guesses and are good enough for practical purposes. It's really difficult, believe it or not, it's very difficult to get accurate distances between points, even on the small scale, right? And we have things like rangefinders and lasers and stuff, and those are helpful. So we go from point to point to point, trying to measure as best we can, and we do it in small sections. Those are good ways to find, distances if you want. But the bigger the distance gets, the more your accuracy kind of deteriorates. And so even then, there's really no way for us to actually know. I'm certain, and this is just me, but from city to city or whatever, we're not accurate within even, I would say, yards. I'd say it's probably dozens of yards or more with our accuracy. And as those distances grow between the cities, that margin of error increases. So by a good bit, we might be miles off in certain situations, or dozens of miles. Now, this is just my opinion, but it's pretty doggone hard to get distances, especially over the water. The water really makes it tough.
Yes, definitely. But I have found like maybe a measurement between the equator and Cairo. And that's what I used, of like 3,330 kilometers approximately. So imperial, it would be 2,072 miles.
Okay.
So I don't remember how to do trigonometry, so that's really hasn't. It had, the Dub is absolutely correct. If that was about like my measurement.
Okay. Well, the measurement that you were using, so did you use like Google Maps or Google Earth? What'd you use?
Basically, that's the first answer.
The Google Earth?
No, the first answer which I got, which is a very bad compilation of an AI. Which is, I don't like that it's integrated. I don't like that it's integrated, but that's what it says.
Right. So they're claiming that it's 3,000 whatever kilometers from the equator to Cairo.
Yep.
3,350. Okay. So 3,350 to Cairo from the equator. Okay. There's their claim. Now, how do you think you and I would be able to validate that? I'm not saying that they're necessarily inaccurate, but the question is, number one, how did they get that distance? And number two, do you think you and I could prove that in any way?
Well, yeah, I guess as an individual who probably doesn't live anywhere near Cairo, except if some of us does, I wouldn't know. Or does it matter, because where you live is private, I guess. But I guess we wouldn't have, and we just have to trust the number that we are given, since I am a very gullible person personally, and I will trust people if they say something. Like, why would a person lie?
Yeah.
And, yes, I do understand that people are scummy at times, and people do also make mistakes, which is reasonable.
Sure. No, listen, we get that question a lot. Why would people lie about this particular thing? Okay. And I'm not even saying that question isn't valid, because usually about the time that you suspect that someone may have lied to you, you kind of want to know why, right? So it's not an invalid question, but it won't ultimately help us get to the bottom of the main question, which is, where do we live? You know what I mean? If I really want to know whether or not I live on the Earth or on a flat Earth or on a ball, I'm going to have to just forget about why I would be getting lied to. I just have to go with how it measures. And then I can ask the question, why did you lie to me? Not why would they, but why did they? Now, that question, once again, hard to answer, because I have to know people's motivations. And if I don't think I can sniff out their motivations, divine their thoughts, then I'm still going to be barking up a tree after a squirrel that ain't in it. So it's better just to kind of stick with the facts. And then if people realize that they have been lied to and they want to speculate about why they're getting lied to, that's up to them. I just prefer, and I tell people this all the time, I just know in this case how not to get ripped off anymore, how not to get scammed. So if I'm being scammed on a very large scale, which this would qualify, I think, then I don't have to keep listening to the people that are scamming me. And I can be very, I can scrutinize, or I can challenge and be a skeptic of all the information that I take in from these sources. These sources just so happen to be most of the major governments. And shocker, most of the major governments on the surface of the earth, well, they're pretty scummy, and they do lie. And their motivations usually have to do with power and money. I mean, it's not that hard to figure out, but you would go, well, how do they get power and how do they make money on this lie? Dude, they make a ton. Not even just on NASA t-shirts, but on the ad revenue from movies, TV shows, books, magazines. I mean, it's endless. The amount of money made on just the entertainment side of the heliocentric paradigm, or the heliocentric idea, is enormous. There's tons of monetary incentive. The power is
huge studio.
You're scared, right?
NASA has a huge studio they rent out for Hollywood productions all the time.
Perfect.
And the best way to keep control over a populace is to make sure that they are not very well informed and that they're always scared. That's how masters treat their slaves. Pretty simple.
Yeah, I do guess I have tried looking up the numbers, and I have found a trigonometry calculator.
Okay.
So I have just been feeding the numbers. I apparently do not have the right to stream my screen on this server because I probably haven't verified in some way. So I will just do the math. I have given in the distance to. Actually, I will just screenshot this if I do have the right to send pictures. So, it's a very simple setup of, you have the triangle and then you have all three sides, and no, I cannot send the picture. But you know how a triangle would be shown in trigonometry pictures. I cannot send the picture either.
Right. But what are we trying to figure out?
Yeah.
What are you trying to find out with your trigonometry?
Yeah. So I have, I guess the height of the sun right now, which was my original point, which I am amazed that we have strayed this far. But it's fun because, conversation.
Right. Well, you will get a number, okay? If you try to do trigonometry, if you have an elevation angle of the sun, and one of the distances that you think, between the equator and Cairo, let's say, is accurate, then you're going to be given a number if you use that function of trigonometry. Now, how do we validate that number? So if it gives you a number for height in miles, or in this case, it'd probably be kilometers because you're using kilometers. If it gives us a number, how are we going to verify that?
I would say more trigonometry, because on both a globe and flat Earth, if one of the numbers is inconsistent, it would probably mean that something went wrong, right?
Well, so the idea of the distance to the sun, according to the globe, is that they are measuring angles at 2 times of the year on both sides or both ends of the ellipse, the oval orbit around the sun. And this is all presupposed, by the way. The size of the Earth is presupposed. The circuit or the ellipse around the sun is presupposed or based on that radius. The size of the sun and the distance to that is based on an assumption that Venus, being a planet in outer space, is roughly the same size as Earth. And then they use Kepler's third law of orbital mechanics to find this out. So these are all presuppositions, not measurements of any kind, to give you that 93 million miles. I understand, bro. What else?
Oh, I thought you were talking to the other.
No, just
yeah,
more trolls. So these are all presuppositions to give you 93 million miles to the sun. Now, the first thing that we would have to establish, if any of that is going to be accurate, that 93 million miles, is if the Earth is curving, which is why we always ask people when they come in here, and this is a question for you, who measured the curvature of the Earth? And can we verify those measurements?
I do not know nor remember if I have been told who was the person or the group of people possibly who measured the curvature. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah, I forget it even though you said it 2 seconds ago. God damn.
That's okay. Yeah, you're learning, man. Listen, if you've learned this much English, where are you from? What is your native language?
Finland. We learn like Finnish, Swedish, and English by norm. So you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you know Ismo?
Which Ismo? Oh, the comedian. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So it turns out we've been looking for this information. Well, since this resurgence of the flat Earth has popped up here, it seems like it happens at the turn of every century. This was a very highly debated topic, or very popular topic, early in the 1900s. Now it's back, and so we've been scouring the internet because apparently, even though I know that not every document and not every source is going to be on the internet, it's a pretty good library. There is no evidence that anybody has actually measured the curvature of the Earth ever, not once. It's always been a calculation based on a few pre-assumptions, but never a measurement. So there is no measurement of the curvature on the surface of the Earth, nor is there any detected. And that means that if there is no measurable curvature, then the Earth cannot be a ball. And if the Earth cannot be a ball, the entire heliocentric model, the idea, the concept with all the math, is thrown out the window. It is just a concept. It's all based on a presupposition of an Earth with a certain size as a ball. Once that's taken down, everything else falls with the house of cards. And that's where we're at. There's never been a globe. It was only an idea.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Yeah, I sent pictures to Sidhu because they are nice and they will probably send them into the chat. Thank you. I didn't notice that, so my apologies.
So the Busta, this is not a speculation. It's fact that no one has measured any Earth unless you can show me some.
Busta? Me?
Yeah.
I didn't join to discredit you.
Well, you said speculation. I'm telling you as a fact that there are no actual Earth curve measurements. Oh, okay. Well, if that's not a speculation.
I'm sure I could pull some measurements up. That shouldn't take me too long.
Okay. Now, all I need is a measurement, and hopefully it's something that's verifiable by us. Give us the method, right? All that stuff. So,
who's this guy who's going to make some measurements?
What?
Who's the guy that was about to make some measurements?
Well, I was saying it's speculation because I bet I can pull up some measurements.
Great.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but is geodesic surveying not taking into account the curvature of the Earth?
No, in fact, they're measuring the Earth flat, and then they're taking those flat Earth measurements, and they are wrapping them around a presupposed ball. So those will be flat Earth measurements that you're going to show me.
So, yeah, they assume that the Earth's flat, but that's because it seems to be flat.
No, they don't assume it. They measure it that way.
So geodesic surveying treats the Earth as a curved surface.
Oh, it does. Okay, so you can tell me then how they're getting angles to points along a curve. I'm sure that'll be real easy.
It's something to do with the triangle adding up to more than 180 degrees because it's wrapped around a 3D.
Oh, so it's wrapped around a ball that's presupposed. That's why it's more than 180 degrees, and then it's not a triangle. So you don't have a triangle. You don't have the curve. It's only presupposed.
it's like
I need you to go ahead and measure. Yes, I know. Hey, bro, you think you can shut the hell up? I don't know why you're talking over me right now. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I just need you to just shut up, dude. I'm talking to somebody.
Inebriated.
Anyways, if you're going to measure angles to points along the surface, then you have to have 3 straight lines. There's no way it's not going to be a triangle. If you have a measurement where you have a triangle that adds up to more than 180 degrees, well, then number one, it's not a triangle, and it's not a good measurement, and it's not going to help you, you know?
No, but it's right. So please forgive my lack of mathematical literacy, but if you wrap a triangle around the globe, you can have a triangle with 3 right angles.
Right.
Right.
So number
I'll
one,
pull up the picture if you need to, but
I already know what it is. It's a PZX triangle. Number one,
there we go.
You can't wrap the triangle around something that you've presupposed. I need to know where the globe came from in the first place. Where was the Earth curve measured?
I don't have specific measurements, but I'm happy to get back to you and see. I'd imagine you've already got a debunk for it, but
No, I mean, the debunk is that there are no measurements. Everything that is measured is planar. They measure the Earth as a plane, and then they take all of those angular relationships to the distance that they measure, you know, height, like elevation angles and then depression angles and the distances in small sections. They take little squares, and then they take those little squares and they wrap them around a presupposed sphere like a giant disco ball. You know what a disco ball is?
yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah, okay. So you take all those little squares and put them around a sphere. And some people don't know what a disco ball man is. I'm not trying to demean you. Some people. Oh well, I know, but some people don't know what disco is. I'm dealing with young people. Sometimes you sound like you're a little older, whatever. But so that ball part is the part that we're struggling with, and that curved triangle, I think you'll understand. So when you take something that is straight on all 3 sides, and then you try to place it on top of a spherical object, you're going to have to bend the lines, and that's when you get the bending of the lines. So what they said is, oh, well, we've got just a couple of measurements where, you know, we couldn't quite get the triangle. And I think the reason that we couldn't get the triangle is because we're on a ball. Well, that's circular reasoning. In reality, these surveyors always get a triangle because that's what they need for an accurate measurement. And then, you know, when they place it on the ball, they have what's called spherical excess, because now it warps the triangle or it warps the square, and then you have what's called spherical excess. It's after the fact. The thing that we're looking for is the measurement of the curvature of the surface of the Earth. Yeah, right. So, like I said, I've already seen this, bro. And it's not a debunk. Yeah, if they didn't get a triangle, did they make an accurate measurement?
I'm sorry, I was so sucked into the conversation. I must go. It is 1 in the morning. I didn't notice. Okay,
man. Come back anytime.
Yeah. Thank you for the conversation. It was very fun. I'm sorry that I couldn't prove my point, but the very nice cider, they sent my maths for flat. So, yeah.
Okay.
Do with it as you wish. I must go now.
Okay. Right. So we have triangles that aren't triangles. And so just because we have, in my estimation, bad measurements or just an inability to get a triangle in a couple of situations, why are we assuming that's because of Earth curve? When if we measure the surface of the Earth directly, there is no curvature.
Well, can you link measurements that display zero curvature?
I did. Well, you posted it. You gave me these measurements here. These are all planar surveys.
but would that not show the curvature of the Earth? I mean, I didn't look at it, to be honest. I was just trying to help you out.
Oh, no, it's fine. So you gave me the measurements that I need. These are measurements of the surface of the Earth. It's all triangles. And those triangles, right, the baseline of a lot of these triangles, especially when doing planar surveying, is straight, flat, horizontal.
Yeah. Okay, well, let me be honest. I don't have a fucking clue about the measurements, the physical, mathematical measurements of the Earth. What I can say is I've looked into this stuff, and there's a lot of things that don't align with the flat Earth model. Not that you claim to have one.
Sorry, what flat Earth model are you talking?
Well, that's the issue. If everything aligns with reality, everything of the flat Earth, shouldn't you have a pretty succinct working model right now?
That's a good point. We've been looking for a globe Earth model, and there isn't one of those.
Well, heliocentrism, I'd say that works pretty well.
No, I've never seen. Where's the model at? Can you show it to me? And all the predictions and the things that are accurate about it.
Well, yeah, it predicts the celestial bodies.
Well, just post it.
Gravity. I'm surprised you're asking me, to be honest.
Yeah. I'd like to see this model.
Well, a model that predicts lunar eclipses. That doesn't make much sense.
Well, yeah.
On Earth.
I don't understand do you have a model that can show us how the Selenelian lunar eclipse works?
Selenelian is that's just refraction, is it not?
So it's refraction. Okay, well then I guess it's incumbent upon you to prove to me that refraction can bend light, or actually it's going to be bending a shadow, so it is occulting the moon upside down, while both the sun and the moon are above the surface of the horizon.
We know that refraction bends light. For example, if you
no, we don't.
No, we do, because if you track the sun going down with a camera, for example, like you track the speed, the sun will appear to descend below the eye line of the camera because it's appearing to rise up due to refraction when it enters a more dense medium.
Okay.
So we know
no
that
problem. Can you get me the test where they could accurately, predict how the light will behave in the medium across the distance that you're describing to me, instead of just making the claim that because we have this thing over here that happens, sometimes it's because of refraction. It's kind of like a baseless assertion that you're making. So what I need to know is, how did they test this so that we can see that light, which by the way is not a string or a piece of wood, how light bends? It's photons.
But we literally know that it does. We can prove this. We can
demonstrate. Great, then do it. I'm just go ahead.
Are you denying that refraction bends light?
No, I'm not denying anything. I want you to show it to me. I would be denying it if you showed it to me. You making the claim is not me denying it. It's asking you to prove your claim. I'm surprised that you would actually prove your claim. I don't know why you won't do that.
I'll pull up a video, yeah, of course.
Let's just make it clear, Building 7, that we understand that light's capable of changing direction based on the environment, but we're asking you to demonstrate it in the form that you're specifically talking about.
Yeah, like the Selenelian. I would like to see that.
Well, I'll try and pull up a video, I guess.
TW, you want to take over? I got to go.
Oh, yeah, sure, no problem. Man. Yeah, we got others here. Cyclone's just dropped in, so.
Sweet.
Yeah. He's good at he likes the discussion on eclipses. Unless you can't talk, Cyclone, that's okay.
Did someone say my name?
Yeah, Setsu's just talking to Building 7 here. They're currently discussing eclipses, Selenelian, and I think that's right up your alley, isn't it?
Who is it?
Building 7. Oh, wait, is he gone? Wait, did he just take off? What the heck?
He's already scared him off.
No way.
Boys got to slow roll it. It's going too hot. And they jettison. You got to trick them into thinking they're not going to get totally smashed.
He didn't want none of that cyclone smoke.
Obviously not. He must have thought it coming.
Oh well, wake me up for the next one.
Name was Building 7.
He came down.
No one knows why.
And that CEO's challenge to find the edge.
To find the edge.
Yeah, and he'll give the person who finds the edge his multi-billion-dollar company.
Yeah. I doubt
Was it Nike or someone? I can't remember. It was some major corporation, company thing. I don't know.
You know, they do these things. They have no. It's one of these things like, okay, what we accept. If you just ask them, hey, okay, here's your challenge. What are you going to accept as evidence? You're not going to be able to actually present any evidence to them because there's no form of evidence that they will accept. They'll make sure that you can never meet the challenge. So how could you prove the planets aren't real? Even if that was true, right? How could you prove it's real? That's true. Oh, you can't prove a negative. How would you prove it's? And how would you prove it's not real? Did you really look everywhere? Maybe there's a place you didn't look. And if you would have looked there, they are real. You see what I'm saying? You got to survey the entire sky, every freaking like if I survey your entire sky, how many survey points do I need? Is it like one? Is it like 1 degree of zoom on the telescope, or half a degree, or do I got to do like a milliarc second and make trillions of freaking points? And like if I look there and I don't see a planet, then there's like I can have to look at all these points, and then maybe I'll say, "Hey, planets aren't real." Like you know, you could always like play some game where whatever you come up with, it isn't good enough, and that's what these guys do. They make these challenges and go, flat earthers can't complete this challenge. No one can complete the challenge. It was constructed so it was uncompletable. Like McToon. I want the latitude, give me the latitude and longitude coordinates using a flat earth. And you can't use spherical geometry. Well, the latitude and longitude coordinates are spherical geometry. So the moment you convert them into latitude and longitude, you're in spherical geometry.
Right.
So basically, as soon as you give him the answer, you fail. How messed up is that? Answering the question, giving the answer to the challenge causes you to lose the challenge.
Catch-22. Oh, that's interesting. An ant on a beach ball. Yeah, I had a conversation with an AI chatbot about that, and it claimed that as an ant you would see the curvature on a beach ball. Average size beach ball isn't large enough for an ant.
There's also some pretty big ants, man.
Right. I think it's
like giant African ants that are like 8 inches long.
Right. Yeah, some big ones like that in Australia too. Probably give them a run for their money. But I mean, it'd have to be 23,000 times bigger, or the ant would have to be 23,000 times smaller, or something like that. That's it.
World's largest ant is 4 centimeters.
Oh shit, that's big. We got these jumping ones over here that I swear they can get that big, but maybe I'm wrong. They might be 2 or 3 centimeters at the most. I don't know. They're huge though, and they burn.
Oh, they don't even have a queen. That's weird. They're called South American giant Amazonian ants. They only have worker ants, and the ants that reproduce are like a specialized workers. So I guess they have kind of like lots of queens.
Right.
Oh man. Looked up the world's smallest beach ball. It's only like, mini inflatable beach ball. Oh yeah, this ant could definitely see the curve from this beach ball. You're in Venice,
Venus. You know Venus?
the planet Venus, or
Yeah.
Venus, Florida.
Yeah, I live in Venus. Are we gonna discuss also, is Venus flat or not?
Venus is not terra firma,
Hmm.
meaning it's not made of solid ground. You can't go land on it. You can't live on it unless you're like a disembodied spirit.
Well, somehow I made it. Maybe
Yeah,
this is
well,
why I have this strange voice.
maybe, or it could be like in the heliocentric nonsense. Venus is 900 degrees, so I mean, stay hydrated.
All right, I will.
I don't know what you're gonna be hydrated with because there's supposed to be no water either. Air is supposed to be sulfur dioxide or something. So yeah, you got issues. Survivability. I think they landed something there. It was called Viking. I think it was Viking. What's Viking was the Mars one? The Russians, or was it the U.S.? I can't remember.
Russians. Yep, was the Russians.
Yeah, they got like 4 seconds of video because everything melted. Or it was you, and you did vandalism, and you destroyed their spaceship.
Maybe.
Well, when you coming home, man?
Me?
Yeah, when you coming home from Venus,
I'm not
man?
crazy.
You can't stay there
I'm
forever.
not crazy. I'm not crazy to come back to Earth.
Why?
Let me here relaxing. Staying on Venus. Nobody's around me. No headache.
Oh my goodness. Maybe
Got pretty
we
good
were
internet
all,
connection on Venus.
What I think is more likely is that we were all on Venus and that everybody left to get away from you.
That was rude.
Yeah, but it's funny. So
Yeah. Right. Accepted.
So do you think Venus is flat?
I don't know.
Do you think Earth is flat?
I don't know.
On a scale of 1 to 10, when you watch television or see information on the internet, on a scale of 1 to 10, how truthful is it?
Maybe 3.
10 would be most truthful, and 1 would be absolute utter bullshit.
No, some stuff could be true, but of course there might, like, some information might be misleading. So not everything is just like, reliable on the internet. So it shouldn't be like.
Well, how about TV?
TV, I don't know. I just don't use TV since a lot of time.
How about the government? What the government says?
Well, it depends. Of course, they will say what is like serve them, but I don't know. They will tell people what they want them people to believe.
Exactly. We have a winner. Yeah, and so with that, we just proved the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
See how easy that was? The government tells you the Earth is a spinning ball because they want you to believe that. If the Earth was a spinning ball, they wouldn't even have to tell you. You would just go outside and you'd realize it was a spinning ball. But that's not the case because when you go outside, the Earth is flat.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. Why do they do anything?
I mean, if it was flat, what is the problem? Like, what's the negativity of it for them? So they want to convince us that it is rounded.
Do you want the real answer or do you want the bullshit answer?
I don't know. What's the real
Can you
answer?
actually can you handle the truth?
Yeah.
Are you
Fine.
sure? Okay, because
I'm on Venus tonight.
you're not gonna like this a lot. A lot of people don't.
That's
Okay,
fine.
there's only the Earth. There's no leaving here, and that's it. Okay, and because we can't leave here, and the fact that Earth is flat means that there is no materialist, naturalist, atheist explanation for the existence of human beings, Earth, reality, all those things. It means there has to be a creator of some sort that created this place.
Yeah.
It can't have happened. There can't be a flat Earth from natural processes, right?
Yeah.
It can't be a Big Bang then flat Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means there's a creator.
Exactly.
Okay, and this is where the government comes in. Who has the highest moral authority? Who has the moral authority to tell you what's right and wrong to do in
God.
life?
God, the one who
God.
created me.
Okay, exactly. I agree with you. God is the highest moral authority. But if the Earth's a globe and it came from a Big Bang and it's completely based upon physics and materialism and totally naturalistic reasons of why people exist because of evolution and the Big Bang and all these things, and that there is no God, now who's the highest moral authority?
You mean I didn't understand.
Yeah, if there's no God, who is the highest moral authority?
Well, I can't even think about this.
Yeah.
Because
I told you you can't handle the truth, man. Okay.
no,
It's
because
really,
having a God make more sense, you know.
I know. Listen, this is a hypothetical. If there is no God, who would be the highest moral authority?
You mean the government?
Yes, there you go. The government don't like God. The government doesn't want anybody to believe in God because God trumps their authority for his. But if you get rid of God and you make all the people atheists and believe there is no God, then all the atheists say, "Oh, what should I do? How do I know right and wrong?" Oh, because there is no God, I ask the government. And the government
So you
tells them
believe
what's
in
right
God?
and wrong. Yeah, I believe in God. Look, this is a work in progress.
I do believe in God, but maybe
yeah.
our beliefs are not the same. I don't.
I do believe, listen, I do believe in God. How can you believe in God if you think the earth is a ball?
What is the problem with that?
Okay, I'll tell you. When you go outside, does the earth look like a ball or does it look flat?
Well, based on the size of it, of course you will not feel it like a ball.
Okay, but it looks flat, right?
Well, yes, it looks flat.
Okay. Why would God create an illusion? Why would God create your reality to be an illusion? Where it's like, it's not really flat, it just looks that way, but it's actually a giant ball. Why would God do that?
Because this is the mercy of it. Like, just think with me now. How many people are living in this planet?
It's not a planet, dude. It's
What
not a
is it?
planet.
What is
It's
it?
the Earth. It's unique. It's not in a category of planet. It's not one of a bunch.
All right.
It's only there's only the Earth. There's nothing else.
All right. If let's say it's only the Earth, so having the Earth ball like a round, this means it will fit more people, you know.
What?
And having it so much big, this will give you. It's not about like making it as an illusion. It will actually be more convenient for you to walk. Imagine walking on something rounded. When you walk, no. So because it's very big, it's made it more comfortable for you. And being rounded has more like capacity to have more people. And also, don't you believe in the Earth core?
No.
The Earth has core.
No.
So
No, I don't believe in the Earth core. No. Why would I believe in that?
Okay. Do you
Because I
know?
saw a diagram. Because I saw the cartoon diagram. Is that why you should believe in it?
Do you know the Magellan, or I don't know what his name was? His trip that he traveled. When he traveled, I don't remember from where. I think before they discover America, he was trying to go to India, I think, or somewhere else.
Columbus.
Maybe Columbus. but no,
Christopher Columbus.
I think Magellan.
Oh, Magellan. Yes, Magellan. Yeah. What about him?
That when he was like when he traveled the opposite way, people used to thought that the Earth was flat, but he traveled like the other side, and he found himself in India. So how can this be? If the Earth was flat, that would be impossible.
No,
But
no,
because it is
no,
rounded.
no. I mean, listen. Can you have a circle on a flat surface?
Yeah, but it's gonna be 2D.
Okay, hold on. 2D.
Yeah, circle.
Okay.
1D.
Are east and west circles?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He went east and went in a circle and ended up back in the same place. He didn't flip upside down though.
What?
He didn't flip upside down. So if the Earth is a globe, he goes in a circle and then he flips upside down. So he's upside down and then flips right side up and then ends up back where he started. He didn't do that. He just sailed in a circle. See, that's the difference between a flat Earth navigation and a globe Earth. On a globe Earth, you flip upside down, and that's your circle, right? If I travel, when I'm halfway around the Earth, I'm upside down, right? From where I started. And then I flip upside down again, and I'm back where I started. But I can do that same circle, but I can do that same circle on a flat Earth without flipping upside down. It's the same as just drawing a circle on a sheet of paper.
Okay, but why? I mean, why are you against the idea of it being circle? Or what proves that it is flat? What is the proof?
Dude, weren't you just listening?
Yeah, I did.
You observe the Earth is flat and motionless. You observe it every day of your life. Every family member you have, everybody you've ever met has observed the same thing. Everybody they've ever met, yes, they all observed the same thing. They've never observed the Earth as a globe. They've never seen it that way. That's why I asked you, why would God create this illusion that the Earth just appears flat, but it's actually a giant ball? Why would God do that? That doesn't make sense. I don't think God would create an environment in which was a trick.
Why do you view it as a trick?
Because it isn't the way it seems. It's different than what it seems.
Why
Right?
why should it be the way it seems?
Say that again.
Why should it be the way it seems? You speaking of
Because God's not a
everything was-
deceiver. Because God's not a deceiver.
Why is this a deceiving? Why are you considering this?
Because
For example, I can tell you my face from the front look like this, but on the side it looks different. Is this deceiving?
no, that's a false equivalence, bro. That's totally false equivalence. Listen, a geometric form is different than the properties of your face. But it's talking just a straight geometric form. Now we look, the oceans, right? Most of the Earth is covered in ocean water, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now that water appears to be flat at all scales. It's flat in your bathtub. It's flat in a pond. It's flat in a lake. It seems flat on the ocean. And even though it seems flat, you have to believe that somehow you are not perceiving reality as it really is. Why would God create a reality that is not how it really is? That it's actually something else. And the only way you can see the way it really is to go to, secular heaven, which is outer space, right? That was not necessary. So you go to outer space, right? That's the only place you can see the earth as it really is, when you go to a magical place. I call it secular heaven because that's what it is. It's just like when they used to say, hey, you're going to go up to heaven. Well, there's a secular heaven for atheists. It's called a rocket ship. And they get in their rocket ship and they're going to go to their heaven, and then they're going to see the earth as it really is.
Mm.
But the religious, the believers in a creation, that's not how they get to heaven. And how they see it, see things as it really is. Things just are the way they are, right? Like, you know what looks flat? You ever consider this? You said, hey, it looks flat because it's actually just a ball that's so big, it just looks flat. When it also looks flat, things that are flat, they look flat. And it's a simpler explanation to say it looks flat because it is flat than it looks flat because it's a giant ball. Now, this is just surface level, like, hey, man, what's going on here? Well, I never really thought about this stuff. But we can figure out which one it really is by simply measuring the surface of the earth. You can measure the earth. And you can measure the earth and demonstrate that the surface of the earth, the surface of the oceans of the world, do not curve into a ball. Because we can measure whether they are or not. Very simply.
But even the circle has a measurement and size. In mathematics, a circle can be measured.
Yeah, that's right. And they say that the earth is I'm going to use frickin' imperial, because that's what I'm familiar with. So it says the earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, it's something like 7,635 kilometers or something. Okay, that's the radius. So that being the case, that's what they say it is. We can test and measure the world to see if that's actually true. We can go, hey, okay, if the surface of the earth is curving, if I shoot a laser, how far does the laser, if it's level, and the earth is curving and the laser is going straight, then they should get farther away from each other. Right? I shoot it 1 mile away, let's say that the laser's 8 inches above the water. And then 2 miles away, it'll be 32 inches above the water. And then 3 miles away, it'll be 64 inches above the water. Right? This is a formula called 8 inches per mile squared. That's how much the earth is supposed to curve. Now, as you can see, it's because it's exponential, it's going to start curving a lot. So in 10 miles, the curvature is supposed to be 66 feet. That's a 6-story building. So if you were at the beach and 10 miles away there was a building that was 6 stories tall, you should not see it at all. 10 miles is like, I don't know, 15 kilometers or something. 66 feet is like 23 meters. So think, in 15 kilometers, 23 meters, no see. You don't see it at all. But that's not what we actually observe when we go out and we test these things. We find that what they say Earth isn't actually out there in the world. The only way you're ever going to find a globe is if you watch a screen or look in a book. You're never going to find it out in nature. But that's how science works. So you test things in nature.
Yeah.
When we go into nature, it's just not there. And that's like, we're not here to convince you the earth is flat. A lot of people get messed up in their head. Hey, this Flat Earth channel, they're trying to convince us the earth is flat. No, we're not trying to do that. We can't do that. We know that's not even possible. I can't convince you the earth is flat. Only one person can convince you, yourself. The only way you can be convinced is to go out and test it yourself. There's no amount of words I can say. It's not like I have better propaganda than the government or NASA, and somehow I'm going to do some magic and convince you the way they convinced you. I wouldn't even want to convince you the way they convinced you because they didn't offer you any evidence. I'm offering you evidence, and I'm offering you that you can test the evidence. They're not offering you either of those things. They're
But
they're
listen,
they're
can
saying
I
we
just
have the evidence, but they're saying their evidence you can't test.
well, listen, the most actually evidence that convinced me that the Earth is circle is the Magellan trip. Well, you said
Okay,
to
I'm
me
gonna post in that. Listen, I'm gonna post in the
that
chat
instead of
Magellan's trip on a flat Earth. Okay, I'll just post the image of his route that he took.
okay, send it here. Are you gonna
Yeah, I'll
send it in the
post
chat?
in the text chat. Yeah.
Okay.
And Magellan didn't make it. He died on the trip, by the way, just to let you know. His crew made it.
What is the name?
Magellan.
Okay.
Ferdinand Magellan. So in the chat, this would
Okay.
be Magellan's route on a flat Earth. Approximately. This isn't a freaking. This
Okay.
is just a
But
representation.
listen, I took their lesson. I don't think how exactly long time ago, but maybe over than 6 years before. But if it was, as you claim, he took it circularly, then it's gonna actually be the same time as taking it the other way, the opposite way. But when he took it like around the circle, here there must be a time change. And this is what he discovered, because they used to go, I don't really remember like what they said. But
Look,
my problem, listen, my weakness is that I'm not really remembering exactly all the parameters of what he did.
okay.
But I remember that it was convenient, convincing.
Okay, so Magellan, as far as the time change, he had no way to keep time. They hadn't invented that type of clock yet. That was actually a contest the British had. It was called the Award for Longitude or something, because time is based upon longitude as far as seagoing goes. He had no way to know how long he took or anything. All he could do
Yeah,
was count
I
sunrises and sunsets.
I
But hold
understand.
on. Well, hold on.
Okay.
It's obviously going to take different times going in one direction than the other because of sea currents,
Because what?
ocean currents.
Okay. But I mean, like, for example, like, let's imagine, okay? Like, we have a white surface and we draw like 2 points on this paper. Like, for example, we draw India and we draw America, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the paper is going to be flat surface. So if we did as you guys are saying, like for example, from India, instead of going the usual way that people thought that was the only way, and then the other way that Magellan did, it will actually be like almost the same time, despite the ocean yani changes. It's gonna actually be the same time, but the opposite directions. Do you get me? But taking it from around the Earth, this will take more time, and this is
Okay,
what
the only
happened.
way what you're saying was true is if India was on the opposite side of the freaking globe as Spain, which it isn't.
I don't know, where did he go from? Was he from India? I think he was looking for something, and then he found himself in India. Is
He
that
went
right?
from Spain. Look, if you look at this map, he went from Spain, South America, through the Pacific,
Yeah.
right?
I remember that he found himself in India and he was confused. Like, how am I reaching to India when I was going to the opposite direction? It's like if you're going from the west,
Yeah, but directions are
east, and
circles,
then
though.
you find yourself again in the east.
I know, but your directions are circles.
So you mean
They're
it's like
circles. The opposite direction doesn't matter. Look, man, look. If you have a circle, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter what way you walk around the circle. You can go clockwise or counterclockwise. You're going to end up in the same place, right? He was confused because he was confused. Like his confusion, don't do anything because it's just a circle. That's why it's called circumnavigation. It means navigating in a circle.
Okay.
So they're navigating, right? And they're using Polaris, the North Star, as a point which they're circling around.
All right.
Okay, so that's all they're doing. They're not going over. There is no globe. They're not flipping upside down. There's no upside down people. Ask T-Dub. T-Dub is not upside down from us. He's in Australia.
Okay. Well,
I understand that, like, this is heavy news, okay? And like a lot of people, when they think of flat Earth, they go, well, where does the sun go? Under the disk and then come up on the other side? No, everything is happening on the surface. There's no underneath, there's no outside, there's none of these things. Those ideas were created in 300 BC by a bunch of Greeks that were probably on a bunch of drugs. Like outer space, that was invented in 300 BC.
What about the stars? Yani, I mean, we're people. We can't see them. We can't see them. I can see the stars.
Yeah. So
are they real? Are you saying that they're
you
not
see
real?
them? Of course, they're real.
So you mean the other planet? But sometimes,
Okay,
like,
so this is the thing. Okay, so this is the thing. You guys get confused or something over this. I'm gonna be nice and not flip out. I'm gonna count to 10. Okay. We see stars, we see planets. Now there's a story about what they are, where they are, what they're doing, and the place they're in. Okay. That they're.
let me ask you, why does
Okay,
the moon?
listen. You let me finish. Are you actually listening? Are you actually listening? Okay. So there's a story about what they are, right? Their composition, how old they are, how they were created, all these things. We say planets and stars exist. Those stories about what they are, where they are, what they're doing, what they're made out of, how old they are, those stories are bullshit stories. Okay? That's what's fake. Stars and planets exist. What they say they are, that's crap. They have no way to actually know, and there's no way to actually verify it.
Okay.
Like what? Like, listen, people have been making up stories about the stars and the planets since human beings could first look at the stars and planets, right? You know, the Greeks had their story, the Indians had their story, the Mayans had their story. What are the stars? What are the planets? What are the constellations? What does all this mean? And today, everybody's like, yes, we have our story, but our story is the right one. Everybody else was wrong. Do you think that is, do you think that like in 1,000 years, that our stories are going to be correct, and then 1,000 years from now they're going to be like, yes, they figured this out 1,000 years ago, or they're going to be saying, man, they were a bunch of dummies. They thought the stars were made of gas. They thought the planets were made of frickin' rock. They thought all this stuff. They're going to just say we're a bunch of idiots
Well, all right.
because there's no way to verify it because we can't go there. Do you understand that?
Okay, yeah.
I mean, look. Imagine you're in your house, right?
Yeah.
And you've never been outside your house, and all you can do is look out the window. And you're looking out the window, and you see a city, and you see these things going by, and they got wheels, and they go by really fast, and they're shiny. And sometimes when it gets dark out, they got lights on them. Now you could make up all kinds of stories about what those things are, right? But you're never going to actually know unless you leave your house and go actually see that it's a car with wheels and an engine and light bulbs and all that stuff on it. But you could make up all sorts of stories about what those things out there beyond your window are. But you're never going to know for certain until you actually verify it. And that's what they look at the stars and the planets, and it's the same thing. They're just looking at it and making up stories.
So how can someone verify it if you can't go?
That's not my problem.
But
That's their problem. Maybe you should just stop believing things that people say.
the problem with this, even flat people, the flat Earth people, they can't go to the moon, without
I
permission.
know that.
So
No one's
one,
going to the moon.
yeah, and this is why none of us can verify. Neither the
That's-
flat people, the flat
I know
Earth.
that. I admit that. Yeah, we can't verify it. Right. That's what I'm trying to tell you, though. It's like we don't know a lot of things just as humanity. And just as humanity, we don't know a lot of things, but we lie to ourselves and we say we do
Mm.
to make ourselves
So,
feel better.
what do you think? You think that the Earth is flat, but what do you think the shape of it? Is it circle, flat,
I don't think it has a shape. I don't think that
random?
means anything. No, I don't think it's inside of something like we draw a square, right? It's inside of a piece of paper. I could draw a square on a piece of paper, then the paper is what's called an embedding space, and the square I drew is what's inside the embedding space, is an object inside it. I do not think the Earth is an object inside of some embedding space. I don't think the Earth is. I think Earth is more like the sheet of paper than it is the square I drew on the sheet of paper. There's nothing outside.
Okay. Have you ever saw the moon?
In the sky, yeah,
Yeah. What it looks like?
a circle.
Why? Why is that? Is it a flat circle?
No. Okay. That's another thing you guys do. You did it before. You said other planet. Earth isn't a planet. Earth isn't the moon. Earth isn't a star. Earth isn't the sun. Earth
But
is
I'm not talking
unique.
about. I
Earth
just
is
want to talk
unique.
about the Earth. I want to just talk
It doesn't
about the
matter.
moon.
It doesn't matter what the moon is because it has nothing to do with the Earth.
How did you know?
Because it doesn't share any similarities.
Well, does it? Should it have?
I never walked around Earth and been like, this looks just like the moon.
What about the sun? What about the sun?
Same thing, dude. Same
What
thing.
does it look like?
A circle.
Is it similar to the moon? They don't
Yes.
have similarity.
Yeah, they do amongst each other, but we're not them.
And the moon
Earth
is
is
like the sun.
look, bro. Like you're not understanding. Earth is unique. Do you know what that word means? Unique.
Everything is unique. The sun is unique also, and the moon is unique.
No, I mean absolutely unique. It shares no similarities with anything else.
Hmm.
Is there water, life, people, plants, animals, air?
Yeah, I
Nothing
know.
that's on Earth that we experience is seen in any of these celestial bodies.
Hmm.
Not
Do you
even on
guys,
Venus.
do you guys think there is only one Earth?
What? Yeah, there's only one Earth. Yes.
Maybe there is another Earth, but we don't know about it. But
Yeah,
we
maybe
didn't
there's
go.
a million dimensions, and maybe we're brains in jars, and we don't have hands.
Exactly.
Like,
Everything I'm saying is actually agreeing what you said, because we have never gone out there. We don't know what is there. None of us went. So we cannot say that there is another Earth or there is no.
well, I mean, I
We
believe in
didn't
the
go there.
Holy Scriptures, so yes, I can.
You what?
I
You
I believe in the Holy Scriptures, so yes, I can. That there's only one Earth.
The Holy Scripture, is it for
The
Christianity?
Bible, dude. Yes.
Mm. Do you think that the Bible you're believing is correct?
Yes.
Is it this? Do you believe in Jesus?
Yes.
Do you believe that this Bible is the same one that Jesus had from God?
The Bible wasn't. Listen, the Bible wasn't composed until like the 4th century.
So how can you make sure that this is exactly what the message that Jesus had?
Apostolic succession.
What?
There was apostolic succession, so Jesus' apostles appointed successors.
Well, for me, since I'm
And
a
they
Muslim,
appointed successors, and Jesus said that he is going to maintain his church. Right? So Jesus said that there's going to be a true church and that he is going to make sure that it's maintained. And that way to maintain that is apostolic succession. So it's a series of like people passing down, basically passing the torch. I'm not talking about the Catholic Church either, but I am talking about apostolic succession. There was a mechanism put in place to ensure that the church teachings maintained. The Bible didn't exist at the beginning of the church. Like 3 days after Jesus died, the Bible didn't pop out of the frickin' air, right? There was other methods. It was an oral tradition initially, and then it went to some writings called lectionaries, and then that changed, and then eventually they made the canon of the Bible and put all the books together. And that was the Orthodox Church.
Have you ever read about Islam?
Have I? Only in passing. Only in passing. I've never read any words of the Quran.
You know, Islam, the message of Islam, it is the same message that Jesus, the true message that Jesus came with. We believe in Islam, we believe in the same God you're believing in. Our belief is that there is another.
I don't necessarily agree with it.
You don't have to agree, but I'm telling you, as a Muslim person, I believe in only one God, which is the God that Jesus was believing in. And
okay. Is Allah a deceiver?
What?
Is Allah a deceiver?
No. No.
Okay, then why would he make a flat looking ball?
Why are you considering this as a deceiver from first place?
Because
this is your perspective.
It's not. Look, because it's showing that where you live isn't actually how you experience it. That it's something else.
Why? Why is this?
I mean, I don't know why you're not comprehending. Imagine you lived in the desert, right? That it looked like a desert, but was actually the ocean.
It looks like a desert.
You perceived it as water, but it was actually sand.
Well, I don't think that these two examples are the same.
I do, because
is the water
flat and curved are dichotomous, right? They're not the same. They're the opposites. So either the surface is flat or it's curving, right? So we perceive it as flat. And if it's curving, that means our perception of what it actually is incorrect. You understand perception? That means our perception of the world is incorrect. We see the world in one way. We perceive it one way. This is before thought, right? Like, we don't think about it, right? We go, oh man, that just looks flat. You don't have to draw a conclusion. You don't have to say, yeah, it is flat. You don't have to draw any conclusion. But that's how we perceive it. Just we see it with our eyes that way, right? And then to say that we see the world one way, but it's actually not that way, that's a deception. Why are we perceiving stuff not really like as it is?
Okay, if we're gonna talk in the same perspective or same logic you're talking to, for example, if I looked in my hands, will you see the bacteria and germs on it?
No.
No, but is this considered deceiving? God didn't let you see the bacteria. No, because
it's not foundational though.
It's
not foundational like where you live. Do you understand that this is where you live? Okay.
As a human, I want to say something. As a human, we have like limited, I don't know what to call it, powers or limited
perceptions. Let's just say perceptions.
Perceptions, yes. Like there's some stuff our human brain cannot deal with. For example, your human eye.
I'm sure this is in the Quran.
It's the same. I'm not really sure. Listen, I know I'm a Muslim, but I'm not a perfect Muslim, okay? I do have some sins and mistakes, but the main thing I do is my own belief. First thing first, what difference like a believer than an atheist is believing in God. I'm in the same side with you in this.
Okay.
Because
yeah, but I'm trying to help you, and you're like biting my hand right now. So it's really what I'm trying to tell you is, you ever hear this? Like, you can ask 5 questions.
Yeah.
How what, where, when, why.
Okay.
The Earth is where. It's a very fundamental question. Where am I? Right? Why? God. When?
Okay, let me
Sometime after the creation, right?
Yeah.
What? Human being. So all these
Yeah.
are really foundational questions: is where, what, why, when, how.
Exactly.
But you're saying that the where, it's not a deception to perceive it as not the way it really is. So we see, hey, here we are. It looks like this, but I'm not really on. That's not really the way it is. My where is wrong.
All right.
My where says flat Earth, but it's not that. It's something else.
So let me ask you, how
That's
can
a deception to me.
How can we as a human being, how can we know the answers for these important questions? How can we know the answers? Who can you trust?
I don't
measure
me.
the Earth.
I can trust me.
Who are you? Who are you? You're such an ignorant human.
Yeah, but I can read a tape measure.
What?
I can read a tape measure.
You can read?
Yeah, a tape measure. I can measure the Earth.
Okay, so
We can all measure the Earth to see what it is.
Okay,
It doesn't take an expert.
The other questions, where is the Earth? Okay, you measured it. You have the measurement. How can you the answers about the other questions? Where is it? How can you know it? What is the most reliable source you can have answers from? For example,
Perception of the senses.
Scientists?
No, perceptions with the senses. That's the most reliable source. That's how we interact with the world. Our senses. Hearing, taste, touch, sight. That's how we interact with the world. Without those things, we wouldn't even know the world exists.
Does touching the world will tell you where is the Earth?
No, there is no.
So
there is no where is the Earth. There is no where is the Earth. Okay, it's not somewhere.
You asked me the 5 questions. You asked me the 5 questions. Where is the Earth?
Yeah, we're talking about you, not the Earth. We're talking about you. Where are you?
Where am I in the Earth?
Yeah, where are you? Yes, you're on the Earth. And what is the Earth? Is it flat or is it a big ball?
I don't know.
Do you think either one, that choice, whatever the answer is, do you think that there's a difference in what you should think about the world and life and reality and existence?
It doesn't make a difference. I don't think it makes a difference for me, whether flat or circle.
Yeah, but that's because you have faith. So it's not the people. You're not the people. The idea is aimed at that. It's aimed at to turn people into atheists.
I'm not what?
It's aimed. The aim of it is to turn people into atheists.
Hmm.
You don't seem to have that problem, but you're not everybody.
I actually used to thought that atheist people believe that the Earth is flat.
There ain't no atheist flat earthers, bro. How can you have an atheist flat earther?
So atheist people think it's circle?
A globe? Yes. The most hardcore fucking atheists. Pardon my French, man. They're all globetards. They're the ones who oppose us the most. They'll come into this chat, and because they're atheists and they think, oh, flat earth, there must be religious. I can't stand that, so I'm going to go in there and mess with them.
I don't know.
Anyway, I gotta use the restroom, so I don't know.
Okay,
Sesu, you want to talk to her?
Who?
You're still here? Yeah. Sesu, he's a good dude, man. He'll lead you the right way.
So, what is your real major hang up here? Is it that somebody who you think smarter than you says it's a globe, so they're correct just because they're smarter than you in your eyes?
What? Excuse me. What did you say again?
So I've been listening to the conversation, right?
Yeah.
And I hear you saying, who are you to make this determination, right? As if somehow this is some kind of specialized field. The dimensions that we're given for the Earth that we live on is a very predictable, very easy detectable curve. Okay, this is not something that is so undetectable and so hard to do that a regular individual can't figure it out. Very simple. So even though you may look at us, coming to this server and going, oh, a bunch of crazy flat earthers that, most of them are probably just uneducated or whatever. No, we have people that work in very specialized fields with lots of technical ability and a lot of engineering ability. Very brilliant people here. You're not dealing with idiots, okay? But we've also done the math. We've also run through all of the claims about the globe and how big it is and where we should find it. It's just not there, okay? There is no globe. It's just not. It's just an idea.
No, I'm not saying, no offense to anybody. I didn't say that anyone is dumb or something.
I know.
I'm wrong. But what I said is, still, as long as none of us can go into the space and see by himself, we can't. He's been telling to me, you have to go outside by yourself to know the truth. And since we can't do this unless with the permission of the government, so we will not be able.
Yeah, I know. I think you're still trying to kind of convince yourself. You're not going to be convincing me. You must think that you haven't thought about this. What I'm saying is that I've had every thought that you've had. Okay, I already know what you're saying.
Yeah.
You think that we all were born flat earthers? No, we all believe the globe is much or probably more than you did, and we know much more about it. Okay, we know much more about this concept. But we've went ahead and looked on the Earth to see if it's curving. It's just not. It's just as you experience it. It's a very vast, flat, motionless place. That's what it is. And you don't have to go outside of the Earth to look down on it and see the ball, because believe it or not, that's the only way that you've ever seen the Earth as a ball. Every other time that you experience it in your real life, it's just a flat, motionless plane. It's always been that way. You don't even really think about it, I doubt, but that's what it is.
All right.
So, listen, this is a lot to bite off for anybody. I know that people come in here real curious. I'm sure when you came in, you were curious, right?
Yeah.
But we are serious. It's very serious. We have measured the Earth, and it is not curving. In fact, believe it or not, all the industries, right, the people who make the maps, all the people who navigate when they build on it, they always measure it that way. There's no curve for them to measure. They measure it flat all the time. They travel across it and navigate it flat. That's what they do. That's how this place is treated. And it's documented. And you don't have to take my word for it. We have the documents from the government. So they're treating the place as it exists, motionless and flat. But that's a lot to bite off in one conversation. So I get it. I'm sure you're like, there's no way, right? These people have got to be nuts. And I know, I get it.
Listen, it's all right. I'm really open-minded.
Well, that's good.
And even the things that you're saying to me about Magellan Strip, that he was taking circles instead of going around, it's fine. It's actually possible to be happening. But I still cannot have a side, you understand? I'm not a round side, and I can't also be a flat side.
That's fine. We're not trying to convince you. We're just trying to kind of give you the information. And part of what we're trying to do is cut through the cognitive bias that you have, that really strong belief in the globe. We're trying to if you say you're open-minded, let's just crack that in half and just kind of separate yourself from the image that you have about what the Earth is and look at it. Like, open your eyes, listen to what we're saying, look at the documents and the measurements that we take, all that stuff, and you process it. We're not trying to convert you. Some people, I think y'all should just go back to the ball. It's where you want to be, and there's a lot of people out here that just stay on the ball side. If it's way too hard to consider the Earth is flat, that's fine. we could probably still get along. But in the meantime, if you can just separate yourself from all the things that you thought you knew, and just think for a second, what do I experience? Just like Indio said, the senses is the best thing that we have. I mean, we can't even read our tools without our senses. Okay, so we need our eyes, we need our faculties, the smell, the taste, all that. We need to. That's how we're supposed to experience the earth, is through the body, and the body's going to help us understand. Is the earth moving? No, it doesn't. It's as solid as can be. This place ain't moving at all. It's a flat plane. It's the stars that move. You know this because when you wake up in the morning, the sun is over there. And at the end of the day, it's on the other side of the sky. And you go, most people are like, oh, the sun is setting, the sun is going down. They're describing it as it actually is. The sun is going down. That's what it appears to be doing. The earth is not moving at all. It's the sky and the stars that move in a circuit, just as described in the Quran, right? And I mean, the Quran also points to the Torah and the Injil, and as the Bible describes. If some of the Bible is true, I know most Muslims don't believe that most of the Bible is true, but all the claims that are being made in the Bible and the Quran is that the earth is a flat plane, as described by God, right? So that's what it is. The ancient cultures all knew this. They've made calendars, and they've followed the pattern of the eclipses, and they have that all documented. And that's the same pattern that we follow today. It's just a reading of the sky. It's not what you think it is. It's not a vast, empty space. It just isn't.
All right. Okay, it was nice conversation actually, and nice arguments. I will maybe read more about this topic and see what convinced me more.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're not trying to convince you, but thanks for coming in, and you're welcome here anytime. You've been really chill. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
I have another question, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
It's not exactly about having flat Earth, but it's similar, Yani, in those topics. Do you guys think that there is more land, or I mean, like for now, they say that we have 7, I don't know what to call it, like Asia,
7
America.
continents. Yeah.
Yeah.
Continents.
Do you think that there is more in this Earth?
I have no idea. There are people out there that think that the Earth is much, much, much more vast than we kind of can tell that it is. And there's all kinds of land all over the place, but they have no way of proving that. That's a complete speculation. It's just an idea. I don't think that there's more than I think what we've set foot on, but I could be very, very wrong. And I mean, there are old maps. Believe it or not, there's a lot of old maps that have land masses on them that are not on our maps today. And I'm saying that they're underwater. It's just that they remove them from the map, which is very interesting, right? So still within the size of the Earth that you would kind of imagine it to be on a map, but there is land in places that there isn't anymore, according to the maps. So, I mean, I think that's interesting. A lot of it is in the north. But no, I mean, if you're going to ask me, I don't think there's much more land. No.
Do you think that if there is more, would it appear on the satellite?
Well, that's the thing. So the satellite, right? Like, let's say that just for the sake of argument, that there's something in the sky that's taking pictures of the Earth. The distance that these objects are supposed to be are not going to be far enough away where you could recognize all of the land masses at one time. They are very close, and they take strips of data because they want accuracy. They're not really worried about the big picture. So they would rather be closer than farther away. And so they take sections of the Earth in small bits, and then they put the pieces of the puzzle together. But even those photographs, they don't take those photographs and then transfer them onto anything that you could probably recognize as the Earth. I imagine what they would have is a large flat readout, because that's how the pictures are taken. They're taken from directly above at 90 degrees. So whatever they take pictures of is going to be flat, but I digress. Who knows if they've seen more land with whatever they have in the air taking pictures? I don't know. There's enough stuff on Google Earth. If you get on Google Earth, there's all kinds of interesting things that they find through the aerial footage that they have of the Earth that people have to go investigate it. There's a lot of stuff that's like we've never discovered before, or something that's hidden, things that disappear. Google Earth is fascinating that way, but they've captured a heck of a lot from the photographs that they've taken of the surface.
All right. Okay, guys. Thanks you for your time.
Yep.
Yeah, the Earth is stopping the gas from.
Yeah, the rock underneath the gas that isn't attached to the gas is stopping entropy from taking place because the rock, the Earth, is really, really big.
I don't think it's stopping entropy from taking place.
Really?
Because entropy is still increasing.
How the fuck are we still breathing then?
Why would
we wouldn't have developed
be...
gas pressure? That's the point.
Like, are you asking why there is gas pressure?
Oh, I understand why there's gas pressure. It's very well defined. Gas pressure is defined as the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, like, for example, a balloon. Now, I understand if there's no physical container, the gas, very unpolitely, is going to fuck off. Because that's what gas does. You've got to contain it to keep it somewhere. If you've got a breach in your container, then you're going to get a flat tire.
Well, unless you have another force acting on it.
Yeah, but gravity hasn't been thought about as a force in 19. That's old and busted. That's like voodoo magic. That, Cavendish...
Like, you don't think that, like, gravity is, like, a fundamental force or anything?
You don't, or you shouldn't. Right, it's not what you're taught at college and universities today regarding fundamental. Gravity hasn't been thought as a fundamental force since 1915. Einstein doesn't describe gravity as a force. It's the curvature of space-time.
Yeah, and do you think that space-time is curved by gravity?
No, that's a mathematical concept.
It's not curved by gravity, it's curved by the existence of mass.
Okay, and then the mass itself changes. Yeah, I'm a computer scientist. I really only know these just from Wikipedia articles and stuff. So
actually the curvature of space-time isn't even the mass itself. It's just like the bubble around it, like a magnetic field, like the ley lines of it.
Yeah, cool story, Swell Dog.
Mass is actually like a unit of measure anyway. It's not even a thing. It's the measure of the resistance to acceleration.
Yeah.
Can't cause things, can't freaking attract things, can't do any of that stuff. So, listen, hold on 1 second. I wanted to say this. So, you know that science is based upon empiricism, right? The actual observation of the natural world. That's what it's the foundation of science. If you're not with that, then you're rejecting the entire foundation of science. If you don't.
Yeah, no, I don't reject the entire foundation of science.
So you agree that any scientific claim needs empirical validation in the natural world?
Any scientist? I mean, I guess there are scientists or sciences that don't necessarily require that. I guess because math is
pseudosciences.
Then they wouldn't be science.
And
that'd be pseudosciences.
So I guess if you're asking it like that, I don't tend to think that because math doesn't have like external natural things that we.
Math isn't science, though. Math isn't science. That's what they
What
call
is math?
STEM. What is math? Mathematics? It's a human
Like it's not a
activity.
field of science
Abstract
now?
ideas. No. You know what STEM is, right? Science, technology, engineering, and
Yeah.
math. It's not called math, and math.
Well, technology isn't called science either, but technology is like a science. There's science of technology.
It applies scientific principles, but it's not science in the pure sense, in the sense that they're investigating the natural world, right? Science investigates the natural world and the things in it. That's the definition of science. And science has to be called science, it has to be, whatever your claim or theory is, it has to be testable and empirically validated in the natural world, right? Otherwise, how can it possibly be science? What are we even talking about? It's a whole category. That's the category of science, natural world. That's what we're dealing with. I know nowadays we've freaking expanded the term to mean freaking pretty much any investigation. Oh man, I freaking counted the number of midgets on Pornhub. I'm doing science. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to like abuse the term in that way.
Okay, but I'm trying to. I mean, yeah, I know that. I'm just saying in common parlance. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in the culture. It's a cultural thing nowadays. Everybody just wants to throw the word around and say it's science when it's not science. The point I'm trying to make is this gas pressure thing. You can talk about gravity, creating gas pressure, gravity forming gas balls, gravity doing this, gravity. Eventually, regardless of how many claims you stack or how many hypotheses you have, to be considered a scientific fact or scientifically validated, you have to do some experiment which would actually demonstrate that that's possible. And nobody can even conceive in an experiment in which gravity would hold a gas away from a vacuum if there was no barrier separating them. No one can even think about even how to do the experiment, much less actually do it.
I can't do an experiment I guess
nobody can do this experiment.
I can't mention Antarctica again.
Nobody can do this experiment.
I would just.
Why do you keep bringing up Antarctica? What's the deal with that?
I just said that I wouldn't.
Are you like obsessed with the final experiment or something?
It's along the lines of China doesn't exist and how you validate things to be true.
Think that like me knowing something requires me to like.
No, this isn't about you. Nobody can do this experiment. Nobody can do it. Nobody can keep gas pressure away from a vacuum without a barrier. Nobody can do it. You can talk about it. You can say gravity does it. You can say magic fairies do it. But regardless of whatever your claim is, fine. Well, I accept your hypothesis. Now show me the experiment which demonstrates it. You can't. We can do the experiment on the surface of the Earth. We can take a vacuum chamber. We can stick some gas in the bottom, and it doesn't sink to the bottom of the chamber, away from the vacuum. You realize that gravity would have to be able to do work on gas. That means it would change the fate.
Like when
it would change the fate.
Like a water bottle upside down, the water falls down.
That's water. We're talking about gas. Water doesn't have that. Liquids don't have the degrees of freedom
fluids.
gas does. Yeah. That's a fallacy account. What was it? I can't remember what the fallacy that is. Just because it shares some properties doesn't mean it shares all properties.
It applies to both gas and liquids.
Yeah, but we're not talking about fluid dynamics. We're talking about thermodynamics. The laws of thermodynamics applied to gas. Gas has an infinite degrees of freedom, whereas liquids do not. That's why gas. You ever seen a phase diagram of water or some other substance? Gas, solid, liquid, supercritical, all that stuff.
Yeah.
They have temperature, pressure, and volume. They don't have gravity. But gravity would have to be able to do work in the phase diagram to change states of matter from solid to liquid to gas based upon the amount of gravity that was present. Nobody even claims that's possible. It's just ridiculous to even think about. The whole idea of this whole space, this gas balls and vacuums, it's just a story, as DJ was saying, or as Jedi and DJ were saying. It's just a story. There's no scientific validation to this story.
I guess that's like, if we're just allowed to like claim that things are stories, then
it is a story without the evidence.
I can say that a lot of things aren't true in that case because the evidence
You're right.
wouldn't be substantial.
You are correct. People make a lot of claims that aren't true. They make a lot of baseless claims that aren't supported by evidence, or in fact have no evidence, and they're just stories.
Like, I wouldn't be able to prove that, like, Greenland exists.
Yeah, you would. You could go
How?
there. You could go there.
I can't go to Greenland. Right.
Why not? Are you prevented from leaving the country?
Well,
Are you on the
if
no-fly
you're saying
list?
that I can't go to the moon, then I would also be able to say that I can't go to Greenland.
This is a false equivalence fallacy. Okay.
What am I
Silly.
equivalent, or what am I equivalent?
You're making equivalent going to the moon and going to Greenland.
No, I don't think it's the same. I'm just saying, like, if I can't move one long distance, why can't I move a longer distance? Like, at what distance am I not allowed to move anymore?
Because you can't even get a distance to the moon. It has no distance that you can observe.
Okay.
How would you, if I said, hey, here's an infinite budget, how are you going to get the distance to the moon? Tell me how you do that.
We actually went over this earlier, and it didn't get very far because I was just going to start hiring people to engineer the equipment and technology required to get there.
How many, when Von Braun first came up with the idea of going to the moon, what did he say was required? You know?
I do not know.
3 rockets larger than the Empire State Building. The Orion program, which is now in Starship or whatever the hell it is, they're saying it's going to take 15 rockets.
Okay.
Because you use up when you're using all your fuel when you go into orbit, and then like when you send up refueling, when you send up more fuel, they're using almost all their fuel to go into orbit. You can only carry like a little bit more. So this is what they're saying currently right now: 15 rockets to go to the moon. That's
Yeah,
at 300,000 miles away.
Yeah. So
you believe that?
Do I believe that it takes that much equipment to get to? I don't know exactly how much it takes off the top of my head.
Do you
Not even
believe
exactly.
that it's
I wouldn't be able to
possible?
guess either.
You believe that it's possible to go to the moon?
Yes.
Why?
I believe that it's possible to go to any
Can you
of
give it?
the celestial bodies in the solar system conceptually.
Okay, why do you believe that? Did you perform any analysis on why that would be possible?
Well, we can go there. I mean,
That's
there's a
circular logic.
location, and it's
I think we can go there because we can go there.
we can go there because it's a location that can be reached.
How do you know that?
Because the distance can be crossed.
How do you know that? I'm asking you, how do you know that to be true?
Well, how do I know that I can get to my library? Like, it's a
Because you've
distance.
been there before. You're not talking, you're trying
Well,
to make
what
these
if I
false
wanted to walk to
equivalences.
Poland?
We're talking about millions of miles, longer than you've ever traveled, longer than any human being has ever traveled.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm asking you how you know you can do that.
Because if we can walk 1 mile, we can also walk many, many miles.
Okay, but can you walk 7,000 miles?
Personally, I can't, so I would need a piece
So
of
no, so you can't just
transportation
walk
to get
any
there.
distance that you feel like, right? There are limitations, okay? There's physical limitations.
Yeah,
and in this
I
case,
never
there's fuel
claimed that I
limitations.
could necessarily walk there. I'm just saying that, like,
This is very
we can
dishonest of
cross
you.
various
It's annoying, quite honestly. You're being very dishonest. You know they're not equivalent. Walking across your
I never
library.
claimed that they were equivalent.
Then why are you bringing it up?
Claiming one is very long and one is not in comparison.
It's more than just long. It's in a vacuum.
So now we're saying that there is a vacuum there.
In your paradigm, this is called an internal critique.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were like conceding that there's a vacuum, but
Yeah,
you're
you're
giving
playing.
me the
Listen,
assumption that
rhetorical
the vacuum-
gimmicks aren't going to work here. And now
I
you've
wasn't
tried
I
two
was just
different. Yeah. Okay.
clarifying what
Yeah.
you
Okay.
meant.
Cool story, bro. That's a cool story. This is your second rhetorical gimmick. You made two false equivalents to this, and then you made this false concession nonsense.
No, I was just wondering, like, if you.
No, you're
thought
not.
that Really? I mean, I can believe that you don't think that it's there. I was just checking, like, if you do actually think it's there or not. But
What's
I
there?
understand that you're
What's
working
where?
in my
That what?
framework.
That what's where?
That the vacuum is in space.
There is no outer space.
Right, right. But earlier you were just working in my framework, saying
Yeah,
that
it's
there was.
an
And I was
internal
just making
critique.
sure that that's what you meant. I wasn't trying to like be.
That's why I'm
aggressive in that
asking you.
way.
So that's why I'm asking you. How do you know? No, not believe it's possible to go to another planet, the moon, the sun, anything in the sky that's not terrestrial. What makes you believe you can go to those places?
Well, there's nothing stopping us from building a pressurized environment that can be like accelerated out of the atmosphere and reach the destination, even if it has to cross a vacuum.
Okay, so your answer is there's nothing stopping us. This is how you know, because there's nothing stopping us.
Well, there.
Really?
I mean, there are challenges that need to be overcome, but it's not. Those aren't impossible to solve.
How do you know that?
Because we can build an environment that is pressurized and suitable for human habitation that can reach.
How do you know that?
Far away.
And how do you know that? Because when they did this terrestrial, it was called Biodome, right? They almost all died.
Well, then that was a failed experiment.
He's missing the whole point. He looks into the sky. He sees planets in the sky. He sees that they're round. He said, "Oh, they must look like the Earth. So the Earth must be round." Well, the Earth is solid, so therefore those things must also be solid because the Earth is round, just like those things.
Well, I don't think that they're all solid necessarily. Some of them are more like composed of gas and liquid, but may have.
How do you know that?
Look, how do you know anything you're saying is true? Anything.
Because there are people who've studied it.
Okay, how do you know that? That is really important because this is the magic science guy fallacy that all you guys, this is where I'm trying to get to. That you really just believe that there's some guy out there that has all the information that you don't have, and you just trust that this guy exists.
I mean, I wouldn't be able to even say that like climate change exists if I were to have to.
It doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. They don't even have enough thermometers to even tell you what the temperature of the Earth is.
There are like scientists who study this.
Oh, they're scientists. Oh, there's scientists that studied it. That proves it.
Yes.
That's but Bradley, you know that's a sociological statement, right? That's not a statement about the actual evidence. That's a statement about people.
Yeah, people have studied it.
Yeah, but we don't base science on sociology.
I mean, like I can't like look at an atom myself, but we know that atoms exist.
No, you know no such thing. And atoms don't exist, even in the mainstream paradigm, because what they call an atom is divisible. An atom means indivisible. So no, atoms don't actually exist.
That atoms are indivisible. I think that's just the etymology of the word, but they were wrong at the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you, dude. The thing that they call atoms, actually, they found out that they don't.
I can go to protons and neutrons, and then I know that those are composed of quarks.
For Bradley, they thought atoms. You missed the point. Okay, I said atoms don't exist. There was a thing that they thought was atoms. Okay, they found out that the thing they thought was atoms are actually not atoms, and it's actually composed of things. That proved atoms don't exist. Okay? You don't just get to change the word's definition and say, well, atoms still do exist. We're just going to call them divisible things now.
Like, do lids exist? Like, this is almost like...
Do you understand what's been said?
Here we go. How many questions are we away from brain in a jar?
Yeah, not far.
What is brain in a jar?
You're going to start saying we could all be brains in a jar and we don't know anything. We can't actually know anything to be true because we could all be brains in a jar. That's where this is going.
I wasn't actually, like, genuinely, I didn't come up with like, an argument like that.
Or we have to trust somebody at some point, right? Or that.
I was more or less going to go to the point where, like, we have to describe things that we observe with, like, terms and language. And just because like the etymology of something might not match what it actually is, it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't call that.
That means it's not a description, and that's an interpretation of what's actually being witnessed.
Look, if you say, hey, there's unicorn. Well, say, here's your theory. There's unicorns, okay? And then you go out, and then you find something, a unicorn, like would be a unicorn. It's a duocorn. It's got 2 horns instead of 1 horn. You don't get to just change the definition of unicorn to a 2-horned fucking horse and say, yes, a unicorn still exists. That's not how it works, bro. If you say atoms are indivisible and you say they exist, and then you find out nothing is
I never
indivisible.
said that atoms are indivisible.
That's the definition of the word, dude.
I thought that's just the etymology, because the definition of an atom is just.
When did the definition of the word change? When they found out it wasn't indivisible, or before that?
Probably after.
Yeah. And all they did was change the definition and called the thing that they were wrong about something else. And then instead of admitting they were wrong, they just called it something else.
Like,
that's how science works. You just change definitions.
We change what we know about things based on observations.
That's fine, but not changing definitions.
Well, why would we have to change the name of an atom to something else?
Okay, we have a category called atoms, right? There was a category of individual freaking elements. They were indivisible. Then they found out they actually are divisible. They maintain the name atoms. Okay?
Like, it comes from like Old Greek or something, like but it was
English. So yeah, but they didn't stop using that definition until they found out they weren't indivisible. It's supposed to mean indivisible fucking thing of matter. Then they found out, oh, there's nothing that's actually indivisible, so we'll just keep calling it atom and just change the definition. That's not science.
It is hard to like make those like linguistic changes so much. I understand.
They could have just called them what they are, right? They could have just said, well, there's no such thing as atoms, but there's these electrons, neutrons, and protons, and they coalesce. And we're going to call that something else.
What would you call like a bounded group of those things?
Something else. They're at no loss. Like, dude, there's an infinite amount of words we can use in the English language.
The word atom is only supposed to describe the entire unit of.
I forgot what the point was.
The point is that he has to that we know atoms exist. We don't know atoms exist because they don't.
By definition, atoms don't exist.
So, but like, do you know that neutrons exist? Or like, unless you want to go straight to quarks, we can go to quarks or whatever. I don't care. Like, how do we know that any of those exist if we reject the observations being done by other scientists?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into the ontology of quantum particles, that's where it gets fucking weird because.
Like an electron, I don't believe is made up of anything else. It is just an electron. So how can we even say that an electron exists if we've never like?
Well, I mean,
I've never done.
We're going to get into quantum mechanics, and that's why I brought up ontology, because when you get into quantum mechanics, when an electron is quote unquote bound to an atom, it doesn't exist in any particular place. It's a cloud. It's a cloud of probability density. But when it's not bound to an atom and it's flying, it has a ballistic fucking profile when it's an actual particle. So when we get into the quantum realm, we're stuck with these models that model reality, but they don't capture it accurately. But that's not what we're talking about. We're going way down the freaking rabbit hole.
I know.
We're talking about a story about.
If you don't know that the models of like the solar system are valid.
They are valid, but they're not real.
No models. Conceptions.
They're models.
Yes. So why would
you do realize
it's attainable to go to other planets?
No, just because your model works, don't make it true. There's an infinite number of fucking models for any arbitrary data set. You realize that, right?
Sure, but I don't see why.
Okay, so you're reifying the model and saying that you're reifying the model. The model has these geometries of elliptical orbits, and now you're saying, oh, these are actually real in the physical world. That's why I'm asking you how you know this stuff is, like, how you know any of this is true. It's just a story you were told. That's all it is.
So do you believe that like electrons exist?
Look, I know electrons exist because I can hook up a cold cathode tube and shoot them at shit.
Yeah, you can send probes to different locations in the solar system.
Yeah.
Just
How do
replace
you-
the
yeah.
Antarctica
Okay, that's just the story you heard.
You also just told me a story.
Oh my
I
god!
can tell you
like
how to make that. I can tell you how to. I can tell you. I can tell you how to make that right now. You could literally make that in the next 30 minutes. You just got to smash a light bulb.
I do need to like leave and do something else. I appreciate your time. I'm sorry that I am not like being convinced of this.
No one is trying to convince you. See, that was your first mistake. We're here giving
What's
you
the point of this
information to give you
channel?
information.
Okay, well,
that you don't actually know anything, that you have a bunch of beliefs in this point, and almost religious. It's certainly dogmatic. You have a bunch of dogmatic religious beliefs
by other
in
scientists.
that you don't even know what they observed.
Yeah, because I don't study those
You
fields.
just, but yeah, and you just.
I wouldn't be
if
able
I
to
asked you
explain
which
music
scientists,
theory either.
bro, okay, I could ask you which scientist, you wouldn't know that. You just believe in some magic science guy that's out there because you saw a Discovery Channel documentary.
Well, and
that's the situation. I'm sorry. You have no primary knowledge. You don't even have secondary knowledge. You don't even have tertiary knowledge of the claims that you believe in. This is like a game of telephone. We don't even know what's said.
Well, I actually think that this channel is extremely toxic and is really bad for science communication. And I think that space exploration is very important.
So you were here to get on your soapbox? So you actually came here to get on your soapbox. So you came here to get on your soapbox and say, we're trying to convince you, pretend we're not convincing you when we're never trying to do that in the first place, then get up on your soapbox and say, this channel's bad, it's misinformation, go get vaccinated.
I didn't say it was misinformation. I think
everything tell us one factual error. Listen, hey, dude, real simple. Tell us one factual error we said to you. Factual error.
That gas can't be affected by gravity.
Okay, show us how it's a factual error. With an experiment.
Yeah.
See,
listen, you want to know what Newton said? You want to know what Newton said? If it can't be, want to know what Newton said? He said, if it can't be resolved with the experiment, it's not worthy of debate. Show us the experiment.
Yeah,
gas pressure creating gravity creating gas pressure right now.
Discourage space.
Gravity creating gas pressure right now, dude.
That we explore other celestial bodies.
You're not exploring shit, dude. You're not a spaceman. You're not a spaceman. You're not exploring shit. You're watching TV. You're watching a fucking screen. You're not doing anything.
Exploring more of the solar system.
Nobody's exploring anything. The only thing you're exploring is 57 channels and nothing on. I clicked through the internet. I see space fucking CGI. That's the only thing you did. You're not exploring anything. You're not one of them. You're not a spaceman. You're not in their club.
And
none of the people listening to you are in their club.
Just completely.
There's no we, dude.
All of the science
there's
that they're doing.
There's no we. You're not with them.
You guys are.
You're a stuck-up sycophant. That's what you are.
Other scientists and astronomers do is bad.
Have we talked to? No, don't straw man us. First of all, I've talked to scientists. I've talked to PhDs in physics. I've talked to fucking astronomers. I've talked to astrophysicists. I've talked to cosmologists. I've talked to people that work for NASA. I talked to them in this chat. Have you? Who have you talked to?
I still think that it's bad to.
Who cares what you think? You have an ignorant opinion.
That has been done.
You don't know anything about science. You could listen. You said that science can be done without fucking experiment.
I didn't say that.
It's an empirical part of science is the experiment.
Type of science.
That's not science, dude.
Yeah, I know. I understand that math isn't science at this point. I had always thought that it was like some sort of science, but I guess
Bradley,
Feel my love. Feel
No.
No.
Feel love.
Feel my mute button. So this is very simple. Math is not science.
I understand that math is not science at this point. It's
Okay,
just some,
but science
I
is
don't
a
know how else to
systematic.
describe it, but
The definition of science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Okay, the natural world, not the synthetic world, not the man-made world,
I mean, can
not
you
the
do science
abstract
on
world.
simulations, or do we count simulations as part of this?
No, simulations are not science. No,
Like I've done simulation studies before, and like they were.
And you didn't do science. Okay, well, what was the physical, actual experiment that you conducted? Because this is the natural world,
We weren't doing a physical
not the
experiment.
simulated world, not the simulated worlds. You're back to the reification. You've now made things that are immaterial material in your own mind. It's stupid. I don't know why you're doing it.
We
Oh, really? We will be using any simulations. Then we're going to be we're going to be doing natural science with material, right?
Natural. I mean, I wouldn't say that simulation experiments are part of natural science.
No, they're not.
They're not. They're not part of any
I
science.
never claimed that they would be. I just said that they are scientific studies that you can do.
They're not scientific.
Why wouldn't they be scientific? You can have a hypothesis. And
Because they don't involve the natural world.
So you're saying that science can only be done on the natural world?
That's how science is defined.
I don't think that's true because
pointing out the different
Okay, look in the Oxford Dictionary right now. It says the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it.
So
very specifically, it also say outside of man's influence, so not caused by man, as in man's not there, and you're just the observer in the natural world and looking at the phenomena occurring, and you making predictions as to what causes that and validating that hypothesis through an experiment. This is natural science, the thing and tool that you would use.
So I'm not saying that simulation studies are natural science. I'm just saying it is science.
They're not science. In what sense are they science? How are they falsifiable?
You have a hypothesis and you run an experiment.
Okay, what is it? What is a hypothesis? Tell us what a hypothesis actually is in science. A hypothesis. Give us a scientific hypothesis that you can do with a simulation.
Okay, here's a scientific hypothesis you can do in a simulation. For example, I was working with a simulation for pandemic spreading. So I could say that
that fucking explains everything.
decreasing the rate of spread of a virus will decrease the amount of patients in the simulation getting affected or infected. So that can be tested through various experiments in the simulation by decreasing the viral transmission of the virus. And you can observe in the simulation how many patients get infected. And
I'm glad you saved so many simulated lives.
Support or not support your hypothesis.
Holy cow.
Okay. Nothing about that science. You're really just.
How is that not science?
How could it be?
Because you're performing.
Okay. Let's
against the hypothesis.
Let's say you are doing science. Your simulation. Can we get any physical laws of nature from your simulation? I want to make. Can we get a law? Can we even get a law within your simulation? Because the object of science is defined what the physical laws of nature are, right? So like that's the object. That's the end goal. We want to know the laws of nature, right? The physical laws. Let's say we're going to take your simulation. Where are the laws of the simulation within the simulation, right? Can we find any laws within your simulation? You can't even do the basic object of science.
Hard-coded laws within the simulation.
Okay. So what do they tell you about the simulation? Nothing, because you wrote it.
I didn't write the simulation.
I'm just saying, you get it, right? Look, it's like, okay, I'm going to perform an experiment in Grand Theft Auto. I'm going to punch all the hookers that I see and see if I can still get laid. Okay, that's stupid, dude. You're just playing a circle jerk in a video game. That's not science.
This is a bit weird, right?
I mean, you might not think it's an important science, but it's a scientific
please. Science is and only anything that adheres to method. That's what natural science is, right?
To the
Right, so
scientific
you
method, you
observe.
can use the scientific method.
I haven't finished, dude. What you do after that isn't going to be science, though. All right, if you do some kind of mathematical study or some kind of modeling or computer program or whatever, that's not science. The bit where you followed the
What is
scientific
it?
method, that was the science, wasn't it?
What is performing an experiment on a model then? What if not science?
No, it's not a model. Not a model, dude. Listen, let's see if we can do the scientific method with
No,
your simulation.
I'm just asking, what would you call doing a scientific experiment against a model?
You're not doing
one.
We're going to get there. We'll see if a model even applies, right? Whatever you think a model is. So what was the naturally observed phenomena that you're trying to study?
For example, in a simulation for like the spread of COVID, like
I'm asking you, what was the actual observation you made in nature so that we can study the cause of the effect? What was it?
well, it wasn't a natural experiment. It was just an experiment on a model.
Oh, so this is not science then?
So what would you call it?
remove
That's
the
what
word
I'm asking.
natural.
If it is not science, what are the experiments on the models called?
These are not, listen, bro, your models,
with
first of
yourself.
all, are, yeah, this is ridiculous. So you don't have anything in nature you can point to that we're going to be conducting any kind of scientific method or
I'm not even
thing.
claiming that it's science anymore. I'm just asking, what do you call an experiment against a model?
People doing stupid shit to figure out stuff that they really can't conclude anything about. That's what you call science. You're like, oh, if someone just studying it,
I'm not calling it science anymore.
Right,
I'm asking you
hold
what
on.
to call it.
I think I can. I think I got an
crud.
olive branch. Right, so the closest thing you will get to a scientific model, and a scientific model is a very particular type of beast. It will be based. It will be based on one or more validated scientific hypotheses. So this is what I was saying earlier, right? The science bit, that's when you do the science bit, the natural observation, the prediction of experiments to validate the hypothesis. What you do after, mathematical fucking feeling studies, all of these types of things, right? If you've got a scientific model, it's got to be based on scientific hypotheses. But the model isn't science. The science is the scientific method and the experiment. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Good. So what's the problem?
I'm just asking, what would you call using the scientific method on a model? What would that be called? Since it isn't
It's not
science.
a thing. You can't. It's not. No one is doing
Can't
that.
do an experiment on a model. You're saying that you cannot do an experiment on a model.
No. How many times do I have to say it?
But I've literally done experiments on models. Like you can see.
I know, and someone. I know you've played with toys and simulations, and for some reason you think that has something to do with science. I don't know why.
I'm asking you, what is it called? Like, if I have a model of the Empire State Building, and it's like a very small model, it's like as big as a water bottle, and then
I'll tell you what it's
smash
called.
that model, and my hypothesis is if I smash this model, it will break. And
I've got it for you, bro. I'll tell you what it's called. It's called mental masturbation. That's what you're doing.
So, like, a simulation study is mental masturbation. That's what I should be calling.
That's correct. That's correct.
Well, in your example, you caused your model to break because you smashed it.
Yes,
You
my
understand that
hypothesis
natural
was
science is
smashing
outside
the
of man's
model will
influence,
cause it
though.
to structurally no longer be sound.
Yeah, well done. But as long as it's outside of man's influence, you understand what the word natural means.
Which, interestingly, it is a natural thing that I'm observing in that case. It's not a simulation.
Well, when you smashed it.
So I don't know why that's mental masturbation.
Sorry, excuse me. When you smashed the model, you understand that natural is outside of man's influence, right? It's the only reason why I'm jumping up and down when you were the cause of this.
So you don't think
that's
that we
not
can
science.
do an experiment on anything artificial?
No, for the very reason that it is because of man's influence. It's synthetic. Man made it. Now, you can do trial and error. You can do, deductively try to figure out, solve a problem or whatever. You can do those types of things. But you made the thing. It's synthetic by by the definition of it. Artificial,
Science
artifice.
can be done on any artificial objects.
No.
Hey, bro, we don't even know if the variables inside your simulation represent anything that's actual in reality.
So, like, we can't, like, for example, do an experiment to test if a synthetic oil is flammable because it's artificial.
Right. No. Hold on. You can do an experiment.
But it wouldn't be science?
Right.
Wouldn't be
What are you
natural
doing?
science.
You got chemicals
Right, I'm not
involved.
claiming it's natural science. I've never claimed any of this is natural science.
Stop right
I'm
there.
just saying science.
You're not claiming it's natural science.
No.
Natural science is an adherence to the scientific method. We started here about an hour ago. Anything outside of that is declared as pseudoscience.
So
Pseudoscience is something that claims to follow the scientific method.
If it is flammable, is it
My God,
pseudoscience?
I'm trying to help. Trying to help.
I need an example. Like
what?
Okay.
What of a natural experiment?
Okay. Let's say we have an artificially created oil. I want to test if it is flammable or not. My hypothesis is that it would be flammable, just as an example. And the oil could be like refined canola oil or something. And I want to see
synthetic. Now you can do experiments, trial and error, but these are synthetic. Right? This is like chemistry. This is engineering. It's like every time I talk, you think that's the time that you should talk. It's weird. Maybe there's a lag. I'll go for that.
You made an oil, you want to see if it can catch fire. So you try to catch it on fire. So what? That's not natural science. It's not science at all.
Natural science. Is that also mental masturbation?
Yes.
Okay. So like material sciences is also like out of the table. Like
it's not material science doesn't exist. Whatever you're putting science on the end of it, it's not what it is. You don't even know what the definition of the word is.
Which is why I'm asking you guys for clarification, if that's okay. Like,
you can solve this problem with a quick Google search instead of you sitting in here and filibustering.
I did look up the definition of science. I've read many definitions at this point.
Yeah,
I'm just
Greek.
I'm confused by what you guys are saying because there are.
Yeah, I know you're confused. Obviously, you're confused. The word science comes from, I think it's a Greek word. It's scientia, right? It means knowledge, right? So you're trying to find out knowledge. But there's this whole other thing called...
I'm not trying to figure out knowledge. I'm trying to figure out science. I understand that words have etymologies. I'm not trying to figure out the definition of the word that the word that we're talking about is etymologically originates from. I'm trying to just figure out what you guys think the actual present day use in English, modern, potentially standard American English. I don't know where you guys are from, but I'm speaking standard American English. And I am only looking up the word science, not any of its etymological origins. And that is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, if you guys think.
Well, it's already defined. We already told you to go to the Oxford English Dictionary, right? And look up natural science and what it is. Everything else that you're talking about is essentially trial and error. Engineering. It's more engineering what you're describing. Bro, what you're describing is engineering. It's not science.
Are you guys linguistic prescriptivists?
Oh, good grief. What does that even mean?
So a prescriptivist tells people how to speak and tells people what words mean. A descriptivist describes how words are used by people who speak the language. So
all that aside,
I could prescribe a definition to a word and say, well, actually, it means this and only. Like, I could say that a can only means a soda can. It does not mean a verb that means to be able to. It only means a soda can. That would be a prescriptivist mindset where I'm like forcing others to only adhere to a certain definition of a word, even though a word could have multiple definitions that are actively used by the speakers of the language.
You're wrong. Let me explain. Words are token meaning pairs, right? So by that connotation, without the pairing to the token is the visual thing, the letters or the sound. So the letters of the sound isn't the word itself. The word is the token meaning pair. So you can't have a word with just letters. Just letters are just random letters. They're not necessarily a word without a meaning attributed
Well,
to
yeah,
that.
they need to have a morphological attachment.
Right. So the point is, just because many things are called science doesn't mean they're equal. Many things
I'm
bear
not
that,
saying they're equal at all.
token. Right.
I never claimed that any of these sciences were equal.
No, okay, that's fine. The point is that you'll notice in these conversations, people are talking about the term science, and science has many different connotations and denotations that are commonly used in common part. Correct. So you have to parse out the differentiations between the two, not just focus on the word itself, or sorry, the token. Right?
Well, they're only assigning one definition to the word science that contradicts how science is commonly used in language, and even within the certain fields that they're often used in.
Right. So the important difference is, why are the two fields which use the same term different? That's what matters, not the word itself. Words don't create realities. Do we agree on that? Like I could just make any word I want and say it means what I say it means, and then say because I define this word, therefore reality is less. That doesn't make sense. You have to parse out why your definition has validity in reality.
Because that's how it's used in reality.
No. Not how it's used, why it has validity. So, for example, if somebody says level is curved and therefore water is curved because water is level, that would be wrong.
Well, what makes the word banana a valid word and the word science only valid? Like, I don't understand. Like,
Nobody said it. No, dude, I'm not parsing out that science can only mean one thing in all contexts, as if it has a unilateral, unequivocal definition and token association. Okay, that would be bad thinking, because it actually is used in multiple different areas. So what matters is the parsings out of how it's valid in reality. And I gave you an example. Okay, so some people say that level is curved. Now, level being curved, so they say, means water is curved because water is level. But when you measure water, it measures flat. So level isn't curved after all. What say you?
Well, that's like kind of going into a new thing. I would rather just go back to the original thing that I was talking about, because we never even got to...
No. This is. Listen, friend. You may not realize this, but I'm an advanced cybernetic AI from the future, so this is your one chance to get to speak to one. So take advantage of it rather than talking through me. So the way this works, brother,
I
is...
don't think it's right, because we're jumping to
Okay,
a new
listen,
topic.
I'll explain it to you. Now, the definition isn't going to tell me whether the water's curved or not. I can't just look at the dictionary and it say...
about what is and isn't science.
Hey, friend. Breedley. Do I have to say the word what is and isn't science every single phrase that comes out of my mouth for me to not make a long form argument that may take 30 seconds before you interrupt me?
Well, I just don't...
I told you we're getting... Hey, Breedley, it's not a tangent.
It's going away from what we were just talking about.
Breedley, I'll give you two options. Either I get to finish my sentences or you get muted. Those are your options. Choose.
I was just looking, Jedi, at what this, was he Breedley or Bradley or whatever you say his name? He was typing up in the side chat here. How far does this kid think he can see on a clear day? Has he got magic long-range eyes or something? Or...
Do you know what? I completely skipped past him, so I do apologise. I'll unmute him, and we'll see where we can go for this.
Hey, Bradley, how far on a clear day do you think you can see?
I think it's 10 miles.
So let me get this straight. You're telling us you think it's 10 miles, your maximum vision, and you're trying to tell us that the curvature of the Earth is blocking this?
I'm trying to say that you wouldn't be able to see the
So you can't even see 10 miles. So you can't even see 10 miles, and you're complaining about seeing something that's, what, multiple hundreds of miles? Huh?
Well, even if there was no air, then you still wouldn't be able to see the United States from China.
Why would you expect to?
Well, if the Earth was flat, then you would be able to see there.
That's not a why. That's just reiterating the same nonsense. The
Wait,
why.
okay, so please
We want the why. Don't ask me to answer questions. We want the why.
Can you say the question again? Because I want to give you the reason why.
No.
You said if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see China. I asked, why would you expect to?
Because there would be nothing blocking your vision.
Incorrect.
From seeing China.
Do you know how angular resolution works?
I'll say no.
Holy cow.
Good choice.
You understand that, let's say, for example, that mountain that's far away looks small to you compared to the one that you're standing on that is big, right? That apparently, let's say they're the same size, a few thousand meters tall, but that one that's far away looks smaller, right? Eventually, you could imagine that if you kept moving away from that mountain, it's going to get so small that you can't see it anymore. Do you agree that this is kind of our everyday observation of the world and how perspective works?
Well, yes, but you could use a tool to zoom in.
Cool, but that would also have a limitation.
You would not be able to use a telescope or some sort of device to magnify the vision in front of you.
It would also have a limitation.
Well, Jedi, here's the problem. Magnification or zoom does not fix the angular resolution problem. It's the diameter of the lens, not the focal length, that increases angular resolution. You would still have the same problem.
So if we would not be able to see an object in front of us if it's too far away on a flat plane.
Okay. If the visual angle subtended is smaller than the resolving power of the optical device, you can't see it. Look at your hand right now. Do you see the individual cells? Do you see the bacteria? Do you see your pores? Right? No, they're too small because the visual angle is beyond the limit of your eyeball. Okay?
Well, yeah,
so
but
if
I'm saying
take
that you can
China, which would be thousands of miles away, and if you take the tallest mountains in China, their height, the angle that they subtend in your vision would be way smaller than what could be resolved. And it would be undifferentiable from the horizon itself.
So you would not be able to use a tool to see the objects outside the horizon.
You would need a freaking lens whose diameter was freaking 100 meters. And since
so if you had that, which those exist.
No, they don't. The biggest telescope in the world is 10 meters.
And how far can it see?
What do you mean, how far can it see? It's not about how far it can see. It's whether it can resolve it. You don't see out.
Could we potentially build a lens that's 100 meters across?
Let me ask you, do you see out or does light come to your eye?
The light comes into our eyes.
Okay, so the reason you can resolve better with a larger diameter optic is because it captures more light. Okay, and if it's large enough, there's actually a formula for this. It's called the Rayleigh criterion. You can make a prediction on how small of an angle you can resolve with any particular optic. Okay? Yeah, now maybe a 100-meter telescope could see to China in a vacuum, but we don't have that, and we don't have a vacuum, and this is a hypothetical that means nothing.
So you're saying that we would be able to see China if it was a vacuum and we had a 100-meter telescope?
Yes, probably. Maybe.
Maybe.
There wasn't
probably
not. Probably not because of this.
States.
Yeah. Listen. Probably not though, because you'd have to look across the ocean, and if you had a wave that was 1 meter tall,
Sorry,
1 kilometer. Let me finish my state. No, it is ridiculous how dumb you are. So if you had a wave that was 1 meter tall, 1 kilometer away, it would block 1,000 meters, 1,000 kilometers away.
You got Mount
because
Fuji
it's called
Japan.
linear. It's called linear perspective.
Mount Fuji in Japan would be bigger than the coastline of China, right? So that would obscure China, Japan again, most of the way.
Dude, a 1 meter wave would block everything.
Yep. Bloody hell, your thumb blocks out the sun.
Now, you're lucky because you should get mad at this stupid question because all it tells me is you didn't actually think even for 10 seconds about what you were saying.
Oh, good. Bug's still here. I was. Did you happen to see the chart I put in there? I'll put it in there again. The chart is the expected curve based on the 3,959 miles. So that's why we say that that if that said curvature did exist, we would be able to observe it. In reality, it's because the rate at which the curvature would increase is 8 inches per mile squared, which is an exponential rate, but it's still within the, so when you get up to 10 miles, 20 miles, even 50 miles, we're talking hundreds of feet. In the case of 50 miles, over 1,000 feet of expected drop over distance. And those distances are still distances where it's possible, in some cases, to see something with the unaided human eye and to see it even more clearly if you have binoculars, a high-powered zoom camera, etc. So yeah, like 20 miles, the drop below the horizon due to the Earth's supposed curvature should be 266 feet, and yet we have multiple laser tests and long-distance observations where these objects that should be obscured behind 266 feet, like a 26-story building worth of curvature, are seen when they shouldn't be seen.
Right. I'm still caught up in the whole, like, the various ships that, like, disappear over the horizon.
Well, they're not disappearing over the horizon. They're just leaving your field of view.
Oh. And if we zoom in, what happens? We can see
Then you
them
can
again.
see them. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And the same height they were prior then?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the ship itself hasn't changed height. I don't know what you mean, but if you want us to look at one of these videos, you could put one there for us to see. I don't really know which ones you're talking about.
I mean, I think now we're going to get into the whole, like, because you mentioned before, whatever video on the post up is going to be some Mickey Mouse shit. And so whatever source I have is not going to be, like, the best source. But then you tell me, oh, these are the real sources. Like, you should take a look at the videos I sent you. And so I'm not going to play that game of, like, what source is more valid than the other. So.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen the source at all.
You can just put, like, YouTube, boats disappearing over the horizon.
Yeah, I mean, I personally have made long-distance observations, including seeing Chicago across Lake Michigan. So, that's my source. You could, if you cared enough, go and check one of those out, and then you wouldn't have to.
Chicago.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be that particular one. There's a lot of long-distance observations.
So travel. Okay.
All around the world that have been done.
Yeah. Is YouTube a valid platform to see anything that's valid, or should I stay away from that site?
Well, gosh, I don't know. I mean, I think there's useful things on YouTube. I think just whatever you are looking at, you just have to look at it with a critical eye. I mean, I wouldn't want you to change your whole worldview based on a YouTube video. I'm not asking you to do that. I mean, that's why I was just trying to explain to you the mathematics behind it, behind the concept, which you can then apply to a lot of different observations. This last link I put in there at 42 minutes after the hour, that's a list of a whole bunch of different long-distance observations. I mean, one of those might be near you, but you don't have to be limited to that. You can go to any large body of water and you can measure, determine the distance to, it could be a fixed object. You could use marine traffic website to look at a ship and determine their distance, because in terms of the ships, you can use the horizon calculation. We haven't really talked about that, but you can determine the maximum distance of the horizon based on your observer height, and then you can look at a ship and see if you see the horizon behind the ship. And many times people have observed that the horizon is behind the ship, meaning the horizon is further than the verified distance of the ship, and that it's further than it should be on a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles. Those are just examples of how you can go out and do it yourself so that you're not relying on me, you're not relying on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, well, I can see the boats like bobbing up and down in the distance, right? But like, if I don't know, I don't know what response is needed from me, but like, if they just were to keep going in that direction, like, what would happen? Like, would we just see the boats smaller and more in the distance, Bob?
Eventually, I mean, the medium, the atmosphere, you wouldn't. Once it gets so far out, you wouldn't be able to pull it up at all because so much you can't see through the entire medium of. You're not gonna see a little boat 600 miles out. I mean, you probably could if you had. I don't even know if you could through that medium, but if you had some kind of tool or utensil that you could to see through then all the atmosphere, then yeah, you'd be able to see it. But what you're talking about, the bottom bobbing up and down or whatever, that's just like from perspective of the waves. It's kind of hard to explain it. I don't know, maybe someone else can better explain it, but like the waves, when you zoom in, they look a lot bigger than they are, right? Because I mean, it's just your perspective. I don't know if I'm explaining that well.
No, yeah. I mean, maybe the sea or the current is different at that distance, and it's making the ships move
The
more.
sea or the curve is different at that distance. You're supposed to be on a sphere, my friend. The curvature rate is supposed to be consistent. Why would it magically be different because you're 9 foot more to the left than I am?
And for anyone who wants to watch the video we're referencing, I posted it in the lobby under Note Key. It's a Rumble one. It's a guy zooming in with was it the P9000 or whatever, the camera, and I want to say it's like 11, 12 miles out. So I mean that thing should be, I don't know, if someone know off the top of their head, the 10 miles out, it's got to be, I don't know how many feet below curvature. If anyone knows off the top of their head.
Right.
I mean, you shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. Like, you shouldn't be able to see it at all. It should be well below the curvature.
If there was curve.
Yeah, if there's a curve, using their math, their calculations, 10 miles out, that boat should be well underneath the curvature. You shouldn't be able to see it at all. Shouldn't be able to bring it up.
66 feet.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he's trying to make me watch Bill Nye.
I know. He's memeing. Yeah, just skip to like a minute. It's like a minute or something in is where you actually
Oh my goodness, that guy. I can't believe I can't believe that he did that. Corrupting children worldwide. I guess worldwide. Maybe just America's contaminated with Bill Nye. I don't know if they make them watch in other places.
I'm still haunted by the theme song.
Yeah, it was true.
It's catchy. That's what's so bad about it.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I know, Bug. You didn't like my Bugs Bunny comment. It's it's just it's not that I don't want to take your evidence seriously. It's just that I don't know how to explain it because I'm on the other side of this issue. Like, to me, there's just no question. Like, the globe is just a complete joke. So I understand. To me, it's just anything that claims it. It seems like a joke to me. It just seems absurd. Like Raiden.
Timestamp was
I
his
guess
evidence.
Raiden's not here anymore, but Raiden was saying, that he thought flat Earth was absurd. To me, like, the globe is just so completely absurd. Like, there's just not even any question at all. I have no doubt that there's no globe, there's no curvature. I mean, that's just the way it is. So I just don't take things seriously. But I see you've got a mirage. You've got like a video of a mirage there. So in what way are you thinking that this is showing curvature, this video that you've posted?
I mean, it's definitely not a mirage, right? It's actually a video of a boat, and you can see it going over the horizon. But to get
False,
back to
there's a mirage at the top of it.
Yeah, the
Oh,
If it's the
man.
video,
If I could just-
if it's the video at 45 past the hour, it is a mirage. And if you read the title of it, mirage of passenger boat disappearing behind the horizon.
Yeah, so I think it's just like to get back.
Is that
to
the one you're referring to? Yes or no?
First, I'm gonna speak to the other person.
Yeah, I know. The other
so-
person's a lot nicer than me. I just want a yes or no. Is that the video you're referring to, please? Yes or no?
I'm not gonna speak to you right now.
45 minutes
So
past the
if you
hour.
wanna
That's
speak
all I
to me
want to
like
know,
an
mate.
adult,
Listen,
I would
you're acting like a
appreciate it.
child. That's
You-
great.
you
I
don't
just would
get
like
to
to
win
know.
because you
Okay,
talk
I'm going to
over
do
me,
this the
man.
old-fashioned way.
What?
Shut up. I'll ask Dandelion. Dandelion, is the video he's referring to the one at 45 minutes past the hour?
Yeah, the one that's titled Mirage. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Right. So it's titled Mirage, and Clown Shoes is saying it's not a mirage, even though you can clearly see the banding. And I thought boats disappeared bottom up. That one disappeared top down through the mirage. But anyways, Bug, since I've got my answer, you may now continue. Thank you.
I didn't know this is how people were treated when they first got on this server, with insults and rudeness. But
You've
to
been
get
on here
back
for
to
over an
your-
hour. I've been listening on YouTube. Stop sulking.
So to get back to the other person, so listen, I think it's just a matter of opposition, because it's between everything we can observe, right? That I read about it, I'm told about, and I watch videos on. That's all I have. I'm not gonna spend the time to go to a large body of water and do these laser experiments. I have a full-time job, a life. I do other things, right? But I just can't. I'm on the opposite side where I cannot fathom a flat Earth, because it makes no logical sense in any way, shape, or form. So,
Buck, would you agree that watching the video that you should not be able to see that boat that far out? I mean, you can't see it with the human eye. I mean, he had to zoom in quite a bit. That was Do you agree that
I
we should
know
not
that
be
we
like
have
that?
to zoom, man, but the Earth is pretty big, you know. Like it's not a small thing. Like, and I know the ship was going under the water, but I think it's at that point maybe the waves or the sea was at a different like fucking I don't know, man. But you can see. Oh my god, dude, I'm just exhausted now. Sorry.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I think, we're not expecting to like change your mind. I'm glad that you're at least willing to look at some of the evidence. At least you now understand, at least somewhat, what our argument is against the
I mean,
globe. So yeah.
I think I'm like remembering why I left like a year ago in the first place. But yeah, I
Well,
hear it.
like
I hear
Theo
it,
was
man.
saying earlier, man, the only person that's going to change your mind is you. Like, you're the only
Yeah.
person that's going to change your mind. So, like, if going out and doing the test yourself would change your mind, but you don't want to do that, then the problem is more with you than it is with the concept. So it's just
I mean,
you're just refusing to, like, the videos and all that, like that. Like, I wouldn't even say that should change your mind, but like the fact that you're saying that you wouldn't even take the time to go out there and do it just says that you don't really care one way or the other. So I'm kind of confused as to why you're here at all.
I mean, dude, to stop and take time off work to go to do these experiments, yeah, you're right. If I'm not willing to do that, then what does that say about me? Fuck, I don't know. I would hope that I wouldn't have to like physically go to these things and do it myself. There was some kind of knowledge or a book or a video or a lecture I
Yeah,
could
but
attend.
then why are you here then?
You
Like,
know,
what? I mean, if you're not here to, like, obviously, like, I can't like pick you up and take you some. You know what I mean? Like, all you're gonna get here is people's testimonies to measurements they've taken, to videos,
Right,
to like all the work that they've done. But if that was never going to convince you, and only you're going to convince yourself, which Indio and I had discussed earlier, we can only give you the breadcrumbs that are going to give you the spark or the curiosity to want to go and figure it out yourself. But if you're not willing to do that, then it just kind of seems like I don't really understand why you're here. If you're not willing to be convinced or open-minded enough, and you're just going to say, well, yeah, okay, that boat's pretty far out there, but like, the Earth's really big, even though like all these people in here are giving you, their testimony is a lot of these people have done the measurements themselves. They have nothing to gain here. So
I mean, I was asked like what my position was, right, by I think you, and I kind of gave my thoughts, right, and then it kind of delved into like, well, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I don't really have any, and then it delved into, well, if you're not going to do it yourself, then how valid is your criticism of the other side? It's like, really, I just came here to just kind of like hear what was going on.
So you're admitting that you just believe the Earth is a globe, that you don't actually have the evidence that it actually is. Belief you hold.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like I remember when we first started, like I believed a lot of like what NASA said and all that stuff. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you know what? I haven't done any of the experiments myself. I do believe it. So if that makes me,
yeah, it's more like you have faith that the Earth is
Okay,
a
then
globe.
like why do you believe it? How do you ever ask yourself that? Why do you believe? Because they're saying some pretty crazy shit, right? They're saying, "Hey, man, we jump on a giant rocket and we fly way up in the air and we go to a place where everything is different. And when I drop something, it don't fall, and I float around, and we go hang out in this place and believe us, we promise." Like, it's a fantastic claim. If they said they went to frickin', Mordor or something, you probably wouldn't believe that. If they said, "Yeah, we filmed Jesus Christ walking on water," you probably wouldn't believe that. So why do you believe this?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's no matter what I say, it's gonna.
No, I'm just
be
curious,
idiotic.
dude. Like, no, it's not
Dude,
idiotic.
it's like from
Look, I know.
what
Like,
I was.
I believe the globe too, man. We're on the same boat, brother.
Oh, wait, hold on.
We are
one
in the
second.
same boat.
Sorry, my Bluetooth died. 1 second.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know, man. It's just like because I know I'm gonna appear as like a sheep or a shill or some stupid kid that was
dude.
brainwashed. Man, it's fucking what I was told my whole life, man. There's videos, there's books on this stuff. You go to a library, you can learn about all this stuff. And for me to just jump on a Discord and be told like none of it's fucking real, you got to go outside and do it yourself, is just the most asinine shit like I could ever fucking like think of, man. Like really,
the
it
reason
is.
why
Like,
we tell you to go outside and check it for yourself is so you can validate it for yourself and then go, holy shit, those guys on Discord were correct, as opposed to just being a believer. You, like us, were taught the same thing. We weren't taught anything different, mate.
Otherwise, you're stuck with a competition between, do I believe this group or that group?
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at.
Well, wouldn't you rather just believe yourself? Like, wouldn't you rather? What would you rather take someone else's word for it or verify it for yourself? I mean,
that's why we tell you to do the test yourself, because then you're not a believer anymore. Then you know one way or the other. You don't have to believe us or believe them or believe anybody. And these aren't like difficult tests. These are pretty simple. I mean, it's like 3 hours. I don't think you're so busy that 3 hours of your life is gonna kill you if you lose 3 hours. Like,
No, I'm on the coast too, so that would help too. Maybe I can observe some ships or going over the horizon or something like that.
Are you in South Cali or Northern Cali?
Northern California.
Maybe you can observe some ships go over the horizon. Maybe you can't. Ever think of that?
Maybe, yeah. That's what I meant. Hey,
I watched a boat go 30 miles away, man, where I could still see it with the naked eye. A ship, a container ship. Now, from 30 miles away, it should be 420 feet under the curve of the earth, right? Under the horizon. The tallest ship in the world is 280 feet or something. So it can't be that the ship was just really tall, right? It wasn't tall enough to be visible. But I watched it for 3.5 hours. I watched it over a period of time. I didn't just like go, oh, I look, there's a ship. But there's an app. It's called marinetraffic.com. It'll tell you the boat. It'll tell you its position. And you can track any boat that you pretty much almost any boat you see at sea and know exactly where it is. So this is what I did. I've done this 3 different times, but the furthest was 30 miles, which is pretty fucking far, dude. You have to admit, 30 miles is far.
Yeah, 30 miles is pretty out there.
Yeah, so it's like, but it's not a difficult endeavor. All we're saying, dude, is like, you've been told a story. We were told a story. We're all told a story. We're children. They said, hey, Earth's the globe. They never gave us any evidence. They said, look at that toy in the corner. Earth's the globe. Christopher Columbus, he sailed around the world. Earth's the globe. If you don't believe it, you're stupid. Earth's the globe. You know what I mean? Right. And that's all. That's what we got. We didn't actually get, like, even if the Earth was a globe, do you think you got a proper education about it?
I mean, not that I remember, but I mean, I didn't.
Don't you think that would be pretty important? Like, as far as education, hey, we might want to teach these kids where they actually live instead of going, Earth's the globe, we'll get the toy.
Well, man, I'm in my mid-30s, man. I don't remember what I was taught in fucking high school, but
kindergarten. They teach you this shit in kindergarten.
I know, man. I know, but I don't remember the fucking astrology course I took like 20 years ago. But
they don't tell you then. They tell you when you're 5. Right? Wasn't there a globe in every classroom you went in?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah. They
Did I tell him why I started researching flat Earth?
Yeah, that should be interesting. It's quite a story.
I'll try to give him the short version. Yeah, the reason I started researching flat Earth is because I was taking a physics class to get my master's degree in science education, and we were asked to address a common misconception that high school physics students might have. So 2015, flat Earth was very much in the popular culture at the time. On Twitter, there were a lot of rappers and various popular figures talking about it, so I decided to research and do my paper on how to explain to high school students that the Earth is not flat. And I thought that would be very easy, Bug, right? Because the globe's confirmed. It'd be very easy to explain to them.
Oh,
And then I found
man,
out
this-
that there...
Yeah. So I don't mean to cut you off because I really care
that's
about
fine.
your personal life, but
Yeah,
like
you do.
I just like I
Okay,
do
the
this
whole
shit like
point. No, okay, no. If you're cutting me off, then I'm going to tell you, Bug. The whole point is I'm a goddamn certified science teacher who would have told you the globe was a globe, but when I went to see if there was any evidence, there's not any. And I scientifically and mathematically proved it to myself while getting my master's degree in science education that Bill Nye is full of shit and there's nothing to back up your illusion. But if you want to stay in it, nobody's going to stop you. Have fun. That's all I have to say to you.
Dandelion, you just got to get hired at NASA, and then he'll believe you.
Yeah, that's right. It's not good enough. He just said his teacher told him, and he thought that was good enough. But a teacher tells him it's not. That's not good enough. So you know what it is? It's just you want to stay in delusion. You want to be in denial, and you're now a demonstration of what Indio was talking to earlier to Noki about. And says who said it too. You like being in the man's pocket. You like being in your Stockholm Syndrome slave mindset. So just go back to it. You said you remembered why you left here. That's why. Because you want to be in denial. You want to be in the man's pocket.
I want to
So
be
he
in the
won't be
matrix.
whipping you. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Don't lie to me.
You don't have to put other people down and raise your voice. You don't have to do that to make your point.
Oh, yes. Now he's a victim and I'm his oppressor.
I'm not a victim. I'm
The
just
bad
saying.
dandelion is hurting him now. He has to go back to lick NASA's boots. Have fun. Tell me what they taste like.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready and you're finished. Okay.
Dude, he sounds like Josh now.
And you thought I was the nasty one. Oh dear.
I know, Indio. I wasn't going to do that anymore. It's only because he interrupted my goddamn story because I actually cared enough about this kid to tell my stupid story. Because I
It
don't.
is stupid.
Yeah. Thanks, Bug. That's just what I wanted to hear. And I'm the mean one, Bug. You're so kind and sweet. And Matrix is so mean. And now Dandelion's mean.
Oh
and
my
you're
goodness.
just the
Let me
globy
know when you're ready.
victim. Poor
Holy
guy.
shit. A grown ass woman is on Discord yelling at some guy.
Yeah, you're a
doesn't
grown
believe
Oh,
ass
this
man.
ain't yelling.
Go back to your glow
fucking
plushie. Yeah.
You really think this is yelling? Jesus Christ, man.
It'll be so much fun. Go back to your rocket ship bed. We won't bug you anymore.
So what other copes have you got, Bug? Ships going over the horizon obviously hurt you. Dandelion hurts. I'm too loud and treat you like a little child. So what else have you got?
No, he showed you a mirage. Remember, he showed you a mirage going from the top to the bottom down.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Bub. Do you think that this is about the shape of the Earth?
I mean, I would think it would be, right? I mean,
no, I mean just like really fundamentally, like this topic, flat Earth versus globe. Do you think fundamentally it's really about the shape of the Earth?
I mean, I think
is that more like
deeper
a
than
symptom
that.
of some other problem?
I mean, I think underneath it all, underneath the flat Earth or whatever, I think it's like the whole like, what have you been taught your whole life kind of thing? Like, what have you been believing this whole time because someone else told you? I think that's what I'm being portrayed to is like the issue that I have.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with any of that, but the problem is deeper. The problem is, how do you know what's true? How do you know what's not true? How much do you actually know versus what do you believe? So you said you believe you admitted you believe the Earth is a globe, that you don't know it. Okay. That's the position of everybody in the fucking world. Do you think your teachers knew the Earth was a globe, or their teachers, or you just had a teacher tell you she didn't know that she thought the Earth was a globe and she was wrong? So
yeah,
right? A lot of people, think the Earth is a globe, but they don't know it. They have no information from which to even determine that in the first place. All they know is looked at a screen, they saw some pictures. Some people said, "Oh, that's what the Earth looks like." And we're like, "Okay, I believe you," and that's the situation. And we're just trying to tell you and just alert you to that's the situation you're in. You're just like most of the world denies, and this might sound upsetting, but we all see the Earth as flat and motionless. That's how we experience the world. That's undeniable. That's how we actually experience the world. We don't experience it like they show you on the screen. We experience it flat and motionless. And then someone came along and said that is actually an optical illusion. That your reality that you see every day, that's actually not reality. That thing that looks flat, it's actually not flat. It's actually a giant ball. And you can't figure out it's a giant ball. You have to believe some other people. They figured it out. Believe them because they're smarter than you. This is the situation. Think about that. Just think about it. The ramifications of having a world in which everybody's running around believing in something that they in no way have verified that is directly contradictory to their actual lived experience.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just because it's not just.
Do you
that,
understand
man,
the implications of that? Do you comprehend the implications of the whole world thinking the world is an optical illusion?
Yeah, just everybody believing the same thing because they were told by some higher entity. Yeah,
no, they're believing something contrary to what they experience. It is contrary to your experience. Look, bro, you've never climbed the top of a mountain, flown in an airplane, and been like, "Oh man, look at that giant ball out there," right? You go, "Hey man, that looks flat." It always looks flat. Doesn't matter where you go, it always looks flat. But someone's saying that perception, what you see, is not real. That's not real.
Yeah.
That looking flat, that's not real.
Yeah, listen, when I go outside and I see the street, of course it looks flat, man. Of course, I go outside to a beach, right, and I see. Oh wait, what?
You're saying that's not real.
I don't understand.
They say that it's actually not flat, that it's a giant ball that's curving.
Right.
Right, that it's actually not flat. Now you see a flat thing, but it doesn't look, that's actually not that. It's actually something else.
Yeah.
It's like, you see the color blue. And then, the authorities come along like, no, that only looks blue to you. But if you look at it at a greater scale, it looks red. And you're like, really? And they're like, look at this chalkboard full of equations. You're like, fuck, dude, I guess you're right. I guess that's not really red. I guess that is red. I guess it's not blue because I just didn't look at the equations.
But you actually can't do the equations, so you just take their word for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there's things I observe though, just from someone who's not even educated about this stuff, right? Like I said, right? I'm going to bring up the ship thing again, but also like a sunset. Where does the sun go past the horizon? Why does it turn to night? I can bring up all these other things that I see,
the sun moves
and
away.
someone in this Discord is going to laugh in my face, call me a fucking retard, and then tell me this is why you see that. It's an optical illusion, or it's this thing or that thing. And then what do I say to that, man?
No one has treated you that way. Like these guys have been open to all of your questions, and they've been super cool with me. Even some of the questions I've had, they're more interested in trying to help you to better understand their position. But if you had asked any of these questions, no one would have referred to you as a retard or dumb or whatever.
Maybe, okay, yeah. So let's go back to what
the situation actually is. What the situation actually is that listen. It's about flat Earth, but it's not. The fundamentally, it's about, hey, there's a situation. I see reality a certain way. There's some men, they say that's not that way. That's really the fundamental problem of you not being able to trust your own senses, trust your own judgment, and have to rely on third parties to tell you what's real.
I mean, I know, brother, but like, I see things that like it's just kind of like a common sense kind of thing, though, right? Like
Look, they
with the
saw
sunset.
sunsets. Did they see sunsets 2,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Were they flat earthers?
No.
No?
No.
Yes.
They were?
Actually, Indio, let's break this down. Bug, when did flat earthism start?
I think that was like a couple hundred years ago to like battle science, and when he was coming up like in the church, if I'm not mistaken. Something to that effect.
Everybody was flat Earth
am I-
until
Arabic
certain
says the
Greeks.
Earth is flat.
Why are you interrupting? Anyway, okay, so the Chinese were flat earthers into the beginning of the 20th century. The whole world was flat earthers. A bunch of Greeks decided, hey, the earth is not flat, earth is a globe based upon metaphysical considerations. And Copernicus and Galileo Newton. So it's exclusive to Western civilization. Okay, it wasn't developed all. The entire world was flat earthers. Every culture, every civilization. They all saw sunsets. They didn't go, oh, the sun sets, therefore the earth is a globe. I understand why you think that, because you've been taught to think about what you see, the sun motion across the sky a certain way, and that when it gets cut off, it's going under the earth. Okay? And if I say at midnight, point at the sun, you have to point at your feet. Okay, yeah, you think about the world that way, but A, it's patently ridiculous. And the sun, as a light, as getting night, it just moves away from where you are. Just like if you had a glow stick in your hand and you'd be lit up, if it was lit at night and you threw it away from you, you wouldn't be lit up anymore, would you? It would be dark where you are, and it would be light where the glow stick is.
Right, right. I just want to bring up this one thing I just Googled. I don't know if that's a valid source, but Earth was established by Greek philosophers as early as the 5th century, including the Romans and Arabs that knew the world was round.
They don't know now.
Why are you hung up on valid sources?
Why am I hung up on valid sources? Is that a question that was just
I've been
asked?
listening to you for a while. Every time you've mentioned anything about getting information, you've always questioned if it's a valid source. It's data. I don't care where it comes from, as long as you can back up or validate the claim made in said data.
You know, he's just saying that you don't need to qualify it with. He's just saying you don't need to qualify it with valid. It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as a valid source. It's completely subjective. What you think is valid. Hold on, dude. Just listen. Just listen. Just listen, dude. Dude, you need thicker skin. Valid to you and valid to me might be two different things. That makes it subjective, right? You might think a source is valid, and I might think, oh, no, that's not valid, right? So saying it's valid doesn't help us at all. It's just...
I mean, we can get into the semantics of validity. Sure, man, but...
it's valid. What makes it valid is whether there's evidence to support it. That's what makes it valid. And when I say evidence, I mean empirical evidence, actual, you can go out, test it, verify it, replicate it, go into the natural world and actually see the thing, whatever they said, whatever they claimed, and actually verify that that's actually the situation. That's what we consider valid evidence.
Also, mention, like, you should probably do a better job at just Googling and then clicking the first link. I mean, the same people that like big tech and all that, I mean, they're not going to give you the information that, contradicting information that's going to counter their points.
Look, generally what he said, though, is accurate, right? The Arabs, I don't know about the Romans. The Romans in the mid-Roman. The Arabs during the Muslim period, during the frickin', not in the 5th century. And it was only some Greeks. So some Greeks, and specifically we're talking about, it was actually a split among ancient Greeks. So it was like Eratosthenes, probably, what was the other guy's name? Aristarchus. So a few Greeks in their little sect thought the Earth was a globe, but there was other Greeks like Thales and Anaximander that thought the Earth was flat. So the Greeks themselves were split on whether the Earth was flat or a globe. So like when you Google stuff, you get a very
like
I don't know how to put it. But they're not lying, but they're not giving you the whole truth. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it wasn't a worldwide consensus.
Yeah.
Okay, so where would I go? Where would you guys go to get your information on the flat Earth? Let's start with that.
Well,
because I need to know.
It doesn't matter where you get it, as long as it's backed up by evidence. That's what he's saying. Okay. It doesn't matter where you get it. I mean, if you get it at the front page of Google and it's backed up by evidence, then it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, it just needs to be backed up by evidence.
Look, the thing about flat Earth is it's like if nobody told you that the Earth was a globe, you never would have thought it in the first place. So when you say, where do you get your evidence for flat Earth? It's just like, that's how we experience the world. You would never even have thought it was a globe unless someone came along and said, hey, dude, that's not flat, it's a globe. You never would have even thought about it. So there's nowhere to go to get information on flat Earth other than the natural world. The globe, you can't find in the natural world. That's why there's a bunch of books. And they don't say, hey, dude, the book doesn't say, experience the Earth as a globe. Go here on the map. And you go there, and then you see a globe. No. That's not the situation. They publish a book and they say, Earth's a globe, and they come up with all these convoluted ideas, models, mathematics, and bullshit to convince you that the Earth's a globe, but they don't just say, hey, just go here. I can just say, hey, go to a lake, go to an ocean, go to a pond, climb top of a mountain, go to the frickin' prairie, go to the Bolivian salt flats, go to the Bonneville salt flats. Like, I can tell you anywhere on Earth to go. Hey, do you want to see a flat Earth? Yeah, here's all these places. But they can't say, oh, you want to see a sphere? Oh, yeah, go to your couch, turn on your television set. That's the only way it's ever going to happen.
Okay.
Look, we're just informing you. I don't care if you think the Earth is flat, globe or not. We're just informing you what the situation is. It isn't a lot of people think the situation is way different. The Earth's a globe. It's been proven. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows the Earth's a globe. No, nobody knows the Earth's a globe, but a bunch of people fucking believe it, and they would never believe it in the first place if they weren't told it.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, it's good to get the opposite side's perspective too. You know, that's always
yeah, dude. Look, I know the globe model better than any fucking globe earther alive. I'll tell you right now, and I'm not just fucking whistling Dixie. You have any globe earther come in here and talk bullshit about the globe, I guarantee I'll be fucking correcting him.
Right.
I've read all the you name it. I know their whole shit like the back of my head. You got to know your opponents. You got to know your opponent's position, right? If you actually want to engage it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not just talking about knowing the opposition, what their position is, just for the sake of a debate, winning a debate. I would want to know it because it's
I'm not talking about debate. I'm just talking about what their position really is. Okay. So there's a lot of things that globe earthers will say. The globe earthers will say, Earth's a globe because of eclipses, right? That's the shadow of the Earth on the moon. About that, right, is that there's a heliocentric model that they calculate orbits, and that they predict that when there's going to be a solar eclipse, and that's the shadow of the Earth on the moon, because the Earth is round and that shadow is round, so that must be the shadow of the Earth, right? This is what they think, right? You think that's accurate, what I just said? About eclipses?
I mean that, and it's
none of that's true, dude. None of it.
Okay.
They don't use a heliocentric model to predict eclipse times. They use something called the Saros cycle. It was invented by flat earthers in 2000 BC. They've been using that for 4,000 years, a flat earth model to predict eclipses. Second, if that was a shadow of the Earth being cast on the moon, well, the moon is supposed to be a sphere. So if you the only way you would see a round shadow is if a sphere Earth was being cast on a flat sheet of fucking paper. Because when you cast the shadow onto a curved surface, it conforms to that surface. Just like if the shadow was being cast on a set of stairs, right? It would be jagged. The shadow would look jagged, zigzagged, because it's being cast on stairs. So if the moon is a sphere and the Earth is a sphere, and it casts a shadow on a moon, it wouldn't be round. It would actually be a distorted freaking S-curve. And you can demonstrate this to yourself by taking two balls and a light source and testing it out. So everything I just said that all globe earthers pretty much think is true is, on further inspection, is actually not true.
How do so many people have that oversight, though?
Because they just think they believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they think they have this problem with this. And I was telling this dude in here, the magic science guy fallacy. They think that all these claims have been vetted, that they've been checked on, that they've been double checked and verified and checked out. And all the scientists somehow got together somewhere and were like, oh, Earth's eclipse would cause a round shadow. And they all went and checked. Nobody checked. Nobody checked. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Want to know who checked? We checked. And then we tell people, yeah, we checked, that shit's bullshit. And they're like, you're a dumb fuck, you're a flat earther.
Yeah.
And they don't believe us. But then they're like you, they don't want to check themselves. Like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? We're like, bro, dude, we checked to see if it's a globe. It's not. You check yourself. And you're like, fuck no, I don't want to do that.
Okay, I'll go out and do the experiments myself, because
it's one simple test, dude. You don't even need a camera.
Aren't enough. I mean, I have to go out. Okay, you know what? Let me just do it.
Look, there's only one question that needs to be answered,
and then I'll do it myself. Let me see for myself, and maybe that'll change my perspective. So.
Yeah,
he's got a problem with going out, Indio. He might be allergic to the front door or something. There's something going on here.
Listen, only one question needs to be answered. Only one question. The answer can solve the question, right? Okay, there's two things that separate a flat Earth from a sphere. There's only one thing. Is the surface of the Earth curving? If it's not curving, then it's not a sphere. If it is curving, then it is a sphere. That's the only thing you have to check for. All the other shit, sun, stars, moon, all the stories, like, even if those were true, there's no evidence they wouldn't work on a flat Earth anyway. And that no one has decided they want to construct a model with a flat Earth with fucking stars and sun doing a bunch of shit. It could never prove what the Earth actually is. The only thing that can actually prove that is actually measuring the Earth. Right. So the Earth's supposed to curve at a certain rate, according to them. You just go check to see if it is. You'll go out, you'll check, and it won't be. And then you'll be coming back saying, holy fuck, I saw 20 miles from fucking goddamn fucking 6 feet. I don't know how I saw that shit. It was so far away.
Yeah.
That's what you'll be doing.
Okay. Well, I'll look up some experiments and I'll get on it, man. So.
How? To me, it's just like, I can't believe that people like myself and then people like that are so vastly, like, so much different, where it's like that type of stuff is like, interests me. I want to know the truth. I want to know why would they lie? Why do they need to lie about all this? And so, but people are like, well, you don't really know why they would go through all these great lengths to lie about this unless you're at the top, unless you know.
You gotta figure out who's lying first. Who?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you don't know who has to be lying, well, I mean, you can narrow it down. Like, who has to be lying? 100% would have to be lying.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can start with Apollo astronauts. They have to be lying. Those people.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because they said they saw the Earth in its entirety as a ball, so they have to be lying. After that, it becomes iffy. because most of the people after that, they're believers, right? So ISS astronauts, well, they wouldn't see the Earth as a ball. They would only see 3% of the surface of the Earth. So it doesn't matter what they say. They're
Right,
believers.
but at the same time, they may know bits and pieces of the truth, right? But a lot of these people are just paid. They're willing to take the money to just say whatever to live, in riches. They're just paid off. So yeah, you could say these people definitely know.
They don't know
the truth.
Yeah, they don't know, and they believe it's a ball. So they'll sit there and say, "Yeah, Earth's a ball." If someone comes in this chat right now and says Earth's a ball, they're not lying. They're
No,
just
but I'm
wrong,
talking about
right? They're just simply wrong.
I'm talking about the astronauts that you're saying, like the Challenger, the people that are on the ISS or whatever. It's true, right? That they know.
I mean, they wouldn't know though. Even on the ISS, they wouldn't be able to tell from there. It's not high
true,
enough.
because it's in a fucking probably in a pool or whatever somewhere. But I'm just saying, like,
well, it's not high enough. Even if they were at 300 or 400 kilometers up, that's not high enough. You'd only see 3% of the Earth from that elevation. A lot of people don't realize that the International Space Station is not that high.
Right.
3% of the Earth. Think about that. You see 3% of the Earth. You think you can say what it is? I mean, come on.
No, but what I'm saying is that these people, they're paid off, so they don't really. They either do know, which they have to have an idea, right? Because why would they be getting paid off to lie about being in space and seeing the Earth as a ball, right? So you can come up to the conclusion of, like, if I'm that person, I'm like, okay, well, they're paying me to say that it's this, so that probably more than likely means that it's not that, but they want me to tell people that, so they're just paid off, but they don't actually know, like, who the people at the top of the pyramid, analogy, if you want to use, like, how we were talking earlier. I don't know.
Yeah, but what India is trying to say is, that, and I was going to mention this when you were talking earlier, that it seems like you think there has to be a large number of people in on this globe conspiracy, this conspiracy to try to get people to believe that they live on a globe. But in reality, it would be a small number, and then the other people would just be repeating. And even the people who are on the ISS would just be told, oh, you're not high enough to actually see the curve. So they're just looking out, at the flat horizon, and they're just not even thinking that hard about it, because they clearly look for people for these so-called astronauts positions that are not real heavy in the analytical thinking. I mean, that's real obvious when you see any of their interviews. They're just looking for people who are willing to, spray their hair and look cute, and
that's what I mean, though. But, like, if you're saying you're that,
so that's what he's trying to say. So when you talk about the elite, I was just going to tell you, what do you think about this, Noki? You call them the elite. You said, I don't know what to call them. I think, how they sometimes say the deep state? I call them the shallow state. That's what they are. They're real shallow. There's not that many of them. And they want everyone to keep thinking in a shallow way. They're very shallow. They want the whole world to be shallow and not to think about anything too deeply, just like Says Who was telling you. They want you to just kind of stay in that Stockholm Syndrome zombie state. But there's not that many of them. They're not that deep, and they're the shallow state. That's what they are. And the rest of them are just repeating what they're told. And like you said, they're getting paid, so they don't ask too many questions. They're getting a good paycheck. Even if it sometimes late at night occurs to me, maybe we're committing fraud on the American people and raking in millions of dollars a day and taking food out of the mouth of children for a fraud. But I don't want to think too hard about that, because I really like my cushy job and I love all the free hairspray I get every day. So yeah, I don't think they're thinking too hard there and up in the ISS.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, obviously, I guess it depends on how you define a lot of people. Obviously, there has to be, like I said, in my opinion, a lot of people involved. I wouldn't say like all of NASA or all that. Like, I wouldn't say that at all. I would say, like, I don't know how many there are, but obviously there's quite a bit, right? Because I mean, these families or whatever bloodlines or whoever it is, the people at the top, there's obviously not just one or two or 10 people that just know the truth and are just.
Oh, you mean the shallow state that's at the bottom? Yeah, they're not at the top. They're at the bottom. They are the dregs, the lowest of the low, the people who suck off of the energy of all the good people of the world. They're parasites. They're the lowest of the low. So that's what you're talking about, the low people,
Yeah,
the
I'd like
shallow
to expose those
people.
people.
Yeah,
I'd like to
yeah.
expose them.
Okay, well, let us know how it goes. Let us know when you get their names. I'll
Yeah.
send them a anti-Christmas card.
Yeah, it's funny you say a Christmas card. Like I've gone down the rabbit holes of like, all the pagan holidays and how like the old religions and how they're all interconnected and all that. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. But
I mean, you're on the right track, Noki. I would say just don't try not to get overwhelmed and just try to whatever you're going to do in your life. I mean, like we talked about earlier, you're just doing it on a flat earth. If you just stay connected to reality and the day-to-day moment and the people around you and actual human connection and live your life to the fullest, then you'd be going against what the shallow state wants you to do, because they would like you to plug all your energy into their little fantasy world, and they'd like you to ridicule anyone who goes against what is broadcast on the Today Show and so on. So anytime you're not doing that, anytime you're trying to live life to the fullest and trying to find out more about reality and trying to live on this realm as you were intended and born to do, then that's you. That's very powerful. Like just one person doing that is very powerful, because as you've seen, most people aren't even willing to begin to do that. They just, like Says Who mentioned, they just want to do what's convenient, what's easy for them, just live this very kind of low energy life, not stick their head up too far so they don't get pounded down and so on. So yeah, I mean, I think you're on the right track. And
well, like, what is the mission then, right? I mean, like, I'm sure this Discord, this group of people, it would be to wake up the entire world to the idea that the Earth is actually flat, right? But I mean, as I was talking with Yaga, that seems futile, right? I mean, it's never going to happen, because even if NASA came out tomorrow and said, "Hey guys, we've been pulling your leg and it's actually flat," so then people would reject it anyway. So then it's like, is this like are we here just to protect each other's sanity? We're like, hey, I'm not crazy, right? And you're like, no, you're not crazy. I see the same thing. But like, if at the end of the day, if we can't actually,
I never once thought I was crazy about this at all, ever, for even 2 seconds. The people that think that it's not flat are the crazy ones. Think about it. They see the Earth that looks flat and they go, nah, it's not. That's my imagination. That's an illusion. I can't trust my eyes. That's bullshit.
well, that's what they get.
That's
with, like,
the crazy
the whole
people.
deniability, right? That they get them with, hey, it's so big.
Yeah, but that's fine. But you're still going with, I can't trust my own eyes.
No. So that's not.
I know. Listen. I understand what you're saying. I understand. Yeah, they have an excuse on why it looks flat, but it's not flat. But you're starting your observation with, I don't trust my observation.
No, I'm saying I'm acknowledging that my observation is limited to my own perspectives, which is very small.
Well, we know that, but you have to.
If someone, like, imagine it this way: if someone put a
you
gun
have
to your
to
head and
approach it
said,
from doubt, but you don't understand. You have to approach it from doubt that what you're seeing is not the way it is. You're starting from, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I have to investigate if what I'm seeing is actually real. You're starting from doubt. Do you understand that?
No, I understand that.
That's crazy, dude. That's insane. That, like, you're looking at the world and you're like, oh, maybe that's not real. That's pretty fucking crazy.
No, I'm looking at it from, maybe you missed it,
when I say you, I don't mean specifically you. I mean you in the royal you.
Like, believing it one way or the other is
it's not
like,
a belief. But the thing is, if you look at the Earth, and it looks flat, you don't believe that. You just see it that way. That's not a belief. It's just the way it looks. The belief is when you go, well, it just looks that way, and it's actually something else besides what it looks like. You know, the Globers say, hey, dude, a giant globe looks flat. Okay, want to know what also looks flat? Flat things. Flat things look flat.
So if I were to ask you to draw me a picture of what the Earth actually looks like, what
I'd
would
ask
you draw?
you from where?
From if you could
From what perspective? When I
hypothetically,
say from where, from what perspective?
yeah, if you could hypothetically like fly above like an extreme far distance where you could see the entire thing and fly, observe it from every angle.
I don't think the Earth is an object that you can see the entirety. It's not an object like you can hold in your hand. You know, that if you're a giant, that you could hold the Earth in your hand and look at it from some third-person point of view. I don't believe that is possible.
And see, and I kind of agree with you, right? So, but that's what I'm saying is that if I were to ask you to do, you're confident on, that it's flat.
But what you're asking me to do is something that's it's very speculative and conjecture, right? If you could go away from the Earth, which no one's ever done, and hold it in your hand, what would it look like from some external point of view? But you, nor anybody you know, nor anyone they know, have ever actually seen the Earth from that point of view.
Yeah, so why would I subscribe to an exact shape of the Earth then, right? But like I said,
why would you think of it as an object? Why would you think of it as an object at all? Like an object that you have in your house? Why would you think of the Earth that way? Well, you don't think. Wait, let me ask you this: when you think of the universe, and I say, "Hey, bro, what's the universe look like if you're really, really far away?"
Well, I mean, technically, nothing would really exist outside of a universe, right? So
exactly, bingo. Nothing exists outside the Earth. There's no such thing as outside. There is no outside. You cannot leave here, except in death.
Yeah, and
that's a scary proposition for some people. They want to think they can fly away to some man-made heaven called outer space, but it ain't never going to happen.
Yeah, and I agree, and I'm not disagreeing with you there, but I'm just saying.
But I want to get to your main point though. Like, why are we here? What are we doing? Like, why are we doing this? Look, it is futile to try to force people into the Earth is flat. They already see it every day as flat and motionless. We're trying to convince them to believe reality, right? That they can trust their own eyes. That's not the problem. They already decided that they don't want to trust their own eyes. Subconsciously, normally not consciously, but mostly subconsciously. The globe Earth is like an identity for them. They identify with the idea, right? That, we're sophisticated, technologically advanced human beings. We're flying around on rockets. Pretty soon we're going to be hanging out with aliens. Like, this is an identity. Like, I'm in this generation of mankind that has all these achievements, and they identify with that. It's an identity.
Yeah. I guess maybe I should have asked you.
To take that away from somebody, you're stripping their identity. Okay? That is like impossible. We're not going to be able to do that. So all we try to do mostly is illustrate to them that they actually don't know the Earth's a globe, that they just believe it. That is hard. Just to even go, hey, bro, what's your primary evidence the Earth is a globe? Well, NASA. No, bro, I said primary. Like, what evidence do you have? I don't know. Yeah, it is a belief. After a while, they'll always admit that yes, it is a belief. I don't know it's a globe, but I do believe it's a globe. And usually it's just based upon the pictures, right? The space pics. I saw the space pics. I believe in them, and I believe the claims of the people that say they took them. So Earth is a globe because of that, and that's the foundation for their entire worldview. Now, that to me is like the achievement. Like, that's like, if I get that far, I'm happy, because at least they realize that it's a belief, and once they realize it's a belief, then maybe on their own they'll inquire into why they believe that. You understand? Like, we're not gonna flat Earth isn't on this computer screen and it isn't in Discord and it isn't on the internet. It's outside. You have to go out into reality and do the test yourself. We're like we don't ask people to go, oh, don't believe NASA, believe us. People think that that's like what we're doing here. Like, we're not telling anybody to believe us. We're saying, hey, go out there, go outside, go do the test to test whether their claims that they claim that the Earth's a globe. Go see if it's out there in nature. And if it's not, then, well, there you go. It's not out there because it's not a globe.
I was thinking that too. Like, I was thinking, Noki, when you were talking about that earlier, proving it or not proving it, like, if you've ever thought about going to do your own long distance observations, or if you understand how to do those, or if you have any large body of water near you where you could do one of those. Have you ever thought about doing that?
Yeah, and I have, yeah. I
You've
live in
done it?
Michigan. Yeah.
Oh, you live in Michigan, so do I.
Oh,
Yeah, so
nice.
have you done it?
What's that?
Have you done a long distance observation?
So my friend has used. I've been with my friend, so he's kind of the one that kind of led me towards this. Or he's really big into like using drones and stuff, and so he was kind of confiding to me that like some of the observations that he was coming across, and that's when he kind of jumped into it, and then kind of brought me into it. It led me, gave me the curiosity to look into it. So I have not used my own, but like my friend who I've known like all my life has done them. So, and he showed me like footage and stuff that he has used with his drone.
Nice.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of, even though, it's possible intellectually to come to the rational conclusion based on the evidence of thousands and thousands of long distance observations, as well as the absence of any testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence of curvature or a globe or rotation or motion of any kind, you can easily, I mean, I shouldn't say easily, but you can come to the conclusion that there is no globe. But in terms of like pounding it kind of into your brain and your worldview and kind of like making that shift, a lot of people have found that it's helpful to make their own observations. For example, the Chicago observation across Lake Michigan's a fairly common sight. You get a chance to go down there. So, Warren Dunes is a good place to do it. This summer, you could maybe make a road trip over there, and it's pretty common. If you go camping, that's what I did with my kids. I went camping in 2020, so I could be there for several days to get there, because it's not there every day. For obvious reasons, atmospheric conditions, of course, it should never be there. So even if it's there one time, it destroys the globe. So, I mean, that's just if you're in Michigan, that's like one that you could possibly go and see sometime.
Yeah. And I should have like clarified too with Indio when he was describing the Earth or what, because me and him, I have very similar beliefs to him, is that it doesn't necessarily have a shape, but there are some flat earthers, whatever, that believe it does have like an actual shape, like other than the sphere, obviously, that it's like a
yeah.
I know that's usually
I've never met one.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I've never met one, but I've seen, there's obviously people like on YouTube or whatever that have that, and I don't know if it's just controlled op or what it, or like, I don't really know, but there are people that believe that actually there's like, an actual disc looking thing, that actually has a shape. So I guess I wasn't really certain what your position was on if it had a shape, and that's why I was asking you if you could hypothetically go out and like see it from like a very wide perspective. But no, I agree with you actually on that. It doesn't necessarily have a shape, or it's almost like
people get obsessed with that concept of being able to define the flat earth or give it a shape or have a comprehensive map and all those things. Like globers are the ones who are usually obsessed with that. They're they're the ones who think that because they want just another version of the globe. They just want another thing that will explain everything, or that they can imagine explains everything. That's just like an easy little thing that they can get a globe plushie, a globe eraser, a globe crib mobile, and they can do the same thing with flat Earth, so it can be all contained and explained, or at least fantasy explained the way they want. Just like you're going to go to the Star Trek convention and everything in their little universe is explained and contained. It's a science fiction concept, yeah. So some people have a science fiction view of flat Earth, but flat Earthers don't have that because we recognize that flat Earth is just reality the way it presents itself. It's not a science fiction story. It's real.
Right.
So it doesn't have an end. There's no end to reality, right? Do you think reality has an end?
That's a very philosophical question. I don't know. No, probably not.
Yeah.
Well, this whole topic is a philosophical topic.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I mean, we're talking about existential reality. When someone starts going, "Where's the end of it? Like, where's the end of reality? Like,
where does it start?"
Yeah, I mean, that question can't that even have a meaning? Like being outside the universe. Well, if the universe is defined as encompassing everything, it doesn't make sense to be outside of it. There is no outside, because if you were outside, that would also be the universe. So
right. So
yeah, so what you'll find is, I guess you were kind of talking about these people that you've encountered who you thought were flat earthers who are saying that the flat earth is a disc and so on. I mean, I don't know exactly where you encountered that, but, some of that originally came from the Flat Earth Society. They're the ones with the original false, controlled opposition, flat earth propaganda of the disc flying through space. And then there's just been various variations of that, that have happened over time. But here in this particular Discord server and our outpost, the 24/7 Flat Earth, we do not agree with that. We do not agree with any kind of model of the flat Earth or map of the flat Earth. The Earth is just, as we experience it in reality.
That's fair.
And you don't have to have, and we don't have to have an answer to every little thing. I mean, if you hang around here and you came in, you told me you've been listening on, did you say on Rumble or something?
Yeah.
You've been listening to the live stream? Yeah.
Yep.
So, so you've probably heard the Globers come in and they're like, where's your Earth was flat, it would do this. And they usually come in with some false conception or some cartoon that they've seen of what the flat Earth is, because that's the straw man that's been put out in the mainstream because it's easy to shoot down. And we also would shoot that down. We also would shoot down a disc flying through space because we don't think that the fantasy realm of outer space can exist in the way it's portrayed, with a near vacuum existing next to our air that we breathe, and having that be contained and maintaining the ratios of gas that it does. So we also reject that.
Well, and they think because they have a claim, or they say they have a model, right? But it's just using, they have a sphere model using flat Earth measurements, right? So I mean, like they can say, oh well, we've got this and this and this, and they can kind of point to something. So when they feel like you can't provide the same thing, and they're like what me and India were talking about, they want like a physical. They want barriers, right? Where does everything start and stop, and where's the limits, and that's where we're kind of like in limbo, right? We don't really know. Like, there's not really a model for flat Earth, and every time they've tried, like the whole, which I still have mixed feelings about the Antarctica thing. The whole, what's the dude's name? They go down there. We got Witsit and the other ones that go down there, and they see the whole 24-hour sun, and that kind of like threw a wrench in a lot of people. I guess not the true flat earthers, right? But for a lot of people that were maybe just kind of trying to get into it or understand it and see the positions that, I mean, that kind of turned a lot of people away from it. And I don't know if that was like kind of the whole point. What's your guys' opinion on that?
Yeah, I don't know what the point was. I guess you'd have to ask them. They hang around here on Discord sometimes, some of them, but here on the 24/7 Discord, we consider that whole escapade to be a great blessing to getting the actual information out there, because it was like a litmus test. If anybody thinks that particular expedition proved anything, then they don't really have a clear understanding of how to debunk the globe. That is what we're doing here. We're debunking the globe. We're demonstrating logically and mathematically that there's no curvature to be found. So anything that some people did or didn't do in Antarctica is irrelevant to the fact that no curvature has ever been measured, that the drop over distance expected is never seen in reality, that it has no bearing on that whatsoever.
Yeah.
And if you interrogate them, any Gilbert, then you go, okay, say, I accept there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Now, how does that observation either prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth? They have nothing to say, because they can't say how it does either one. They'll just say, oh, it's impossible on a flat Earth. Okay, show me. Well, how would it work on a flat Earth? Then they ask you to prove that it does work. They try to reverse the burden of proof, but they can't show how it doesn't work. They can't show why it wouldn't work. Do you know why? Because the actual model to even predict the 24-hour sun is on a flat Earth, which is weird.
Yeah,
it's not on a globe. They don't use a globe to make any of those predictions. They just believe that someone's doing a mathematical equations using a sphere and coming up with sunrise and sunsets, but that's not how it works. If you look at any of the formulas, it's all basically you're at the origin of you're in the center at the origin of coordinates, and it's assumed to be up from a horizontal plane, right? Because you have an elevation angle to the sun, right? If it's right overhead, it's 90 degrees. That's measured up from a flat plane. That's how the math actually works in reality to make the prediction in the first place. But people think that they're somehow doing these 3D models of globes somewhere. It's not how it works at all.
Yeah. And I was just making the point that they use like flat Earth measurements, but then they just put it onto a globe, right? And so they say, okay, well, this is the model. It's something they can point to. And the whole Antarctica thing was a way to, like, they gunned the whole thing up to where everything was kind of riding on it, right? It was like a do or die type thing where they got everyone involved, or a lot of people. So it was like, if you see the 24-hour sun, then it was globe. But if you didn't, then it was flat, type thing. So,
yeah, but that wouldn't even be true,
right? But I'm saying, that's what they wrapped it up as.
Well, no, I mean, I kind of, but they never actually said the second part, right? They never actually said, well, if we don't see a 24-hour sun, then it's a flat Earth. They're like, why? How would that prove it's a flat Earth?
Yeah, well, according
think about it. Like, no matter what the sun does, right? Now, let's say instead of seeing a 24-hour sun, they saw it for a 50-hour sun. How would that prove a flat Earth? How would that falsify a globe, right? Because in their model, right, day and night is the spinning Earth. They could always just say, well, the spin of the Earth changed, the orbit changed, right? Nothing the sun did would actually falsify the globe, because the sun can do anything, right? It would falsify the heliocentric. It would falsify the
around.
Well, yeah, it would falsify the heliocentric model, but it wouldn't falsify the globe.
No, but I'm saying it falsified their model. They like the flat Earth.
The solar system model is what it would falsify. It couldn't falsify the globe, no matter what.
No, but I'm saying the flat Earth model of like the ice wall going all the way around, and that if they
no one believes in that.
Right, but I'm just saying there's
Ice
those
wall is
flat
a
Earth-
global concept that isn't from flat Earth. It comes
right,
from
but I'm
Captain
saying
Cook.
what I'm trying to say is that there's flat Earth. It's like that's what I'm saying. It's like almost like controlled op because there are people who are trying to get into flat Earth or that are looking into it that see, there's no curvature in the measurements. They're seeing the videos. They're seeing whatever their own testing and all that, right? And then, but they're going to these other so-called flat earthers, and they're giving them models of the Antarctic, whatever, going around the entire, and then there's the edge or whatever, or maybe there is an edge. Some of them say there's something outside.
Yeah,
of
why
Antarctica.
do you think people do that? Why do you think people feel compelled to
That's what I said. It's
do
like
all that
controlled
stuff?
op. It's to shut it down so that way you don't go further looking into it. That's why a lot of people.
I mean, some of it maybe. Some of it maybe might be controlled up. I think that people promote these things because they feel that they have to replace the globe, right? They need some image. Like you asked, like, what does the Earth look like? They want a picture of the flat Earth from space. That's what they want. And that's the only thing that's going to satisfy people. I want the same thing NASA has, but I want it to be a flat Earth. That's the only thing because the modern day, we're stuck in imagery.
Well, because that goes to the point of the people who are just getting into it, right? And the measurements come back flat, right? And there's no curvature and all that. So people assume that, okay, so it must be flat all the way, and eventually it stops. So that's in people's minds that they're trying to do that, like exactly what you just said, is they want that physical model of what NASA has as a sphere, as but that's people just getting into it who don't like. I assumed. Ignorantly that was your, thought process, or was some of
different
the flat
cosmology.
earthers,
It's a totally different philosophical. I mean, literally from the very, like you said, it's like that's philosophical. You're right. The whole thing is philosophical because the globe idea is based upon. I mean, if you go back to the beginning, right, to the first people that ever said it, Plato, Pythagoras, Copernicus. They said at the time when they wrote about it that the reasons that they thought it was a globe, the reasons were philosophical reasons. They had nothing to do with any scientific reasons. They said it at the time. They just said that the sphere is the most perfect shape, so the Earth must most naturally be a sphere. That was their argument for the Earth being a sphere, including up to Copernicus. So it isn't just like... Do you ever hear of the Copernican principle?
I've heard of the term, yes.
Yeah, so it means that the Earth, it's the philosophical position that the Earth has no unique place in the universe.
Yeah,
that it's not unique. Okay, so people come in and they go, well, what about the other planets? Okay, other planets other than what? Other than Earth. Well, Earth's not a planet. Earth's not a planet. You're dumb. Right? This is stuff we hear.
Yeah, it's because they want to project what they see outside.
Why would you think? But why would you think of it to be a planet in the first place? Well, because of that. Because that Copernican principle, where Earth is not unique, right? It's just like everything else in the sky. So when you look up in the sky and you see a planet and you go, well, the Earth is like that because Earth's not unique. It's the same as everything else. So you're starting from a philosophical position, and they do not realize that they started from there. That they started from Earth can't. Then they go, what? Well, what's the Earth then? Well, it's the Earth. It's unique. It doesn't have a category. It doesn't go in a category.
No, yeah,
right?
I agree with you.
We can go in the we can go in the category human. Fido can go in the category dog. Like there's categories for most things. Some things, this particular thing, there's no category because it's unique. There's nothing else like it. And the evidence is, if you actually think about it, is that there is nothing else like the Earth. There's no other place with life. There's no other place with water. There's no other place with people and animals and things and plants and clouds and all the stuff that we enjoy in reality, right? Not even in their paradigm do they say this stuff exists. They say we're in a Goldilocks zone, that we're in a special place. And if in astronomy, they say it looks like we're in the center of the universe. Okay? Everything appears that we are in the center. It's called the cosmological axis of evil. So everything, all the evidence tells us we are unique. But if you take the philosophical position that we are not unique, when you look in the sky, you go, Earth is just like everything else. Earth is like the moon. Earth is like the sun. They come and they go, well, the moon's a sphere. The sun's round. The planet's round. Why isn't the Earth round? Well, because the Earth isn't those things.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if you were here. I think me and Daniel and I, we briefly talked about that. How the like you said, the Copernican whatever principle.
Yeah.
They want us to believe that we're just like just a speck of dust out there with no really real meaning or.
Exactly. Yeah, I heard that part. Yeah, and all that stems from the Copernican principle. Copernican principle is a foundation. Thus, about 400 years later, that's gone down to people. You know what I mean? It's gone down to the individual level. It's gone from the Earth, but now it's down to you, right? You're just a dirty descendant of a fucking ape, right? That evolved out of the cosmic goo.
Yeah.
You don't mean anything. Whether you live, die, what you did on Earth, it doesn't matter because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.5 billion years anyway, and all traces of your existence are going to be fucking gone. So it doesn't matter what you do. So pay your taxes and don't get beat up by the government and just be a degenerate and stick your dick everywhere, and everything will be great. You'll be happy, and that's all you need.
Yeah, and if you really think about it, it doesn't really make any sense too, because I mean, there's species that are millions and millions and millions, supposedly millions of years older than us, and if we're supposed to like evolve over time, wouldn't stuff that has more time evolve? Like, wouldn't stuff be ahead of us? And like, why are there still monkeys and apes? And wouldn't have they
Good question.
evolved? Like,
yeah, I mean,
there's like goo and like bacteria and shit. Like, we come from goo supposedly, right? And there's bacteria that's supposedly millions and millions and millions and millions of I think I've even read billions of years older than us. So why haven't they evolved to like some super species above us?
Yeah, but the point I mean, all that's true. But the point I was making is like they've taken that original idea where the Earth's not unique and they've drilled down to you're not unique, you're not special, you're just, you're just another human, which is just another species, which is just another form of life. You're no different. Your life is no different than an amoeba. You're just the same thing. You're just more complex. I mean, there's a NASA scientist, Michelle Thaler. If anybody's got the clip, that would be great. She says, I think of myself as a complicated rock. That's what she literally said, that I think of myself as a complicated rock. That she is just a bunch of minerals and chemicals and stuff having a chemical reaction. And that's all she is, just a bunch of chemical reactions. She's not even really a person. That's her personage is just a bunch of chemicals that created that emergent property. Like they're that far gone, dude. Like some of these people are just gone.
Well, yeah, and then you got to go down that whole philosophical conversation of like, what consciousness is and all that. And a lot of these times will tell you that it's just we're nothing more than just basically just a computer firing neurons. There's no really rhyme or reason. We're just doing things. We don't really have individuality or uniqueness or anything like that. That basically, what's his name? What's that guy? I can't remember his name. He's like, we're basically hackable animals. That eventually, like, we're going, and that's where the future is going. Is they want basically to merge man with machine. That's where it's going.
I think I think you're right. They're trying to. I think they're just trying to merge man out of any connection with the spiritual, the mystical, the metaphysical, and just turn us into like naturalist, materialist robots.
Yeah, but basically just cut off from, like, I guess whatever your religious stance is like any kind of sense of God, where it's just like you're constantly like almost like where you literally are just become a computer with no really consciousness or free thought or free will or anything. That eventually, like, if you ever just subscribed or adopted that and just like chip me, and then eventually like this.
Yeah, well, I've said this before. Like, if there is no God, who is the highest moral authority left? Because if God's gone, there's no God. Who's the highest moral authority?
Yes, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And how are things like, there's nothing new under the sun, as they say, right? And what did they say that all the ancient rulers used to do? That they were god kings, right? That they were like God. And somehow the people now are different. The rulers now, they don't do that. No, they're like, fuck, we're not going to be god kings. We'll just get rid of God and it'll just be us. We don't even have to pretend to be deities. We'll just get rid of just say, deism. That's just an ancient superstition, and we're more advanced than that because we go to the moon and, we know better and just do what we say because we're technological wizards that do modern day miracles. That's like the narrative they're selling everybody. It's pretty horrifying.
Oh yeah.
Quite honestly.
Oh yeah. The world's going down, man. It's going to a pretty dark place.
Yeah. Yeah. People are like trying to speed it up. It's crazy. But like you're seeing how complicated this topic can be, right?
Oh yeah.
So like when someone comes in, right, usually the first thing I ask them now, shout out AV, something Alpha Veritas, he's a member here, used to ask him. He goes, how do you know the Earth is actually a globe? Just that one question. And they go through all sorts of things of how they know, but when it always boils down to they don't actually know. And that's really the best. If you can get them to just admit that to themselves, that they don't actually know the Earth's a globe, that is a victory.
Yeah,
that is a victory. That's the best because because for a new person, this topic is too complicated to just dump everything on them. It's too much. You have to just pique their interest and maybe lead a breadcrumb so that they will inquire on their own. Because you think about you're force feeding them. You got a big spoon of freaking really icky tasting medicine and you're just jamming it in their mouth. They don't want to eat it. Eventually, they just barf it all up. So.
And that's been my problem too. And me and Daniel and I talked about that also. Is that you almost have to take baby steps. You have to spark a curiosity, and not insult them too, because right when you insult or go to name calling or whatever, they shut down, and then you definitely aren't going to get anywhere. Because it immediately it resorts to just name calling competition. But that's a very good point you brought up, because whenever I've tried to talk with people about things that I find interesting, as far as any kind of conspiracy, right, or flat Earth or whatever it may be, I often find myself in that force feed position where I'm like, watch this, read this, whatever, and it's just they don't have that interest, and it almost just kind of pushes them further away from the topic. So it's I have gotten better at doing that and just kind of trying to spark curiosity where you can't do it for them. It's kind of it goes back to the saying of, you can't make someone do something they don't want to do. They have to do it on their own. For whatever reason that is, I don't know why or when or how it happened.
Because it's the identity thing. This is a known thing. It's been known since I've told this so if I said to you, Nike Sneakers is starting a hotel chain. Can you imagine what those hotels would look like in your head?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if I go, Hilton Hotels is creating a sneaker. Can you imagine what that sneaker would look like?
Nah.
Exactly, right? Because Nike has created an advertising identity. See, people identify with Nike. Right? Nike has an advertising campaign where they portray people that wear Nikes as a certain way. And Edward Bernays, who wrote a book called Propaganda, he's the father of modern advertising, grandfather, in fact. He said, if you want to sell people stuff, you create an identity, and that buying the product is more than just buying the product. It says something about themselves, and they feel right if they want to be if they want to feel like they're a great athlete, if they buy Nikes, it's easier to identify as being that person. Yes, I wear Nikes. people are going to look at me and see I am a great athlete because I wear Nikes. And the dude freaking, couldn't catch a cold. So this is the thing. There's certain people that they identify with the globe idea, and you can't force them to change their identity. They have to do it themselves.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Yeah, and it's like they have to be convinced too. It's almost
Your only goal is to figure out, is it that type of person? And if it is, then you give them, you only give them the breadcrumbs. If it's someone with an open mind that's genuinely interested, then you can give them the whole thing, right? Like I'm giving you the whole thing, right? But if you were someone, you obviously don't identify as a globe earther. I would call you maybe you're on the fence a little bit. You're not 100% there, but that's probably just because you haven't been around long enough. The longer you're around in this topic, the more convinced I get that the Earth is flat. Not less, the more, because we have globe earthers come in here, anti-flat earthers. And no matter what they come up with, no matter what new gimmick they pull out of their hat, every single time when we actually go, okay, we're going to deep dive into this and go down the rabbit hole on this claim, it's never the way it's supposed to be. The way it's portrayed ever. It doesn't matter what they bring up. And this has been 10 years of this stuff of global. Well, what about this neutrino thing? Well, I can't explain why neutrinos go through the Earth and they pick them up on the other side. Maybe the Earth is a globe, but then when you dig down and you look at how they actually did it, what the data actually is, what they're actually doing, you're like, fuck, dude, this doesn't tell you that the Earth's a globe. This is just a bunch of statistical nonsense.
Right.
It has been consistent for 10 years. No matter what they bring up, it actually doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. No matter what they bring up. And it's I've seen these, I call them trial balloons. So they'll come in, they'll try, what about this? Okay, we knocked that down. Oh, what about this? And they'll create these long-ass lists, Gish-Gallop lists. And you know what Gish-Gallop is? Gish-Gallop is when you try to overwhelm an opponent with lots of arguments with no regard to how strong the argument actually is. So they think that if they come with 100 weak arguments, that's as good as one proof. No, you just have 100 weak arguments, and adding them up together doesn't make a strong total argument, right? But that's what they think. So,
yeah.
I've heard these hundreds of weak arguments for so long, and it always turns out to be, even if it's new and we never heard it. But my thing is at this point is never, whatever a glober says, don't believe it. Always check and see if that's what the actual case is. Because typically they either misinterpret what they looked at, or it doesn't mean what they think it means, or any number of things. I'll give you an example, a good example. Latitude and longitude. What is that? What is latitude and longitude? Is that on the Earth? Can I go somewhere on the Earth and find a latitude and longitude? And I don't mean as in imaginary lines, right? I mean, is it actually a place on Earth? Can I find my latitude and longitude using the Earth? How about that? No, let's imagine. I can't see the sky. It's all cloudy. I don't have any devices. I have no GPS. I have nothing. I want to know where I am. Can I find my latitude and longitude?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no. How would you do it, right? That's because the latitude and longitude are based upon the celestial sphere. It's not based upon the ground. And you can't even say what your latitude and longitude is if you can't see the sky. But a lot of people think, what about, if I follow this latitude line, longitude line from, this point to this place, then this, right? Well, you're not on those, you're under those. What are you talking about? All you did is tell me that you went under a bunch of stars, but they don't realize that. This is just one of the things that a glober will come in. They'll make some argument about maps and latitude and longitude, and then they don't realize that those things aren't even based upon the ground. They're based upon the sky in the first place. right? And so it's just funny. Like, how come if I go for every 1 degree north, I go when I travel north, Polaris goes up. When I'm on 45 latitude, Polaris is at 45 degrees in the sky. How come? Because that's literally what defines 45 latitude in the first place. If you couldn't see Polaris at 45 degrees in the sky, you wouldn't even know you're at 45 latitude, and there'd be no way to tell if you were, right? So it's like circular logic, the whole thing. But they come with these arguments that are circular, and they don't realize they're circular because they think that these points are measured points on the ground, but they're not. They have nothing to do with the ground. Only in the sense where they know if they look in the nautical almanac, some star is going to with that is going to be at zenith at some point in time, and if you're standing in a spot when that star's at zenith, you're at some freaking latitude, right? Like, we have a whole system of coordinates in time, a key components to time, because the longitude is based upon the sun. So your longitude lines are based upon the solar position, and the latitude lines are based upon the star's position. So the coincidence of events of time and stars where they are in the sky relative to where you're looking, right? That tells you your latitude and longitude. That is our whole coordinate system. That's how celestial navigation works. But people think that the Earth is the sphere. That's the thing. They think the Earth is the sphere. And they think that system proves that the Earth is a sphere. It doesn't even use the Earth. It doesn't require an Earth. It doesn't, Earth could not exist. And that system of coordinates would still work. But that's just one example.
This is all like the whole GP ground positioning system doesn't just use flat Earth measurements, anyways, right? So,
well, I mean, you're always measuring up from the horizon or from
the triangulation, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that's just an arbitrary coordinate system. You can use other ones. Pacific Islanders, they didn't have any of the globe Earth stuff. They used the stars to navigate and travel super long distances, and they didn't have a compass, and they didn't have any of those tools to use. But they still navigated 600 kilometers and could hit targets that were like a kilometer across, which is pretty goddamn good.
Yeah.
That's, in fact, the Spanish, when they kept finding these Carolingian Islanders in the Philippines, and they were like, how the fuck did you get here? Like, they didn't understand how they got there because they didn't have a globe. They didn't have an astrolabe. They didn't have sextants. They didn't have any of that stuff. So how did they get there from 600 kilometers away? Well, they navigated using the stars, and they wouldn't tell the Spanish for freaking 200 years how they did it. Which is, whatever. Anyway, the point is that, depending on the person, you really, and I tell everybody this, you just have to listen to the person. Actually listen. Typically, people will come in, if it's a globe earther, right? They'll give what they think is their best evidence first. And that will tell you something about that person. If you go, okay, why did that person present that as his best evidence as opposed to some other thing? It tells you something about the way they think. And then you go from there. But you have to listen. That's the key point, is listen to who you're talking to. Because no matter what, as long as they're just not like absolute trolling or pissed off at Flat Earth for existing at all, because that's some people where you're never going to get through to them. No matter what, they're only here for, to vent their anger or punch down or whatever. If it's an actual person you're going to have a dialogue with, then, just listen to them. That's really the key, is just to listen to what they're saying. They'll tell you everything you need to know.
Well, do you think someone that's willing to have a dialogue is, to me, it seems like they're open to the idea of flat Earth, right? I mean, I guess maybe not always. I think a lot of times, though, is if someone's willing to have an open dialogue, then that means they're trying to see what you have to convince them, right, that the Earth is flat. But a lot of times, the problems I run into is that I don't know if they're trolling or they just resort to name calling. You just call you flat tards or whatever, And then
Yeah, I get it. There's people that are mad about flat Earth existing at all. They have these weird ideas. Because remember the identity thing, right?
yeah.
I mean, like I could post it right now. Like, dude is like, he said, "You guys make a joke out of everything, and that's why aliens won't come see us." He thinks flat earthers are the reason aliens aren't coming down to see us. It's like we're still too backwards. We have to be advanced enough for them to come hang out with us or something. I mean, these people have these weird ideas, like these NASA fanboys and people that think aliens and all this stuff. They're really into that space, the idea of space and human advance. That like, they'll say things like, "How's the human race ever going to advance if you flat earthers are around?"
Well, I've often noticed that the people that are the NASA fanboys, that are the Globers or whatever, they don't really do a good job at defending their position anyways. It's all like faith in science and NASA. But then they'll try to name call and make fun of you for, having your stance on something that you've actually measured or experienced, right? So but you can't really get them to see that. And it's like, I often tell them, like, you don't even have a thought of your own. You're just literally just regurgitating what people in authority say, right? That are
Well, I mean, half the time they're not even regurgitating authorities. They're regurgitating something their teacher said, and their teacher don't know. Their teacher's just reading what they saw in the textbook, and then whoever wrote the textbook, they don't fucking know because they barely researched what they're even writing down. I mean, and the textbook itself is 30 years old before it even got into the school. So it's like it's crazy. Like we have a name for it. It's called the magic science guy fallacy. So all these people, they think that there's some guy out there, right? There's some magic science guy. They don't know who he is. They don't know how he did it. They don't know what evidence he has, but they're pretty sure that he's out there, and he has the globe proof that they don't have. They don't have it, but there's some other guy. They'll say, "Well, I'm not a scientist," or, "Well, I don't know, but I'm sure somebody else frickin' has the information." It's always somebody else. Like when people that actually, kind of push, like try to debate us, but they don't really know anything. They're just regular people.
Yeah.
And they're just like, "Oh, flat earthers are the low-hanging fruit. They don't know anything." And then they come in, and, almost immediately they're going, "Well, I'm not a scientist." Like, well, okay, who does have if it's not you, who? Then they're like, "Well, NASA." Well, okay, who at NASA? Who do I call? I don't know. They don't know anything, right? That's, like I said, that's the point. Is the point out, like, all they have is like this giant belief that there's evidence out there somewhere. They don't know who has the evidence.
Yeah, they believe because there's these agencies that are ran and funded by governments or taxpayers, I should say, that it's impossible.
Well, they think because everybody believes it, there must be a whole shitload of evidence out there. Because everyone they know believes it, and then those people know believes it, and people wouldn't believe something that's not true. Of course not. People don't believe things that aren't true, especially a lot of people, which is fallacious. People believe a lot of people believe
cognitive dissonance, the herd mentality. It's like people are. I tell you what, people are really scared of being ostracized. Like they're scared of being outside of a circle because they don't want to feel like they're out on their own, that they're crazy, or like, they don't want to be pushed out, right? They would rather, like, and you had mentioned this already, they would rather just be comfortable in the lie, and even if they can't really necessarily prove it a lie, but they can see that there's holes they can poke into the story or their ideology. They would still rather just shut up and just go along with everybody else because it's just easier that way. So,
well, I mean, some people. I mean, I've heard people say, "If the Earth was flat, I'd kill myself." I mean, literally, fuck, dude. Like seriously, I'd kill myself if there was no outer space. I actually have a recording of that. I could actually play it, but I'm not gonna. So, some people would never think the Earth is flat. Would never even if the Earth was flat, they would never let themselves believe it because they'd be afraid of what people would think. Okay.
Well, not only that too, but they also, another thing that people just absolutely hate is they hate, especially when you have a stance or position and you're so like dedicated to it, and then you eventually do find. I mean, we've all been there. I think we've all been there.
You should
where it's
ask
like
them.
you have such a strong stance, you're willing to like go to war over, right? And then you've proven wrong. A lot of people would rather double down on knowing,
Yeah.
even though they're wrong, because admitting they were wrong and getting that person the satisfaction of being right is just too much.
God, you don't even know the double down, triple down. They'll bet freaking the whole universe, dude. On the one chance I'm gonna prove you wrong this time.
They'd
We got
rather
people that
die,
are absolutely
bro.
obsessed with us, bro. Like they're absolutely obsessed.
Oh, they'd rather die than admit that you were right, or that you even have a valid point that stumps them, right? Globers, you give them, a point, and you can clearly, even just listen to them, you can fucking sense the gears turning, right? But they're just like, and then it's just like, you think you're like, oh, maybe, and then they revert back to like, oh no, you're just a stupid flat tire, you don't know anything, right? And it's just like, crap.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would never try to convince anybody the Earth is flat anymore. Like I just give people information that they didn't have previously. Because a lot of people they think they have an idea about flat Earth and what it is. And CB used to say it all the time. They'd be like, "Well, if flat Earthers think that," and he would just say, "You don't even know what flat Earth is. Like what is flat Earth?" Well, you think that the Earth is a disk floating in space. You know what I mean? They have no idea what we think and what it is, and then they come in here and like try to debunk it. Like, how can you debunk an idea that you don't even know what the freaking idea is? They just know it from memes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't try to convince people the Earth is flat. It's like we spend the first freaking 10 minutes is spent freaking deprogramming them from what they thought flat Earth was.
Yeah. So what's your model?
Topic, India. Wesley wants the smoke.
Oh, he wants the smoke. Model of what?
Yeah, what's the best map that shows the whole flat Earth?
The best map that shows, I'd say Antonio Subaretz's map.
What's the name of it?
Antonio Subaretz's map.
Antonio.
It's in the Book of the Sun.
Subaretz. How do you spell his last name? Do you know? Oh, Subaretz. I found it. Map.
Why is the map the territory now?
I'm trying to find where his map. See,
is the map the territory now?
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't. You never heard of the map territory?
Back to what we were
you never heard of the map territory problem? It's a well-known problem. It's been known about for a couple hundred years.
Well,
you don't know about that, and you're going to talk about maps?
I noticed that you couldn't answer the question. So, what is the best flat Earth map?
I did. I said Antonio Subaretz's map. I think. Yeah, that's for what? But that's for what purpose? Maps are purpose specific. Best for what purpose? Best is a value judgment.
Yeah, sure. So distances across the Earth.
Distances.
Yep.
The best map for distances. I don't know. There would be no way to actually verify the distance.
There's no way to actually verify it?
Yeah, to actually verify what the distance is, no matter what you do, like how are you going to verify it? How are you going to measure the distance?
You don't know how to measure distances?
Yeah, I think I would make a map.
Now I'm going to ask you. Why are you asking me? Hold on.
I think that'd be the best one.
Hold on a second. Why are you asking me a question when I asked you a question?
Well, you said that we can't measure distances. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, not long distances like this. There's no way to measure them.
Oh, you can't?
Why are you asking me a question again? There's no way to measure them. No, you can't. What are you going to use to measure them?
Surveying?
Tell me the instrument. Tell me the instrument.
Theodolite?
You're going to measure 1,000 miles with a theodolite.
Well, you can do it in segments, sure. Or you can do it with an airplane. Yeah.
Okay.
You measure your ground speed?
Okay, let's talk about the theodolite. Let's go there. So NAD 27, which is the North American datum 1927, and the North American datum 1983. Okay. One started from a central point in Meade, Kansas, stringing out to both coasts. The other one was just a reference ellipsoid to WGS 84. When they compared the surveys against each other, there was a systemic difference between each one of them. Now, what is the theodolite good for? Well, it depends. If you start from, it starts basically in the Ohio River Valley, and as you go east, the control points are too close together and getting smaller and closer together as you go further east until you hit the east coast, and then it stops because you're in the water. But when you go the other way, they get further and further apart, increasing as you get to the east coast.
So they refined it, right?
They didn't refine it. It's a systemic error.
So they didn't correct for it?
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? No, what they did was they stamped a new number on the fucking control point that was already stamped in the ground.
Was it a correction or not?
Is it?
I'm asking you.
Well, how do you know which is the correct one? How do you know the first one wasn't the correct one? Which one's the correct one?
You're the one telling me about this.
Which one's the correct one? No, you said use the theodolite. So we used the theodolite. We did 2 different surveys and they didn't match each other.
Okay.
Which is the correct one?
The one that was verified by multiple measurements, I'm assuming.
They were all, it was fucking goddamn North American datum. They surveyed across America.
You don't need to get triggered by this. It's just a question.
Yeah, they surveyed. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. They surveyed across America.
Okay. So again,
they have lots of measurements, hundreds if not thousands. Okay. So why is there, like, if we take the distance of one and the distance of the other, they don't match each other. So which one's the correct one?
I don't know, because you're the one that.
Yeah, of course you don't know. But you said we can use a theodolite to measure distance.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just keep demonstrating and gave a specific example of how that doesn't actually work.
Okay.
Because your measurements, listen, dude, if you do, like, say, the Great American Triangulation, right? They do something called reduction of the horizontal direction. They take the flat measurements of a bunch of triangles and they project it onto a reference ellipsoid.
Right. And so what are the angles?
Why do you need a reference ellipsoid if you're measuring a globe?
What are the angles between those triangles?
They're not greater than 180 degrees.
Okay.
How could they be greater than 180 degrees if you have lines of sight?
I've got data for that shows that
that's done after reduction of the horizontal direction, dude. That's done after. It's page 47. Go look on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction, where they change the azimuth to map it to a reference ellipsoid. Now, think about what you're saying. How could you have lines of sight between theodolites? That's a planar triangle. A line between the lens of one theodolite to another one, the lens of one theodolite to another one, and the lens of one theodolite to another one. That's a triangle. That's a triangle, and it's not going to be greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
I never claimed that.
You said they're greater than the triangles are greater than 180 degrees. That's impossible.
Yeah, not from theodolite to theodolite. Come on, man. You're not this slow, right?
Okay. Well, how would it be greater? Because you're not on this. Bro, are you bent? Are you dumb?
I know you
deflected. Are you dumb? No, yeah. Try and run away from your bullshit. So listen, it'll never be greater than 180 degrees. It's impossible because you're making measurements of a theodolite using lines of sight, and those lines of sight are straight. You're always going to have planar triangles, no matter how many you stack together. All you can do is do the reduction of the horizontal direction, twist the azimuth, because you're putting on a reference ellipsoid. If they were measuring a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid at all. They would just measure a globe.
Okay. So I will post some angles measured with spherical excess. Do you know what?
This is after reduction of the horizontal direction. Look in the book you're reading.
You know what spherical excess?
It's page 47. Yes, I know what it is. They created it by calculation. They didn't measure it. They took the numbers, the actual survey data, what they looked in when they looked in the theodolite, and the angle they took, and they performed a calculation on it. It's on page 47. It's called reduction of the horizontal direction. I'll post it.
This is not. You don't need to get angry. I'm not getting angry. So That's fine. I will go back and read that page. That's a fair point that I haven't looked at. So going back, can you post this map that you're talking about that you think is the most accurate for measuring distances?
You said no. The map that I think no. The first map I was talking about, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead. Can you post that, please?
Yeah, but what it looks like is not the same thing as measuring distances. Those are two different things.
Okay, so can you post that, please?
The one for measuring, I said it's impossible to verify.
I'm just asking.
You can't verify the distances. It's impossible.
I know. I'm asking you to post it, please.
No map is sufficient.
No, the one that you mentioned, go ahead and post that, please. Because I looked it up, and there's not one map that goes with that guy that you mentioned. So can you post what you were mentioning? Or if you want to back away from it, it's fine too.
No, you said what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
It's too. Oh, yeah, I will. Hold on.
And why do you like this map?
Because it's based upon actual data.
What data?
Official country sizes filed with the UN and ship travel times across the ocean. Ship logs. He used ship logs and the official country survey data, right? So every country reports to the UN, hey, our country's X amount of square miles. So that's what he used to get the country sizes, and then he used how long it takes to travel by boat across the ocean to get the distances between points in the water to make the sizes of the ocean.
You think the shipping distance from South Africa to Chile is accurate on this map?
Sure, why not? Show it's not.
Well, the Antarctic race around Antarctica is a lot shorter than you could ever do it in
What's the world record?
I don't know, but it would be at least 2 or 3 times as long.
How come the world record?
Wait, I'm looking at boat race distance around Antarctica.
Dude, so you're making shit up? So, okay, the IDEC 3, the IDEC, okay, I already know the answer. I'm asking a rhetorical question because I already know the answer.
Okay.
Okay.
Around Antarctica.
So the world record around Antarctica is the same time it takes to sail around the world. It was by the IDEC 3, which is a trimaran. The world record for a solo person was 93 days. That 93 days is more time than it took the Thermopylae and Cutty Sark 18th century clipper ships fully loaded with cargo to sail from Shanghai to fucking the United Kingdom. The average speed that fucking carbon fiber racing yacht must have been traveling would have been 6 knots.
Okay.
To circumnavigate Antarctica.
The distance around Antarctica for the Antarctic Cup yacht race is 14 to 16,000 miles.
Yeah, that's cap. What's that? That's cap, dude.
Oh, so
that's wrong.
So
no, I'm not saying nuh-uh. I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Where's Antarctica on this map?
I told you why it's wrong.
Okay.
What did I say to you? Repeat back to me what I said to you. Why is it wrong?
Because it's bunk, you said, and because of the other.
Because it's bunk, I said. I didn't use the word bunk. I didn't say anything like that. Because we know how long it takes to finish that race, and that we have two choices. We have two choices. Either the distance is wrong, or carbon fiber racing yachts are going 1/4 the speed that they normally sail.
Or they're not going a constant speed, or they stop overnight. Is that because that
they don't stop overnight? It's a constant race. They don't stop overnight.
You're sure of that, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, I'm sure they don't stop overnight.
Sure?
No, I'm sure.
Okay, I'll look that up. But where's Antarctica on the map?
I don't know.
This is too easy.
You're getting cooked, dude.
I'm getting cooked. About? Is that?
Yeah.
You claiming that? You're claiming a win already?
Well, dude, you haven't done anything but make claims which you're wrong about, factually wrong about.
How come flights from New York to Paris are about the same length as South Africa?
Where'd you get your distances from?
You got to talk it.
Yeah, no, I want to know where you got the same problem. You're going to keep running into the same problem with your map argument. You have no measured distance. No, you're going to keep Wesley. You're going to keep running into the same problem. You don't
I
have
can
any
show you
measure.
flights.
No,
I can show you
you're
flights on
yeah.
Qantas.
Now you're over talking me. You don't have any measured distances, and you have no way to measure them.
Just like you did the length of boat ships going across.
Yeah,
I
we
can
have
give you
sailing
lengths
time.
of, and I can give you lengths of airplane flights from South Africa to Argentina, and they're not 2 times or 3 times the distance that you're showing between
How do you
Paris
know that?
and New York. Because I have the Qantas air flight times from FlightAware.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them too. And then when you actually look into the transponder data, they're all fucking blank.
You're
Yeah,
so
like
cute.
you can go.
You're
No,
so
you can.
cute.
Yeah,
You're so
Wesley. I know what flight it is. It's Qantas 47. Okay, if you go look on the actual data, right? They have a tab which shows you the actual data, the transponder things. It's all blank. It's all NA. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why that
Came in
is?
here with a fucking 2-bit McToon
Do
fucking
you know why
argument.
that is?
Yeah, why is that? Tell me.
Why? Yeah, go ahead. Tell me why. Then you said you knew why.
That is blank.
Yeah,
That's who cares why it is.
you
The
said you
thing
knew
you're
why.
relying on, the
You said you knew
data,
why.
doesn't exist.
You said you knew why. Go ahead and tell
I
us
don't
why.
care why. It doesn't matter why. Why would it matter why? It's not
So
there.
somehow people get on these flights
Yeah,
and
that's
they
right.
leave at the right time and they get there at the right time. So you
There is no right time, dude.
What?
The flight, listen, the Cindy to Santiago, Chile flight varies by almost 30% in each direction. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know why?
Oh, why?
Because of the jet stream, maybe?
Because maybe? Or is it?
Right?
Maybe?
Yes.
You're just
So they
making
get
it up,
on
dude.
and they get off at the right
You know what
time.
could also be?
Yet,
You know what
but
could
it's
also be?
inaccurate. It's
It could also be
inaccurate.
the approach to the airport.
It would change it by 3 hours.
No, it's more than 3 hours, dude.
Okay, so
It's 5.5 hours.
The approach changes it.
No, the approach could be make a difference by 45 minutes.
Dude. Makes sense, dude.
The approach can make a difference by 45 minutes. I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago.
Why are you
I just flew in a plane 2 weeks ago. Okay, I flew at 2 different airports. Okay,
I flew on
your antics are only going to get you muted, dude. Okay, so
you threaten me with mutes? Is that how it works?
no, I'm just telling you, I'm not going to deal with your immaturity.
No, you just can't handle the argument.
What
So
you
what
haven't?
do you
What argument? I refuted your argument, and you said.
So the
You said what?
Qantas air flight, why isn't it 2 to 3 times more than the Paris to New York?
Why
flight?
should it be?
Look at your map.
The map. So how did you measure the distances on this map?
You could use a ruler.
To tell us what they should be.
You said that this was the most accurate for distances.
No, I did not. I specifically said even before I showed it to you that's not the case. You're a liar, and now you're muted. I told you before I even talked to you that was not the case because I knew what you were going to do. People are too predictable. I told you. You asked me what it would look like. I said this is what it would look like. You asked about distances. I said there's no way to test whether the distances are right or not. And then you said this is the one you offered for distances. You're a snake. You got one chance to reprieve yourself and admit your error.
Okay, so I agree. I agree that you said that. So I apologize for strawmanning you. So then, which is the map that shows the accurate distances?
There is no map that shows accurate distances. We don't navigate that way.
So how do you explain flight maps?
What do you mean? How do I explain flight maps?
How do they have flight maps that are accurate to distances?
Accurate in what? What do you mean accurate? Accurate in what way? How do you know they're accurate?
Because they have the length that they've traveled, they have the departure and arrival times, and they're all consistent.
You're just making all that up. You just believe all that shit.
Well, you could say nuh-uh. That's fine.
You can actually provide evidence to support what you just said.
Okay,
I'm not saying nuh-uh. What am I saying nuh-uh to? Your claim?
How come Google Earth is...
Am I saying how come Google Earth's a cylinder, dude?
It's not a cylinder. What are you talking about?
Google Earth is the web Mercator. It's a cylinder.
No,
Go on
it's not.
Google Earth, try to draw a circle around the North or South Pole, and it'll snap into a half moon. Okay, it's a cylinder.
Still shows the distances are accurate to 99.7.
Yeah, but no, Google does not say that. Google says Google Earth is a fucking toy, dude, and it's for entertainment purposes only. Stop making shit up, dude.
Okay, I'll put the citation then. If you don't, I don't know why you're disagreeing.
It better be Google. That's the citation.
Yep. Google Earth accuracy.
Now you're Googling it. You're Googling the whether Google Earth accuracy.
You
Google
think I just
says
that
that
off the top
Google
of my
Earth and Google Maps is for educational, is for entertainment purposes only. They don't claim accuracy because then they would be sued. Okay, it's a toy. Google Earth is a cylinder. It's the Mercator map wrapped around a cylinder.
No, it's not in a cylinder.
It's a
curved.
cylinder. They
Okay,
took
then why
they took the spherical projection of the latitude, longitude coordinates, and they projected them onto a cylinder, dude. Sorry.
How come they use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances then?
Who cares?
I do. Do you know what the Haberstein formula is?
Yeah, I do know what the heck. You guys are so corny, dude. I knew what the Haberstein formula was 20 years ago.
Well, then why would you ask me why is that a silly question?
I didn't say it was I said, so what? They use the Haberstein formula to calculate distances. So what? I used freaking the Haberstein formula to calculate the number of angels that fit on the head of a pin. Who cares? If you can't validate whether the measurement is accurate in the physical world with actual measurements, you can calculate whatever. Okay, do it. Show us.
Airplane flights show the distance that they've traveled.
Based upon what?
What do you mean based upon their ground speed?
Where their ground speed.
Yep.
Yep. Measured with what?
What?
Measured with what? The instrument they measure their ground speed with.
GPS.
Get the GPS uses Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. That's a tangent plane. So try again. And even if GPS did use a globe, they'd be using the Haberstein formula. The thing that you said that's circular logic, dunce.
Why are you so angry?
The Haberstein formula proves the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
They verified the Haberstein formula by using the Haberstein formula.
Why are you so angry?
Because you're talking in circles and it's aggravating.
No,
because you came with this weak ass McToon shit, dude.
Oh, that's where it comes from. Okay, I get it now. And also with the
you're literally parroting a fucking McToon video, bro. It's boring.
The reason the TFP thing happened is because several flat earthers, many of the most popular.
Who cares? Here we get with the drama.
Oh well, you were straw manning the reason they went, so maybe you didn't want to be corrected. Okay, that's fine.
Why? I mean the reason they went?
Yeah, you guys were saying like it was a false dichotomy or something like that. It's kind of crazy.
No.
Yeah, you were. You were in here just saying that before I came on voice.
I did not say it was a false dichotomy. I said no matter what they observed about the sun, can't prove a globe or disprove a flat Earth.
Yes, but it can disprove the maps that the people believed in.
Which map?
The ones that they believed in.
Which map? The Gleason's map?
Yep, and the AE.
It still works on the Gleason's map. They didn't see anything that was inconsistent with the Gleason's map.
Okay,
Nothing.
How do you get a 24-hour sun in Antarctica with a Gleason's map?
It's right on the map. What do you think? Did you ever read like the map itself? It says sun. It says longitude and time calculator. Does it say this is what the Earth looks like?
Do you have one? Do you have?
Does it say this is what the Earth looks like on it?
It says the flat Earth map on it.
No, it does not. Why are you making shit up? It says latitude and time calculator.
Flat Earth map, Alexander Gleason, 1892. The flat Earth map of the world.
Keep reading.
Yep.
Longitude and sun calculator.
Okay. And then, do you know what it says?
That's what its purpose is.
Do you know what it says in the bottom right?
A bunch of shit. I don't know. I'm not reading it right off the top of my head.
Oh, you don't know this?
Yeah. What's this? Listen, I can go look in our maps channel and go look at it. What? Tell me.
You said it was correct.
It is correct for telling time. Yes. For telling the solar position. Yes, it's absolutely correct.
Okay. Why does it say in here there is no sunlight beyond 80 degrees south, but unknown regions.
Because they hadn't discovered Antarctica yet.
But you said it's right. Wait, they hadn't.
No, it's right for this. I said. What did I say it was right for?
Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now?
Look, it is still right because the longitude lines that exist on that map are the same longitude times that converge in Antarctica, right?
No, remember you said it was
are the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica, right? Are they the same longitude lines that converge in Antarctica?
The longitude lines do not.
The longitude lines on the map, right, on the Gleason's map, are the same longitude lines. There's no difference, dude.
They don't
converge. You don't understand maps. That's your problem. The fundamental problem. You don't understand coordinate systems. You don't understand maps. You don't understand that they're made for specific purposes, and they're not meant to be reified because of the map territory problem.
You said
which I started with.
It was accurate sun calculator, and this says that there is no sunlight in Antarctica below 80 degrees south.
They didn't know about Antarctica.
They hadn't discovered Antarctica by the time this map was produced.
They didn't.
You want to stick with that?
Yes. It was unexplored.
November 1892. They hadn't discovered Antarctica at this point? Is that what you stick with?
They knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
Oh, because now you're shifting to they knew it was there, but it was unexplored.
It was unexplored, yes.
When did they get
to the South Pole? When did they get to the South Pole? Amundsen got to the South Pole. I think it was 1913 or something.
So now you're shifting it to expedition, but before it discovered. So you're shifting your goal.
And Amundsen was never at the South Pole. There is no South Pole to be at. How would he know he was? Listen, let me ask you. How would he know he's at the South Pole?
Do you want to know?
Yeah, I want to know how he would know. How did he verify himself he was at the South Pole? What did he do?
Yep, the South Celestial Pole. That's how they knew.
Oh, so he went at night?
No, he could go during the day with a 24-hour sun.
Mm-hmm. Well, he said that he didn't see it. Well, he didn't. He said he didn't see a 24-hour sun. In fact, he said they seen a sun for one day the entire time they were there, and it wasn't a 24-hour sun.
No.
He has notebooks. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down, dude. He wrote it down. You can go look on archive.org right now. The notebooks of Amundsen. You can go read it yourself. He said that it was brightly lit all the time, and it was driving his crew crazy.
24-hour sun.
Brightly lit, not a 24-hour sun, brightly lit. And that when the sun finally come out, the crew had a party.
Okay, because you think they were only
Did you hear different? Did some doofus anti-flat earther tell you different?
You think they were down there for one day? You thought the expedition took one day?
No,
really?
They said for only one day of the entire time they were there. Why are you
but who was there?
What I said?
You were there.
Okay, so now we know that this map is wrong. You're gonna
it's right. It's right for its purpose. It's not a travel map.
It's obviously wrong because it says there.
No, it is right because if you're on one of those longitude lines, that's where you're gonna see the sun. It is correct. Longitude. Yes, longitude.
Yeah, but it says one of the key factors in the bottom right says there's no sunlight below 80th degree.
That's great. That's latitude, but you're going to be on one of the longitude lines, and that's what that's what it calculates. You don't understand the map even in the slightest. You're trying and trying and trying, and you're just smashing up against it. You know why? Because you don't understand what you're talking about. This is nothing for me.
You agree it's wrong, right?
No, I don't. That's the 5th time you tried that. It is correct for its purpose.
But it says there's no sunlight below the.
It even calculates distances correctly. You know that, right?
Yeah. Do you know why it calculates distances correctly? Is it a linear scale? Come on.
What do you mean? Do I know why it calculates that? Why? What do you mean? Why it calculates this correctly?
Yeah. Why does it do that?
Because it's an azimuthal projection of a celestial sphere.
Okay. Do you know what a scale is on a map?
Yes, I do know what a scale is.
Okay, what is the scale on this map? Is it linear?
No, it's not.
Why would that be?
It is linear. It is linear if you do the distance calculation correctly, as in measure from the center. You measure the distance linearly from the center to each point, and then you do a calculation to figure out the distance between those points.
How come?
Of course, you knew that, right?
How come?
You knew that, right? You knew that, right?
Yeah.
You knew that, right?
Yeah, but it's not linear, right? You know
It is
that, right?
linear. It is linear. It's a linear
How come
distance from the
it's
lines.
only accurate to the lines of longitude? You have to measure along certain lines of longitude.
Dude, I'll
The scale's
I'll
not
post a
linear.
video in the chat of someone measuring the linear distance using the method I just said. Doing it, not talking about it, actually doing it.
No, the scale. I'm talking about the scale, not actually measuring it on the map. Is the scale linear?
My last two brain cells.
No, no.
Yeah, good. Okay, I agree.
Not. Listen.
Thank
It's
you for
not a linear scale.
Good. Why?
If you use it one way, but you can turn it into a linear scale if you use it another way. It's like your ideas about what maps are childish.
Yeah, there is only one-to-one scale that is the most accurate map of the world. So
Oh, what's that?
the globe.
That's a lie. That's a straight lie. You ever measure a globe? You ever take a physical globe and measure the distances? You could just try to check it for internal consistency, and it doesn't even have that.
How far off is it?
Well, 30%. Depends on the physical globe you use.
Okay, how'd you measure that 30%?
With a string.
Okay, tell me how you did it.
I'll post the video.
Okay, how do you know that when you use the string? How do you know that?
Look. Does the globe claim distance say across, east to west in, say Australia, right? Then you could find some other. So say, hold on, let me finish. Then you could find some other place on Earth, right? That is supposed to be the same distance, and then you can take that string and put it across that region and see if it's the same distance.
Oh, so
Well, they're not.
now you're trusting globe sources.
No, I'm testing. It's called an internal critique of the globe.
Okay.
You know what internal critique is?
Yep.
Okay. So right here is 3 different globes measured. I just posted it. So he takes 3 different globes. Same person that made that map. Same person that came up with who discovered that the distances in the Antarctica, circum-Antarctica race are bullshit.
The one without the Antarctica on the map that you don't know why it's not on the map. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I didn't make the map.
Yeah, I know. Why didn't you ask him if you're trusting him as a source?
I don't even believe Antarctica is a continent. Why should I?
Oh my gosh.
Why should I?
Full conspiracy nutter.
What conspiracy did I just mention?
That there is no Antarctica.
I mean, there's a place that they call Antarctica. I said I don't believe it's a continent.
Why not?
Why should I?
Do you believe Madagascar is an island in Africa?
Yeah, there's photographs of it from the sky, capturing the entire island.
There's no photographs of Antarctica?
From the sky, capturing the entire continent? No.
Yeah. Okay. If I show one, will you then believe it's a continent?
From the sky, from an airplane.
Oh, from an airplane? Okay.
Yeah, the
so
sky. Airplanes flying the sky.
Okay. Have you been to?
I don't need any more globe cartoons, man.
Have you been to?
It always comes to your fake ass space pics every time.
Do you believe that Australia is a continent?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen a picture of it from the sky?
No.
Okay, then why do you believe it?
Because people have circumnavigated Antarctica.
What about Australia? Yes, they have circumnavigated.
Australia. People have circumnavigated Australia. They haven't circumnavigated Antarctica.
You even just said it.
Because Antarctica would have to be 3 times the distance they say it is. It would be way too big.
No, they don't say it is. It's 14,000.
It would need to be like 26,000.
Show me the proof. Nobody says that.
Okay, I know nobody says that, but if you look at the time it takes to travel, okay. So here's an example. Okay, the race I mentioned, the IDEC 3. Okay, it's a trimaran. They did a circumnavigation around the globe. It took them the same amount of time to circumnavigate Antarctica to the day. 72 days.
Do you know why that could be?
Oh, yeah, because Antarctica is 25,000 miles across, right? Around.
What's your evidence for that? Just one race?
And that's not the only one. There's also the world record solo race.
Yeah, and do you think the seas might have something to do
Why
with
do
it?
you think it's not that? How about that?
Think it's not what? No, I agree. It's 14,000 to 16,000.
Why?
Because we have measurements of it.
I just gave you measurements. You haven't given me shit. Give us
What
your
measurements have
measurements.
you given me? You gave me a time.
The race. The
Yeah, but
time.
they tracked 14,000 nautical miles.
No,
So go
they
ahead.
did not.
Yes, it's 14 to 16,000 nautical miles. What do you mean? No, they did not.
No, they did not. They have a time. They actually measured how fast they're going.
And
right?
the distance.
And the time and the distance equates to longer than 14,000 miles. So I'm asking you, why do you believe it's more than 14,000 miles? Or like, why do you think it is 14,000 miles, Wesley?
Because they measured it. How do you think how did they track
With what? Okay, no. With what? What was the instrument?
GPS.
No, man, you just were fucking lying.
Aw, so
Go be
cute.
a fucking liar somewhere else.
Wow.
Sounds like he's been drinking McToon's Kool-Aid. Hella thick.
Yeah, from his knees.
Right? He's probably helping him do those little experiments in the basement to prove that you don't need a concave mirror to produce a rainbow inside the house.
Dude, he literally went down the list of McToon's clown arguments that he makes when he debates.
Yeah. So funny. They got him on speed dial, huh?
How many things did he make up?
This is the like, why is this flat Earth Discord on English Hub? Isn't this, I come here to practice English speaking. Why is this channel here?
One of the owners is interested in this topic and thought it would be a good topic for people to discuss once they've learnt some English. I mean, it's not the only off-topic channel in the server. There's music and politics and religion,
Yeah, the
and all that.
religion and stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. So it's just it's a matter of choice. Once you've learned some English and you want to practice it, speaking, having a conversation about a topic that you might be interested in, you can choose one of those and go to it. And this might be of interest to some people. They might, they might want to come in and talk about this topic with the English that they've learned.
It's a variety.
Yeah, but also, how hilarious would it be to have a flat Earth server or a flat Earth channel in our server? What kind of fun could we have with people by putting a flat Earth channel in our server? That's a pretty good joke, my friends. Right?
I don't know, brother, but I would think that there is like an flat Earth server,
There is.
Oh.
and
Yeah.
All 24. But nobody.
There must be a million of them. Flat stuff, man. You have your own. I promise.
Yeah, we have our own server, and we have 25,000 members, and that place was on and popping. 25,000 members. It's not a small server by any stretch, and so we've had to spread out because nobody will come to us anymore. We've terrified the internet. Do you understand that? We have made the internet crap its pants. They are running from us. They don't come to us anymore. They're very afraid. You want to know why? It's so simple. The way that you've experienced the Earth your entire life is exactly what it is. It's a horizontal plane that doesn't move. That's what it is. You're not crazy.
Well, that's not true, probably, but
No, it is. You're not spinning. Dude, you are not spinning. Come on, bro. Open your eyes for a half a second. Go, damn, this place doesn't move. Damn. Seems like up and down is the same no matter where I go.
Right. Wait,
do you ever think that
you weren't
you
wait,
guys are
bro.
kind of,
Wait. Hang on, bro.
Okay.
Hang on, bro. Were you under the impression that we are in doubt, that we're like not sure?
No, I think you're sure.
Okay, cool. Sorry, continue.
Do you guys like think that you might be a bit confused about this kind of?
There's nothing to be confused about.
No, and you're kind
measured
of
by everybody. Everybody.
like,
the surveyors.
You're like fortifying each other's views, and kind of circle jerking about this matter. So you guys just fortify
this
each
is your
other's views.
opinion. This is your opinion. You don't know that about us. We have every bit of evidence that we
I'm asking
present that the place is measurably flat. It's not about us. We're verifying what people are doing every day. They're measuring the Earth as a flat plane everywhere, always, no matter what. Not me.
But it's not like a real scientific measure to measure it as flat. You can
Scientific measure is not a thing.
No. Man.
Scientific measure is not a thing. That's not even a real word. You measure things by measuring them. There's no science involved. You want to get as accurate as possible and use very sophisticated. You want me to be confused. You want me to be confused that my reality is not exactly as it presents itself to be.
What do I need to do? Put a white coat on and hold a Bunsen burner, and then I can measure stuff and it's scientific?
No, you. To understand
what makes it scientific.
It's a
Tell us what makes. Hey, bro. No, detail. One sec, bro. Okay. Tell us what makes a measurement scientific.
The scientific method.
Yeah, what's that? Explain it.
It's measuring something, and it's something that you can prove by measuring it again.
No, that's just verification. That's not the scientific method. It's just verifying something. You're just backing it up. You're testing it 1,000 times to make sure that the measurement is correct. That's not science.
There is no way to prove that the Earth is flat.
Sure there is. You measure it.
Or something like that.
Yeah, you can do it with all that stuff. Every bit of what you just described, yes, we can.
You know the ship sailing across the.
Yeah. Right. What about it?
Eventually.
Yeah, it disappears. What about it?
So it's not flat.
Just because something goes beyond your field of vision or appears to disappear bottom up, you think that's because you live on a ball Earth? No, this phenomena happens every day for everyone in all kinds of different situations, and it has nothing to do with Earth curve.
Okay. Let's say you're right. Why would everyone who knows these kind of topics way better than you or I know it? Why would they lie to us forever?
So you're conceding that the Earth is flat, and now you want to know what they're lying about. So are you some kind of conspiracy theorist?
Why would?
Well, hang on a sec. How would you know that they know more about this stuff than us?
For hundreds of years.
How did you evaluate their extensive knowledge? If they know more than you, then how were you capable to analyze their knowledge base
in these fields of physics?
Yeah, how do you know that they have that beyond them saying they do?
So it's like you don't understand something, so they must be
right.
No, I promise you something, friend. This is the internet. Hold on. This is a vast group of people, right? We're not just a bunch of. This is the problem. Someone has labeled us some crazy conspirator group. Now we have some of those. Don't get me wrong. Okay, we got a real problem. But the other part of this is that there are some very intelligent, very well-funded PhDs, pilots, People that are experts in aerospace. We've read the white papers. We know what's been tested. We know what the measurements are. This is all available for all of us to have. And so we have it. And so we've gone over all the data.
Point. So these
so we've gone over the data.
Very smart people.
Yes.
They all say
Calm down.
exactly opposite of you.
No, we actually agree with them. They're telling us that they're measuring the Earth as a flat plane and that it doesn't move. Einstein said there's no optical experiment that we can perform to confirm or deny whether or not the Earth is in motion. We have no idea whether or not this thing is moving. No idea.
I think you can.
As far as we can tell, they can't measure it. There's no way to measure the motion of the Earth. And there's no way to measure any curvature. We've looked for the curvature. It's not there. It's a vast, flat plane.
You're talking about this cognitive dissonance and stuff like that, but I think you're the one having it, really.
Oh, no, friend. I'm sorry. I know you're going through a tough spot right now. You didn't think anybody was actually considering all this stuff. No, that's fine.
I'm just
Take
having
a deep
conversation.
breath.
I'm fine.
Yeah, we're going to be fine, you and me. The point is what we've gone over all the data. We've done our own measurements. We've done everything that we can to find the curvature that they said this place has, and it's just not there. In fact, everybody is treating it, building on it, measuring it, navigating, all that stuff as a flat and stationary plane. That's what they say, not us.
Who are they and who are us?
NASA, all kinds of aerospace engineering firms like Boeing, like all of these agencies are saying, yep, when we model all of our flights, like in the simulators, and how we train people to fly planes as if the Earth is flat and stationary. That's what they say. It's pretty confusing that they treat the place and measure it all flat and stuff. And then they come along and tell us it's a ball. And then we go looking for the ball and it ain't there.
Exactly. In navigation and surveying and engineering and building and goodness knows how many other, even in some fields like biology, marine biology and, all sorts of different fields. Measuring the magnetic fields, all of these things, they all utilize the Earth as a plane in order to take measurements.
No, they don't.
Astronomy treats the Earth as a plane and measures angles to stars.
Oh, man. Do you know anything about these subjects that you listed? You don't?
Yes! You don't!
You might know these things that you saw on YouTube videos, but they're made of by people.
No, we've gone directly to the fucking sources, bro.
Directly to
Not
sources
YouTube.
like YouTube.
Yeah, not YouTube.
There
University level freaking papers and things.
Actual universities teaching this kind of stuff.
Hold on a second. Friend, hold on just a second. I just want to remind you of something. YouTube is one of the most vast libraries of very technical, very high-level education, seminars, whatever. It's full of really good stuff. And so for you to go, oh, YouTube, no, YouTube is an awesome resource. The greatest library of video education probably that the world has ever seen. Yeah, you bet your ass, YouTube.
Yeah, hours and hours of university lectures by professors.
Yeah, there are Harvard lectures and stuff like that. But, But I can make a shit video just lying my ass off, talking shit.
You bet.
YouTube video, release it. And you would probably share it on Discord, man.
Yeah. The university professor, the big conference and the big conference and the big panel that they had, and all of the displays that they brought, and all of the things that they show you that they do to test all this crap. Yeah. There's a great way to fake that. We're doing exactly what they're showing us they're doing from Harvard, from all MIT. Yes, we're doing exactly what they're doing, and the Earth is flat. Yes. That's our point. Everyone's treating this place as a flat Earth. Everyone. But they're telling you it's a ball. So we went to try and find the ball, and it's not there. Why? I don't know. I can't divine their motivations. It seems nefarious. If they're hiding something that's so blatant from you through some just all these images that they give you and all the stories that they tell you about the images, and then you bought it, like we all did. We all bought the big old, scam. We all went to the same schools that you did. We get it, but we checked. And I know it's like, there's no way. Yeah, we thought the same thing too. Yeah, no way. No, actually, no, that's the way it is. The earth is as you experience. It's a motionless plane, and it's contained. That's what we know. And if your head is imploding and you're like, there's no way this guy on the internet could be serious about what he's saying. Yes, I am. That's why there's so many of us. That's why the internet is terrified of flat earthers. We got this tramp stamp on our YouTube videos. They are terrified. Highly censored.
Who is
if we're wrong,
there's plenty.
Yeah, why if we're wrong, why are they hiding it? If we're wrong, why are they censoring us? That's what I want to know. If we're wrong, who cares?
Brother, who is censoring you? You're talking here all the time.
YouTube, the United States Congress, has admitted in a video.
Censoring you. Have they deleted your video?
They've definitely hidden them in the algorithms for sure, and they promote anti-flat Earth content. No, sorry. No, you have no idea what this phenomena, what this internet thing, called the flat Earth has done to the modern day society in a very short amount of time. It's been very controversial. You want to know why? Because as soon as people kind of snap out of the mind control and go, holy crap, that's right. Actually, I always thought it was weird. They're telling me the Earth is spinning, but I actually experienced that the stars move.
Yeah, that's why they call it diurnal motion. In astronomy.
Maybe this kind of like, are we moving? Are the stars moving? Stuff like that, which, listen to me, both are moving right now. It's a matter of scale. You as a human person, you are a very small entity. You're not even a sand grain.
I know.
In this galaxy.
We're also insignificant on this big ball. I understand how you think. You're going through it, man. It's fine. But listen, don't chant at me, bro. You're chanting at me. You don't like what I'm saying. I get it. You're emotional. It's okay.
I think you're kind of like projecting on me. I'm okay.
I'm fine, dude. I've had a million of these conversations. Believe me. If you don't like it, it's fine. It's if you don't like it, if it's just too freaky, you just relax. It's fine. You think I want to be on this side of the fence? Believe me, if the truth was on your side, I'd be over there in a heartbeat. This is not fun for most of us. Right.
If you weren't American, I would tell you that healthcare is free and you can get medication.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I know. See, honest, and now you have to I get it. You have to insult me now, right? So do whatever you got to do, and just get through it. But it's okay. Reality is fine. No, it's okay. I understand. So, anyways, do you have any Earth curve measurements that we can look at?
Why would I have them on hand? Not me.
No. I mean, you have the internet right there. Yes, I know. You believe me. You don't think we've Googled this? Can you find me some Earth curve measurements real fast? Just go ahead. I'm sure you'll find something.
I'm not even gonna try, brother.
I know you're not gonna.
I think this conversation with you, it's not gonna lead anywhere. Really.
I know it's not going to lead anywhere. All I want to know is if someone has measured the Earth to be curving, and we've been asking this question for 10 years, and no one has come along. No one has shown us a very simple thing. Very simple thing.
But someone smarter than you did it, right? Someone smarter than you figured it out, right? Okay.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, probably, yeah. That's all you need. You just need to trust and have faith that somebody did it and they're telling the truth, and
Do
That's
you
all
think
good
that you're
fun.
smarter than like thousands of scientists and engineers and people who made GPS and missile systems and aeroplanes and stuff like that?
Yep.
Do you
Some of
think
those
you're
are flat
smarter than
earthers.
them?
No. Some of those guys are flat earthers. Did you know that? Some of those guys that work in those
No,
industries, they're flat
they were
earthers.
not. No, they
They
are
are.
not.
They are. No, it's true. We're everywhere.
Are you
The flat earthers are everywhere.
You're an engineer. You're a scientist.
No. Neither one of those things. I mean, how would you define that? Because I've built a lot of things for myself, that work, mechanical things. So I'm an engineer because I can build things and design them and make them work. In fact, I'm both an engineer and a technician. So, I've got some experience with, materials and measurements and things like that. Most men build things. Well, actually, not in this day and age. Most of these pink-haired fools, don't know what a tape measure looks like. But that's not the point. I know what measurements are. Okay, I'm not an idiot. And the people that are doing measurements of the Earth,